Chu Chen never imagined that the goddess he had ardently pursued for 4 years was merely seeking him as a backup, and that the child he cherished was not his own. After a decade of marriage, he found himself serving the wife and child of another man, who happened to be the president of a publicly listed company, wielding immense power in Tianlin City, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of this very individual. Fortunately, Chu Chen was reborn. In this new life, he resolved to amass wealth and seek vengeance. Chapter 1. A decade. The summer in Tianlin City was unbearably hot, even at 8 in the evening. The air felt like a furnace. On a bustling street in the city center, a man clad in a delivery worker's uniform sat on an electric bike, beads of sweat cascading down, soaking his attire. His name was Chu Chen, 35 years of age. Having incurred a loss of 800,000 in business and burdened with a mortgage amounting to several hundred thousand, he found himself in dire straits, resorting to food delivery to repay his debts. That moment, another young delivery worker rode up beside him. "Brother Chu, you can't keep this up, your health will suffer. You should take a break," the young man advised. Chu Chen had barely rested for the past month, working over 16 hours each day, leaving him utterly exhausted. Just as he felt a wave of dizziness, he paused to hydrate and catch his breath. However, thoughts of his wife and child, along with the heavy mortgage and 800,000 in business debts, made him sigh deeply. "Xiao Shun, you can afford to eat well alone, but I have a family to support and a mountain of debt. I cannot afford to rest, even for a moment." Xiao Shun, observing his older brother's usual caring demeanor, could not help but urge him. "Brother Chu, if I could take on as many orders as you, I would work 20 hours a day without complaint." At that moment, a middle-aged man, of similar age to Chu Chen, chimed in sarcastically. Chu Chen recognized the mockery in his words, but chose to ignore it, focusing instead on the delivery orders in his hands. Another delivery worker echoed, "Brother Chu, you truly are remarkable, managing to take so many orders each day. How are the rest of us supposed to survive?" Song Gu turned around, feigning a smile as he looked at Chu Chen. "Brother Chu, why not share your secrets with us? Once we all start making money, we'll treat you to drinks." "Yes, Brother Chu, do enlighten us." Other delivery workers joined in, clamoring for his attention. "I am off." Xiao Shun, Chu Chen said, disregarding the jeers as he mounted his electric bike, ready to deliver the next order. The app had just assigned him a new task, and he needed to act swiftly to avoid missing the deadline. However, barely 2 minutes into his ride, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing him to lose control of the bike, which crashed into a nearby building. Thankfully, Chu Chen reacted swiftly, leaping off just in time to avoid injury, but the bike was beyond repair. Ascending to the 3rd floor, he retrieved his keys, intending to fetch the key for the bike. Yet, as he approached the living room, he heard a man's voice emanating from the bedroom. "Darling, after all these years, you still captivate me, so that I know you're just flattering me. If you truly feel this way, then divorce Yuan Qian and marry me." On the verge of bursting into the bedroom, Chu Chen halted at the mention of the name Yuan Qian, a name that struck a familiar chord in his memory. Simultaneously, he recognized the man's voice, though he could not immediately recall who it was. "You keep bringing this up. I've told you before, my marriage to Yuan Qian was purely for familial interests. There are no feelings between us." The man's tone carried a hint of annoyance. "You said that 10 years ago. At that time, I was carrying our son and had no choice but to settle for that loser. Now, the Huang group has risen to become the leading enterprise in Tianlin City. We no longer require the Yuan family's assistance." Chu Chen, standing outside the door, felt as if struck by lightning, his mind blank. What did this mean? Had the son he had loved for so many years not been his own flesh and blood? His eyes widened in disbelief at the revelations. At last, he recognized the man's identity. Huang Zhengping, his former university classmate. "You don't understand, the Yuan family is intricately tied to our Huang family. If I were to divorce Yuan Qian, it would have significant repercussions for the company. I may not understand, but do you truly wish for our son to call that loser father?" Fang Qingyu's voice unconsciously rose, clearly agitated. "Of course, I do not wish that. Rest assured, for you and our son, I will expedite my divorce from Yuan Qian." At Huang Zhengping's words, Fang Qingyu laughed lightly, her voice sultry and alluring. "Now that sounds better. Shall we have another go at it?" Huang Zhengping, clearly unsatisfied, gazed at her with desire. Fang Qingyu's tone was laden with reproach. Huang Zhengping wore a cold smirk, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. Fang Qingyu hesitated before speaking. "Zhengping, have we gone too far? You have been subtly suppressing him all these years." "What?" Feeling sorry for him, before she could finish, Huang Zhengping interrupted with a cold tone. Fang Qingyu quickly shook her head, explaining, "Of course not, I just find it pitiable. Besides, he has been quite good to me and our son over the years." Upon hearing her words, Huang Zhengping's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly, You don't understand. Keeping Chu Chen at the bottom ensures that even if he discovers our affair in the future, he will lack the power to make a fuss. It will be easy to control him. Making him disappear would be no challenge at all. He then snorted dismissively. Yet that loser does possess some capability. Over the years, I've spent quite a bit to keep him down. Standing outside, Chu Chen clenched his fists, his body trembling with pain and fury. He finally grasped why his life had been fraught with misfortunes after marriage. It was all a result of Huang Zhengping's machinations. Initially, Chu Chen had excelled at work, earning the admiration of his superiors and paving a bright future for himself. However, shortly after his marriage, his boss began to impose unreasonable demands, ultimately forcing him to resign. After leaving the company, Chu Chen attempted to venture into sales, hoping to find a new path. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, his orders were consistently snatched away by others, and his performance stagnated. In desperation, he changed jobs multiple times, but the outcomes were consistently disappointing. Eventually, Chu Chen identified a burgeoning industry and deemed it a promising opportunity, deciding to start his own business. However, unexpectedly, while others prospered, he suffered significant losses. In the end, he opened a restaurant, hoping for a fresh start. Yet, fate seemed to conspire against him, and shortly after the restaurant's opening, 5 or 6 new establishments sprung up along the same street, leading to fierce competition. And plunging his restaurant into debt, to repay his debts and support his wife and child, Chu Chen had no choice but to rely on food delivery for income. Zhengping, did you lock the door when you came in? Fang Qingyu suddenly recalled something, her voice laced with urgency. I was just feeling uneasy, he replied. Are you so afraid of being discovered by that loser? Have you two been involved behind my back? Huang Zhengping's tone turned displeased, questioning her. Stop speaking nonsense. Ever since our son was born, I have used the excuse of him disturbing our son to have him sleep in the adjacent room. As our son grew older, I claimed a lack of intimacy, and to this day, I have never consented to his advances. Over these years, that good for nothing Chu Chen has truly not laid a finger on you? Huang Zhengping clearly harbored some disbelief, his tone laced with doubt. I have told you countless times, Huang Zhengping, no, absolutely not. Even that time when I was intoxicated, nothing transpired. Fang Qingyu grew increasingly aggrieved, her voice quivering with emotion. Seeing her distress, Huang Zhengping hurriedly embraced Fang Qingyu in a comforting manner. My dear, I was wrong. The mere thought of you living under the same roof as that useless Chu Chen unsettles me. What right do you have to feel unsettled? For these past years, I have always slept with our son, while that good for nothing has remained in the next room, that if you truly cannot bear it, then I shall divorce Chu Chen tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhengping quickly stepped forward to offer reassurance. My dear, do not act so rashly. I certainly believe you. However, Fang Qingyu coldly shrugged off his hand. Spare me your platitudes. Don't think I'm unaware you are merely afraid that I will become a persistent nuisance after the divorce, worrying it might arouse Yuan Qian's suspicion. Fang Qingyu confronted Huang Zhengping with anger etched on her face. Huang Zhengping fervently pledged his assurances to her. You have uttered this promise countless times. Now hurry and get up. I need to go to my mother's house to fetch our tea. That moment, the bedroom door was abruptly flung open, and the disheveled pair stood in shock, gazing at the furious Chu Chen standing at the threshold, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Chapter 2. We are incompatible. Huang Zhengping, today I shall end your life. Chu Chen roared, striding forward with fervor, delivering a punch directly to Huang Zhengping's face, toppling him to the ground. Chu Chen, do not act impulsively. Fang Qingyu screamed in terror from the side. Yet, Chu Chen was beyond heeding her words, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Huang Zhengping's face, eliciting anguished cries from his adversary. You worthless fool, dare strike me? I will ensure your demise today. Chu Chen's eyes were ablaze with fury, having completely lost his reason. Observing the peril Huang Zhengping was in, Fang Qingyu, in a state of panic, seized a vase from the bedside table and, summoning all her strength, hurled it at Chu Chen's head. Crash! The vase shattered, and Chu Chen felt a sharp pain erupt atop his head, a wave of dizziness engulfing him as blood streamed down his cheek. Seizing the moment, Huang Zhengping pushed Chu Chen to the ground and, grabbing a heavy object, struck violently at Chu Chen's head. Each blow resounded with a dull thud, as if attempting to shatter Chu Chen's skull. You worthless wretch, let me disclose a secret. This dilapidated house was sold to you at an inflated price by me. Huang Zhengping laughed maniacally as he continued his brutal assault on Chu Chen. With each successive strike, Chu Chen's consciousness began to fade, his eyelids gradually descending as he succumbed to darkness. When Chu Chen next opened his eyes, he found Fang Qingyu seated across from him, elegantly savoring steak and red wine. a look of contentment gracing her face. Fang Qingyu. Fury surged within him, prompting him to rise abruptly from the table. His gaze, ablaze with wrath, was fixed intently upon the woman before him. His thunderous outburst reverberated like a clap of thunder throughout the dining establishment, shattering the previously warm and refined atmosphere. The surrounding diners turned their astonished faces toward him, while Fang Qingyu trembled in fright, the steak she had just brought to her mouth tumbling onto the table. Her eyes widened, and with a displeased expression, she whispered angrily at Chu Chen, "What madness has overtaken you?" At that moment, a waiter hurried over. "Sir, may I assist you in any way?" Chu Chen stood there, dazed as thoughts surged through his mind like a tumultuous tide. In disbelief, he surveyed his surroundings, recalling vividly that he had perished at the hands of Fang Qingyu and Huang Zhengping, the treacherous pair. Why, then, was he present in this place? Confused, he scanned the familiar scenery of a Yuman restaurant. 10 years prior, it was here that he had officially become Fang Qingyu's boyfriend. He had been overjoyed, believing he had finally won the heart of his goddess. Yet, he could never have anticipated that this was merely the beginning of a nightmare. In the days that followed, he endured a series of setbacks and blows. The company owner coerced him into resignation. His attempts to pivot to sales met with failure, and his entrepreneurial endeavors culminated in utter disaster. In his previous life, he had always believed his abilities were insufficient, only to realize now that it was Huang Zhengping orchestrating everything behind the scenes. What was even more infuriating was that at the critical moment, Fang Qingyu had actually aided Huang Zhengping, leading to his own demise. Contemplating this, Chu Chen felt an immediate surge of rage within him. However, he could not ascertain whether the events unfolding before him were reality or mere illusion. If this was indeed reality, then slaying Fang Qingyu would undoubtedly bring about his own imprisonment. Yet if it were a dream, why did every sensation feel so authentic? Taking a deep breath, Chu Chen gradually seated himself, striving to restore his composure. "It's nothing. I was just momentarily distracted." "Very well, sir. Feel free to call me should you need anything." The waiter glanced at Chu Chen before turning to depart. Meanwhile, the surrounding diners regarded Chu Chen with disdain, seemingly displeased by his recent lapse in demeanor. Fang Qingyu cast a sympathetic glance at a small piece of steak on the table, grumbling in irritation. She had always maintained a superior attitude toward Chu Chen, speaking without reservation. "It's nothing." Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively before inquiring, "What brings you out tonight?" As Fang Qingyu recalled her purpose for the evening, a charming smile spread across her face as she replied softly, "Oh, it's nothing much. Just wanted to share dinner with you." After saying this, she cut another piece of steak and elegantly savored it. Gazing upon Fang Qingyu's exquisite smile, the previous incarnation of Chu Chen would have been utterly entranced. However, now he felt no inclination to linger, rising to leave. "If that is all, I'll take my leave. I have matters at the company to attend to." Sensing Chu Chen's intent to depart, Fang Qingyu panicked, urgently calling out, "Wait." Realizing her own lapse in composure, she cleared her throat and regained her calm tone, saying, "You haven't finished your steak." Chu Chen glanced indifferently at the steak, red wine, and various expensive dishes on the table, noticing that they had already been half consumed. Clearly, Fang Qingyu had not merely invited him for dinner. She intended for him to settle the bill. This thought ignited a wave of anger within Chu Chen. In his past life, he had foolishly paid for Fang Qingyu, overjoyed merely to dine with the woman of his dreams. Yet now, he wished to eliminate this detestable woman at once, not wanting to spend another second in her presence. Taking a deep breath, Chu Chen endeavored to master his emotions. "I'm not hungry," he stated, turning to leave. Upon seeing Chu Chen genuinely preparing to depart, Fang Qingyu felt a surge of urgency, biting her lip. With a sincere expression, she softly implored, "Chu Chen, would you be my boyfriend?" Chu Chen was taken aback. Just as in his previous life, Fang Qingyu had similarly invited him over abruptly, ultimately leading him to become her pawn. In a previous life, he was filled with unrestrained joy, indulging in copious amounts of alcohol and generously spending most of his savings to treat others. Subsequently, he became so inebriated that he lost consciousness. Upon awakening the next day, he found himself in bed, naked, alongside Fang Qingyu. Within a month, she announced her pregnancy, and he reluctantly accepted his fate. However, in this lifetime, he was resolute in his determination not to allow tragedy to repeat itself. With unwavering conviction, he declared, "We are not suited for each other." "What?" Fang Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mixture of shock and incredulity. She could hardly fathom that Chu Chen, who had pursued her for 4 years and always obeyed her wishes, would dare to reject her. I said we are not compatible. You should seek another to be your boyfriend, Chu Chen reiterated loudly, his voice carrying across the nearby tables, attracting curious glances from other patrons who began to whisper among themselves, some even pointing in their direction. Chu Chen, you have gone too far. Fang Qingyu's face was a canvas of astonishment and embarrassment. As the most admired beauty in school, she was accustomed to being surrounded by admirers, basking in endless accolades and affection. Yet now, she found herself publicly rejected, engulfed in a profound sense of shame. She had believed that if she merely afforded Chu Chen a sliver of opportunity, he would gratefully accept it. After all, he had pursued her for 4 years during their university days, and even post-graduation, he had not relented, sending her a daily joke to elicit a smile. You loved me for 4 years, and now you claim we are incompatible? Fan Qingyu questin Chu Chen in Sodun. I was once unwell, but now I have healed. Chu Chen replied with a bittersweet smile, realizing that Fang Qingyu had always been aware of his feelings, but only remembered him when it was time to take responsibility. Ultimately, she believed he was easy to manipulate, and indeed, the facts supported this notion. Throughout their decade of marriage, Chu Chen had always placed Fang Qingyu at the center of his universe, selflessly dedicating himself to her without complaint. Yet this devotion culminated in a tragic outcome. Chu Chen, are you serious? You will regret this, Fang Qingyu warned, her tone laced with a veiled threat, as if to convey to him that once this opportunity passed, it would not return. I am serious and unequivocally certain that we are not suited for one another. Cease your incessant entanglement. It is tiresome, Chu Chen replied. Chu Chen, you, upon hearing his words, Fang Qingyu was engulfed in fury, her anger simmering just beneath the surface. She could hardly believe that the man who once catered to her every whim, who would have given her everything, now dared to speak to her in such a manner. If there is nothing else, I must take my leave. I am quite busy, Chu Chen stated, dismissively averting his gaze from her as he prepared to depart. Wait, Fang Qingyu felt a pang of regret. She had come to seek Chu Chen's support, and she could not allow him to walk away so easily. Yet, the situation had spiraled far beyond her expectations. The once malleable Chu Chen now seemed transformed, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Old classmate, I have already expressed my disinterest in you. Please do not persist in this ambiguity. If you are genuinely seeking a boyfriend, there are plenty of handsome men around. Chu Chen, enough is enough. As he continued to overstep, Fang Qingyu could no longer endure it and rose in fury. Her face flushed a deep crimson, her chest heaving violently, clearly at her breaking point. Meanwhile, the surrounding male diners, upon hearing Chu Chen's words, exchanged glances, their gazes shifting towards Fang Qingyu, appraising the enchanting beauty before them, their imaginations running wild. At 25, Fang Qingyu was in the prime of her youth, radiating sweetness and charm, undeniably at the pinnacle of her beauty. Dressed in a white t-shirt paired with jeans, her curvaceous figure was unmistakable, embodying the ideal of countless young men. Just then, an inappropriate scream pierced the air. A diminutive man, caught stealing glances at Fang Qingyu, was unfortunate enough to be discovered by his girlfriend. Enraged, she twisted his ear and berated him. Do you have a particular fondness for vixens? Very well, let's part ways. She is prowling like a starving wolf in search of a boyfriend. Perhaps you might indeed have a chance. The slender man was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Fang Qingyu, then turned to behold his girlfriend, who stood at 5 feet tall and weighed nearly 200 pounds. A look of indecision crossed his face, seemingly caught in a difficult dilemma. Goodness, you truly have aspirations. A sharp sound echoed as an arm, as thick as a thigh, struck the slender man's face, prompting his furious girlfriend to storm off, each step reverberating throughout the restaurant. The impact left one side of the slender man's face instantly swollen, a testament to his girlfriend's ire. Soon thereafter, a stir erupted in the previously tranquil restaurant as male patrons hastily settled their bills, eager to follow their companions out. This included the slender man. At that moment, Fang Qingyu's face was as red as a ripe apple, extending all the way to her ears. She wished to sink into the ground, overwhelmed by an unending sense of injustice and helplessness. Never before had she encountered such an embarrassing and unjust situation. Not only was she labeled a vixen, but she was also portrayed as someone desperate to find a boyfriend. To make matters worse, she had no opportunity to refute or clarify these misunderstandings, which nearly drove her to the brink of fury. Her gaze turned to the instigator, Chu Chen, her eyes ablaze with anger. Chu Chen, you have gone too far. Have I? Your unusual behavior today, openly confessing to me, suggests you may have ulterior motives. Chu Chen's piercing gaze fell upon Fang Qingyu's abdomen. Her expression changed dramatically, her heart racing as she instinctively covered her stomach. Could it be that Chu Chen had discovered her pregnancy with Huang Zhengping's child? Yet, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, making her dismiss the possibility. Recently, Huang Zhengping has been pursuing the esteemed daughter of the Yuan family, Yuan Qian. Consequently, their clandestine meetings are shrouded in utmost caution, making it improbable for Chu Chen to uncover their affair. Contemplating this, Fang Qingyu swiftly regained her composure and retorted with displeasure. Chu Chen, you're speaking nonsense. A hint of a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Chu Chen's mouth. Whether I am speaking nonsense, you're the one who knows best. From this moment forth, do not contact me. With that, he turned and strode towards the exit of the restaurant. Chu Chen understood that a person's initial reaction is often the most genuine. Judging by Fang Qingyu's earlier response, it was evident that she was already with child, carrying Huang Zhengping's offspring. This evening was evidently a meticulously orchestrated ruse, aimed at compelling him to take responsibility. Chu Chen, have you misunderstood something? Fang Qingyu maintained an air of calm, yet her inner turmoil surged like a tempest. She could not ascertain whether Chu Chen was aware of her entanglement with Huang Zhengping. Thus she attempted to extract information from him. I have not misunderstood anything. However, this sumptuous feast before us is quite costly. Tonight, you shall bear the expense, Chu Chen remarked with a playful smile. Despite Fang Qingyu's reputation as the campus belle, her background was quite ordinary, with her parents merely being wage earners. The lavish spread before them cost 20,000 Chinese yuan, a significant sum for Fang Qingyu. Chapter 4. Not just greedy, but bold and audacious. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Fang Qingyu's gaze fell upon the extravagant dishes laid out on the table. Momentarily lost in thought, she had dined here multiple times with Huang Zhengping and was well aware of the exorbitant prices of the dishes. Yet, each time, it was Huang Zhengping who settled the bill, leaving her without a clear concept of the costs involved. This evening, however, she was unwillingly assuming the role of Chu Chen's girlfriend, harboring resentment as she intentionally ordered an array of dishes, hoping to make him foot the bill. Yet, she now realized she had miscalculated. Under the current circumstances, it was implausible for Chu Chen to cover her expenses. During her years with Huang Zhengping, she had portrayed herself as refined and unmaterialistic, never asking him for money. Post-graduation, she was firmly among the ranks of the financially strained, unable to afford such a hefty dining tab. To avoid embarrassment, Fang Qingyu took a deep breath and slowly stated, Chu Chen, if you cover this expense, I shall forgive your earlier indiscretion. You hold quite the delusion, he replied, dismissing her and making to leave the restaurant. Fang Qingyu glared fiercely at his retreating figure, feeling deflated like a punctured balloon as she sank slowly into her seat. She realized that calling after Chu Chen would only serve to humiliate herself further. Just as Chu Chen was about to exit the restaurant, his attention was captured by two individuals in the distance. A man in work attire was speaking softly to a woman clad in a form-fitting black dress. The woman occasionally glanced toward Chu Chen and Fang Qingyu. Chu Chen recognized the two. The man was the restaurant manager, Du Wang, and the woman was Pan Tingting, the owner of Room and Restaurant. Of comparable age to him, she was even more beautiful than Fang Qingyu. Additionally, she held a lesser-known identity as the only daughter of Bai's Group, a leading enterprise in Tianlin City. Due to her maternal lineage, few are aware of her true identity. But how did Chu Chen come to know? It is because, tomorrow evening, a fire will unexpectedly erupt in the kitchen of the Wanman restaurant. The fire extinguishers will fail to function properly, leading to a rapid spread of flames that ultimately culminates in a catastrophic explosion. This disaster will result in numerous casualties and capture the attention of the entire nation. In the days that follow, as public sentiment intensifies, the identity of the Bai Group's president's only daughter will be revealed. Subsequently, rumors of her transfer to another hospital will circulate, and she will vanish from the public eye, making it easy to envision that her remaining years will be fraught with unimaginable hardship and sorrow. Meanwhile, the Bai Group will suffer a devastating blow, gradually descending into decline. Over the next 2 years, it will completely fade from the public consciousness, supplanted by the meteoric rise of the Huang Group. When Chu Chen encounters Pan Tingting, he halts his steps. Despite being a reborn individual, the notion of exacting revenge on Huang Zhengping with his current capabilities is utterly fanciful. At this moment, although the Huang Group has yet to dominate Tianlin City, it is certainly not a force he can easily challenge. Thus, he must seek allies, and Pan Tingting is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Reflecting on his previous life, after Pan Tingting's identity was exposed, public opinion swiftly turned against the Bai Group. hastening its rapid decline while the Huang group ascended. This is clearly no mere coincidence. The Huang group must have played a significant role in this affair. Adhering to the principle that an enemy's enemy is a friend, Chu Chen feels compelled to assist Pan Tingting in altering her fate. By extending the lifespan of the Bai group, he can indirectly stymie the Huang group's rise and buy himself some time. Thus, Chu Chen strides directly toward Pan Tingting. Hello, President Pan. Pan Tingting furrows her brow. She likely does not recognize this man, so why is he so abruptly initiating a conversation? Could he be yet another suitor? However, as a successful businesswoman, she conceals her thoughts and instead offers a professional smile. Hello, how may I assist you? I have a matter to bring to your attention. President Pan, Chu Chen states plainly. Given that this is their first encounter and mutual trust is lacking, engaging in small talk would only provoke annoyance. Seeing Pan Tingting nod slightly, Chu Chen continues. May I inquire if you have personally checked the fire extinguishers in the restaurant? Pan Tingting is momentarily taken aback. Such mundane matters are typically the responsibility of the restaurant manager, and there should be no need for her to intervene directly. Sir, are you from the fire department? Chu Chen quickly shakes his head in denial. No, I merely wish to alert you that the fire risks in the catering industry should not be underestimated, especially the proper functioning of the fire extinguishers in the kitchen. This gentleman, rest assured, our restaurant's fire extinguishers are perfectly functional. However, upon observing Pan Tingting's perplexed expression, Chu Chen resolves to be thorough in his good intentions. He shifts his gaze to Manager Du, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. As a reborn individual, dealing with this minor manager is a trivial task. Manager Du, the fire extinguishers at Wanman restaurant were procured from Qiding City, correct? Du Huang, whose conscience was already troubled, turned as pale as a sheet upon hearing the name of the city, chiding. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. It seemed his suspicions were indeed correct. If he refrained from intervening in this matter, the tragedy that was to unfold the following night might very well repeat itself. With this thought in mind, Chu Chen resolved to press on, continuing with a slow, deliberate tone. Manager Du, it appears that not only are you avaricious, but you also possess quite a bit of audacity. You dare to purchase fire extinguishers at a staggering 80% below market price? Upon hearing these words, Du Huang felt his legs weaken, as though the very strength that held him upright had abandoned him, and he collapsed to his knees. He understood all too well that any further justifications would be futile. For Chu Chen's ability to accurately name the place of purchase and the price indicated that he had already acquired all pertinent information. Simultaneously, Pan Tingting's expression darkened considerably. She glared at Du Huang with intensity before swiftly turning on her heel and striding towards the kitchen. Du Huang, deflated like a punctured balloon, followed her in a state of utter disarray. Not far off, Qingyu observed the exchange with a look of confusion, pondering how Chu Chen had managed to engage in conversation with the restaurant's beautiful owner, Pan Tingting. However, at that moment, her mind was too tumultuous to dwell on such matters. Just 2 days prior, she had discovered that she was pregnant, and the child was Huang Zhengping's. Yet, Huang Zhengping was currently pursuing the heiress of the Yuan group, Yuan Qian, at a critical juncture, where any misstep could prove disastrous. Consequently, they had conspired to have Chu Chen, whom they deemed a failure, take over. Initially, they believed that handling the situation with Chu Chen, who had persistently courted her for 4 years, would be a straightforward task. However, the reality had diverged dramatically from their expectations. Qingyu reflected on her predicament, finding it impossible to identify anyone more suitable than Chu Chen to assume this role. To make matters worse, Yuan Qian was already aware of her past relationship with Huang Zhengping. If she were to learn of Qingyu's pregnancy now, it would be difficult for her not to suspect that the child belonged to Huang Zhengping. Just as Qingyu was engulfed in her turmoil, Pan Tingting emerged from the kitchen. Chapter 5, A Flawless Plan. Pan Tingting's countenance was grim, evidently having just lost her temper. Yet upon seeing Chu Chen, her face instantly blossomed into a genuine smile, a stark contrast to her earlier professional demeanor. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am but a humble man, Chu Chen. He replied. Mr. Chu, I cannot express enough gratitude for your timely warning. Had it not been for you, the consequences would have been dire. Those fire extinguishers are substandard products, utterly unfit for use. I shall have them all replaced by tomorrow. Pan Tingting's tone was imbued with sincerity. What if a fire were to break out tonight? Chu Chen interjected, furrowing his brow with concern. The explosion at Rumen restaurant was slated to occur tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock. But with his rebirth, would the future remain unchanged? Would the explosion transpire sooner? No one could ascertain that. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Pan Tingting, Reflecting on the bustling kitchen, unhesitatingly reached for her phone, contemplating for a few seconds before dialing a number. "Miss," came the gruff voice of a middle-aged man from the other end of the line. "Captain Xiao, please promptly retrieve 100 fire extinguishers from the group warehouse and deliver them to room and restaurant as swiftly as possible." "Certainly, Mississippi. Thank you for your efforts." Pan Tingting hung up the phone. Chu Chen understood that the extinguishers were being directly sourced from the buy group, clearly indicating that Pan Tingting had been thoroughly frightened by Du Guang and now only trusted her own group's resources. "Mr. Chu, please follow me." Pan Tingting elegantly extended her hand, gesturing for him to proceed. Chu Chen had no desire to linger at room and restaurant, but considering the potential for future collaboration with Pan Tingting, he graciously acquiesced. She guided him to a dining table situated merely a few meters away from Fang Qingyu. As they settled into their seats, several waitstaff approached with an array of delectable dishes, expertly arranging the exquisite culinary creations upon the table. Confusion washed over Chu Chen as he gazed at the unfolding scene, unable to comprehend the circumstances. "Mr. Chu, I trust you have not yet dined. To express our gratitude, we have specially prepared a selection of our restaurant's signature dishes. We hope you can provide us with your invaluable feedback." Pan Tingting's smile radiated warmth akin to the gentle sun of spring, enveloping him in comfort. Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Not only was Pan Tingting strikingly beautiful, but her refined demeanor, coupled with her prestigious background, epitomized the quintessential affluent woman. Had it not been for his knowledge of the fire extinguisher issue at room and restaurant following his rebirth, the two would have never had the opportunity to share a table. This thought stirred within him a quiet awe for the whims of fate. "Mr. Chu," Pan Tingting noted his dazed expression and couldn't help but smile. She had grown accustomed to such scenes. Most men would find annoyance in this, yet inexplicably, she felt a certain delight in Chu Chen's presence. Perhaps it was due to his recent assistance in averting a significant hazard for the restaurant. Rumin, undoubtedly the finest Western dining establishment in Tianlin City, presented Chu Chen with the most delectable dishes he had ever tasted. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, creating an atmosphere of light-hearted joy. Not far away, Fang Qingyu observed this tableau with simmering anger. Although she harbored no affection for Chu Chen, she was accustomed to his obedient and ingratiating demeanor toward her. Now, witnessing him engaged in lively conversation with another woman, particularly one who outshone her in both beauty and status, was infuriating. While she was not heartbroken, a profound discomfort settled in her heart. Previously, as Chu Chen conversed with Pan Tingting, their seating arrangement had distanced them from Fang Qingyu, rendering her incapable of hearing their dialogue. She could not fathom why Pan Tingting would invite this seemingly useless man to dine, much less why they appeared so engrossed in each other's company. Having visited Rumin several times with Huang Zhengping, she was well aware that Pan Tingting was the proprietor of the restaurant and had heard of her formidable reputation in Tianlin City. Logically, a penniless individual like Chu Chen should have no connection to someone of Pan Tingting's caliber. As Pan Tingting expressed her gratitude to Chu Chen, it was likely for a matter of little significance. After all, what assistance could a destitute individual provide? Nevertheless, Fang Qingyu could not bear the thought of Chu Chen clinging to someone of Pan Tingting's stature. Thus, she devised a scheme to subtly alert Pan Tingting that Chu Chen was nothing more than a worthless, impoverished fraud. Should her plan succeed, it would not only serve as retribution for Chu Chen's recent audacity, but might also earn her Pan Tingting's appreciation, potentially fostering a friendship. Huang Zhengping had long yearned to befriend Pan Tingting in hopes of collaborating with her in his career, yet she seemed to dismiss the Huang family, paying them little heed, which left him quite distressed. If he could become Pan Tingting's friend, he could facilitate a connection between them, paving the way for their partnership, for which Huang Zhengping would undoubtedly be immensely grateful. Fang Qingyu admired her own ingenuity in concocting such a flawless plan. With this thought in mind, she rose and approached Pan Tingting without a second thought. However, Pan Tingting sensed the moment was ripe and inquired of Chu Chen, "Mr. Chu, how did you come to know about Manager Du's situation?" Upon hearing these words, Chu Chen, who had been relishing his meal, momentarily paused. Both he and Pan Tingting turned to see Fang Qingyu standing gracefully beside them, a subtle smile adorning her face. Pan Tingting furrowed her brow. She was not well acquainted with this woman, having only dined a few times with Huang Zhengping, and they were hardly more than nodding acquaintances. Fang Qingyu's sudden greeting took her by surprise. Fang Qingyu looked at Pan Tingting and tentatively asked, "Ms. Pan, I didn't realize you knew Mr. Chu. This is my first meeting with him tonight." After a brief hesitation, Pan Tingting recalled hearing from Du Guang about a minor commotion in the restaurant that seemed to involve Fang Qingyu and Chu Chen. She surmised their relationship was likely intricate, and thus wished to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Upon hearing Pan Tingting's words, the weight in Fang Qingyu's heart finally lifted. Casting a disdainful glance at the still indulging Chu Chen, she smirked with a hint of scorn. Ms. Pan, do not be deceived by this man. He is full of lies. Pan Tingting turned her gaze to Chu Chen, observing him as he continued to enjoy his meal with an air of leisure, seemingly oblivious to Fang Qingyu's remarks. Curiosity piqued, she spoke. Miss, I do not perceive Mr. Chu as you describe. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Ms. Pan, I have been a close friend of Chu Chen for 4 years during our university days. He is a penniless scoundrel, perpetually weaving lies, and his character is utterly deplorable. It would be wise for you to keep your distance lest you be ensnared by his deceit. Fang Qingyu deliberately raised her voice, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. Chu Chen set down his utensils and elegantly reached for a napkin to dab at the corners of his mouth. Miss Fang, I have unequivocally expressed my disinterest in you. I sincerely hope you refrain from imposing your will upon me, and even more so from maliciously slandering my name. Chu Chen, harbor your grandiose dreams with your lackluster qualities. How could I ever find you appealing? Fang Qingyu scoffed at Chu Chen's words, and as long as she denied it, no one could substantiate her claims. Unperturbed, Chu Chen calmly retrieved his phone, pressed the play button, and cranked the volume to its peak, allowing Fang Qingyu's voice to resonate from the device. Chu Chen, will you be my boyfriend? Fang Qingyu was instantly petrified, her mouth agape at a loss for words. She could not have fathomed that Chu Chen would record their conversation. Her attempt to deceive had backfired spectacularly, leaving her feeling so embarrassed that she wished to vanish into a crevice. Fang Qingyu's complexion flushed a deep crimson as she hastily attempted to clarify. Mr. Pan, it's not what it seems. After she departed, Pan Tingting's lips curled into a subtle smile, teasingly remarking, Mr. Chu certainly has discerning taste. Miss Fang is undoubtedly a stunning beauty, yet you remain unmoved by her advances. Chu Chen sighed gently, reflecting that while some individuals may appear captivating on the outside, their inner malice can be as venomous as that of a serpent. It is best to maintain a safe distance from such individuals to avoid entanglements. It seems there are quite a few stories between you two, Pan Tingting observed with evident intrigue. Chu Chen offered a wry smile and shook his head. There are no stories, only a plethora of unfortunate incidents. It's best left unspoken. Pan Tingting chuckled lightly, commending, men like Mr. Chu, who are clear-headed and not easily swayed by beauty, are becoming increasingly rare. Slowly rising to his feet, Chu Chen recognized that after enduring numerous trials in his past life, failing to remain vigilant now would be a squandered opportunity for rebirth. Mr. Chu, allow me to accompany you, Pan Tingting offered, rising to walk with him to the restaurant's entrance. Upon leaving room and restaurant, Chu Chen strolled through the streets, gazing upward at the vast expanse of stars, a charming smile gracing his lips. He understood well that for ordinary individuals, transcending social strata was immensely challenging. However, for one who has been reborn, the path is considerably more accessible. In this life, he would ensure that Huang Zhengping and Fang Qingyu would face the consequences of their actions. Just as Chu Chen was lost in his contemplations, the shrill ring of his phone broke the silence. Glancing down, he saw his mother's name flashing on the screen. Without hesitation, he pressed the answer button, Mom. On the other end, his mother's concerned voice reached him. Son, have you eaten yet? I have, he replied, hearing his mother's voice. Chu Chen felt his eyes moisten, his voice slightly choked. Son, why does your voice sound off? His mother had keenly detected the unease in his tone. Not wanting to cause her worry, Chu Chen quickly adjusted his demeanor, feigning nonchalance as he replied, It's nothing, Mom. I just have a slight cold. But I've taken some medicine, and I'll be fine in a few days. By the way, where's Dad? His mother gently reassured him. Yes, right here. Just a moment. Moments later, a deep, authoritative voice resonated from the other end of the line. Hey, you little rascal, you never called me before. So what has changed today? Are you out of money? Father, please smoke less and drink less. Don't overexert yourself in your daily tasks, and remember to rest more. With slightly moist eyes and a lump in his throat, Chu Chen struggled to suppress his overwhelming emotions and took a deep breath before calmly saying, I cannot be by your side to care for you constantly, so I hope you both take good care of yourselves. If you feel unwell or need assistance, please let me know promptly. On the other end of the line, his father fell silent for a moment, then responded with a hint of confusion. Why this sudden sentimentality? Are you short on cash? At that moment, his mother took over the phone. Old Chu, what are you saying? Our son has grown up. He knows how to care for us. Isn't that a good thing? In a past life, his parents had exhausted their savings to barely help him with the down payment on his house. However, Fang Qingyu had looked down upon them for their humble origins, treating them with disdain. To avoid straining Chu Chen's relationship with his wife, the elderly couple seldom visited Tianlin City. Even as they reached retirement age, they continued to work, solely to help Chu Chen pay off his mortgage. Their later years were fraught with hardship and suffering. Reflecting on this, a profound sense of guilt surged within Chu Chen, and he silently resolved to care for his parents in this life, ensuring they would never endure hardship again. Eventually, after his mother's repeated reminders, Chu Chen hung up the phone. The summer heat in Tianlin City was stifling, as if the entire city were enveloped in a colossal steamer. Even at 8 in the evening, the air felt thick with warmth. Yet, this did not dampen Chu Chen's joyful spirit. Having just graduated from university, with his parents still relatively young, it was a time when he could live freely for himself. Gazing up at the resplendent starry sky, he hummed a cheerful tune as he walked briskly towards his rental apartment. Along the way, the familiar yet strange streets evoked a sense of nostalgia, as if he were traversing through time. In his past life, after taking over Fang Qingyu, he had quickly moved away from this area to be closer to her. Before long, Chu Chen halted in front of the Zhengping community. Established in the 1980s, this small complex consisted of only 7 six-story buildings. Although the exterior appeared somewhat aged, the overall maintenance was satisfactory, and the environment within the complex was relatively tidy. The primary allure, of course, was the affordable rent. Having just graduated, with no connections or family background, he found himself working diligently at a small company with limited income, leaving him unable to afford exorbitant rent. Chu Chen ascended to the 4th floor effortlessly, took out his keys, and unlocked the door. As he stepped inside, a refreshing scent of shower gel greeted him. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a beautiful woman, wrapped in a towel, gracefully emerging from the bathroom. Her damp, long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a blooming lotus, radiating an enchanting allure. The slightly short bath towel perfectly showcased her tall and alluring figure, captivating those who beheld her. Chapter 7. Have you not secured that useless Chu Chen? This enchanting beauty is Chu Chen's roommate, named Xia, who works as a pharmaceutical representative. Since the airing of the popular drama series Gentle Series last year, people have harbored endless fantasies and speculations about the profession of pharmaceutical representatives. Coincidentally, Xia bears a striking resemblance to the enchanting female protagonist of the show, which stirred within Chu Chen an irresistible desire to experience the joy that director he had. Xia, noticing Chu Chen unabashedly staring at her, felt a slight surprise. The shy and reserved college student who used to avoid her in the past was now displaying an unusual boldness, piquing her curiosity and prompting her to playfully tease this fellow. Handsome, do you think my figure is appealing? Regaining his composure, Chu Chen recognized her playful intent and smiled subtly. Wearing too much, I can't tell. And Xia was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered, responding with a charming smile. Well, handsome, you must see clearly then. With that, she slowly lifted the towel, and upon noticing that Chu Chen continued to gaze intently, she confirmed his seriousness and ceased her action. If you can't handle it, then don't play. The residence consists of 3 bedrooms, and Chu Chen has another roommate who works in a bank. He retreated to his room, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling. He understood that he must devise a way to earn money swiftly and rise quickly if he were to have a chance to take revenge on Huang, Zhengping, and Fang Qingyu. Thankfully, in his past life, he had read numerous Rebirth novels focused on making money, and the methods to acquire wealth were limited: lotteries, stocks, and discovering antiques. The first thought that came to mind was to purchase a lottery ticket. However, Chu Chen had never bought a lottery ticket in his previous life, and thus had no knowledge of the winning numbers. Consequently, this option was temporarily dismissed. Yet, investing in stocks was feasible. In his past life, the internet was highly developed, containing detailed records of the significant rise of numerous stocks in Huang over the past 20 years. Although he could not remember all the information, he could recall approximately 67%, especially regarding the periods of substantial fluctuations. Chu Chen picked up his phone to check the date and discovered that several stocks were poised for considerable growth next week, with increases expected to exceed 40 to 70% within just 3 days. However, the issue of funding soon emerged as a new challenge. With merely over 10,000 wabik in his possession, he could hardly earn much. He began searching for information that could help him secure funds rapidly. First, The option of bank loans was dismissed due to insufficient collateral. The present day was not like a decade later when credit loans could yield considerable sums. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. A tourist had found an antique vase at the antique city in Tianlin and sold it for 3 million wabik. Chu Chen immediately sat up in bed, exhilarated. This news will grace the pages of the Tianlin Evening News in half a month, stirring widespread attention and fervent discussion. The incident has sparked a significant surge in Taobao activity, with reports indicating a dramatic increase in the number of visitors to the antique market. In a previous life, Chu Chen had glimpsed a photograph of that vase, and he believed he could recognize it upon seeing it again. Tomorrow being Saturday, a day free from work, he resolved to venture to the antique market in search of fortune. At that moment, he glanced at the computer on the desk, and an idea blossomed in his mind. In his past life, during leisurely intervals, Chu Chen had indulged in numerous online novels, some of which remained vividly etched in his memory. Thus, he could now expedite his financial accumulation by penning online novels. Without hesitation, he swiftly powered on the computer, contemplating the most popular themes of the current literary landscape. He noted that traditional fantasy was all the rage. Though a decade hence, this genre would become a taboo for newcomers, it was presently thriving with fervor. Chu Chen navigated to a prominent online novel platform, registered an account, and adopted the pen name Emperor Stardust. Meanwhile, at the Rumen restaurant, Fang Qingyu found herself short on cash to settle her bill. In her predicament, she had no choice but to call Huang Zhengping for assistance. Shortly thereafter, Huang Zhengping, impeccably attired in a suit, hurried to the restaurant to cover her expenses. The two departed in haste, yet their actions did not escape the notice of Pan Tingting, who happened to be seated by the window. "What is the matter, Tingjia?" inquired her assistant, Xiaolan, noticing her gaze fixed outside. Pan Tingting shook her head lightly, her eyes revealing a glimmer of confusion. "I truly cannot comprehend what Miss Fang is thinking. Just moments ago, she professed her feelings to a dashing gentleman only to be rebuffed, yet now she summons the illustrious young Master Huang." Upon hearing this, Xiaolan's curiosity piqued, and she couldn't resist stealing a glance out the window. "That young Master Huang is quite the notorious flirt, isn't he? Isn't he currently pursuing the daughter of the Yuan family? They dined here just a few days ago." Pan Tingting sighed in resignation. Men these days. Sensing a shift in Pan Tingting's mood, Xiaolan swiftly sought to divert the conversation. "Tingjia, not all men are deceitful. I find Mr. Chu, who turned down Miss Fang, quite commendable for his resistance to allure. We owe him our gratitude today. None of those fire extinguishers were operational, and the mere thought sends shivers down my spine." Reflecting on the matter, Pan Tingting felt a lingering unease. She had never anticipated Du Guang's audacity, even embezzling funds intended for fire extinguishers. "There are numerous issues surrounding Du Guang. I merely conducted a cursory inquiry and discovered that everything he touched bore complications." Xiaolan expressed her indignation, surprised by Du Guang's audacity to pilfer any funds. "We must conduct a thorough investigation and show no leniency. I suppose I must take greater care with these matters. It seems I can no longer afford to be hands-off." The incident involving Du Guang serves as a lesson for Pan Tingting. "Sister Ting, do not be too hard on yourself. After all, everyone has limited energy and cannot manage everything personally," Xiaolan comforted her. Meanwhile, Huang Zhengping, after picking up Fang Qingyu, dared not linger near a Rumen restaurant. He promptly drove away, fearing encounters with acquaintances. "Did you not manage to secure Chu Chen, that good-for-nothing?" Huang Zhengping inquired, his face etched with confusion as he drove. "Let us not speak of that worthless fool. He infuriated me tonight," Fang Qingyu replied, clearly still seething. Over the years, Chu Chen had obediently complied with her every whim. But tonight, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and defeat. Huang Zhengping took a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure. You must understand that our Huang family is currently facing a tremendous crisis and requires the assistance of a Yuan group to navigate through these tumultuous waters. Therefore, I cannot sever ties with Yuan Qian." Upon hearing this, Fang Qingyu's heart sank, and her complexion paled. "Zhengping, what do you mean by that? Do you believe I intentionally sabotaged things?" Her voice trembled slightly, revealing a flicker of disappointment and sorrow in her eyes. "Isn't it true? How could I not be aware of how Chu Chen treats you? He pursued you for 4 long years, adhering to your every command. Now that you have taken the initiative to confess your feelings, he should be overjoyed, not rejecting you." Huang Zhengping's tone grew serious as he no longer concealed his innermost thoughts. His relationship with Yuan Qian was at a critical juncture. If Yuan Qian learned of Fang Qingyu's pregnancy, the union of their families would be irrevocably jeopardized. The Huang family, far from leveraging the Yuan family for advancement, would struggle to survive this crisis. Zhengping, you heartless man, I am willing to marry a good-for-nothing for your sake, and yet you doubt me. Fang Qingyu finally broke down, overwhelmed with disappointment and sorrow. I am sorry. I acted impulsively and spoke in haste. Huang Zhengping quickly offered his apologies, handing her a tissue. Fang Qingyu accepted it, gently wiping away her tears, her emotions gradually calming. A hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. I desire to be Mrs. Huang, and I will support your career. I certainly do not wish to see the Huang family fall into ruin, nor would I ever undermine your relationship with Yuan Qian. I swear, my greatest love in this life is you. Once our family overcomes this crisis with the Yuan family's assistance, I will marry you immediately, Huang Zhengping assured her. I hope you remember what you said tonight. Fang Qingyu nodded helplessly, a wave of desolation washing over her heart. Shall we consider terminating this pregnancy? Huang Zhengping hesitated, tentatively broaching the subject. Absolutely not. I will find a way. It will not affect you. Fang Qingyu interjected firmly, interrupting him. She understood that without this child, Huang Zhengping would swiftly sever ties with her. Chu Chen, that good-for-nothing, has rejected you. What other options remain? Huang Zhengping furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. He knew well how to distinguish between a woman and the future of his family. I have an unsettling feeling that tonight, Chu Chen seems different. The tenderness that once graced his gaze has been replaced by a fierceness, rendering him exceedingly indifferent, even callous towards me. Do you think he might have discovered my pregnancy, prompting him to seek me out? Fang Qingyu pondered thoughtfully. Huang Zhengping immediately dismissed such a notion. Perhaps it is merely my overactive imagination. Fang Qingyu rubbed her temples, fatigue evident in her demeanor. Seeing that he could not persuade her, Huang Zhengping chose to remain silent. Zhengping, stay with me tonight. My heart feels heavy, she implored. Indeed, her spirits were quite low after being rejected by Chu Chen at Roman restaurant, an experience that left her humiliated before many. This was a bitter pill for her to swallow. I'm afraid tonight is not feasible. The company has numerous urgent matters that require my attention, and I must attend a crucial meeting early tomorrow morning. Huang Zhengping replied, his expression fraught with difficulty, his eyes betraying a sense of helplessness. Early the next day, he was to accompany Yuan Qian to the antique market in preparation for her father's birthday in a few days. As a prospective son-in-law, he was obligated to procure a gift of significant merit. Yet, he dared not share this with Fang Qingyu, for fear of stirring jealousy, which would necessitate considerable appeasement. Fang Qingyu's tone grew cold and resolute, her eyes flickering with disappointment and anger. At this moment, she had lost her patience. No longer willing to play the role of the obedient and understanding partner, Huang Zhengping frowned slightly, unaccustomed to Fang Qingyu's display of temper. He had grown used to her gentleness and compliance. I'm not throwing a tantrum. Pull over, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with tremors of emotion. She felt on the verge of a breakdown, yet fought to maintain her composure, suppressing the tears that threatened to fall. Huang Zhengping, upon hearing her words, felt a surge of irritation but reluctantly brought the car to a halt by the roadside, just as he was about to offer some words of comfort or explanation. Fang Qingyu could no longer contain herself and hastily exited the vehicle, slamming the door with a dull thud. Huang Zhengping watched the taxi recede into the distance, a wave of anger swelling within him. The woman who had once brought him immense joy had now become a burden and a source of unrest. It seemed imperative to find a resolution. Meanwhile, in the shared apartment, Chu Chen remained absorbed in his writing, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. Time slipped away unnoticed until it was past 1 a.m. With a visit to the antique market on the horizon, he knew he could not afford to sleep late. Thus, he resolved to continue his writing whenever time permitted. There was no writer's block to contend with. Even if he maintained a prolific output, it would only require 3 to 4 hours of effort. After shutting down his computer, Chu Chen quickly refreshed himself and, exhausted, lay down to sleep. He experienced a night devoid of dreams, awakening to the clock striking 8. Stretching luxuriously, he felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such a deep and restful slumber. In high spirits, he rose from bed and gathered his toiletries, preparing to head to the bathroom. As the door swung open, Chu Chen was met with the sight of Zhou Xiaoan, bending over at the threshold to change her shoes. The delicate azure blouse, paired with her form-fitting skirt, accentuated her graceful silhouette, eliciting an involuntary quickening of his heartbeat. Chapter 9. The Antique City. At that moment, Zhou Xiaowan noticed Chu Chen, a faint blush instantly blooming on her cheeks. Realizing the awkwardness of her posture, she promptly straightened up, offering an embarrassed smile. "You still have to work on Saturday?" Chu Chen inquired with a smile, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. In his previous life, despite sharing a rental with Zhou Xiaowan and in Xia, his heart had only belonged to Fang Qingyu, resulting in minimal interaction with the two young women. As they each busied themselves with their own lives, Zhou Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Chu Chen to initiate a conversation. "I just transferred to the credit department, and I haven't completed this month's performance targets, so I have no choice but to work overtime on weekends." "Credit department?" Chu Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. "Isn't that the department that processes loan applications?" "Exactly," Zhou Xiaowan affirmed with a nod, having donned her high heels and now standing upright. It must be said that the bank's uniform indeed dazzled the eyes. Although Zhou Xiaowan was not stunningly beautiful, she exuded a wholesome charm reminiscent of the girl next door. Coupled with her sweet, childlike voice, she possessed an undeniable allure that captivated men, reminiscent of the national goddess Wanwan, albeit with the sorrowful knowledge that she would soon marry a man from the land of cherry blossoms, leaving him feeling discontented. "I'm off now, goodbye." Zhou Xiaowan waved to the somewhat dazed Chu Chen before turning to exit. Whistling a cheerful tune, Chu Chen entered the bathroom. Since relinquishing his fixation on Fang Qingyu, he felt as though he had gained an entire forest. Pan Tingting and Xia, Zhou Xiaowan, each one rivaled Fang Qingyu in her own right. He couldn't help but ponder if he had been bewitched in his past life, fixated on a single tree. After freshening up, Chu Chen emerged from the bathroom just as Xia, stifling a yawn and bleary-eyed, sauntered out of her room. Upon spotting Chu Chen, she couldn't resist teasing, "Handsome. Already flirting with the ladies so early in the day?" Chu Chen chuckled awkwardly, privately lamenting the poor sound insulation of their apartment. No wonder there were warnings online against cohabiting with couples. The mild consequence could be sleepless nights, while the severe could lead to an entire night of insomnia. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Isn't it true that beautiful women also enjoy flirting with handsome men?" And Xia paused, taken aback, before a radiant smile spread across her face. "Oh, how did I not realize before that you were so amusing?" Her voice, laced with a hint of seduction, stirred something within him. Chu Chen responded with a subtle smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "That's because we have yet to engage in deeper conversations. As we spend more time together, you'll discover I am far more than just amusing." A man's words are often deceiving, and Xia retorted, unimpressed by his charm, letting out a playful snort as she sashayed into the bathroom and casually closed the door behind her. Watching the firmly shut door, Chu Chen chuckled helplessly, pondering how many men had deceived her to cultivate such discernment. At a quaint breakfast establishment adjacent to the community, Chu Chen ordered a serving of soy milk accompanied by 2 deep-fried dough sticks, thus addressing his morning sustenance with simplicity. After satiating his hunger, he boarded a bus, heading straight towards the antique city. The antique city of Tianlin boasts 6 expansive floors, each spanning tens of thousands of square meters, a scale that is truly astounding. Here, one can discover a myriad of antiques, ranging from porcelain to jade, from paintings to miscellaneous artifacts. It is a veritable treasure trove. As Chu Chen stepped into the antique city, he was greeted by a bustling crowd, the atmosphere alive with energy. Perhaps it was due to the weekend, as many patrons, free from work obligations, flocked to explore the antique haven. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Chen made his way to Chunji Antique Shop on the 3rd floor. Although the name of this shop had not been published in any newspapers during his previous life, it had nonetheless been unearthed by some astute individuals. Thus, fortune favored Chu Chen, for navigating the vast expanse of the antique city would have been an arduous task otherwise. However, upon arriving at the Chunji Antique Shop, he quickly realized that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. The shop itself spanned several hundred square meters, filled to the brim with shelves, each densely populated with a variety of vases, numbering in the thousands. Faced with such an overwhelming quantity, Chu Chen felt a wave of despair wash over him. Yet, driven by the prospect of 3 million huabi, he gritted his teeth and began to meticulously search through the rows of shelves. At that moment, a brand new Baolu sedan gracefully pulled up in front of the antique city. The phrase "I would rather weep in a Baolu than smile in a rickshaw" had garnered this vehicle quite a reputation. Huang Zhengping hurriedly exited the car and jogged to the passenger side, eagerly opening the door. Following this gesture, a woman clad in a sleek black dress elegantly emerged from a vehicle. Her entrance immediately captivated the attention of numerous passers-by, her flawless oval face, complemented by exquisite features and a curvaceous figure, was truly striking. Observing the throng of onlookers captivated by his girlfriend, Huang Zhengping felt a swell of pride. He intended to take Yuan Qian's hand, proclaiming his ownership to the crowd, but Yuan Qian, uncooperative, strode directly into the antique city alone. Huang Zhengping could only manage an awkward smile before hastily following her. The duo did not peruse each antique shop individually, for such an endeavor would require far more than a day's time. A gift for the president of the Yuan group must obviously be extraordinary. Hence, they opted to visit only the most renowned antique shops, as those establishments alone would harbor the items they sought. In truth, the pinnacle of antique shops was concentrated on the 6th floor, yet they merely rushed through, swiftly arriving at the 3rd floor. Just as they were about to ascend to the 4th floor, Huang Zhengping suddenly spotted Chu Chen within the Chunji antique shop and immediately halted his steps. "What's the matter? Have you encountered an acquaintance?" Yuan Qian inquired curiously, following his gaze. "Indeed, a university classmate. I shall go greet him." "Please wait here for a moment," Huang Zhengping replied, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Upon encountering Chu Chen once more, an inexplicable fury surged within me. Had this ineffectual individual not rebuffed Fang Qingyu the previous night, he would have been spared these tribulations. Indeed, in my past life, Chu Chen had stepped in to take over Fang Qingyu, allowing Huang Zhengping to pursue Yuan Qian wholeheartedly, ultimately deceiving her into consenting to the union of their families. Chu Chen had been searching for over an hour, yet still had not located that antique vase. Just as despair began to set in, his gaze inadvertently fell upon an inconspicuous corner. There, a vase lay carelessly placed, shrouded in a fine layer of dust. Rushing forward, he scrutinized it closely. Had he not seen an image of this vase in his past life, he might not have recognized it. Hastily, he wiped the dust from its surface and confirmed that this was indeed the coveted piece. Fearing that time might slip away, Chu Chen carefully cradled the vase and approached the counter to settle the bill. The young attendant glanced at the vase in Chu Chen's hands and stated, 300. Chu Chen stifled his elation, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. He retrieved 3 100 yuan notes from his wallet and handed them to the attendant. "Here is the receipt." The cashier casually presented the receipt to Chu Chen. Those working in antique shops not only assess artifacts but also gauge individuals. It was evident that Chu Chen's appearance bespoke a lack of wealth, and the attendant was disinclined to engage further. Taking the receipt, Chu Chen felt a wave of relief. "Could you please wrap this vase for me?" The attendant, displaying irritation, lifted his gaze and handed over a plastic bag. Furrowing his brow, Chu Chen reiterated, "I would like it properly wrapped." The attendant, displeased, regarded Chu Chen with disdain, thinking how tiresome he was. He then retorted, "The wrapping fee is 200. Without hesitation, Chu Chen extracted 2 more 100 yuan notes from his wallet and placed them on the counter. "Please wrap it well." The attendant was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to jest with Chu Chen, not expecting him to acquiesce to the exorbitant wrapping fee. Generally, individuals would not squander 200 yuan on the packaging of a vase worth merely 300 yuan. At that moment, Huang Zhengping entered with a beaming smile. "What a coincidence to see you here, old classmate." Hearing Huang Zhengping's voice struck Chu Chen like a thunderbolt, causing his entire being to tremble with rage, desiring nothing more than to exact vengeance upon him. Yet reason dictated that this was not the opportune moment to settle scores with Huang Zhengping. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and turned to smile. "It has been a while, old classmate. Are you here to purchase antiques?" Huang Zhengping, observing the ordinary vase in Chu Chen's possession, wore a look of disdain. Prior to Fang Qingyu seeking Chu Chen's assistance, he had discreetly investigated Chu Chen, discovering his humble origins, lack of connections, and employment at a modest company, leading him to conclude that Chu Chen could not possibly afford to purchase antiques. "Young Master Huang, what brings you to the antique market today? We have just received a new shipment. Would you like to take a look?" The young clerk evidently recognized Huang Zhengping, immediately beaming with a smile and displaying a respectful demeanor, a stark contrast to his treatment of Chu Chen. Huang Zhengping shook his head and remarked, "Your Chen's establishment has truly declined. Even a penniless classmate like myself is permitted to patronize your establishment." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Aware that Huang Zhengping's intention was far from benign, yet it was not the opportune moment to confront him. The astute young clerk quickly sensed the tension between the two and deftly determined which side to align with. "Young Master Huang, please do not misunderstand. The humble vase purchased by your financially challenged classmate is merely our least expensive item, priced at 300. Moreover, he insisted we package it exquisitely. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhengping could not suppress his laughter. Huh, to think that even a 300 yuan vase requires such meticulous wrapping. The young clerk seized the moment to add, I suspect he intends to gift this vase, perhaps claiming it to be worth 3,000 or even 30,000. I have encountered many such individuals. They merely revel in pretense. Huang Zhengping, thoroughly amused, joined in the mockery of Chu Chen, saying, Ah, your words ring true. It aligns perfectly with my classmates' typical behavior. This vase appears quite appealing. How much does it cost? Just then, Yuan Qian, growing impatient, arrived at Chen's antique shop. Qianer, what brings you here? Huang Zhengping promptly approached her, having initially intended to deride Chu Chen, but unexpectedly encountering Yuan Qian. Hearing such an intimate appellation caused Yuan Qian to furrow her brow slightly. Yet out of consideration for Huang Zhengping's pride, she refrained from retorting. Upon hearing Huang Zhengping refer to her as Qianer, Chu Chen instantly deduced her identity. She was Yuan Qian, the heiress of the Yuan group. However, he felt a strange familiarity, as if he had seen her before, perhaps in a photograph from a past life. Chu Chen, this is my girlfriend, Yuan Qian. Observing Chu Chen's unwavering gaze upon Yuan Qian, Huang Zhengping, unable to express his frustration, was compelled to introduce her to assert his claim. Miss Yuan has a keen eye for antiques, but alas, her choice in boyfriends leaves much to be desired. Chu Chen sighed regretfully. In his previous life, Huang Zhengping had maintained an improper relationship with Fang Qingyu even after marriage, assuring her that once he acquired the Yuan family's wealth, he would cast Yuan Qian aside, indicating his lack of genuine affection for her. Old classmate, you are quite the jester. Huang Zhengping seethed internally, his anger simmering, yet he could not express it, as he needed to maintain his facade in front of Yuan Qian. I am not jesting. Miss Yuan's selection in partners is indeed questionable, Chu Chen stated earnestly, offering no leniency to Huang Zhengping. Upon encountering Yuan Qian, an idea struck Chu Chen. If he could thwart the alliance between the Yuan and Huang families, it would surely simplify his dealings with Huang Zhengping in the future. After all, the Yuan family was a formidable clan, not to be underestimated. After the union of the two families, should he later confront Huang Zhengping, the Yuan family would undoubtedly not stand idly by. At that time, he would have to contend with two prominent families simultaneously. If he could incite the Yuan family to develop a disdain for the Huang family, it would be even better, facilitating Chu Chen's quest for vengeance. Observing that Chu Chen showed him no respect, Huang Zhengping wore a grim expression, regretting his visit to Chen's antique shop, which had rendered him so vulnerable. Meanwhile, the young clerk beside him, perceptive of Huang Zhengping's predicament, immediately resorted to scornful sarcasm. Mr. Chu, spare us your bravado. A vase worth merely 300, and you dare to call an antique? Such claims could tarnish our shop's reputation. Huang Zhengping cast an appreciative glance at the young clerk, who, understanding the signal, felt compelled to perform well, knowing that the young Master Huang would surely consider his business. Thus, the young clerk continued his mockery. Mr. Chu, you must amend your penchant for exaggeration. It truly invites ridicule. Is this vase truly worth only 300? Yuan Qian inquired, her face a portrait of astonishment, though her limited knowledge of such items restrained her from voicing a firm opinion. Chu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, 300 was merely a fraction of its true value, which required a 10,000 appended behind it. Upon hearing this, the onlookers widened their eyes in unison, gasping, 3 million. Customers within the store halted, their gazes fixated on the vase held by Chu Chen. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, with only the whispers of the patrons punctuating the silence. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, casting a glance at the vase. Young man, if that vase in your possession is authentic, it could indeed be valued at 3 million. Alas, it is regrettably a replica. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen smiled faintly. How can you be so certain it is a replica? What if it is genuine? His words sparked a flurry of discussions among the crowd. In the antique market, countless artifacts are exchanged daily, inevitably containing some undiscovered treasures. Of course, the odds are slim. Otherwise, this very vase would not have made headlines in the past, becoming the most significant news in Tianlin City's antique scene in a decade. It was rumored that the owner of Chen's antique shop had been so distraught over the matter that he could not sleep for an entire month. Absolutely impossible. The genuine vase resides with old Chen. Do you truly believe he would collect replicas? The middle-aged man asserted confidently. Upon hearing the name Old Chen, the crowd immediately recognized who he was referring to, a prominent figure in the business world of Huagua, who could never be associated with replicas. At this moment, Yuan Qian scrutinized the vase in Chu Chen's arms thoughtfully. Chu Chen, Mr. Sheng, is a professional antique appraiser. His judgment is infallible. While many come to the antique market hoping to strike gold, the notion that you could acquire a genuine piece for merely 300 wabik is simply ludicrous. Huang Zhengping could not contain his laughter, ready to declare that Chu Chen had truly lost his mind, if not for Yuan Qian's presence. Oh, so it is young Master Huang who is here. Zheng Liangpeng nodded discreetly at Huang Zhengping. Even the most seasoned antique appraisers occasionally falter in their judgments. Young Master Huang, given your limited understanding of antiques, it would be prudent to refrain from hasty conclusions. Chu Chen retorted with a sharp tongue, unaware that the reason this exquisite vase remained undiscovered was precisely because everyone knew the genuine article was in Mr. Chen's possession. Who would have thought that even a titan of industry could misjudge? You are truly obsessed with money. Huang Zhengping, unable to contain his mounting fury at Chu Chen's audacity, bellowed, I see no point in conversing with someone so ignorant. Chu Chen, dismissive of Huang's indignation, was solely focused on exchanging the vase for cash. Without further ado, he placed the vase into a plastic bag, ready to depart. You dare to call me ignorant? Huang Zhengping's temper flared, incensed that this worthless Chu Chen would publicly insult him. Step aside, do not block my path. Chu Chen had no intention of engaging further. He was eager to convert the vase into money. Yet, Huang Zhengping showed no inclination to yield, instead belligerently declaring, Today, I shall see who is truly ignorant. Let us visit Mr. Yao Wenguang at his Huiguxuan, so he may authenticate this piece. Mr. Yao is the most esteemed antique appraiser in Jiangnan province. He will not err. Among the gathered crowd, many were knowledgeable about antiques and recognized the significance of Yao Wenguang's name. Chapter 11. Is this vase genuine? Upon hearing the name Yao Wenguang, Chu Chen felt a flicker of recognition, recalling that in his previous life, it was indeed this very appraiser who confirmed the vase's authenticity and purchased it for 3 million. Just as he was about to acquiesce, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, prompting him to toy with Huang Zhengping for his own amusement. You wish to authenticate it? I refuse to go. To onlookers, Chu Chen appeared to be cowed, unwilling to seek an appraisal. After all, presenting a counterfeit to Mr. Yao for evaluation would be an exercise in futility. Huang Zhengping, observing this, became increasingly convinced that Chu Chen was merely posturing. Wow! Young Master Huang is wagering 1 million outright. The spectators gasped in astonishment. For the affluent, 1 million could be casually wagered, while for those of humble means, such wealth was elusive. Earning 1 million was conceivable, but retaining it was a formidable challenge. I cannot wager 1 million. Chu Chen Feigen Bani. A performance that only reinforced Huang Zhengping's belief that the vase was indeed a fake. Huang Zhengping seized the opportunity to humiliate Chu Chen further. I know you are a pauper and cannot produce 1 million. If you lose, you must shout at the entrance of the antique market. I'm a beggar, obsessed with money. You must shout it all day long. With a smug smile, Huang Zhengping pointedly extended a finger for emphasis. What must I shout? Chu Chen pretended not to hear clearly, feigning ignorance. I am a beggar, obsessed with money. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter upon hearing those words. Turning their attention to Huang Zhengping, realizing he had been played by Chu Chen, Huang Zhengping was rendered speechless with fury. What do you mean by what? Don't forget what you just said. Lead the way quickly. Chu Chen appeared outwardly calm, yet inwardly, he was elated at having unexpectedly acquired 100,000. Huang Zhengping, sensing something amiss as he observed Chu Chen's composure, felt a wave of unease wash over him. However, with so many witnesses, he could not retract his words, and thus led the way toward the Lugang Xian on the 6th floor. A number of onlookers trailed behind, creating quite a stir. Along the way, more individuals, having heard the commotion, joined the growing entourage, and by the time they arrived at Lugang Xian, nearly 300 people had gathered. Curiosity peaked among the staff and patrons of Lugang Xian as this large group streamed into the establishment. Mr. Yao Wenguang, alerted by the noise, emerged from his office and was briefly taken aback by the sheer number of people. Hello, Mr. Yao. Huang Zhengping greeted him eagerly. And you are? Yao Wenguang inquired, clearly unfamiliar with Huang Zhengping. I am the son of Huang Hetong. Slightly embarrassed by the lack of recognition, Huang Zhengping hastily invoked his father's name. Ah, young Master Huang. Please come in. Huang Hetong had been a prominent figure in the business community of Tianlin City for many years, naturally making him known to Yao Wenguang. Mr. Yao, I come with a request. I would like your assistance in appraising a vase. Huang Zhengping was eager to see Chu Chen humiliated, wishing to expedite the process. Of course. Where's the vase? Yao Wenguang nodded, stroking his white beard. Huang Zhengping exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Chen, who understood the cue and carefully approached the appraisal table. Placing the vase with great caution, Yao and Guang stepped forward, casting a mere glance at the vase, and his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly retrieved a magnifying glass, meticulously examining the vase from top to bottom. Meanwhile, Yuan Qian, standing among the crowd, furrowed her brow. Although she lacked expertise in antiques, she understood that a master appraiser like Yao and Guang would be able to discern a counterfeit swiftly. However, having examined the vase for quite some time without reaching a conclusion indicated that the vase was likely genuine, and Yao and Guang was repeatedly verifying its authenticity. Among the spectators were several connoisseurs who keenly sensed Yao and Guang's unusual demeanor, detecting something extraordinary in the air. At that moment, Zheng Liangpeng felt a wave of panic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After all, he had scrutinized that vase up close. If Yao and Guang ultimately declared it authentic, it would be a devastating blow to his career. Finally, having completed his examination, Yao and Guang was about to announce his findings when Yuan Qian stepped forward from the crowd, softly suggesting, "Grandpa Yao, perhaps we should discuss this matter in your office." Yao and Guang turned to face Yuan Qian, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. "Ah, Xiao Qiang, you are here as well. Are you two together?" Yuan Qian nodded slightly, affirming, "Yes, Grandpa Yao." Yao and Guang nodded with a smile. "Very well. Then you shall accompany young Master Huang and this young brother to follow me." Having said that, he turned and walked towards his office. Chu Chen, delicately cradling the vase from the table, cautiously followed in Yao and Guang's wake. Why had they departed so abruptly? The onlookers around, witnessing the departure of Yao and Guang, Chu Chen, Yuan Qian, and Huang Zhengping, were overwhelmed with a wave of dissatisfaction, murmuring amongst themselves. Many of them had ascended from the 3rd to the 6th floor solely to witness this captivating spectacle. How could they leave just as the climactic moment approached? At that moment, the manager of Huigu Xian appeared, beaming as he addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have recently acquired a new collection of exquisite antiques. You are all welcome to come and appreciate them." The spectators shook their heads in refusal. After all, the prices at Huigu Xian were exorbitant, making it difficult for most to bear. Nonetheless, they chose to remain instead of dispersing, waiting for the outcome. Yuan Qian was the last to enter Yao and Guang's office, casually shutting the door behind her. Eagerly, she inquired, "Grandfather Yao, is this vase authentic?" Chapter 12. Young Master Huang, kindly transfer the funds. It is indeed authentic. Yao and Guang's gaze was fixed intently on the vase in Chu Chen's hands, his eyes shimmering with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. "Young brother, I would like to acquire this vase. Mr. Yao, please examine it closely. Mr. Zheng Liangpeng has already appraised it, and he is a master in authentication. He claims it to be a forgery. The genuine article rests with old Chen." Huang Zhengping's heart raced with panic as he raised his objections. If this vase were genuine, he would incur a loss of 1 million. One cannot blame young Zheng. Even I nearly overlooked it at first. However, upon meticulous scrutiny, I can assert without doubt that it is indeed authentic. Yao and Guang's tone was resolute and confident, leaving no room for dispute. "How can this be?" Huang Zhengping's eyes widened in disbelief, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet, as though the world around him had crumbled in that instant. His intention to humiliate Chu Chen had backfired. He was the true jester, unable to retract the wager he had made before Yuan Qian. Yao and Guang paid no heed to Huang Zhengping's reaction, but turned to Chu Chen, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "Young brother, you are indeed accomplished. I did not expect you to be so knowledgeable. It is truly admirable." He could not divulge that he was, in fact, a reborn soul, and thus navigated the conversation with ambiguity. Fortunately, Yao and Guang was not one to pry. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "Young brother, how about I purchase this vase for 3 million? A look of delight spread across Chu Chen's face, just as he was about to acquiesce, when Yuan Qian interjected. "Mr. Chu, I am willing to offer double the price, 6 million. Would you sell it to me?" "Xiao Qianyu." Yao and Guang was utterly taken aback that Yuan Qian would contend with him for the vase, and that she would initiate with such a lofty offer. "Grandfather Yao, I sincerely apologize, but I am truly enamored with this exquisite vase." Yuan Qian smiled awkwardly, fully aware that she would not disclose her true intentions. "Miss Yuan, you are remarkably astute, having grasped the situation so swiftly. This vase indeed possesses the potential to elevate the Yuan group to new heights." Chu Chen could not help but commend her with a thumbs up, as he had already surmised Yuan Qian's thoughts. In a previous life, When Yao Wenguang authenticated this vase as genuine and offered a staggering 3 million for its acquisition, it instantly attracted widespread attention, gracing the headlines. The vase collected by Elder Chun, in stark contrast, was undoubtedly a counterfeit, which left him utterly humiliated. For a businessman of his stature, who valued his reputation immensely, this was far from fortuitous. Yuan Qian was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Chu Chen had discerned her intentions, which implied that he recognized the true value of the vase and might demand an exorbitant price. Noticing her expression, Chu Chen quickly reassured her. Miss Yuan, please do not misunderstand. I shall not inflate the price. Furthermore, it is not so easy to meet Elder Chen. This vase, in your possession, will realize its utmost value. You truly want to raise the price? Yuan Qian asked, her face reflecting astonishment. She would readily agree, provided his offer was reasonable. The Chun Group was currently bidding for a project worth hundreds of millions, and although the Yuan Group was among the bidders, its strength was not the most formidable. This time, their chances seemed slim. Yet with this vase, securing the project would be nearly assured. No increase in price. Consider it a gesture of friendship with Miss Yuan, Chu Chen said, handing over the vase with a smile. Witnessing Yuan Qian's remarkable acumen only strengthened his resolve to thwart the union between their families. Otherwise, he feared that the Yuan family would surely intervene when he sought vengeance against Huang Zhengping in the future. Yuan Qian gingerly accepted the vase as if it were a treasure. For others, it was merely a valuable antique worth millions, but for her, it represented an opportunity to propel the Yuan Group forward. Thus, she could afford no missteps. Grandfather Yao, could you kindly assist in packaging this vase? Additionally, I would like to acquire Mr. Su's painting, The Tiger Descending the Mountain, she said playfully, gradually handing the vase to Yao Wenguang. Be sure to remember, 3 million, not a penny less. After all, his financial standing could hardly compete with that of the Yuan family. At that moment, of the 4 individuals present, only Huang Zhengping wore a look of despair, having gained nothing and suffering a loss of 1 million. If he could turn back time, he would never have set foot in Chun's antique shop. Miss Yuan, here is my bank account number, Chu Chen said, handing Yuan Qian a small piece of paper. I will transfer an additional 1 million to you, and if anyone inquires later, simply assert that this vase is a counterfeit. Yuan Qian received the note, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Rest assured, Miss Yuan, I know precisely what to say. Very well, you are indeed a clever individual, Yuan Qian remarked appreciatively, her eyes glinting with shrewdness. She then retrieved her phone, deftly inputting the bank account number before hitting send. As Yuan Qian lavished praise upon Chu Chen, Huang Zhengping, standing nearby, felt an intense surge of jealousy that nearly drove him to the brink of explosion, solidifying his resentment towards Chu Chen. Observing Huang Zhengping's expression, Chu Chen recognized that he had become an object of enmity, yet he remained unfazed. After all, this life was dedicated to avenging Huang Zhengping and Fang Qingyu. Suddenly, a notification chimed from his phone. Upon checking, his heart raced with excitement. 7 million had been deposited. Thank you, Miss Yuan. The funds have indeed arrived. It is I who should express gratitude, for you have allowed our Yuan Group to seize a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Miss Yuan, you are far too gracious. Perhaps there will be more opportunities for collaboration in the future. Chu Chen extended his right hand to shake hers, a subtle glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes, and he held on for an extended moment. This gesture caused a faint blush to rise on Yuan Qian's delicate face as she shyly bit her lip and averted her gaze. Chu Chen, what are you attempting to do? Huang Zhengping, witnessing this scene, was immediately consumed by jealousy and rushed forward, forcefully prying Chu Chen's hand away. My apologies, Miss Yuan. Encountering a woman of such beauty and intellect is a rarity, and I momentarily lost my composure. Chu Chen feigned calmness, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. You must be joking. Huang Zhengping seethed with rage. He could not tolerate Chu Chen's audacity in openly flirting with his girlfriend. By the way, young Master Huang, please transfer that 1 million to my bank account. Thank you. With a broad smile, Chu Chen handed Huang Zhengping a small piece of paper, as if the previous incident had never transpired. Chapter 13, Chun Mingming. Transfer it within 3 days. Huang Zhengping gritted his teeth as he accepted the paper. Fuming at the thought of his girlfriend being disrespected and now being compelled to pay Chu Chen 1 million. He felt as if he might explode, yet with Yuan Qian present, he had no outlet for his fury. 3 days? Chu Chen feigned surprise, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Is the esteemed young Master Huang unable to produce a mere 1 million? Chu Chen, we never stipulated when 1 million was to be paid during the wager. Huang Zhengping suppressed his anger. Under normal circumstances, 1 million would be trivial for him, easily accessible in moments. However, given the recent troubles faced by the Huang family with several projects, they were in dire need of capital to fill the gaps, leaving him financially strapped. Miss Yuan, a union between our families is merely a strategic alliance. If the Yuan family intends to act as white knights, what significance does the union hold? From the outset, Chu Chen had observed the dynamic between Yuan Xian and Huang Zhengping, noting their lack of the fervor typical of a romantic couple. He surmised that the familial alliance was entirely motivated by self-interest. Therefore, should the Huang family's finances falter, it was unlikely that the Yuan family would jeopardize their own standing. For they were businessmen, after all, driven by profit. Chu Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? Upon being struck at his vulnerable point, Huang Zhengping erupted in anger. However, realizing the excessive nature of his reaction, he quickly adjusted his demeanor and cast an awkward glance at Yuan Xian. Chinner, do not heed his nonsensical utterances. Our Huang family's financial status is undoubtedly sound. I shall transfer that 1 million to him immediately. With that declaration, he promptly retrieved his mobile device, dispatched Chu Chen's bank account details, and urged the recipient to expedite the transfer. Yuan Xian's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt rising within her. Although the Huang family could not be favorably compared to the Yuan family, their hesitation over a mere 1 million seemed unwarranted. Coupled with Huang Zhengping's earlier outburst, could it be that the Huang family's finances were indeed in disarray? As this thought crossed her mind, Yuan Xian's gaze sharpened. She had never held a particularly favorable view of Huang Zhengping, and this union was solely a product of their parents' wishes. Should the Huang family be deliberately concealing financial troubles to deceive the Yuan family, she would certainly reveal the truth to her father and thwart this union. After all, the interests and reputation of her family were of paramount importance. At that moment, Chu Chen's phone chimed with a crisp notification. He glanced down at the screen, a smile gracing his lips. Thank you, young Master Huang. The funds have been received. He then turned to Yao Wenguang, his eyes brimming with gratitude. I truly appreciate your assistance today, Mr. Yao. You're too kind, young brother. Here is my business card. Feel free to reach out for any inquiries regarding antiques or purchases in the future. Yao Wenguang replied with a gentle smile, extending his card. Certainly, certainly. Chu Chen responded promptly, receiving the card with both hands in a respectful manner. Mr. Chu, this is my card. Yuan Xian, standing nearby, also produced her card and offered it to him. Chu Chen hurriedly accepted it and quickly dialed the number on his phone, causing Yuan Xian's device to ring shortly thereafter. This is my number. Until we meet again, he said with a smile, waving as he departed from Yao Wenguang's office. Huang Zhengping stood rooted to the spot, watching Chu Chen's retreating figure, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. As Chu Chen exited the office, the onlookers outside immediately swarmed around him. Young brother, is that vase authentic? Someone eagerly inquired. My apologies, everyone. It was a grand misunderstanding. That was merely a replica, and I regret the time wasted. Chu Chen replied apologetically before hastily departing, disregarding the murmurs that followed him. The events that had transpired felt surreal to him. In just one morning, he had amassed a staggering fortune of 8 million. Such wealth was unattainable for many throughout their lifetimes. No wonder it is often said that money is the backbone and confidence of a man. With the acquisition of this substantial sum, Chu Chen felt rejuvenated, exuding an aura of unwavering strength and confidence. After a simple lunch near the antique market, he hailed a taxi and headed directly towards Fuyuan community. The neighborhood was established in the 1980s, and it has begun to exhibit signs of age and decay. However, in 2 months, it is set to be demolished and rebuilt along with the surrounding urban villages, and the compensation policy is exceedingly enticing. Thus, Chu Chen resolved to seize the opportunity and acquire several properties at the earliest convenience. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of exercising caution to avoid arousing suspicion among others. Upon alighting near the Fuyuan community, the sign of Yangyang Real Estate Agency immediately caught his eye. Gazing at the familiar storefront, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. In his previous life, he had joined this agency a year later, and although he resigned after merely 6 months, the memory of the beautiful store manager lingered vividly in his mind. She was not only striking in appearance, but also possessed remarkable professional acumen, treating Chu Chen with exceptional kindness. Sir, are you looking to purchase a property? Just as Chu Chen approached the agency's entrance, a stunning and statuesque woman emerged from the office, greeting him with enthusiasm. Indeed, as he focused his gaze, he recognized her as Chun Mingming, the store manager from his past life. Please come in, sir. We have all the listings available in this vicinity, Chen Mingming said with a smile. Gesturing for Chu Chen to enter for a detailed discussion, he stepped into the modestly sized office, which spanned just over 30 square meters. As it was lunchtime, only one woman was present, intently focused on her computer screen in search of listings. Chu Chen recognized this woman as Tang Xiaoqing, a seasoned real estate agent with a decade of experience. Though she was in her 30s, she still exuded charm and was quite popular among clients over 40, boasting commendable performance. However, Chu Chen harbored a dislike for her due to her sharp and caustic remarks, having encountered her hostility in his previous life. Chu Chen casually seated himself at a table, and Chen Mingming promptly brought a glass of water and placed it before him, taking a seat across from him. Please enjoy some water. May I ask your surname? Just call me Chu. Chu Chen took a sip from a glass. Hello, Mr. Chu. My name is Chen Mingming. Here's my business card. She smiled politely and handed him her card. As Chu Chen glanced at it, noticing her title as property consultant in the bottom right corner, he realized she had not yet attained the position of store manager. Is there a particular community you're interested in, Mr. Chu? Chen Mingming inquired warmly. Are there any properties available in the Fuyuan community? Chapter 14. Silence. Do not dampen my enthusiasm. Chen Mingming paused for a moment before responding with a smile. Mr. Chu, the Fuyuan community comprises brick concrete structures from the 1980s. If you're looking to purchase for marriage, I have a 96 square meter frame that 1T significantly more expensive than those in Fuyuan. No, I prefer the properties in the Fuyuan community, Chu Chen replied, shaking his head. Very well, Mr. Chu. What size property are you considering? Chen Mingming inquired intently, taking notes. It doesn't matter. As long as it's in the Fuyuan community, Chu Chen replied casually. Mr. Chu, are you suggesting that any property in the Fuyuan community is yours for the taking? Before Chen Mingming could interject, Tang Xiaoqing suddenly appeared behind her. The shop was merely over 30 square meters in size, and in such a confined space. It was inevitable that the conversation between Chu Chen and Chen Mingming was overheard. Chen Mingming, noticing the situation, hastily introduced Mr. Chu. This is my colleague, Tang Xiaoqing. Mr. Chu, you must have recently graduated from university. Tang Xiaoqing appraised Chu Chen with a discerning eye. As a seasoned real estate agent, she had encountered numerous homebuyers and prided herself on her ability to judge character. The man before her, though youthful, was dressed in exceedingly ordinary attire, which hardly suggested that he could afford a home. With a furrowed brow, Chu Chen retorted, "What does that have to do with my purchasing a property?" At that moment, his bank account boasted a substantial 8 million, instilling him with confidence. It seemed implausible that someone so young would seek to buy a home, especially one in the Fuyuan community, and he suspected that she might be a competitor attempting to glean information about available listings. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingming also became alert. The real estate industry was fiercely competitive, and there was a saying, "He who possesses the listings holds the world." Thus, many colleagues would masquerade as clients to steal information about properties for sale. You are overthinking it. I'm not the competitor you suspect, Chu Chen frowned, showing little interest in further engagement with Tang Xiaoqing. He then stood up and stated, "Miss Chen, could you kindly show me the available properties in Fuyuan community?" Think carefully. Xiaoqing. Tang Xiaoqing, sensing Chu Chen's intent to leave, grew more resolute in her suspicion, convinced that he was indeed a rival. Chen Mingming, seated at her desk, found herself in a moment of indecision. On one hand, she did not want to lose the potential client that was Chu Chen. On the other hand, she feared he might actually be a competitor, leading to unnecessary losses for her shop. Seeing her hesitation, Chu Chen sighed inwardly. He initially intended to assist the once amiable store manager in achieving some sales, but since she had chosen not to trust him from the outset, he felt no obligation to continue. After all, there were other real estate agencies in the vicinity. Resolving his mind, he turned to exit the shop. "Mr. Chu, please wait. I have 4 listings in the Fuyuan community. Let me show them to you," Chen Mingming called out as she rose to stop him. Xiaoqing, caught between her thoughts, hesitated to voice her concerns too harshly, for there was no definitive proof that Chu Chen was indeed a rival. "Qingjia, I genuinely believe that Mr. Chu is sincere about purchasing a property, and these 4 listings are my own. They do not affect the interests of other colleagues," Chen Mingming asserted, proceeding to search for keys in a nearby drawer before walking alongside Chu Chen towards the Fuyuan community. Tang Xiaoqing followed behind, scoffing softly. Newcomers never heed advice. "I've seen plenty of such individuals. In the end, they toil in vain and lose the listings. You'll regret it. Why do you believe in me?" Chu Chen acknowledging that his youth might indeed invite skepticism. How to express it? Primarily, it is a matter of perception. I believe you are not from the same profession. And the properties in the Fuyuan community, constructed in the 1980s with brick and concrete, cater to a relatively niche audience. Even if those in the same field sought to acquire sources, they would undoubtedly opt for upscale and popular neighborhoods rather than the Fuyuan community. Chen Mingming articulated her analysis with great seriousness. Miss Chun is not only beautiful, but also exceptionally intelligent. Chu Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging that, indeed, had he not been aware of the impending demolition of the Fuyuan community in 2 months, he would never have contemplated purchasing a property there. The community is dilapidated. The environment is deplorable, and property management is exceedingly lax, practically non-existent. Consequently, the demographic composition within the community is exceedingly complex, rendering it utterly unsuitable for habitation. Mr. Chu, the Fuyuan community comprises 40 buildings, each standing 6 stories tall. The 4 units we are considering are located on the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 6th floors, with an area of... In her enthusiastic exposition, Chun Mingming guided Chu Chen to the Fuyuan community and entered the room on the 3rd floor. Chun Mingming opened the door and warmly introduced, Mr. Chu, this apartment encompasses a total area of 96 square meters, featuring 3 bedrooms and a living room, with a well-thought-out layout and ample natural light. Meanwhile, in an upscale community in the heart of Tianlin City, Huang Zhengping sat on the sofa in the lobby, agitatedly smoking a cigarette. After Yuan Qian emerged from the antique market holding a vase, she promptly summoned her female assistant and headed straight for the airport. He was acutely aware of Yuan Qian's intentions for this trip. Thus, he proposed accompanying her, hoping to seize the opportunity to meet the business magnate Chen Lijian. However, Yuan Qian unhesitatingly declined his offer, insisting on going to the capital alone with her assistant. This rejection ignited a fire of rage within Huang Zhengping. Feeling that his visit to the antique market had yielded no benefits and resulted in a loss of a full million. Moreover, Yuan Qian's demeanor towards him appeared even colder than before, undoubtedly influenced by Chu Chen. What infuriated him the most was the realization that inept Chu Chen had profited 8 million from a mere broken vase, while he had gained nothing. At that moment, the apartment door swung open, and Fang Qingyu entered with a delighted expression, asking, Zhengping, what brings you to find me in such haste? Instead of responding, he forcefully extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, swiftly rose, and embraced Fang Qingyu, leading her directly to the bedroom. Fang Qingyu was instantly taken aback, observing Huang Zhengping's twisted expression and menacing demeanor, which filled her with fear as she anxiously inquired, Zhengping, what are you planning to do? Huang Zhengping glared at her furiously, commanding silence. Don't spoil my mood. Terrified, Fang Qingyu dared not utter another word, resigning herself to his whims. 3 minutes later, Huang Zhengping leaned against the headboard, silently smoking, his face clouded with gloom. Fang Qingyu cautiously rose, draping a garment over herself, and timidly asked, Zhengping, what on earth has transpired? That worthless Chu Chen has inexplicably struck gold, discovering an antique vase in the antique market and earning 8 million. He grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, his voice rising in intensity, and the fire of anger within him blazed ever more fervently, as if it could consume everything in its path. Meanwhile, Fang Qingyu's eyes sparkled with a newfound idea. Chapter 15. The warmth of human existence soothes the hearts of mortals. For the past 4 years, Chu Chen had always obeyed her every command, allowing her to manipulate him at will. Although he had behaved somewhat unusually the previous night, it was of little consequence. For the sake of that 8 million, Huang Zhengping, noticing that Fang Qingyu had been silent for a while, turned to see her lost in thought, her eyes alight with greed, and immediately grasped her intentions. A hint of disdain curved his lips into a smile. What is this? Now that you know Chu Chen has 8 million, are you feeling a bit tempted? Zhengping, where are your thoughts wandering? For all these years, he has only had eyes for you. Saying this, she gracefully nestled into Huang Zhengping's embrace, while secretly contemplating how to secure Chu Chen for herself. With Huang Zhengping preoccupied in pursuing Yuan Qian, she too sought some form of assurance. And possessing 8 million, Chu Chen was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. At that moment, while viewing properties, Chu Chen sneezed several times in succession. Chen Mingming, noticing this, promptly inquired with concern, Mr. Chu, are you coming down with a cold? She then produced a packet of tissues from her bag and offered it to him. Chu Chen accepted the tissues, dabbed at his nose, and joked. Perhaps someone is thinking of me. There is a saying among the elderly that a sneeze meant someone was thinking of you. Chen Mingming nodded in agreement. Yes, this property seems adequate. Shall we proceed to the next one? Chu Chen exited the house. Certainly. Chen Mingming followed him. deftly closing the door behind them as they made their way to the next property. Time swiftly passed, and 2 hours later, they emerged from the Fuyuan community. Mr. Chu, are you satisfied with the 4 properties we viewed? Chen Mingming asked after showing him the 4 houses. They're acceptable. Just negotiate the prices for me. Chu Chen replied with a slight smile. To be honest, these houses from the 1980s were merely passable. They were intended for demolition anyway, so satisfaction was irrelevant. Only the price mattered. Which property would you like to negotiate the price for? Chen Mingming, sensing an opportunity, suddenly perked up. If the prices are right, I'll take all 4. With ample opportunities to generate wealth in the future, Chu Chen preferred to remain discreet. Securing 8 or 10 properties in Fuyuan community was sufficient, as acquiring too many might raise suspicions among the discerning. He believed it prudent to proceed cautiously in the early stages. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingming's eyes gleamed. If this deal went through, the commission from the 4 properties would be quite substantial. To be honest, Mr. Chu, all 4 properties belong to the same landlord. A few years ago, rumors circulated about demolition in this area, prompting him to acquire 4 units at once. However, with several years passing and no action taken, he has now decided to sell, indicating his genuine intent to sell. Ah, I see. Chu Chen nodded slightly. A few years ago, the real estate market in Huang experienced a golden period, with property prices surging, often quadrupling. At that time, rumors circulated about the redevelopment of the Fuyuan community. However, not long after, the entire nation fell into a real estate winter, leading to a decline in property prices and the postponement of the redevelopment plans. What price could Mr. Chu accept? Currently, Chen Mingming was wholly focused on facilitating this transaction. The unit price could be negotiated down by 20%. Chen Mingming was momentarily taken aback, quietly acknowledging the audacity of such bargaining tactics. An immediate 20% discount? She soon displayed a look of concern. Mr. Chu, I fear this price may be quite challenging to negotiate. I view purchasing property as an investment. If the price is excessively high, there is little profit to be gained. Please discuss with the landlord first. If the price is reasonable, I will purchase all 4 units together, which will simplify matters for him. Naturally, Chu Chen would not yield. This was also a test of Chen Mingming's abilities. His future endeavors would certainly span various industries, and talent was indispensable. Should Chen Mingming prove inadequate, he would have to seek collaborations elsewhere. Very well, I shall converse with the landlord regarding the price. Sensing the difficulty, Chen Mingming decided to engage with the landlord first. Miss Chen, could you please inform me how many units in the Fuyuan community are currently listed for sale? Faced with this somewhat unexpected inquiry, Chen Mingming paused momentarily, but quickly regained her composure. Our company's system indicates at least 100 units are listed for sale, but I would estimate there are over 100 available in the market. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Many speculators were eager to sell their properties, so having 200 units on the market made it reasonable for him to consider purchasing 8 to 10. Miss Chen, please assist me in locating a few more units, with a particular emphasis on lower unit prices. Chen Mingming was taken aback and began to grasp Chu Chen's intentions, smiling as she replied, Mr. Chu, the news about the Fuyuan community's redevelopment has been circulating for several years now, yet there has been no movement. Recently, the rumors have shifted towards the Lido and Chaman communities, and just last month I sold several units there. Chu Chen secretly chuckled. This woman was trying to test his resolve. He certainly would not disclose to Chen Mingming that in 2 months, the Fuyuan community and the surrounding urban villages would be entirely demolished, while the Lido and Chaman communities would not see redevelopment for another 6 years. Nevertheless, purchasing now would not be a loss, as in 4 years, Huagua's real estate market would experience a substantial boom, with prices nearing a 3-fold increase. Of course, that was a discussion for another time. At present, Chu Chen would not invest in property merely to await a price surge for years hence, for he had numerous opportunities to generate wealth in that span. In truth, who can accurately predict redevelopment? I merely have some spare funds to purchase a few properties for rental income, seeking stability. The properties in the Fuyuan community are indeed desirable for rental. Observing that Chu Chen had not divulged further information, Chen Mingming ceased her inquiries. Chu Chen took out his phone and dialed Chen Mingming's number. This is my mobile number. Understood, Mr. Chu. Chen Mingming retrieved her ringing phone and saved his number. All right, Miss Chen, I shall take my leave now. Please feel free to contact me should anything arise. Is Mr. Chu driving? No, I arrived by taxi. I shall assist you in flagging down a vehicle. With that, Chen Mingming waved her hand, successfully hailing a taxi, and graciously opened the door for Chu Chen. Miss Chen, farewell. Chu Chen entered the taxi and waved at Chen Mingming. Goodbye. He watched as the taxi receded into the distance. Seated inside the cab, Chu Chen gazed at the familiar streets of the city, overwhelmed with emotion. In his previous life, he had been but an inconspicuous character. However, in this new existence, he vowed not to live in obscurity any longer. Before long, the taxi arrived at the Zhengping community. Since it was not yet time for dinner, Chu Chen made a stop at the supermarket to procure a box of instant noodles, bottled water, and other necessities, intending to resolve his evening meal at the shared apartment. As he opened the door to the apartment, an enticing aroma wafted towards him. Truly, the essence of human warmth is the most comforting to the heart. At that moment, Xia was diligently preparing dinner in the kitchen, her figure appearing particularly captivating. Chapter 16. Oh no, there's a fire. Upon hearing the door open, Xia looked up and greeted Chu Chen with a smile. Beautiful lady, what delectable dish are you preparing tonight? Chu Chen, adorned with a smile, walked naturally towards the kitchen. He was no longer the shy young man of 25 from his past life. He felt no embarrassment or anxiety in the presence of a beauty like Xia. On the contrary, he engaged her with ease. Seeing Chu Chen enter the kitchen, Xia momentarily froze. However, since the previous night, she sensed a transformation in him, as if he had suddenly gained insight. Is the beauty not welcoming me? Chu Chen, noticing Xia's surprise, teased her with a grin. Not at all. In fact, I bought too many ingredients today. If you're willing, you can join me for dinner. Xia replied, gesturing towards several plastic bags on the table. As Chu Chen approached for a closer look, he discovered they were filled with an assortment of fresh ingredients, tomatoes, beef, broccoli, and more, ample for a sumptuous meal. He realized Xia had not merely overpurchased, but rather, she consistently bought enough for 2 or 3 days at a time to store in the refrigerator. Would you be interested in sampling my culinary skills? Chu Chen felt a tinge of guilt asking her to cook, given that the ingredients were hers. You can cook? Xia exclaimed in surprise, having never witnessed Chu Chen in the kitchen before. Did you underestimate my abilities? Chu Chen chuckled, extending his hands to untie the apron that adorned Xia, though the gesture appeared as if he intended to embrace her. What are you doing? Xia exclaimed, startled, quickly voicing her objection to his approach. How can I cook without untying the apron? Chu Chen asked with a mischievous grin. I'll untie it for you. Realizing the situation, Xia hurriedly loosened the apron and handed it to Chu Chen. Now, their distance was less than 10 centimeters, and Xia could hear Chu Chen's breathing, her heartbeat involuntarily quickening. I will take a moment to rest in the living room. Just call me if you need assistance. Xia fled the kitchen, secretly pondering. Do all university students possess such charm nowadays? It is truly overwhelming. Chu Chen deftly tied his apron, skillfully retrieving the neatly arranged dishes from the table and gently placing them in the sink for a thorough wash. Reflecting on his previous life, he recalled that he was not adept at cooking at that time. However, after marrying Fang Qingyu, whose aversion to the smell of cooking oil compelled him to gradually learn the culinary arts. At the time, he believed this was a manifestation of love, but in retrospect, he realized how foolish he had been to serve as a caretaker for another's lover and child for a decade, doing so with unyielding dedication and yet finding joy in it. At this moment, a slightly blushing Xia sat quietly on the living room sofa, her gaze wistfully fixed on the industrious Chu Chen in the kitchen. It is often said that a man who can cook exudes a unique charm, and Chu Chen, standing at 175 centimeters with a well-proportioned figure and handsome features, had attracted the admiration of many girls in his past life. Yet, his heart had been solely devoted to Fang Qingyu, causing him to overlook the subtle hints from other young women and miss numerous opportunities. After half an hour of bustling about in the kitchen, Chu Chen prepared 3 dishes and a soup, stir-fried beef with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cucumber salad, and a bowl of green vegetable soup, all elegantly presented on the dining table. Dinner is served, beautiful, he announced. Xia's eyes sparkled as she beheld the sumptuous spread before her. Eagerly, she picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of beef, exclaiming, "Your culinary skills far surpass mine." Not so exaggerated, Chu Chen replied, serving a bowl of rice to Xia. Did you just graduate from university? She inquired curiously, as it was indeed rare for a freshly minted graduate to possess such remarkable cooking skills, rivaling those of a professional chef. Can you operate an excavator? Xia blurted out, and then both of them seemed to share an amusing realization, bursting into laughter. In the delightful atmosphere of their meal, they consumed every morsel. After setting down her bowl and utensils, Xia let out a satisfied burp, quickly covering her mouth in embarrassment and offering a sheepish smile. I'll wash the dishes, she offered. All right, that works. I have a few things to attend to as well. Chu Chen replied, putting down his own dishes and rising to head toward his room. Observing his retreating figure, Xia felt a subtle smile creep onto her lips, suddenly finding this university student rather appealing. Upon entering his room, Chu Chen promptly opened his computer. Having published a 10,000-word novel the night before, he needed to continue updating it today. Despite his rebirth, he understood that the world would not bend to his will. For instance, when purchasing stocks, a significant initial investment might not yield the same substantial returns as in his previous life. Thus, the most prudent approach was to follow the trends and secure modest profits. Similar to buying properties in the Fuyuan community, acquiring 10 or 8 units was feasible, but amassing dozens or even hundreds would undoubtedly raise complications. Therefore, in the early stages of wealth accumulation, it was essential to diversify rather than rely on a singular method. Only after reaching a certain level of financial stability could he afford to take greater risks. Fortunately, the concept of big data is still absent. As long as Chu Chen remains vigilant and acts discreetly, there is still an opportunity for low-key development in the initial stages. Skillfully, Chu Chen accessed the novel website, entered his username and password, and began to focus intently on typing. Having read this fantasy novel no less than 10 times in his previous life, many plot lines were indelibly etched in his mind. Thus he encountered minimal writer's block. His fingers danced across the keyboard, and he found himself immersed in a breathtaking fantasy realm. In Tianlin City, there are hundreds of Western restaurants, yet Rumen Restaurant stands out as a premier establishment. Despite its steep prices, a steady stream of patrons frequents it. Being the weekend, the foot traffic is even greater than usual. At this moment, the kitchen is bustling with activity, and Pan Tingting is present, adhering to her customary practice of overseeing the kitchen during peak dining hours. She is responsible for coordinating efforts and promptly addressing any issues that arise, as well as ensuring the quality of each dish so that guests may savor the finest culinary delights. While everyone is busy, a sudden flare of flames erupts, scattering sparks in its wake. "Oh no, there's a fire. Grab the fire extinguishers," a chef exclaims anxiously upon witnessing the rapidly spreading flames. Chapter 17. What is Chu Chen doing now? The response from the staff is swift. Several fire extinguishers are immediately directed toward the source of the flames. A cloud of white powder fills the air, forming a dense protective barrier that effectively halts the fire's advance. As more extinguishers are deployed, the flames are gradually brought under control, ultimately extinguishing the blaze. "Tingjia, are you all right?" Xiaolan sets down the fire extinguisher, concern etched on her face as she gazes at the pale Pan Tingting. "I'm fine," Pan Tingting replies, her voice trembling as she waves a hand dismissively. After the flames are quelled, an image of Chu Chen flashes through her mind, stirring a sense of dread within her. Had he not warned her last night that the fire extinguishers were ineffective, Rumen Restaurant would likely have been engulfed in flames by now. It is crucial to note that there are hundreds dining outside. The consequences of such an incident would be unimaginable, given the dining standards at Rumen Restaurant. Its patrons are typically affluent. Should anything happen, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Even as the daughter of the Bai Group, she could not bear such a burden of responsibility. Moreover, she is currently in the kitchen, and had the flames truly spread, her fate would have been dire. Reflecting on this, Pan Tingting is overwhelmed by a surge of gratitude and fear. One could say that Chu Chen has saved her life. "President Pan, what should we do now?" There are still many guests waiting outside. The newly appointed restaurant manager, Shun Yuanzhong, inquires urgently. Shun, having recently been promoted from assistant manager, lacks sufficient experience. "There are 7 tables waiting for their meals," Pan Tingting responds. She then turns to the head chef, Chef Wei. "How long until we can resume service?" Chef Wei inspects the area where the flames had been and replies, "Fortunately, we extinguished the flames in a timely manner, and the impact was minimal. A brief cleanup will suffice, and we can resume normal service in 10 minutes. Manager Shun, Xiaolan will accompany me to the front to reassure the guests. The kitchen is in your capable hands. Additionally, please remind everyone that the incident must remain confidential. Rest assured, Mr. Pan, they will not speak indiscreetly." Wei Ho confidently assured him, fully aware that any news of such an event could adversely affect Rumen Restaurant. "Very well, then you may proceed with your duties." Pan Tingting, accompanied by Xiaolan and manager Shun, departed the kitchen and entered the dining area. It was now 8 o'clock, and most guests had received their meals, enjoying their dining experience. Only 7 tables, consisting of newly arrived patrons, were still awaiting their orders. Under manager Shun's guidance, Pan Tingting approached each table, politely explaining the need for a 10-minute delay due to urgent matters. Being familiar faces, the regulars were understanding upon seeing Pan Tingting in person and agreed to wait. 10 minutes later, the kitchen resumed normal operations, and Pan Tingting finally exhaled, wearily taking a seat at an empty table. Xiaolon, pour me a glass of wine. In less than a minute, Xiaolon presented her with a glass of red wine. Tingjia, we truly owe a debt of gratitude to Mr. Chu for reminding us to enhance the kitchen's fire safety measures. We specifically added several fire extinguishers. Otherwise, the flames could have escalated quickly, leading to unimaginable consequences. Pan Tingting took a generous sip of wine, acknowledging, without exaggeration, that Chu Chen had saved them all. Xiaolon nodded in agreement, noting that the kitchen housed numerous appliances, including gas lines. Had a fire erupted, it could have resulted in an explosion, leaving everyone in the kitchen in grave danger. Tingjia, we should arrange to meet Mr. Chu to express our gratitude properly. Upon hearing this, Pan Tingting was momentarily taken aback. I forgot to obtain Mr. Chu's contact information last night. This was not entirely her fault. She had never proactively sought a man's contact details, as it was typically the men who endeavored to acquire hers. No worries. Tianlin City is not large. Fate will surely bring us together again. Xiaolon could only offer an awkward smile. After a moment's contemplation, Pan Tingting retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Uncle Huang, I would like to request your assistance in locating someone. His name is Chu Chen, and he may have recently graduated from university. Beyond that, I have no additional details, but I can send you his photograph later. Very well, thank you, Uncle Huang. I look forward to your news. After hanging up, Pan Tingting turned to Xiaolon and said, Xiaolon, please retrieve the surveillance footage from last night and capture an image of Chu Chen, then send it to me. Certainly, Tingjia. Xiaolon nodded in agreement before standing up to leave. Pan Tingting raised her glass, taking another sip of wine, then comfortably leaned back in her chair, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Last night, Chu Chen had alerted her to issues with the fire extinguisher. Now, a fire had occurred that very evening. Was it merely a coincidence? However, if it were not for mere coincidence, how could Chu Chen possibly know that a fire would break out tonight? It truly leaves one perplexed. Perhaps I shall have to inquire further upon meeting him. At this moment, the sound of keyboard clattering in Chu Chen's room abruptly ceased. He glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of his computer screen. It was 9 in the evening. After 3 hours of relentless effort, he had penned nearly 10,000 words. Stretching his weary body, he gently rubbed his eyes and subsequently opened a local news website for Tianlin City. At this juncture in his previous life, news of a fire at Rumen restaurant that had sparked a massive explosion should have already surfaced. Refreshing the web page repeatedly, he found no mention of the incident. A faint smile of relief flickered across his face as he silently rejoiced. It appeared that Pan Tingting had successfully evaded this calamity. He could not afford to overly alert her about such matters, lest he inadvertently reveal his identity as a reborn individual. Just then, his phone on the table suddenly chimed with a familiar notification sound. Swiftly, Chu Chen picked up his phone and entered the QQ chat interface, where he found a message from Fang Qingyu that instantly furrowed his brow. Fang Qingyu, Chu Chen, what are you doing right now? Chapter 18, I truly did not mean to. Fang Qingyu, playing games is great. It can relieve stress. Upon reading her message, his frown deepened. For he knew well that Fang Qingyu held a strong disdain for men who indulged in gaming, believing they ought to strive diligently rather than immerse themselves in virtual worlds. In his former life, he distinctly remembered that whether before or after their marriage, any hint of him playing games would result in a tirade followed by prolonged Cold War. Consequently, he had ultimately resolved to quit gaming altogether. But now, Fang Qingyu seemed unperturbed by it. In fact, she had even remarked that playing games was beneficial. Could it be that, with his rebirth, Fang Qingyu had also undergone a transformation? Yet, upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. Surely, Huang Zhengping must have mentioned the matter of the 8 million, which would explain her current attitude. Wealthy individuals who enjoyed gaming were deemed to possess no detrimental vices, their simple pleasures rendering them admirable partners for life. Ultimately, it was the absence of wealth that was the issue, not the gaming itself. Chu Chen was inclined to probe further into Fang Qingyu's sentiments. Chu Chen, I've been playing since this afternoon, and I am utterly exhausted. Fang Qingyu, how can you play for so long? You must take care to rest. A slice of orange would replenish your vitamin C. Chu Chen, there are no oranges at home. At that moment, Fang Qingyu was ensconced in an air-conditioned room, cocooned in a blanket, gazing at the QQ chat interface on her phone, a faint smirk gracing her lips. She then tossed her phone aside, intending to leave Chu Chen in suspense for a while, hoping he would text her again to regain the upper hand in their conversation. When Chu Chen did not receive a message from Fang Qingyu, he placed his phone back on the table. As a reborn individual, he understood her tactics well. In his previous life, she had employed such methods to ensnare him, leaving him eager to appease her, ensnared in a passive role, repeatedly crossing his boundaries, and ultimately being toyed with at her whim. With a cold smirk, Chu Chen vowed that in this second life, he would never allow history to repeat itself. Rising to stretch his weary body, he picked up a towel and made his way to the bathroom, preparing for a refreshing shower. Writing a novel was indeed a laborious endeavor. After sitting for several consecutive hours, he felt a dull ache in his back and a slight haze in his mind. As he approached the bathroom door, Zhou Xiaojun emerged, clad in a loose-fitting nightgown. Lost in thought about the plot of his novel, Chu Chen failed to notice her presence. Inevitably, an unexpected collision occurred, and, out of sheer instinct, Chu Chen instinctively grasped her in an embrace. A refreshing scent enveloped him as Zhou Xiaojun's delicate face drew perilously close to his lips, causing his mind to momentarily short-circuit, rendering him speechless and unsure of how to react. Zhou Xiaojun's startled scream broke the silence as she quickly pushed him away. At that moment, Xia, hearing the commotion, hurriedly opened her door to investigate. She was greeted by the sight of Zhou Xiaojun with her hands clasped protectively over her chest, staring at Chu Chen with an expression of fright that resembled something far more scandalous. "Handsome, you wouldn't. I didn't mean to. I truly had no idea someone was in the bathroom," Chu Chen hurriedly explained, and Xia chuckled softly, her expression suggesting that she found it hard to believe his innocence. At this juncture, Chu Chen was too anxious to concern himself with whether Xia believed him. He turned to Zhou Xiaojun, his voice earnest. "Miss Zhou, I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention. It's all right. I trust that it was unintentional," Zhou Xiaojun replied before departing. Chu Chen then turned to Xia once more, reiterating, "I truly did not mean it." "I believe you," Xia responded, a hint of amusement dancing across her features as she gave him a thumbs up before gently closing the door. "What do you mean by that?" Chu Chen's expression darkened as he pondered the apparent lack of trust between people. With a resigned shake of his head, he stepped into the bathroom. A wave of warmth greeted him as he entered, the air infused with a subtle fragrance that stirred an inexplicable heat within him. He quickly turned on the shower, allowing the cold water to cascade over him in an attempt to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Fang Qingyu picked up her phone for the third time. Her brow furrowed in frustration as she checked repeatedly, confirming that Chu Chen had not sent any new messages. In a fit of anger, she tossed her phone onto the blanket. Under normal circumstances, she would have blocked him long ago, but the thought of the 8 million yuan kept her from doing so. Reluctantly, she retrieved her phone and opened the chat interface. "I caught a cold today and feel awful. Otherwise, I would have brought you some oranges." With a cold snort, she tossed the phone onto the bedside table, thinking to herself that her pride would not allow her to continuously message Chu Chen, as that would make her seem too cheap. She then pulled the covers over her head, preparing for a beauty sleep. Upon seeing the message from Fang Qingyu on the chat application, Chu Chen sneered, choosing to ignore it. "Another ploy, feigning illness to coax me into continuing the charade?" He mused, returning to his writing. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before he realized it, the clock struck 4 in the morning. On that day, he sat there for nearly 10 hours, typing over 20,000 words, which, combined with the previous 10,000, amounted to a total of 30,000 words. After clicking the application button for the contract, he was advised to wait patiently. Chu Chen exhaled deeply. He had finally reached the 30,000-word threshold required for the website's application for a contract. All he could do now was wait. He stood up to stretch his limbs, feeling the strain in his back and waist, and even his fingers trembled slightly. It was no wonder that many online novelists from his previous life claimed that this profession was not rewarding. After years of writing, they were left with a host of ailments. Such intense writing was indeed a burden for Chu Chen. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, prompting him to quickly close the novel website, shut down his computer, silence his phone, and immediately lie down in bed. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, he soon fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke again, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He had slept for a full 12 hours. Stretching lazily, he picked up his phone to check messages. To his surprise, Fang Qingyu had sent 5 messages on the QQ chat application. This indicated that the allure of 8 million was considerable, but Chu Chen chose to ignore it. He would not repeat past mistakes. Additionally, there were 2 missed calls, one from Qingming and another from an unknown number. Speculating about the latter, he first dialed the unfamiliar number. After a few rings, the call connected. "Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Xiao Qi, an editor from the novel website. Your contract application for Above the Nine Heavens has been approved. I have sent you a friend request on QQ. Please accept it so we can proceed with the contract process. All right, I will log into QQ now, and we can continue our conversation there. Good. After hanging up, Chu Chen opened his computer, logged into QQ, accepted Xiao Qi's friend request, received the email she sent, and downloaded the contract. The signing process was still quite cumbersome. He had to print the contract, sign it, and mail it back. Unlike the future, where such operations could be completed online in under half an hour, he finally picked up his phone to dial Chen Mingming's number. Hello, Mr. Chu. The phone rang only twice before Chen Mingming swiftly answered. Chapter 19. Please feel free to order. No need to be polite. Hello, Miss Chen. Chu Chen suspected that she was calling regarding the house, but he refrained from asking directly, as that would imply his eagerness to purchase, which could hinder future negotiations. I apologize, Mr. Chu. I spoke with the landlord, but he is only willing to lower the price by 5%. Without pleasantries, Chen Mingming got straight to the point. Miss Chen, you're more familiar with the situation in the Fuyuan community than I am, and the landlord is certainly aware as well. Such an old community could easily become a burden. If someone is willing to take over, he should act swiftly to avoid losses. If he insists on holding firm to the price, I will have no choice but to consider other properties. Chu Chen's demeanor was resolute and unwavering. After all, there were over 100 properties in the Fuyuan community available for sale, making the acquisition of 10 units far from a daunting task. Mr. Chu, please let me know a convenient time for you, and I shall arrange a meeting with the landlord, Chen Mingming suggested. With such a significant disparity in price, what is there to discuss? Unless the landlord is willing to reduce the price by 20%, there is no point in negotiating. My time is exceedingly precious. Having spent half a year working at Yangyang Real Estate in a previous life, he understood that they would not readily lower their prices for clients. Arranging a meeting would merely be a ploy to encourage him to increase his offer. Mr. Chu, this 20% is simply unattainable. It is already below market value. Chen Mingming's tone reflected her predicament. The landlord was undoubtedly a shrewd individual. Such a price would never be accepted. Miss Chen, this hinges upon your prowess. Moreover, this aging community does not permit mortgages. I must purchase outright. Inform the landlord that once this opportunity passes, it will be gone for good. In truth, Chu Chen was not in a hurry to buy. After signing the purchase agreement, it would take at most a month to finalize the property certificate, granting him ample time. Furthermore, spending 8 million on 10 properties would leave him with scant resources, severely impacting his ability to amass initial capital. Therefore, within this month, he aimed to multiply that 8 million several times over. By then, even if he invested several million in a property within the Fuyuan community, it would not disrupt his subsequent investment plans. Understood, Mr. Chu. I shall speak with the landlord once more, Chen Mingming conceded, unable to counter Chu Chen's reasoning. The principal issue with these brick concrete houses from the 1980s was indeed the inability to secure loans. Full payment was mandatory. Acquiring 4 units would require nearly 3 million. And in this day and age, very few could afford to spend such a sum in cash for properties of this nature. All right, please contact me should there be any progress. Goodbye. Chu Chen ended the call, picked up his toiletries, and exited the room. Noticing the bathroom door ajar, he exhaled in relief, as the events of the previous night had left him somewhat shaken. As he passed by Zhou Xiaozhuan's room, he heard the faint sound of a popular song emanating from within. Although the volume was not particularly loud, the poor soundproofing of the house allowed him to hear it distinctly from outside. Upon closer inspection, it was a rather melancholic love ballad. Had Zhou Xiaowan ever suffered from a broken heart? In contrast, Xia's room was silent. He wondered if she had stepped out. At that moment, his stomach let out a loud growl, reminding him that he had not eaten all day. Since dining with Xia around 6 the previous evening, he had consumed nothing further. Thus, he hastily changed his attire, grabbed his wallet, and prepared to venture out in search of sustenance. However, as he passed Zhou Xiaozhuan's door, his footsteps involuntarily halted. An idea flashed through his mind. Should he invite Zhou Xiaowan to join him for a meal? After all, he had accidentally embraced her the previous night and felt compelled to express his apologies. With this thought in mind, Chu Chen approached the door and knocked without hesitation. A few moments later, Zhou Xiaowan, clad in her pajamas, opened the door. Upon seeing Chu Chen standing at her threshold, she appeared visibly surprised and paused for a moment. I sincerely apologize for last night's incident. It was truly unintentional. Chu Chen hastily reiterated his heartfelt apology. Upon hearing him mention the events of the previous evening, Zhou Xiaozhuan's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, exuding an alluring charm. It's quite all right. I understand you did not mean it. And I have not taken it to heart, she reassured him. That's a relief. I would like to treat you to a meal to express my apologies, Chu Chen said, gazing at Zhou Xiaojuan's rosy complexion, silently lamenting that such a beautiful and delightful girl would eventually find favor with another suitor. No, I can just prepare something for myself later, Zhou Xiaojun instinctively declined. So, you still refuse to forgive me? Chu Chen sighed, a faint smile of resignation gracing his lips. No, I have forgiven you, Zhou Xiaojun quickly clarified. Since you have forgiven me, allow me to treat you to dinner as a token of my remorse. It would certainly ease my heart. Chu Chen looked at Zhou Xiaojun earnestly, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. Unsure of how to respond, Zhou Xiaojun felt a conflict within her. After a brief pause, she nodded. All right, please wait a moment. With that, she gently closed the door behind her. Chu Chen chuckled softly. At 35, navigating the affections of a young girl was a task he found effortlessly manageable. When the door reopened, Zhou Xiaojun emerged clad in a light blue dress, resembling a blossoming flower. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, emitting a subtle fragrance. The aura of a neighborly girl radiated from her, evoking a sense of first love. Shall we go? Zhou Xiaojun smiled gently. Certainly, Chu Chen nodded. The two exchanged their shoes by the entrance and stepped outside. Upon leaving the community, Zhou Xiaojun halted, pointing to a noodle shop. Let us have ramen. Chu Chen understood her reluctance for him to spend too much, yet upon reading the noodle shop slogan, we pull each noodle with care, his appetite vanished. There's a fine Western restaurant ahead. Let us indulge in some steak instead. Ah, that is too expensive. Let us just have something simple, Zhou Xiaojun replied, momentarily taken aback. The prices at the Western restaurant were steep. A meal for two would likely cost at least 200 to 300 yuan. Being fresh graduates, she recognized that Chu Chen's salary was modest, as evidenced by his residence in an older neighborhood. Today, I shall treat you. Let everything be at my discretion. Come along, Chu Chen declared, continuing forward, compelling Zhou Xiaojun to follow suit. They arrived in an upscale Western restaurant, not as luxurious as Rumen, but still quite refined. Welcome. The two hostesses greeted them with a formal bow, holding the door open. Zhou Xiaojun whispered to Chu Chen, this place looks quite pricey. Perhaps we should consider another. A standard Western restaurant meal for two would typically cost around 300 to 400 yuan, but it's such a high-end establishment, they would likely spend over 1,000. Let us proceed. Feel free to order whatever you desire without hesitance, Chu Chen asserted confidently as he strode into the restaurant. It must be said that a man's confidence often stems from his financial standing. In the past, he would have never dared to enter such an upscale venue, knowing that a single meal could consume a third of his monthly salary. Yet, the mere thought of the 8 million in my account instills a sense of confidence within me. For one who has been reborn, the art of earning wealth is hardly a daunting endeavor, unless one aspires to become the wealthiest individual in Huang or a titan of industry. Leading a life of modest affluence is effortlessly attainable. The waiter led them to a table, and upon their seating, presented two exquisitely crafted menus, one for Chu Chen and the other for Zhou Xiaojuan. Miss Zhou, please feel free to order at your leisure, he encouraged. Chu Chen grabbed a wet napkin from the table to dab his face, as the summer heat in Tianlin City was akin to a furnace, after merely a 10-minute walk. Beads of sweat had formed on his brow. Zhou Xiaojuan scrutinized the prices listed on the menu, her brow furrowing at the sight of a steak priced at 398 huabi. At that moment, a man clad in designer labels strode over, embracing a stunning woman as he approached Zhou Xiaojuan. Chapter 20. Just over 10,000? Is this the extent of your capabilities? Wang Yulong. Upon seeing this man, Zhou Xiaojuan's expression darkened instantaneously. How did she end up with such a pathetic individual? Hadn't he once walked alongside me? Hadn't his perspective improved at all? Wang Yulong sported a slight, disdainful smile, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the plainly dressed Chu Chen. Darling, is this the ex-girlfriend you referred to as lacking charm? The alluring woman beside Wang Yulong regarded Zhou Xiaojuan with an air of contempt. Indeed, it's her. With a slight pressure from Wang Yulong's left hand, the beautiful woman leaned into his embrace, effortlessly elevating his emotional value. Zhou Xiaojuan, allow me to introduce my new girlfriend, Bai Jie. She surpasses you in every conceivable way. Bai Jie straightened her posture, showcasing her alluring figure, which, combined with her enchanting visage, rendered her a true beauty. Please show respect toward my friend, Zhou Xiaojuan retorted, her icy gaze fixed firmly on Wang Yulong, ignoring Bai Jie entirely. Oomph. Wang Yulong scoffed, an expression of disdain crossing his face. Respect? Look at her shabby attire. It couldn't possibly amount to more than 100 huabi. What right does this pauper have to demand my respect? Although their voices were not particularly loud, their exchange captured the attention of nearby diners, who began to whisper amongst themselves. Who is this person, behaving so arrogantly in public? Could he be a young master from a prominent family? Oh, that S. Wan Yulong? Do you know him? What is his background? What background? He is merely riding on the coattails of a small family business, parading as a wealthy second-generation heir to deceive naive young women. With such clarity, how could one claim ignorance? A friend of mine is acquainted with him. This lad wagered with my friend that he could win over a bank employee within 10 days, with photographic evidence as proof. Ultimately, he lost. Did he not succeed? Rumor has it he did, but without the photographic evidence, he still lost. That is quite embarrassing. Embarrassing? More than that. He took several individuals who witnessed the bet to a club for a lavish celebration, spending a considerable sum. Wow, that is quite a wild way to play. Wan Yulong, you have gone too far. Do not presume that a mere handful of money makes you exceptional. Zhou Xiaowan was thoroughly incensed, taken aback by the audacity of Wan Yulong. Haha, you are absolutely correct. I possess a few measly coins, and what of it? She retorted. Upon witnessing Zhou Xiaojuan's fury, Wan Yulong grew even more smug. Chu Chen observed Wan Yulong, contemplating the irony of fate. In his previous life, his failures were intricately linked to Wan Yulong, who had been a formidable rival during his entrepreneurial endeavors, persistently undermining him. When he ventured into the restaurant business, Wan Yulong frequently disrupted his operations, causing his enterprise to plummet and ultimately leading to its closure or loss. He had long pondered the source of his animosity towards Wan Yulong, but now it became clear that Huang Zhengping had orchestrated this confrontation. He then turned to the nearby waiter. This ruckus is spoiling our dining experience. Does your establishment intend to intervene? The waiter, attempting to mediate with Wan Yulong, replied, Sir, this is a public space. Please refrain from making it difficult for us. Difficult? Then perhaps you should cease your efforts, Wan Yulong retorted, nearly overturning the table in his fury. Fortunately, at that moment, the restaurant manager, alerted by the commotion, hurried over, donning a conciliatory smile. Young Master Wan, what sparked such ire? Please, come sit over here. Wan Yulong ignored the manager, striding towards Chu Chen with an air of disdain. Dining mood? Have you even placed an order? Dining mood, you say? A single meal here could easily consume your entire month's wages. Can you truly afford it? Then how much must I order for you to silence yourself? Chu Chen, undeterred by Wan Yulong's aggressiveness, resolved not to yield any further. Haha, Wan Yulong chuckled, incredulous that someone would dare to silence him. Such bravado, pretending to be someone of significance? Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be wealthy. Tonight, I shall order everything you choose. Let Zhou Xiaowan witness just how insignificant you truly are. Is that a promise? A sly smile crept upon Chu Chen's lips, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Since Wan Yulong was so intent on making a spectacle, perhaps it was time to let him embarrass himself. A fitting way to collect a bit of interest, so to speak. Wan Yulong's family owned a decoration company with assets in the tens of millions. Yet he was not the eldest son. The business was currently managed by his father and elder brother, while Wan Yulong was merely a wayward youth, indulging in leisure and revelry, receiving a modest allowance from his parents each month. After all, the Wan family was not an affluent dynasty, unable to sustain Wan Yulong's extravagant spending. I always keep my word. Wan Yulong sneered at Chu Chen, feeling a swell of self-satisfaction. He plotted to humiliate this upstart thoroughly, demonstrating his financial prowess to Zhou Xiaowan, ensuring she would regret their separation. So what do you propose? Wan Yulong asked, impatience creeping into his voice. If you cannot keep up, you must apologize to Xiaowan and avoid her in the future. Very well, Wan Yulong replied, seated triumphantly at the adjacent table. A sinister smile etched across his face, utterly oblivious to the possibility of failure. Due to the vast disparity in wealth between the two individuals, they existed in entirely different realms. He had already calculated that this impoverished fellow could only afford a few thousand yuan's worth of dishes. At that moment, he intended to raise the stakes, confident that if Chu Chen could not keep up, he would be able to mock him mercilessly, tarnishing both his reputation and that of Zhou Xiaowan. Let us order, Chu Chen said, raising his gaze towards the waiter and decisively selecting several appetizers and side dishes, followed by main courses. Premium caviar and exquisite Australian Wagyu steak were among his choices. Zhou Xiaowan, holding a menu in her hands, glanced at the prices and quickly shook her head at Chu Chen, signaling him to refrain from ordering further. The dishes alone had already cost 5,000 yuan, equivalent to her entire monthly salary. Unfortunately, Wan Yulong witnessed this scene and immediately concluded that Chu Chen's financial means were limited, laughing heartily and derisively. Xiaowan. Does your impoverished boyfriend always try to show off like this? It would be quite embarrassing if he can't settle the bill later. Truly, he is overestimating himself. Bai Jie looked at Chu Chen with disdain and mockery in her eyes, shaking her head inwardly, deeming him foolish for attempting to compete with Wang Yulong, which was undoubtedly a recipe for disaster. For the ordinary working class, several thousand yuan represented months of wages, leaving them to scrape by in the coming days. However, for a wealthy scion like Wang Yulong, such an expenditure was merely the cost of a meal. The disparity in their spending levels was astronomical and incomparable. Oblivious to Wang Yulong's mockery, Chu Chen turned to Zhou Xiaowan. What would you like to eat? Feel free to order. Zhou Xiaowan, glancing at the menu, furrowed her brows, appearing somewhat hesitant. Noticing her expression, Chu Chen immediately understood her concerns and addressed the waiter. Please double the portions of the dishes I ordered. Chu Chen, Zhou Xiaowan exclaimed, trying to interject. That would cost 10,000. Chu Chen shook his head, signaling her to remain silent. Wang Yulong erupted in laughter, confirming his expectations. Is this the extent of the impoverished fellow's financial capability? Just a little over 10,000? Is that all he has? Let's start with these and order more later. Please prepare the dishes. Chu Chen instructed the waiter, setting the menu aside. Manager Su, I would like to have one of everything from that table over there. Wang Yulong reclined with an air of superiority, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Chen, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. Very well, young Master Wang. The restaurant manager nodded respectfully before departing with the waiter. Wang Yulong, brimming with arrogance, gazed at Chu Chen with an air of provocation. Some individuals are not only unaware of their limitations, but also ignorant to boot. Can a mere 10,000 truly impress me? He deliberately raised his voice so that those around could hear. Bai Jie delicately nestled against Wang Yulong, feigned sympathy as she remarked. Indeed, the impoverished are often oblivious, trying to save face, yet they will find their entire month as salary gone after this meal. Indeed, my dear, you're absolutely correct. Wang Yulong gently pinched Bai Jie's cheek, feeling a delightful warmth in his heart, as her words resonated deeply within him. Nearby, the other diners began to whisper among themselves, exchanging glances. Isn't Wang Yulong's family merely running a renovation company? How have they become so ostentatious? It's quite baffling. That young man doesn't seem the least bit flustered. He must possess some strength. But look at him, not a single designer label on him. He appears to be an ordinary office worker, likely earning no more than 20,000. Let us make a wager. I bet he can spend 30,000. The loser treats the other. That sounds fair. I have a good eye for people. He certainly won't exceed 20,000. Chu Chen, our table's budget is 10,000. Zhou Xiaowan thought anxiously. Although she was unaware of Chu Chen's financial situation, her observations over the past month of shared living suggested he was just an ordinary office worker. A sum of 10,000 yuan likely represented 2 to 3 months of his salary, implying that after this meal, he would face financial difficulties for several months. Let us eat quickly. As Chu Chen noticed the waiter bringing the dishes to their table, he eagerly began to indulge in the feast. Having not eaten all day, he was ravenous, devouring the food with little regard for decorum. Zhou Xiaowan couldn't help but chuckle at his manner. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Lifting his head, mouth full, Chu Chen mumbled, It's delicious. You should hurry and eat too. With that, he returned to his meal, taking large bites. Zhou Xiaowan recognized that this setting was not suitable for excessive chatter, and she too was captivated by the exquisite dishes before her, prompting her to join in the culinary delight. It must be said, some delicacies, though expensive, were undeniably delightful. What an uncultured, impoverished fellow. He eats like a nouveau riche, utterly lacking in grace. Wang Yulong disdainfully glanced at Chu Chen before elegantly savoring his steak. Simultaneously, Wang Yulong's selected dishes arrived in full, thrilling Bai Jie, who eagerly pulled out her phone to capture the culinary spread, snapping numerous photos and taking a few selfies, which she promptly uploaded to her social media with the caption, Only good food is worth cherishing. Once both tables were fully served, Chu Chen called the waiter again. How could one visit a Western restaurant without sampling some red wine? Please bring me a bottle of Petrus. Zhou Xiaowan was momentarily stunned, gazing at Chu Chen in disbelief. This bottle of Petrus was valued at 10,000. Combined with the previous dishes, their total expenditure had already surpassed 20,000. Wang Yulong was also briefly taken aback at the mention of Petrus, but quickly regained his composure. Such a trivial amount was insignificant to him. However, the individual who had just wagered was left agape, bewildered by Chu Chen's audacity to order Petrus. Even he wouldn't dare to casually order a bottle of wine worth 10,000. Was this young man truly lacking in funds? In less than 2 minutes, Two waiters swiftly placed two bottles of exquisite wine on the table, each positioned in front of Chu Chen and Wang Yulong. They opened the bottles in plain view. With a smile, Chu Chen poured a glass for himself and Zhou Xiaojun, raising his glass as he proclaimed, "Cheers." Zhou Xiaojun, equally enthusiastic, lifted her glass, eager to discover the unique allure of this nearly 10,000 yuan wine. "Darling, let us toast as well." Bai Jie, holding two glasses of red wine, passed one to Wang Yulong. He accepted the glass with an impassive expression and downed it in one gulp, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Chen and Zhou Xiaojun, a surge of inexplicable anger swelling within him. He was acutely aware that this sentiment was not born of love, but rather a bitter resentment stemming from his unfulfilled desire for Zhou Xiaojun. "Alas, this wine is wasted on me. It tastes no different from a 99 yuan bottle," Chu Chen remarked, leaving the surrounding diners in a state of bewilderment. Initially, when he ordered the wine, some had praised his sophistication, but now it was evident that he was merely a novice in the realm of fine wine. Was this merely a case of extravagance fueled by wealth? After all, a single bottle cost a fortune. Meanwhile, Wang Yulong appeared unfazed, indifferent to the 20,000 yuan that had just been spent. "Xiaojun, why are you eating so slowly?" Chu Chen, having devoured the appetizers, caviar, and steak, noticed that Zhou Xiaojun still had a substantial portion of her steak untouched. Zhou Xiaojun, visibly exasperated, felt it was unreasonable for a lady to consume her meal with the same voracity as Chu Chen. "I'm not full yet," Chu Chen called out to the waiter. The waiter promptly approached with a smile, inquiring, "Sir, do you require anything else?" Chu Chen picked up the menu: steamed king crab, cheesy lobster, and Tosca salmon. He ordered 7 dishes in one breath, a decision that startled Zhou Xiaojun and left the other diners once again in a state of confusion. They silently lamented, thinking how this young man was not one to shy away from spending. Those 7 dishes would cost nearly 20,000 yuan. At that moment, Wang Yulong began to sense that something was amiss. Yet, having boasted in front of everyone earlier, he could not afford to back down now without losing face. Gritting his teeth, he too placed an order. This action delighted Bai Jie, who realized that the abundance of culinary delights would provide ample content for her social media posts, particularly the earlier bottle of red wine, which would elevate her status when showcased online. Seeing Wang Yulong follow suit, Chu Chen immediately called the waiter again, ready to continue the extravagance. "Wait, a serving of caviar is merely a taste. It hardly suffices. Bring me a whole platter," he declared with a grand gesture. However, the waiter appeared taken aback, expressing his difficulty. "Sir, our restaurant serves caviar in individual portions. We have never presented a whole platter. It was my absence that led to this situation. Had I been present, matters would have unfolded differently." Chu Chen now exuded an undeniable charisma. Given the extravagant array of dishes he had ordered, the waiter surmised that his status was likely significant, and thus refrained from causing any offense, hastily summoning Manager Su. Upon hearing the waiter's account, the manager hurried over, breathlessly addressing Chu Chen. "Sir, we have never served such a meal before. Please observe. Stop dawdling. The payment will be no less," Chu Chen replied impatiently, gesturing for Manager Su to expedite the preparations. "Very well, we shall prepare it immediately." Recognizing Chu Chen's resolute demeanor, Manager Su refrained from further discussion and promptly departed to arrange for the caviar. Initially, he had underestimated Chu Chen, but now he could not afford such arrogance. In his experience, it was evident that this young man possessed considerable influence. For one does not simply spend tens of thousands on a single meal without substantial backing. Other diners within the restaurant began to find the unfolding drama increasingly captivating. They had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man would turn out to be a dark horse. A single serving of caviar cost 2,000, and with his likely order totaling 10 or more servings, nearly 20,000 had already been spent. Some patrons who had previously looked down upon Wang Yulong now became intrigued, eager to witness how he would respond to this unexpected turn of events. Others speculated about which affluent family Chu Chen hailed from, wondering how someone could spend 60,000 on a meal, clearly indicating a formidable background. Meanwhile, Wang Yulong began to sense an unsettling shift. In such a short span, 60,000 had been spent, leading him to question whether Chu Chen truly was the impoverished individual he appeared to be. Determined to test this theory, he rose and approached Chu Chen, declaring, "You should be aware that the owner of this restaurant wields considerable influence. If you intend to dine and dash, I assure you the consequences will be dire." Wang Yulong regarded Chu Chen with disdain, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Is that so? I wonder if young master one has brought sufficient funds for tonight's expenses." It would be quite embarrassing to be unable to settle the bill. Chu Chen replied with a faint smile, his eyes glimmering with a hint of derision. Huang Yulong found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. This unflappable calmness was certainly not characteristic of a mere pauper. However, having already committed 60,000, he felt trapped. Conceding defeat now would mean losing both money and face. Young Master Wan, please step aside. A waiter approached, balancing 2 platters of caviar, quietly addressing him from behind. Bai Jie, on the other hand, snapped numerous photos of the caviar, even posing for a shot. She uploaded the images to her social media, captioning them, "Caviar. One must indulge fully to appreciate its delight." As expected, her friend showered her with likes, followed by a deluge of flattering comments, such as white, rich, and beautiful, an exceptional individual of high society, greatly inflating Bai Jie's ego and bringing a radiant smile to her face. Witnessing Bai Jie's antics, Huang Yulong felt an inexplicable annoyance. Had it not been for the pleasurable service he received the previous night, he might have already lost his temper. Following the steamed king crab, the cheese-laden lobster and the exquisite salmon were brought to the table in succession. Upon sighting these delectable dishes, Chu Chen's fingers danced eagerly as he could hardly contain his anticipation to indulge, a look of sheer satisfaction gracing his face. At this juncture, Huang Yulong no longer dared to provoke Chu Chen. He had initially devised plans to humiliate him, but the situation took an unexpected turn. Now, he found himself being led by the nose, as the 60,000 yuan dining expense was already nearing his limit. Should Chu Chen continue to order, he would find himself in a precarious position. Despite his penchant for presenting himself as a wealthy second-generation heir, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm between his status and that of genuine affluent heirs. The Wan family merely operated a moderately sized renovation company in Tianlin City, with total assets barely reaching several tens of millions. Furthermore, the company's operations predominantly relied on his father and elder brother. He merely received a modest allowance from home each month, and although he enjoyed a lavish lifestyle under the guise of a wealthy heir, attracting the attention of beautiful women with his spending, the time had come for a true monetary contest, revealing his facade of affluence to be perilously thin. Xiao Wan, you must try this king crab. Its flavor is absolutely exquisite, Chu Chen enthusiastically remarked, while savoring a generous mouthful of crab meat. I'm already full. Zhou Xiaowan gently shook her head, her appetite modest. Having indulged in some appetizers and a steak beforehand, she felt quite sated. Then I shall not hold back, Chu Chen declared, clearly still hungry, as he resumed feasting. The gourmet offerings of this upscale restaurant were undeniably superb, though the portions were rather modest. Huang Yulong's mood soured further, a tempest of anger brewing within him. Other diners occasionally cast glances in his direction, whispering among themselves, clearly reveling in his misfortune. Yet, he dared not retaliate, for their refined attire suggested they were not to be trifled with. Some faces even appeared familiar. They must have crossed paths at various social gatherings. As the circle of affluent heirs in Tianlin City was not vast, although many were unknown to him, they shared common acquaintances. And should he fail to navigate this situation adeptly, it would undoubtedly become fodder for gossip, inviting the derision of his peers. The previous incident involving Zhou Xiaowan had already tarnished his reputation. Yet, as fate would have it, what one fears often comes to fruition. Chu Chen once again beckoned for the waiter. Sir, how may I assist you? The waiter inquired. Chu Chen picked up the menu. This drink does not suit my palate. I shall have another bottle of this Petrus to try. At this, Zhou Xiaowan could no longer remain composed. Fully aware that a bottle of Petrus cost 18,888 yuan, nearing 20,000. Meanwhile, Huang Yulong feigned composure, internally cursing Chu Chen countless times. Another 20,000 yuan was at stake. Xiao Wan, this is merely the beginning. We cannot allow Wan Xiao to underestimate us. Chu Chen flashed a smile at Zhou Xiaowan and instructed the waiter to fetch the wine. Within 2 minutes, 2 bottles of Petrus were presented, following the same meticulous protocol, with the waiter graciously uncorking them at the table. As Huang Yulong's table of red wine was uncorked, Chu Chen poured himself a glass of Karen, taking a small sip. This wine was still not to his liking, so he beckoned the waiter for a bottle of Lafite. In chapter 23, he inquired, Uncle, do you remember me? At that moment, Huang Yulong's complexion turned pale, a surge of anger bubbling within him. It was evident that Chu Chen was doing this on purpose. Just as he had opened a bottle of Pomerol, Chu Chen started ordering Lafite. However, he felt helpless, having previously stated that whatever the guests ordered would be honored. To back down now would render him the subject of ridicule. Yet, the law fight commanded a price of 30,000. And with the cumulative expenses surpassing 110,000, he found himself in a precarious financial situation, fearing he would have to restrain his spending for the next 2 to 3 months. The thought of that money being spent on courting women instead, enough to secure several girlfriends, stung painfully. This time, Zhou Xiaojun did not attempt to dissuade Chu Chen, understanding that her words would be futile. The surrounding diners observed with keen interest, marveling at Chu Chen's ability to play the fool while concealing his true prowess. Those who frequented such upscale dining establishments were not ordinary individuals. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game more clearly than the player. It soon became apparent that Chu Chen was far from an inconspicuous pauper. As the discussions among the patrons intensified, 2 bottles of Lafite were brought to the table and promptly opened by the waiter. Following the same pattern, after one Yurong's bottle of Lafite was uncorked, Chu Chen poured himself a glass, still not accustomed to the taste, and decided to try a bottle of the exquisite Romanicani. The moment he spoke, the entire restaurant fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had suspended. A bottle of Romanicani was priced at an astonishing 38,888. And while many patrons could afford such luxury, few would spend nearly 40,000 on a single bottle of wine. Adding this to the already substantial sum of 110,000, the total amounted to 150,000, a staggering amount for a single meal. Wan Yurong's expression soured significantly, filled with regret for having engaged in a wager with Chu Chen. Bai Jie stared wide-eyed at Chu Chen, her mind swirling with confusion and disbelief. Was it true that wealthy individuals were often so understated, hiding their true wealth? Or had Chu Chen lost his mind, descending into a frenzied state? Darling, could it be that this person has become intoxicated, forgetting his identity as a mere impoverished individual? This remark pierced through the atmosphere like a sharp blade. Upon hearing this, Wan Yurong abruptly leaped from his seat, as if awakening from a dream. He realized Bai Jie was spot on. It was highly likely that Chu Chen had indeed lost his sanity, recklessly attempting to drag him down into the mire. With that thought, he quickly summoned Manager Su, fearing that if he delayed, that expensive bottle of Romanicani would be served, a staggering nearly 40,000 yuan. Young Master Wan, how may I assist you? Manager Su, noticing Wan Yurong's urgent call, hurried over, mindful of the need to avoid disturbing the other diners. After all, those who dined at such high-end establishments were not to be trifled with. Some guests were beyond their capacity to offend. Manager Su, I now suspect that this pauper lacks the funds to settle the bill and is attempting to enjoy a free meal. Wan Yulong pointed at Chu Chen with an air of smugness and mockery. Wan Xiao, you should not make such reckless statements, Manager Su remarked, casting a glance at Chu Chen. While many could afford to spend 150,000, few could justify the expenditure of such an amount for a single meal. At that moment, his demeanor towards Chu Chen had shifted, no longer dismissive as before. Manager Su, look at his attire. It hardly exceeds 100. How could he possibly spend over 10,000 on a meal? Perhaps he has deluded himself into forgetting his own identity, Wan Yulong retorted, seeing Manager Su's skepticism and growing agitated. Believe what you will. Regardless, he will be unable to settle the bill, and it is your restaurant that will suffer. Manager Su, taken aback by the outburst, found his resolve wavering. At that moment, 2 bottles of Romanicani were carefully brought over by the waiter. Just as the waiter prepared to uncork them for Chu Chen, Manager Su intervened. Chu Chen frowned, visibly displeased, and queried, "What is the meaning of this?" Perceiving the tension, Manager Su quickly donned a conciliatory smile, explaining, "Sir, I beg your pardon, would you prefer to settle the bill now?" In a sudden display of anger, Chu Chen slammed his palm upon the table, rising to his feet, his face a mask of fury as he confronted Manager Su. "The guests have yet to finish their meal, and you dare to demand payment? When has your restaurant adopted such a policy?" Manager Su found himself momentarily speechless, for indeed, there had never been such a precedent. "Manager Su, your actions are rather excessive, are they not? This is sheer bullying," another patron chimed in. "Yes, they haven't even completed their meal, and you insist they pay up? This is a blatant display of disrespect." The patrons surrounding them could no longer endure the situation and began to voice their support for Chu Chen. At that juncture, a distinguished middle-aged man clad in a suit approached, exuding an air of authority, and with a warm smile, he addressed the crowd. "Please remain calm. It is true that Manager Su has mishandled this matter." This middle-aged gentleman was none other than Xiang Tian, the proprietor of the upscale restaurant. He owned numerous enterprises in Tianlin City, and this restaurant was merely one among many. This evening, he had whimsically decided to dine at his establishment, only to be met with the uproar upon his entrance. "Boss Xiang, your arrival is fortuitous. Manager Su has indeed overstepped," remarked a middle-aged patron who shared a cordial rapport with Xiang Tian. The others fell silent, lowering their heads in deference. Xiang Tian was a figure of considerable renown in Tianlin City, and they dared not offend him, lest they invite unnecessary trouble. "Hey brother, you are here as well." Xiang Tian greeted the middle-aged man with a smile, warmly shaking his hand. "Boss, the situation is not as you perceive." Manager Su rushed to Xiang Tian, anxious to clarify. Silence. Xiang Tian's expression darkened as he sternly admonished. "At our restaurant, the customer always comes first. We would never ask a patron to settle their bill before dining. Who granted you the authority to do so? Now, step aside, and I shall address this matter with you later." Manager Su trembled, not daring to utter another word, and obediently stood to the side. "Hey brother, please continue your meal. I must attend to some matters." Xiang Tian gently patted the middle-aged man's shoulder before turning towards Chu Chen. "Young man, may I take a seat?" "Of course, please do," replied Chu Chen, who naturally recognized Xiang Tian, a prominent figure in Tianlin City. He had not realized that this establishment was owned by him. Xiang Tian smiled as he sat across from Chu Chen, his gaze sweeping over the array of delectable dishes adorning the tables. "You have quite an appetite, young man." "It's primarily due to the exquisite flavors of the dishes here," Chu Chen responded, conscious of the need to maintain decorum in the presence of Xiang Tian. He chuckled softly and recounted the events in detail. Xiang Tian listened quietly before glancing at Manager Su, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Ah, I see. You youngsters truly know how to have fun." Xiang Tian couldn't help but laugh as well. At that moment, Wan Yulong could no longer contain his anxiety and swiftly approached Xiang Tian, a fawning expression on his face. "Uncle Xiang, do you remember me?" Chapter 24. Wan Yulong. "You scoundrel. Who are you?" Xiang Tian furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Wan Yulong with a look of confusion, as he had no recollection of him. After all, he interacted with many individuals daily and could not possibly remember every single one, particularly young upstarts like Wan Yulong. Originally hoping to leverage some connections, Wan Yulong now felt embarrassed and hurriedly brought up his father. "Oh, so you're the son of the old Wan family. I have met your elder brother a few times." Xiang Tian finally recalled Wan Yulong's identity. However, his expression darkened immediately. "Even if you are old Wan's son, you cannot cause a ruckus in my restaurant. Uncle Xiang, I'm only looking out for your restaurant's interests. Look at this person. How could he possibly afford to pay 150,000 yuan for a meal?" Wan Yulong hastily defended himself upon seeing Xiang Tian's anger. "Nonsense. This is my establishment. It does not require your concern," Xiang Tian retorted, visibly displeased. Since its inception, no one had ever dared to dine and dash at his restaurant. Yet, with Wan Yulong's commotion, rumors could easily tarnish the reputation of the establishment. What infuriated Xiang Tian even more was that his own manager was also a fool, joining in Wan Yulong's antics. "Uncle Xiang, you must believe me. This person is a complete pauper and surely cannot pay." Wan Yulong, aware that Xiang Tian was furious, felt cornered but pressed on stubbornly. He calculated that if he could prove Chu Chen's inability to pay, Xiang Tian would not only absolve him of blame, but would also be grateful for his assistance in exposing a freeloader. "Boss Xiang, since young Master One has said so, let us settle the bill," Chu Chen remarked, recognizing that with Xiang Tian's arrival, there was no need for further conflict with Wan Yulong. He casually produced a bank card and handed it to the waiter, including the bottle of Romani in the tally. The waiter glanced up at the sky, and upon receiving a nod from his companion, dared to accept the card. "Pathetic fool, still putting on airs. I shall relish your impending embarrassment." Wan Yulong, witnessing Chu Chen's audacity in presenting a bank card for payment, felt a surge of panic. His heart raced and his breath quickened. Yet, he knew he could not show weakness at this moment. So he continued to mock. "Posturing is futile. If that card fails to authorize a transaction, you shall be in dire straits." Curious gazes from other diners were drawn towards them, many suppressing laughter, thinking that Chu Chen was deliberately leading Wan Yulong into a trap. Had Xiang Tian not appeared in time, Wan Yulong would have found himself in an even more precarious position. At that moment, another waiter approached briskly with a POS machine, ready to process the transaction. The atmosphere in the restaurant shifted to one of palpable tension, all eyes fixated on the bank card in Chu Chen's hand, eager to witness whether it could indeed cover the exorbitant bill of 150,000. When the POS machine emitted a crisp tone indicating a successful transaction, Wan Yulong deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping helplessly in his chair, utterly humiliated. In that instant, he realized that he had been manipulated by Chu Chen from the very beginning. "Sir, please take good care of your bank card," the waiter smiled, returning the card to Chu Chen. Zhou Xiaoan, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of unreality wash over her. 150,000 wabik. And Chu Chen had truly settled the bill. "Wan Xiao, it is your turn to pay now," Chu Chen remarked, directing his gaze to the adjacent table where Wan Yulong sat. The latter's complexion darkened considerably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had no means to pay the 150,000, having squandered over 100,000 on extravagant outings due to Zhou Xiaoan. He had already maxed out his credit card, and his cash on hand barely exceeded 80,000, clearly insufficient to cover the meal. "Wan Xiao, are you truly unable to pay even the 150,000? I thought you claimed to be a wealthy, second-generation heir. How is it that you cannot produce such a trivial sum?" Chu Chen expressed his astonishment. Logically, even if Wan Yulong were a mere pretender to wealth, 150,000 should not pose a significant challenge for him. He had intended to continue his antics after Wan Yulong settled the bill, but it appeared that was no longer necessary. He could not afford the sum. How disappointing that this pretender to wealth cannot withstand scrutiny. The other patrons, astute in their observations, noted that Xiang Tian showed no inclination to shield Wan Yulong, prompting them to feel emboldened to speak out. To have boasted so brazenly, only to reveal oneself as an empty vessel. Have you ever heard of a false rich heir? This is precisely the type. It became apparent that Wan Yulong merely exploited his status to deceive naive young women, a truly shameless act. Though the Wan family was not of considerable standing, it was hard to believe they could not muster 150,000. In the restaurant, patrons engaged in hushed conversations, their whispers distinctly audible to all. Wan Yulong felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into the ground. He had intended to flaunt his wealth and status before Chu Chen, but instead, he became the subject of ridicule. Opposite him, Bai Jia's face flushed crimson, feeling akin to the naive girl described by the onlookers. Having only met Wan Yulong the previous night, she had assumed he was a scion of wealth and eagerly accompanied him to the hotel, hoping to align herself with affluence, only to discover that he was a mere pretender. Eager to escape this den of gossip, she declared, "Wan Xiao, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." A wave of low laughter rippled through the restaurant. Such a pragmatic woman was indeed a rarity. "Wan Xiao, haven't you learned from the incident with the bank girl last time? If you lack capability, do not be so arrogant," a young man, reveling in the unfolding drama, openly mocked Wan Yulong. Upon hearing mention of the bank girl, Chu Chen glanced at Zhou Xiaoan, who mirrored his confusion. He then turned toward the young man, inquiring, "My friend, what is the story behind the bank girl? Please, enlighten us." Wan Yulong's expression darkened immediately, his gaze seething with fury directed at the young man. "Silence. Do not speak." Noticing the escalating tension, Chu Chen gently placed a bottle of Lafite on the young man's table, smiling, "Brother, allow me to treat you to a drink." "Zheng Xiao, do not keep us in suspense," urged the surrounding patrons, their curiosity piqued. Zheng Xiao, youthful and impulsive, felt a surge of indignation after Wan Yulong's outburst. If he remained silent now, others might think him intimidated by Wan Yulong, prompting him to rise. Last month, at a social gathering, Wan Yulong took a fancy to a bank girl and wagered with my friend that he would win her over within half a month, with photographic evidence as proof. What happened next? Don't leave us hanging. Some eager gossipers pressed for details. Zheng Xiao chuckled lightly. According to Wan Xiao, he succeeded. But alas, he lacked the photographic evidence, thus losing the bet. The patrons of the restaurant murmured in astonishment at Wan Yulong's antics. "Everyone be quiet." Wan Yulong's embarrassment, now laid bare for all to see, transformed his demeanor into one of dark fury. Yet Zheng Xiao was not someone to be trifled with, and Wan Yulong could only suppress his rage. "You scoundrel, Wan Yulong." Zhou Xiaoan, filled with indignation, splashed her full glass of red wine directly into his face. Chapter 25, An Apology. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, clearly taken aback by Zhou Xiaojuan's fervor. However, they quickly pieced together the implications, recalling Wan Yulong's earlier remarks about the girl who had once been involved with him, leading to the conclusion that she might indeed be the very bank girl in question. Wan Yulong, already seething with humiliation, was now drenched in wine and on the verge of exploding, raising his hand menacingly toward Zhou Xiaoan. Zhou Xiaoan, upon witnessing the approaching slap, let out a terrified scream. Just then, a powerful hand seized Wan Yulong's wrist, halting his advance. Wan Yulong turned to find Xiang Tian coldly gazing at him, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. "You dare strike a woman? Xiang Tian's disdain was palpable. Huang Yulong, confronted with Xiang Tian's frigid stare, felt a wave of fear wash over him, rendering him speechless. Do not call me uncle. It is beneath my dignity. Settle the bill and leave, Xiang Tian declared, having little patience for the frivolous scion before him. Huang Yulong, overwhelmed by terror, reluctantly retrieved his credit card and handed it to the waiter. However, when the waiter attempted to process the payment, the transaction failed. I apologize, Mr. Huang. This card cannot be processed, the waiter said, returning the card to him. Confounded, Huang Yulong tried several more cards, only to discover that none were functional. Had his credit been suspended? Xiang, no, I mean boss, may I settle the bill tomorrow? He pleaded. Call someone to assist you, Xiang Tian retorted coldly. As a businessman, he understood that granting leniency would only set a precedent for others to follow suit. Turning to the waiter, he instructed, please take the Roman away. I trust, mister. One is no longer in the mood for drinks. At that moment, Huang Yulong had entirely lost his former bravado. Embarrassment painted his face, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He had not anticipated Xiang Tian's mercilessness, leaving him devoid of any semblance of dignity. As onlookers noted Xiang Tian's lack of inclination to defend Huang Yulong, mocking remarks began to circulate. So, it turns out you, young Master Huang, were hoping to dine and dash. With such incompetence, attempting to save face is laughable. You've sullied the Huang family name. The derisive comments filled Huang Yulong with humiliation. His face flushed and fists clenched, yet he found himself unable to retort. Enduring the ridicule and accusations, he was overwhelmed by a sense of degradation. The waiter promptly removed the bottle of Roman from Huang Yulong's table. Chu Chen, witnessing the scene, chuckled. Young Master Huang, a wager is a wager, quickly apologized to Xiaowan. On what grounds? Huang Yulong snapped, glaring fiercely at Chu Chen, who had stripped him of his dignity. He dared not challenge Xiang Tian, nor provoke the other patrons of the restaurant. Was he truly afraid of Chu Chen? Refusing to apologize is one thing, but that bottle of Roman does come with a price. Settle the bill now. 150,000 Huabei, Chu Chen insisted, clearly unwilling to relent. Chu Chen, do not take advantage of me. Huang Yulong seethed with impotent rage. He couldn't even muster 110,000 at that moment. If you can't afford to lose, then don't engage. Tianlin City is small. Such news will cost you friends, Chu Chen remarked with disdain. Seemingly attuned to Huang Yulong's thoughts, he added coldly, even if you were to purchase this bottle of Roman, it would be futile, for I intend to order several more. Ultimately, you must apologize to Xiaowan today. Huang Yulong's last glimmer of hope was ruthlessly extinguished by Chu Chen's relentless assertions. 10 or 8 bottles of red wine amount to 3 to 400,000 Huabei. This is no trifling sum. Even if he had money, he would never squander it so recklessly. Huang Yulong took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, and slowly approached Zhou Xiaowan, lowering his head to utter an apology. After that, he raised his gaze, glaring fiercely at Chu Chen, and said through gritted teeth, Are you satisfied now? Lacking economic strength, you should refrain from such arrogance in the future to avoid public disgrace. Huang Yulong trembled with rage at these words, feeling as though he might explode. Yet, faced with Chu Chen's overwhelming presence, he could only swallow his indignation. All right, let this matter rest. Let us continue our meal, Xiang Tian declared, sensing that the situation had calmed considerably, and prepared to take his leave. Mr. Xiang, take care, the patrons in the restaurant politely remarked. Xiang Tian nodded and smiled as he exited the establishment. With his departure, tranquility returned to the restaurant. After all, with Xiang Tian having spoken, no one dared to raise their voices. Xiaowan, let us also depart, Chu Chen said as he picked up the lafite from the table and hastened to catch up with Xiang Tian. Mr. Xiang, there is something I am uncertain whether to say. Xiang Tian turned to look at Chu Chen, chuckling lightly. Young man, speak your mind. Chu Chen regarded Xiang Tian carefully and replied, You must promise not to turn hostile or throw me out of the Western restaurant. Having little understanding of Xiang Tian, he opted for caution. Though he wished to offer assistance, he did not wish to jeopardize himself. Rest assured, I am a legitimate businessman and would not engage in such behavior, Xiang Tian observed, finding the young man before him somewhat intriguing. Then I shall be at ease. Chu Chen responded, clearing his throat. Mr. Xiang, I must insist you do not leave Tianlin City within 3 days, lest it puts your life in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tian could not help but burst into laughter. I recall that the latter part of that saying involves a calamity. Mr. Xiang, I am serious. Heed my warning, Chu Chen said, offering no further explanation as he exited the Western restaurant. In his previous life, 3 days hence, Xiang Tian had met with a fatal car accident on the highway to Puxi. As a prominent figure in Tianlin City, the incident was swiftly reported by the Tianlin Evening News, echoing throughout the city streets. Since their paths crossed in this lifetime, Chu Chen felt compelled to provide a cautionary note. However, he was careful not to appear too obvious, lest he arouse suspicion in Xiang Tian. Thus, when questioned, he chose silence, offering no explanations. After all, the more one spoke, the more likely one was to expose oneself to unwarranted trouble. At this moment, Xiang Tian fixed his gaze on the receding figure of Chu Chen, pondering deeply. Just then, a secretary clad in a fitted dress quietly approached him from behind. "Mr. Xiang, dinner has been prepared for you in the office. Shaoli, do I have any appointments in the next 3 days that require me to leave Tianlin City?" "Yes. 3 days from now, a visit to Mr. Fang's enterprise in Puxi." Upon hearing this, Xiang Tian pondered briefly before responding. "Cancel this itinerary and inform Lao Fang that I have encountered a sudden matter. I shall seize another opportunity to visit in the future." Having said that, I turned and walked toward the office. Upon exiting the guest dining area, Chu Chen uncorked a bottle of Lafite and tilted it directly to his lips for a generous gulp. "Chu Chen, there are cups here," Zhou Shaoan exclaimed, balancing a bottle of Beyong in one hand and a bottle of Potu in the other, with 2 paper cups nestled between her fingers as she hurried over. "Why do you bring these 2 bottles out as well?" Chu Chen remarked, surprised by the sight of the 2 bottles of red wine. "These 2 bottles cost over 20,000. That's equivalent to several months of my salary. It would be a shame not to consume them." Zhou Shaoan expressed with a pained look, pondering the world of the affluent, where such expensive wines could be so casually dismissed. Chu Chen couldn't help but chuckle, finding Zhou Shaoan utterly endearing. Jokingly, he responded, "Then you should take responsibility for finishing them. 1 bottle is already quite enough for me." Although Chu Chen was no lightweight, he was mindful of the necessity to remain sober for the next morning's appointment at the securities firm, unwilling to risk any complications. "How am I supposed to drink like this?" Zhou Shaoan protested, shaking the bottles of Beyong and Potu in front of Chu Chen, clearly indicating her hands were full. Stepping closer, Chu Chen took the Beyong from her grasp. "Now we can drink," he declared. Zhou Shaoan giggled and poured herself a glass, downing it in one go. "I must say, this fine red wine is remarkably smooth," Chu Chen remarked, his surprise evident as he observed her drinking prowess. "Look at you. Your tolerance is impressive." Zhou Shaoan proudly lifted her chin. "Indeed, I have never been intoxicated in my life." With that, she poured herself another glass and drank it down again. Watching her cavalier approach to drinking, Chu Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. He knew that with such consumption, sobriety was unlikely. "Stop rambling. You sound like a woman," Zhou Shaoan retorted, her inhibitions fading as she consumed more wine, her demeanor becoming refreshingly straightforward. Chu Chen shook his head in resignation. With the conversation having reached this point, he decided to let Zhou Shaoan be and took another swig of Lafite. As I wandered aimlessly down familiar streets, relishing the tranquil moments, a wave of indescribable emotions washed over me. In my past life, I could scarcely fathom indulging in such an extravagant wine as Lafite. Even a modestly priced bottle was a luxury I could not afford. For a decade, I had been manipulated by Fang Qingyu, my own parents in the countryside oblivious to my plight, while I dutifully honored her parents, often subjected to their disdain and scorn as the ineffectual son-in-law. Enduring all of this in hopes of providing a complete family for my child, only to discover that the child was not even mine, provoked a self-deprecating smile from me. I realized those 10 years had rendered me a mere farce. "Chu Chen, thank you," a voice broke through my reverie, drawing my attention back to Zhou Shaoan. "What do you thank me for?" I turned around, puzzled, only to notice that her bottle of Podu was nearly empty. "Thank you for helping me resolve my inner turmoil. I have often pondered whether my own conservatism has rendered me obsolete in this ever-evolving era, which may explain why Wan Yulong sought the company of other women during our relationship. However, I have now come to the realization that he never harbored genuine feelings for me from the outset." Tears glistened in Zhou Xiaojuan's eyes, clearly indicating the profound pain Wan Yulong had inflicted upon her. "Could it be that Wan Yulong was your first love?" Chu Chen inquired in astonishment. "Certainly not. I had a relationship during my university years as well, but that boy only wanted to take me to a hotel. When I rebuffed him, he swiftly turned his affections to other girls. Are all men like this?" Zhou Xiaojuan's emotions escalated with each word, ultimately leading her to consume the remainder of her drink in one swift motion. Chu Chen shook his head helplessly, letting out a silent sigh. After all, with Zhou Xiaojuan's attributes, which man could resist such temptation? Humph, the world is full of crows, and you are no saint either. Zhou Xiaojun swayed her way to Chu Chen's side, snatching the wine glass from his hand and pouring herself another serving, which she downed in one go. You should drink less, Chu Chen exclaimed, hastily attempting to reclaim the glass, but she deftly evaded him and staggered forward. Thus, the two engaged in a playful chase down the street, drawing the attention of several passers-by. After a short while, Zhou Xiaojun, fatigued from running, disregarded her image and sat on the curb, her wine bottle now completely empty. Chu Chen, am I beautiful? She asked, her eyes dreamy, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, alluring in her vulnerability. Observing this scene, Chu Chen felt a mischievous impulse arise. How delightful it would be to capture this moment on his phone and see if Zhou Xiaojun would feel embarrassed enough to move out of her apartment the following day. Yet, he ultimately suppressed this thought and gently reassured her, You are beautiful, the most beautiful. Do you like me? Zhou Xiaojun suddenly leaned closer to Chu Chen, closing the distance between them to mere inches. Faced with such an unexpected question, Chu Chen found himself at a loss. What did Zhou Xiaojun mean? Was she genuinely intoxicated or merely pretending? Quickly, he pulled out his phone and activated the recording function, urging her, Please ask me that again. However, this time Zhou Xiaojun simply lay down on the roadside, closed her eyes, and emitted soft snoring sounds. Hey, don't fall asleep at such a critical moment. Chu Chen exclaimed urgently. If you don't wake up, I might have to take you to a hotel. He sighed in resignation, observing that Zhou Xiaojun showed no signs of awakening, confirming that she had indeed succumbed to inebriation. With a soft sigh, he discarded the remaining half bottle of Lafite into a nearby trash can and hoisted Zhou Xiaojun onto his back, heading toward the Zhengping neighborhood. Zhou Xiaojun, who typically appeared delicate and fragile, felt surprisingly heavy on his back. Chu Chen couldn't help but remark, Who would have thought you had such substance? Perhaps instinctively, the inebriated Zhou Xiaojun clung tightly to Chu Chen's neck, nearly suffocating him. Unable to suppress his complaints, he gasped, Could you be a bit gentler? I can hardly breathe. He took a deep breath, pondering the absurdity of the night, having spent a staggering 150,000 Hua coins, only to end up as a laborer. Not a single decent man exists, murmured Zhou Xiaowan, nestled against Chu Chen's back. Chapter 27, The Wall Slam. Chu Chen hastily concurred, Indeed, not a single good one. The age-old adage rang true. When men are intoxicated, they berate women. Conversely, when women indulge, they scorn men, each harboring their own tales. Yet, Zhou Xiaowan suddenly interjected, Silence. I do not wish to hear a man's voice. With that, she began to writhe uncontrollably. Do not move about. Chu Chen, having had his fair share of red wine, was somewhat unsteady on his feet. With her wild movements, they both tumbled into the verdant patch beside the road. Zhou Xiaowan, overwhelmed by the violent swaying, felt queasy and soon began to vomit. Upon witnessing this, Chu Chen felt a wave of frustration. After leaving the restaurant, they had been heading in the opposite direction of Zhengping community, which now seemed quite distant. Chu Chen was keen to avoid a mess, so he quickly hailed a passing taxi and assisted Zhou Xiaowan into the back seat. The driver, a middle-aged man, chuckled knowingly. Which hotel are you headed to? With a light-hearted tone, the driver teased, This young lady seems a bit shy. Don't worry. Uncle has been through it all and won to judge. Master. To Zhengping community, Chu Chen replied, his face clouded with annoyance. It appeared the driver was quite the talkative type. Not go to a hotel? That makes sense. Home is safer. The driver paused, then quickly grasped the situation, nodding in understanding. Master, you misunderstand. We are merely friends, Chu Chen sighed, realizing that the driver had likely encountered such scenarios numerous times. I understand. Just a temporary stay at your place tonight, and tomorrow you'll part ways. The driver remarked, casting a knowing glance at Chu Chen through the rearview mirror. Perhaps silence was the best course of action at that moment. Nevertheless, the taxi driver clearly had no intention of dropping the subject. Young man, this young lady is quite charming. Where did you meet her? I might try my luck at that bar someday. Master, you are youthful at heart, Chu Chen jested. There's a saying, a man remains a boy until death. The driver replied, beaming with pride. Fortunately, they soon arrived at Zhengping community, as Chu Chen felt he could not endure further conversation. After settling the fare, he quickly assisted Zhou Xiaowan out of the vehicle and lifted her onto his back, making his way to their shared accommodation. After unceremoniously depositing the disheveled Zhou Xiaowan onto the bed, Chu Chen exhaled deeply. Observing the various stains on her clothing, a headache began to throb at his temples. As a man, it seemed inappropriate for him to change Zhou Xiaojuan's clothes. Just then, the sound of the iron gate echoed from outside, followed by the click of high heels. Chu Chen's eyes brightened, and he rushed to open the door. And Xia, in the midst of changing her shoes, caught sight of Chu Chen exiting Zhou Xiaojuan's room, her expression transforming into one of mischievous delight. Well, look how swift you are, handsome, she said, her gaze playfully assessing him, sparkling with mischief. It is not as you imagine. Chu Chen hurriedly clarified, aware that Anxia had misconstrued his intentions. He was drenched in sweat. Having just finished exercising, it would be truly heartless not to spend some time with the young lady. Anxia wore a playful smile, inviting him to lend a hand. Not wanting to dawdle, Chu Chen promptly inquired if it was an opportune moment for him to enter. Anxia, taken aback, wondered why he would want her assistance at that moment. Wasn't Zhou Xiaojun capable of handling things alone? Observing the bewilderment on Anxia's face, Chu Chen, feeling somewhat helpless, quickly explained that Zhou Xiaojun had drunk too much and needed help changing her clothes. Anxia, catching a whiff of red wine, followed Chu Chen into the room, her skepticism lingering as she beheld Zhou Xiaojun in a stupor. How much had she consumed to be in such a state? 2 entire bottles of red wine. Chu Chen sighed internally, pondering the irony of the situation. Hadn't she claimed never to have been drunk? Truly, the more enchanting a woman, the more deceptive she could be. Handsome, how could you not seize such a splendid opportunity? I could leave right now, pretending I know nothing, Anxia teased, turning to exit. Miss, please don't jest at my expense. I assure you, I am not that kind of person. Chu Chen implored, grasping her arm. Really no other thoughts? You can't possibly have no intentions at all when faced with such a stunning beauty. Anxia pressed, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized him once more. Chu Chen shook his head in resignation, insisting he was indeed devoid of ulterior motives. However, how could one remain entirely unaffected in the presence of such breathtaking beauty? You're quite normal, I suppose, he retorted, straightening his posture, unwilling to invite any misunderstandings as it pertained to his dignity as a man. A sly smile danced upon Anxia's lips. Such an opportunity wasted. Why linger here? Are you hoping to catch a glimpse of her figure? Embarrassed, Chu Chen chuckled awkwardly and hastily exited Zhou Xiaojuan's room. Anxia, unable to contain her laughter at his flustered state, exclaimed, "What a fool. It's no wonder you're single. With such a lovely girl, a mere blanket could secure you a girlfriend." After leaving Zhou Xiaojuan's room, Chu Chen exhaled deeply, despite his verbal assurances of disinterest. The allure of such a captivating girl was undeniable. However, he refused to take advantage of her vulnerability. In the bathroom, he splashed cold water on his face to dispel the heat of the moment. Upon finishing his shower and stepping out, he encountered Anxiao emerging from Zhou Xiaojuan's room. Their eyes met, and she greeted him with a sweet smile. "Handsome, I didn't close the door, so do try to maintain your composure." Chu Chen inhaled sharply, striding toward Anxia and cornering her against the wall, his hand pressed against it in a bold gesture. He lowered his head, his lips a mere 10 centimeters from her face. "What are you doing?" Anxia felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, the warmth of Chu Chen's breath brushing against her skin, prompting her to turn her face away. "Beauty, do not provoke a normal man. Be wary of igniting a fire you cannot control." Chu Chen gazed at Anxia's retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he let out a gentle chuckle. He had yet to pen the 10,000 words for the day. Yet, he was merely a minor unknown writer, earning only a full attendance reward each month. Thus, he was acutely aware that the most formidable challenge in novel writing lay in the unwavering commitment to write daily. A single day of laziness could easily cascade into further procrastination, leading to a gradual decline into idleness and, ultimately, abandonment of his craft. Consequently, Chu Chen established a minimum goal for himself, to steadfastly produce 10,000 words each day, ensuring a consistent daily update. Soon, the room was filled with the rhythmic sound of typing. Time ticked away, and by the time the clock struck 2 in the morning, Chu Chen finally completed his quota of 10,000 words. After uploading his work to the website, he shut down his computer, perhaps due to sheer exhaustion. He fell into a deep slumber the moment his head touched the pillow. The first rays of morning sun filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the bed. Zhou Xiaowan stirred, slowly opening her eyes to the familiar surroundings of her room. She briefly closed her eyes again, intending to return to sleep. However, merely 3 seconds later, she suddenly jolted awake, glancing down at her attire beneath the covers. To her astonishment, she discovered that her dress had been replaced with pajamas, and even her undergarments were new. Instantly, her mind blanked out, and she let out an involuntary scream. The poor soundproofing of the room meant that Chu Chen, deep in slumber, was startled awake by the unexpected outburst. Recognizing the voice as Zhou Xiaojuan's, he hastily donned his trousers and rushed into her room, anxiously inquiring, "What happened? Are you all right?" Upon seeing Chu Chen burst in, Zhou Xiaojuan's cheeks flushed crimson, but she mustered the courage to ask, "Did you change my clothes?" "No, it wasn't me. It was Xia who did it." Chu Chen quickly pointed towards the adjacent room, fearful that Zhou Xiaojuan might misunderstand. "I see." Zhou Xiaojuan breathed a sigh of relief, having just pondered what she would do if it truly were Chu Chen who had changed her. Just then, Xia ambled into the room, rubbing her sleepy eyes and murmuring, "Why is it so noisy this early in the morning?" "Xia, I can't thank you enough," Zhou Xiaojuan exclaimed, hurrying to express her gratitude. "Thank me for what?" Xia replied, looking bewildered. "Thank you for changing my clothes." Although sharing the same gender, Zhou Xiaojuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Meanwhile, a sense of foreboding began to swell within Chu Chen. He wondered if this woman was about to stir up trouble again. Sure enough, Xia, with a look of astonishment, declared, "I didn't change your clothes." Zhou Xiaojuan froze on the bed, glancing toward Chu Chen. As the room fell into a profound silence, Chu Chen, equally baffled, recalled that the three of them had been present the previous evening. Within Xia's declaration, he felt as if he could not clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. "Beauty, you can't be serious. Such matters aren't a laughing matter." He protested. "Handsome, I'm not joking," Xia replied, appearing quite innocent. Zhou Xiaojuan, observing Xia's earnest demeanor, felt a pang of uncertainty. Could it be that it was indeed Chu Chen who had changed her? Embarrassed, she buried her head beneath the covers. At this moment, Chu Chen's face was filled with exasperation, for this woman was evidently seeking revenge for his actions the previous night. Observing Xia's exceptional performance, one could not help but lament that she was unworthy of merely being a supporting actress. Xia, with a playful glint in her eyes, regarded Chu Chen as if to say, "Let us see how you will explain this." In a flurry, Chu Chen pleaded, "Sister, please don't toy with me. I shall treat you to a grand feast." Upon hearing this, Xia could not suppress a chuckle. "Well then, I shan't tease you any longer. The clothes from last night have been placed on the balcony. I dared not leave them in the bathroom, fearing that certain individuals might possess unsavory habits." Chu Chen, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation. "Who exactly is this certain person you speak of? Clarify this for me." Unable to contain himself any longer, he pondered who she was subtly hinting at. Whoever is agitated is surely the one, he thought. Xia swiftly shut the door, followed by a chorus of laughter, clearly having relished the moment of release. "What a lunatic," Chu Chen muttered softly. Though Xia had managed the clothing change the prior night, he had shared intimate contact with her, which made matters awkward. To alleviate the tension, Zhou Xiaojuan quickly interjected, "Chu Chen, I truly appreciate your help last night. I must change now and prepare for work." Glancing at the clock in the living room, he realized it was already 7:30, leaving him no time to sleep further. He promptly opened the QQ messaging app to request a 2-hour leave from his department manager. After having breakfast at the community entrance, he deemed it still early enough to walk to the security center. The morning air was refreshingly crisp, and the bustling crowd hurrying to work imbued the entire city with vibrancy and life. Upon arriving at the securities company, it was precisely 8:30. In his previous life, he had opened a stock account, so he navigated the process with ease. In less than half an hour, he had established a stock account and transferred 7,800,000 from his bank card to the new account. Subsequently, he exited the securities firm and hailed a taxi directly to his workplace. Chu Chen was currently employed at a small advertising company named Creativity. Although this position did not align with his university major, for someone like him, a university student from a rural background without connections, securing any job was essential for self-sustenance. During the interview, the company had promised to cultivate him into an advertising designer. However, once he began working, he realized he was merely a general errand boy, tasked with various menial duties, such as moving heavy items and running errands to deliver documents. In essence, he was responsible for all the tasks that the cleaning lady would not undertake. The company where Chu Chen worked was located in the CBD of Tianlin City. The taxi pulled up in front of the Hongpeng building. After settling the fare, he alighted and proceeded directly into the building. Ascending to the 21st floor, he found Creativity situated in the southeast corner, occupying a mere 200 square meters. Including the cleaning staff, the total number of employees was less than 30. As Chu Chen stepped through the company's entrance, the attractive receptionist was busy trimming her nails. Upon noticing Chu Chen, she merely glanced up before returning to her grooming. Having just joined the company and still within his first month, coupled with the fact that Chu Chen primarily undertook menial tasks. He was perceived by his colleagues as no different from a mere errand boy. Even the receptionist looked down upon him. Chapter 29. The outlet for venting frustration. Chu Chen remained unfazed by this perception. Upon arriving at his workstation, he adeptly powered on his computer and swiftly downloaded the software from the brokerage firm. He then logged into his trading account, coinciding perfectly with the stock market opening. He preemptively added several stocks to his watch list and continuously monitored their price fluctuations. The documents from his previous life had only recorded stocks with significant volatility over a few days or months, allowing Chu Chen to wait until the prices dipped to their nadir before purchasing, then sell them once they soared to their pinnacle after a few days or months. This approach meant he would not have to obsessively watch the market, thereby minimizing any adverse impact on his work. Chu Chen's decision to remain in his position was not without reason. As a reborn individual, he was well acquainted with the promising advertisements of the next decade, possessing foresight that placed him a decade ahead of others. He believed this industry held the potential for him to thrive. Furthermore, he was eager to uncover why Zhengping was so intent on forcing him out of the company. Logically, this was merely a small advertising firm, and even with the boss's recognition, its prospects were not particularly promising, nor could it ever pose a threat to the Huang group. What then motivated Zhengping to expel him from the company? Fortunately, in 3 months, the boss would begin to suppress him, and by then he would ensure he uncovered the underlying reasons. At that moment, 2 individuals entered the company, and a young man, similar in age to Chu Chen, briskly stepped out to greet them. "Hello, Mr. Huang. Welcome," he said. "Wang's son, is the proposal ready?" inquired Mr. Huang, leading the group. "Yes, it is prepared. Please follow me to the conference room," Wang's son replied eagerly, guiding the way while Mr. Huang and his assistant trailed behind. As they passed by Chu Chen's workstation, Wang's son suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, assuming an authoritative pose, and pointed at Chu Chen, saying, "Xiao Chu, bring 3 cups of water to the conference room immediately." Chu Chen looked up to see Wang Sun's arrogant expression, a stark contrast to his submissive demeanor moments ago in front of Mr. Huang. Instantly, a sense of disdain welled up within him. He recognized Wang Sun's intent to flaunt his status before the clients. However, the reborn Chu Chen had no intention of indulging him. "I'm quite busy. You can fetch it yourself," he replied. "What did you say?" Wang Sun was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe his ears. He had not anticipated that Chu Chen would refuse. To him, it was expected that the latter would immediately rise to serve. Chu Chen raised his gaze to meet Wang Sun's, a slight smirk curling his lips, revealing his scorn. "I said I'm busy. You can fetch it yourself." To ensure Wang Sun heard him clearly, Chu Chen deliberately slowed his speech. He could not abide such pretentiousness. Where one felt the need to elevate oneself by belittling others, such behavior spoke volumes about one's character. "You should ask the receptionist to bring the water." Wang Sun's countenance darkened instantaneously. However, due to the presence of clients, he refrained from losing his temper on the spot and instead commanded in a somber tone, "I'm afraid I can't step away right now. You will have to call them yourself." Inwardly, Chu Chen scoffed, recognizing Wang Sun's cunning nature. The receptionist had been assigned by the boss, and the entire company was acutely aware of the nuanced relationship between the two, although there was no concrete evidence. It did not deter everyone from regarding her as the boss's partner, leading them to approach Chu Chen for assistance. Wang Sun, clearly reluctant to assume the role of the antagonist, directed Chu Chen to undertake the task. At that moment, astonishment flickered across the faces of their colleagues. They had not anticipated that the usually compliant and obedient Chu Chen would openly defy Wang Sun's request. In the past, he had never declined any trivial tasks assigned to him. Very well, Wang Sun, suppressing his fury, forced a strained smile before turning to lead General Manager Huang and 2 others into the conference room. Shortly thereafter, he re-emerged to pour 2 cups of water, bringing them into the meeting room while casting a fierce glare at Chu Chen. Watching Wang Sun's retreating figure, Chu Chen secretly derided him, thinking, "What a cowardly bully. You shall reap what you sow later." Subsequently, he directed his full attention to the stock market, embarking on a series of frenzied transactions. He swiftly invested in 12 stocks, allocating between 300,000 to 800,000 yuan to each, ultimately committing a total of 7.8 million yuan. The rationale behind his choice of small, diversified investments stem from his awareness of being merely a reborn individual, capable of riding the coattails of trends rather than influencing market dynamics. If he were to heavily invest in a single stock, the uncertainty of whether the underlying momentum would continue to propel its price upward loomed large. Having completed this round of transactions, another entertaining scene unfolded. The door to the conference room was abruptly flung open, and General Manager Huang stormed out, his face ablaze with fury. "If you have any dissatisfaction with the proposal, I can revise it," Wang Sun offered, attempting to placate him. "Revise? You waxed eloquent about how excellent your proposal was. Yet upon my arrival, I find this rubbish. It is an utter waste of my time." General Manager Huang, now livid, disregarded the presence of numerous employees and unleashed a scathing reprimand upon Wang Sun. "Rest assured, within 3 days, I shall present you with 3 proposals that will meet your approval," Wang Sun responded, wearing a forced smile. He had painstakingly coaxed Huang into this position and was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity, especially since it represented a contract worth over $1 million. However, Huang was unimpressed, retorting, Your skills are inferior even to freshly graduated university students, yet you dare to come and deceive me. Do not bother me again." Chu Chen shook his head at this scene, recognizing the stark resemblance to events from his previous life. Indeed, although Wang Sun held a legitimate degree in advertising design, he had only graduated a year prior and had been working at this advertising firm for a mere 6 months. Lacking sufficient experience and capability, coupled with a penchant for boasting about his abilities, he had the audacity to exaggerate his meager talents from a mere 30% to an ostentatious 80 or 90. While this tactic might have served him well in the past, it was destined to falter when confronted with someone as pragmatic as Mr. Huang. "Xiao Chu, I just asked you to pour a few glasses of water. What is the reluctance? Now that my client has left, you must take responsibility," thundered Wang Sun, his frustration directed squarely at Chu Chen. The colleagues, startled by the sudden outburst, turned their heads towards the commotion. Wang Sun glared at Chu Chen with unbridled anger, while Chu Chen remained seated, his expression remarkably serene, evoking a sense of astonishment among those present. The entire office momentarily froze, quickly realizing that Wang Sun was merely seeking a scapegoat. Chapter 30, The Receptionist. The onlookers transformed into mere spectators, and even the receptionist, drawn by the noise, hurried in to witness the spectacle. Chu Chen's brow furrowed at the remark, a flicker of displeasure crossing his mind. In his previous life, he had acquiesced to Wang Sun's request to fetch water, and as a result, when Mr. Huang reprimanded Wang Sun, he had not been targeted himself. However, in this life, he would not indulge Wang Sun, rising to his feet. "My job responsibilities do not include serving water to your clients," Chu Chen declared, his voice unwavering as he met Wang Sun's gaze without flinching. The onlookers regarded Chu Chen with incredulity at his audacity to stand firm against Wang Sun. Although he had only been with the company for a month, his previously docile demeanor had ingrained itself in their minds, making his current stance difficult for them to process. Wang Sun, struck by Chu Chen's retort, faltered, his anger more pronounced. The task of serving water to clients was indeed the responsibility of the receptionist, not that of an advertising designer. However, he could not show weakness in front of so many colleagues. "We are all colleagues. Mutual assistance is essential, understand? While mutual assistance among colleagues is commendable, it must be contingent upon my availability. Helping you is a kindness, while not helping is merely my obligation. Do not engage in moral coercion," Chu Chen countered, leaving Wang Sun momentarily speechless, for there was merit in his words. The crowd silently marveled at the transformation of the usually taciturn young man, who had suddenly manifested such resolve and eloquence, rendering rebuttal impossible. Their attention then shifted to the receptionist, who remained unfazed, casually tending to her nails. In truth, serving water to clients was indeed part of her job responsibilities, yet she was shielded by her connections. At that moment, both the general manager and the department manager emerged from their respective offices, evidently having heard the commotion from the workspace. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously furrowed their brows and approached the scene. "What's all this noise about?" General Manager Xiao Zijin demanded, his expression dark as he observed the gathered employees. Following closely, Department Manager Su Yongming bore a similarly displeased countenance. "Mr. Xiao, Chu Chen is utterly out of line." Upon noticing the arrival of the general manager, Wang Sun immediately began to voice his grievances. "What transpired?" inquired Xiao Zijin with a furrowed brow. "I was attending to an important client and asked Chu Chen to assist by pouring a few cups of water, yet he audaciously refused in front of everyone, exhibiting a deplorable attitude that caused our client to feel disrespected and ultimately lose confidence in our company." Leaving in anger, Wang Sun elaborated vividly. placing the entirety of the blame for the lost client squarely upon Chu Chen. Exchanging glances, Xiao Zijin and Su Yongming directed their attention toward Chu Chen. Their meaning unmistakable. An explanation was required. Naturally, Chu Chen was unwilling to bear the brunt of this accusation and retorted, "Pouring tea is not within my job responsibilities. Moreover, the client's departure in anger was solely due to the poor quality of your proposal, which fell far short of General Huang's expectations." Preposterous. I have negotiated with General Huang for a long time. After much effort, I finally secured a meeting with the company, only for you to ruin it, Wang Sun insisted, determined to affix the blame upon Chu Chen. A graduate in advertising design, Wang Sun felt justified in his stance, while Chu Chen, a newcomer in an unrelated field, was perceived as the less credible party. Indeed, Xiao Zijin interjected, "Chu Chen, you must consider the bigger picture. Although pouring water is not your duty. When Wang Sun requested assistance, you should have helped. You cannot allow our client to witness such a lapse in professionalism." Manager Xiao, it is Wang Sun's proposal that is subpar and his inadequacy that has driven away the client, yet he dares to blame others. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Chu Chen retorted, equally resolute in his position. Chu Chen, if you deem my proposal substandard and my abilities lacking, then I challenge you to create a proposal and demonstrate that it surpasses mine. Wang Sun shot back, clearly incensed. Despite the potential for conflict, Wang Sun maintained his disdain, convinced that Chu Chen's inexperience rendered him incapable of crafting a viable proposal. The consensus among the other employees aligned with Wang Sun's perspective, viewing Chu Chen as merely stubborn. Within 3 days, I will secure General Huang as a client, and you will treat all company personnel to afternoon tea at Dingji Tea Restaurant just downstairs. What do you say? Chu Chen proposed, intending to turn the tables on Wang Sun. Very well, but what if you fail? Wang Sun replied through gritted teeth, ultimately agreeing. Despite the high costs associated with Ding GT Restaurant, he believed that securing General Huang would be far more challenging than he could manage. And he was confident that Chu Chen, who had yet to grasp the intricacies of proposal design, would certainly fail. In that case, I shall resign. Chu Chen stated without hesitation. Good. Manager Xiao and Su, you have all heard. I am not coercing him. You are witnesses, he added, casting a triumphant glance at Xiao Zijin and Su Yongming, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. In his estimation, Chu Chen was destined for failure. Chu Chen, you must think this through carefully, Wang Sun cautioned. At this moment, Su Yongming reminded everyone, sharing his belief that such an outcome was implausible. After all, if Wang Sun, a graduate in advertising design, could not manage it, how could the newcomer Chu Chen possibly win over General Manager Huang? Rest assured, Manager Su, in 3 days, I will secure General Manager Huang and present the contract to you. Chu Chen was not one to seek the limelight. Rather, in such a small company, he was deeply pragmatic. Everything must be substantiated by capability. Only by securing this deal with General Manager Huang could he demonstrate his competence to the boss, thereby earning future recognition. Even taking a day off or handling personal matters would be more manageable afterwards. All right, Xiao Chu, we await your good news. Jing, please come to my office. He understood that the likelihood of Chu Chen's success was minuscule, yet as the boss, encouragement was necessary. Subsequently, the receptionist, under the curious gazes of her colleagues, entered Xiao Zijin's office. Chapter 31. What are you doing here? Sister Huan, we enjoyed afternoon tea at Ding GT Restaurant. A young girl said to the beautiful HR representative, Xia Huan, who had once interviewed Chu Chen. Don't get ahead of yourself. The standard afternoon tea at Ding G costs over 100 Hua coins. With 30 employees in our company, it would amount to at least 3,000. Wang Sun's willingness to agree so readily suggests one possibility. Chu Chen is destined to fail. If that happens, I will have to recruit a new hire. What a burden. Hand me General Huang's information. Chu Chen called out to Wang Sun, who was about to leave. Here you go. Wang Sun readily handed over the folder, confident that Chu Chen was bound to lose, thus believing there was no need for any tricks. Gently opening the folder, Chu Chen meticulously reviewed General Huang's information and requirements. Unsurprisingly, the details matched those from his previous life. In that lifetime, General Huang had stormed out of the creative advertising company in anger and never returned. However, Wang Sun had diligently followed up, reporting to Su Yongming after General Huang signed advertising contracts with other companies. Su Yongming analyzed this as a case of failure during the morning meeting. Later, when General Huang's advertisement aired, Su Yongming even downloaded it, organizing a departmental meeting to study it collectively, aiming for mutual learning. Thus, the advertisement was indelibly etched in Chu Chen's memory. At this moment, the original version of that advertisement resurfaced in Chu Chen's mind. He swiftly opened his computer and began crafting a proposal. In his previous life, Chu Chen had worked at the creative advertising company for 4 months, followed by another 6 months at a different agency, which had rendered him quite adept at developing advertising proposals. As time passed, he immersed himself in his work, and before he knew it, a day had slipped by. As the end of the workday approached, Chu Chen finally completed the advertisement proposal. Satisfied with the results displayed on the screen, he felt a surge of accomplishment. After saving the proposal, he stretched and prepared to approach General Huang the following day. Indeed, the old adage holds true. The kind are often taken advantage of, and the gentle are frequently ridden. Since the morning incident with Wang's son, the colleagues have refrained from summoning Chu Chen for trivial matters throughout the day. However, the receptionist appeared to be slightly busier today. At that moment, Chu Chen's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Yuan Qian. He promptly answered the call. "Mr. Chu, hello. This is Yuan Qian. Miss Yuan, greetings. Today is my father's birthday, and we are hosting a birthday banquet on the top floor of the Zhengping Hotel. I would like to invite you to attend. However, I seem to have not received an invitation. Will I be able to enter without one?" Chu Chen was well aware that this was the birthday celebration of the president of the Yuan Group, which would undoubtedly attract all the elite of Tianlin City. Without an invitation, entry would likely be quite challenging. The invitations were sent out 2 days ago, but no worries. I will inform the staff at the banquet hall shortly, and you can simply provide your name upon arrival. The event starts at 7:30. Please do not be late. All right, I will be there on time. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Chen readily agreed. In this new life, he did not wish to lead an obscure existence. Thus, forging connections with the upper echelons of society was indeed crucial for him. "Then, I shall see you tonight." After hanging up, Chu Chen glanced at his phone and noted that there was still ample time to procure a formal suit. He hurriedly shut down his computer and left the office. Nearby Hongpeng building, there was a shopping mall where Chu Chen swiftly purchased a formal suit and a pair of leather shoes before departing. He then hailed a taxi and headed straight to the Zhengping Hotel. Before long, the taxi came to a smooth stop at the hotel entrance. After settling the fare, Chu Chen alighted. As a globally renowned 5-star hotel, Zhengping stands over 40 stories tall, making it one of the tallest structures in Tianlin City, undeniably eye-catching. Upon entering the hotel lobby, a wave of opulence enveloped him. The grand lobby resembled a magnificent palace, adorned exquisitely, imbued with an atmosphere of utmost luxury that evoked a profound sense of comfort. Chu Chen did not linger. He took the express elevator directly to the top floor. As the elevator ascended, the views outside gradually unfolded, revealing the city's dazzling lights, bustling streets, and towering skyscrapers, offering him a stunning visual feast. Upon reaching the top floor, the doors opened slowly, revealing the lavish banquet hall. The spacious and bright hall, adorned in opulent decor, glimmered with golden lights and extravagant embellishments, making one feel as though they had stepped into a royal palace. At this moment, as it was still early and the birthday banquet had yet to officially commence, there were not many guests present. As Chu Chen approached the hall, he was stopped by 2 staff members at the entrance. "Sir, please present your invitation." "I do not have an invitation, but Miss Yuan has already informed you." "My name is Chu Chen." One of the slender staff members scrutinized Chu Chen with a discerning gaze, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "Apologies, sir, but we have not received any notification." Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of uncertainty stirring within him. Had he perhaps ventured into the wrong place? "Excuse me, is this the birthday banquet for Mr. Yuan of the Yuan Group?" "Apologies, but this is a private birthday celebration, and we cannot disclose any information." The slender staff member maintained politeness, yet a hint of impatience seeped into his tone. "Brother Song, should we go in and report to Manager Fang?" "You just mentioned Miss Yuan," another staff member whispered. "Absurd. Such high-profile gatherings are strictly by invitation. How could Miss Yuan have issued any special instructions?" The slender staff member waved dismissively, clearly unconvinced. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Chu Chen's mind. Could it be that Yuan Qian was toying with him, inviting him over without an invitation, merely to humiliate him? Surely, they would not stoop to such triviality. Contemplating this, he reached for his phone to contact Yuan Qian. "Why are you here?" A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Chapter 32. Had I known this day would come, I would have acted differently. Turning around, he was astonished to find Wan Yulong standing there, realizing that fate had conspired to bring them together. "You know him?" A middle-aged man, resembling Wan Yulong, wore an expression of displeasure. He was well aware that his son's acquaintances were far from reputable, often described as nothing but scoundrels. The previously condescending slender staff member's demeanor transformed dramatically upon glancing at the invitation Wang Yulong had presented. His formerly indifferent expression melted into one of obsequiousness, adorned with a sycophantic smile as he slightly bent forward, respectfully stating, "Young Master Wang, this gentleman was stopped by us due to the absence of an invitation." Wang Yulong scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. "So, he is merely trying to sneak in for some free food and drink. Truly a pitiful wretch, even dressed up. He still emanates an air of destitution." Wan Xinda, upon hearing his son's words, furrowed his brows, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction with Wang Yulong's remarks. However, he refrained from rebuking his son directly, merely casting a fleeting glance at Chu Chen before proceeding into the banquet hall. "Pitiful wretch, with your standing. You have no place here. Begone." Wang Yulong taunted as he entered the hall, ensuring his final jibe landed squarely on Chu Chen. The once subservient, slender staff member now regarded Chu Chen with a disdainful smirk. "Sir, please vacate the premises immediately. Do not obstruct the path of other esteemed guests." With that, he gestured dismissively, urging Chu Chen to leave. Seeing no other recourse, Chu Chen reluctantly stepped back 2 paces, uncertain of the unfolding situation. He dared not react aggressively and instead dialed Yuan Qian's number. Just then, a man dressed in hotel management attire hurriedly exited the banquet hall. The slender staff member who had initially blocked Chu Chen rushed forward, his face glowing with pride as he proclaimed, "Manager Fang, I just decisively turn away an uninvited guest attempting to breach the banquet hall." Manager Fang paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, and quickly inquired, "Did he say anything? What is his name?" Manager Fang interrupted him, his expression growing grave. The staff member immediately sensed that something was amiss and stood frozen in place. Another staff member realized they were in trouble. The gentleman in question was named Chu Chen. "I had just sent Song Ge to report to you because he mentioned Miss Yuan." Manager Fang gasped, "Xiao Kai, where's that gentleman?" Xiao Kai quickly pointed to the corner. "He's on the phone over there." Manager Fang hastened towards Chu Chen. Miss Yuan's call went unanswered, and Chu Chen sighed helplessly, preparing to leave when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. "Mr. Chu, please hold on." Seeing that Chu Chen had not yet departed, Manager Fang breathed a sigh of relief, a smile breaking across his face. "Did you call for me?" Chu Chen turned to look at Manager Fang. "I apologize, Mr. Chu. There was an urgent matter in the banquet hall that required my immediate attention, and I neglected to inform them, leading to this situation. I am truly sorry." Manager Fang bowed repeatedly in apology. "Then Miss Yuan must have given instructions, right?" Chu Chen asked, seeking confirmation from Manager Fang once more. "Yes, Miss Yuan did provide instructions. This oversight is entirely ours, and we have caused you undue distress. Please, this way." Manager Fang hurriedly led the way, guiding Chu Chen into the banquet hall. Chu Chen shook his head in resignation, pondering the absurdity of the situation. It had turned into a considerable blunder. It seemed that in the future, if he did not receive a formal invitation, he should resolutely refrain from attending such gatherings. When Song witnessed Manager Fang's deference towards Chu Chen, his heart tightened with the realization that he might have caused a significant mishap. He quickly approached, a sycophantic expression on his face. "Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize for earlier. It was entirely my fault. Please forgive me." Chu Chen did not even glance at Song, maintaining a cold demeanor as he entered the banquet hall. He was not one to suffer fools gladly. Being stopped without an invitation was entirely reasonable. Yet, Song clearly exhibited a condescending attitude, as such matters could easily have been clarified. Instead, he was treated as if he were attempting to sneak in for a free meal, exuding an air of disdain. Manager Fang, adept at reading the room, noticed Chu Chen's reaction to Song and immediately understood that something was amiss. He called Xiao Kai aside to inquire about the earlier events. Naturally, Xiao Kai did not dare conceal anything and recounted the situation in detail. "Xiao Kai, you did well. You are quite astute." Manager Fang's expression darkened as he patted Xiao Kai on the shoulder and then turned to Song, shouting into the intercom, "2 people to the top floor banquet hall, and bring 2 security guards." Realizing the gravity of his misstep, Song quickly donned a contrite smile as Manager Fang approached. "Song, come here." Manager Fang beckoned with a stern face. "Yes," Song replied, jogging to Manager Fang's side while Xiao Kai took his place. Manager Fang, with a grim expression, led Song into the corridor and said coldly, "You are fired. Go to the finance office immediately to settle your accounts and leave." Upon hearing those words, Song was momentarily taken aback, and then, With a face full of anxiety, he hastily explained, "Manager Fang, you cannot blame me for this. Mr. Chu did not possess an invitation. I had no choice but to stop him." At that moment, when Song realized the gravity of his mistake. However, he could not afford to lose this job, for the Zhengping Hotel was a renowned 5-star establishment in the Blue Star, offering generous benefits. Occasionally, when encountering affluent guests, he could even receive a substantial tip. Thus, when Song's income was quite considerable. In response to his feeble excuses, manager Fang glared at him, stating, it was not wrong to stop a guest without an invitation. However, when the individual mentioned Miss Yuan and introduced himself, you should have consulted me instead of looking down upon him. Not only did you disrespect him verbally, but you also drove away a distinguished guest of Miss Yuan. You ought to leave quickly to avoid further embarrassment. Upon hearing this, when Song's face turned ashen, he had not anticipated the situation would escalate to such a degree. Regret washed over him, and with a quivering voice, he implored, Manager Fang, please give me another chance. I cannot afford to lose this job. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently. Manager Fang, with an impassive expression, beckoned 2 recently arrived security personnel, indicating for them to escort when Song away. He then hurried into the banquet hall, anxiously searching for Chu Chen, despite the disappointment encountered at the entrance. The moment Chu Chen stepped into the banquet hall, he was immediately awestruck by the opulence that surrounded him. Chapter 33. Who is the poor wretch? The banquet hall was adorned with an array of delectable dishes that made one's mouth water. Prime snowflake beef, deep-sea king crab, Australian lobster, and salmon, all exuded an enticing aroma that stirred Chu Chen's appetite. Having hastily consumed a meager meal earlier while rushing to finalize an advertisement proposal, his stomach now growled in hunger. Thus, he eagerly picked up a plate and began to indulge in the culinary delights before him. Although the birthday celebration had yet to commence, the hall was already bustling with hundreds of guests. At this moment, Chu Chen finally comprehended why the staff member at the entrance had looked down upon him. The attendees were all elegantly dressed, their attire far surpassing the quality of his modest suit, which was worth only a few hundred. Many wore esteemed brands celebrated throughout Blue Star. Fortunately, the banquet hall was spacious enough that, despite the multitude of guests, the atmosphere remained comfortable and expansive. Most were gathered in small clusters, engaged in conversation. Nearly no one, like Chu Chen, was indulging in food alone. After all, for those in high society, such exclusive gatherings were typically opportunities to reconnect with old friends, seek business collaborations, or expand their social networks. Mr. Chu, greetings. Manager Fang finally located Chu Chen after a thorough search. Hello, Chu Chen replied politely, nodding at Manager Fang. His curiosity piqued regarding the purpose of this renewed encounter. Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize. I have dismissed that disrespectful staff member and hope you can forgive our oversight and error. Manager Fang bowed deeply, conveying his sincere apologies. It's all right. Please don't be so formal. I hold no grudges, and the matter is in the past. Chu Chen hastily reassured him, assisting Manager Fang to his feet. Such a display in public undoubtedly drew the attention of onlookers. Since the staff member in question had already been dismissed, the incident could be laid to rest. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for your generosity. Observing Chu Chen's amiable demeanor, Manager Fang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Rest assured, I shall not mention this to Miss Yuan. Chu Chen discerned the unspoken thoughts of his interlocutor. I am immensely grateful for your magnanimity, Mr. Chu. I shall not take up any more of your time. Upon hearing this, Manager Fang felt a weight lift from his chest and quickly exited the banquet hall. Although the Yuan family was not the most powerful clan in Tianlin City, their influence was not to be underestimated. If Miss Yuan were to learn of the treatment meted out to her esteemed guest, she would undoubtedly be furious, and he might find himself facing consequences. Just as Chu Chen prepared to savor more culinary delights, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he noticed that the call was from Yuan Qian. Hello, Miss Yuan. Hello, Mr. Chu. I apologize for not being able to answer your call earlier. I was quite busy. Have you entered the banquet hall yet? Yuan Qian's voice emanated from the receiver, laced with a hint of regret. Yes, I have arrived. Thank you for the invitation. I am honored to partake in this grand birthday celebration. I'm glad to hear that. I will come to find you shortly. No sooner had Chu Chen ended the call than a familiar voice rang out behind him. Oh, when did this penniless wretch sneak in? Wan Yulong regarded Chu Chen with disbelief, his eyes flickering with both surprise and disdain. A faint smirk graced his lips, laced with derision. Quite the audacity, slipping past the crowd at the entrance. The wealthy heirs accompanying him halted, their gazes turning toward Chu Chen. Chu Chen shot Wan Yulong a disdainful glance, continuing to savor the Australian lobster on his plate. Given that this was a birthday banquet for the patriarch of the Yuan family, he chose not to engage in conflict. "Yulong, who is this?" one of the rich heirs inquired. Wan Yulong, feeling slighted by Chu Chen's apparent disregard, was incensed and spoke without restraint. "Xiaopu, this pauper lacks an invitation. He was just turned away by the staff at the door, and now he has somehow managed to sneak in to mooch off the festivities." The wealthy heirs turned their attention to Chu Chen, noting the array of exquisite dishes on his plate, lending some credence to Wan Yulong's claims. Only those of significance in Tianlin City received invitations to such a birthday celebration. They were accustomed to fine dining and would hardly display such poor table manners. Furthermore, a man dressed so plainly as Chu Chen seemed unlikely to belong in such an esteemed gathering. The young man addressed as young Master Yuan furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Chu Chen. "You truly do not possess an invitation?" Chu Chen, while continuing to enjoy the lobster, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand at the entrance. That staff member barred him from entry and even told him to leave." Wan Yulong, having heard Chu Chen admit to not possessing an invitation, grew increasingly emboldened. His attire appeared more disheveled than that of our household servants. It was clearly an inferior brand. Another wealthy heir scrutinized Chu Chen from head to toe, his face contorted in disdain. "Young Master Bai, your judgment is impeccable. I would wager that this entire outfit costs no more than 1,000. Wan Yulong, with a sycophantic grin, sought to ingratiate himself with Bai, the scion of the Bai family, seizing every opportunity to engage him in conversation. "Young Master Wan, is there any possibility that Miss Yuan Qian and I are friends? And she invited me here?" Chu Chen, sensing Wan Yulong's aggressiveness, prepared to set a trap for him. "Miss Yuan would be your friend and invited you? Have you lost your mind? Look at your own status. How dare you attempt to associate with Miss Yuan?" Wan Yulong, naturally, found this hard to believe. The wealthy heirs around him silently shook their heads, convinced that Chu Chen was merely boasting. If he had claimed to have entered with a friend, it might have carried some credibility. Yet, Chu Chen remained unfazed, nodding calmly. "Miss Yuan is indeed my friend. Is there a problem with that? Come off it. Would Miss Yuan have such poor judgment as to befriend someone like you, a penniless wretch?" Wan Yulong's tone grew increasingly heated, his volume rising, drawing the attention of nearby guests. "You claim that Miss Yuan has poor taste?" Chu Chen's eyes sparkled with mischief. "I mean, if Miss Yuan can be friends with someone like you, then her taste is indeed questionable," Wan Yulong blurted out. "Wan Yulong, how can you speak like that?" Young Master Yuan interjected, quickly reprimanding him for disparaging his cousin. "I was merely speculating. But you know that Miss Yuan could never be friends with a person of such lowly means." Wan Yulong, realizing the inappropriateness of his words, hastily sought to clarify to young Master Yuan that his ability to associate with affluent individuals like him and young Master Bai was merely a form of flattery. He could not afford to offend them. At that moment, Bai Qingyu could not suppress a laugh and teasingly remarked, "Young Master Yuan, why are you so anxious? Do you truly believe this pauper is friends with your cousin?" Just then a melodious female voice chimed in. "Bai Qingyu, who are you calling a pauper?" The crowd turned toward the sound to see Pan Tingting and Xiao Lan approaching gracefully. Chapter 34. Yuan Qian is a formidable woman. "Sister, how amusing. This person has no invitation and has brazenly crashed the party for free food and drink," Bai Qingyu, upon recognizing Pan Tingting, eagerly recounted the amusing incident. Pan Tingting regarded Chu Chen with a frosty demeanor, which soon melted into a smile. "Mr. Chu, the birthday banquet for President Yuan of the Yuan Group would certainly not exclude the Bai family." "Sister, you know this pauper?" Bai Qingyu's expression morphed into shock, having just mocked Yuan Wei's cousin for not recognizing this so-called pauper. Now, the irony had come back to bite him. If we were to follow Wan Yulong's logic, did that not imply that his sister had poor judgment as well? "Did you just call Mr. Chu a pauper?" Pan Tingting shot a cold glare at Bai Qingyu. The latter felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that this was a precursor to Pan Tingting's wrath. "No, I didn't mean that." Bai Qingyu stammered nervously, his gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Pan Tingting's eyes. Despite his usual fearlessness, he harbored a particular dread for this sister of his. To illustrate, he had witnessed her evolution from a novice in Taekwondo to a formidable black belt. Throughout his childhood, he had been thrown countless times by her, as she frequently used him as a practice dummy. The thought of it left him with lingering shadows of anxiety. The other wealthy scions, upon observing the usually imposing Bai Qingyu, now trembling with trepidation, could not help but express their astonishment. It turned out that Bai Xiao was indeed afraid of his sister. Only Yuan Wei's chuckled softly, his expression suggesting that Bai Qingyu resembled a child, so intimidated by his sister. Bai Qingye bit his lip and shot a glare at Yuan Wei eyes. Yet he dared not act out with Pan Tingting present. Call him Brother Chu, she admonished. Her disdain for this group of wealthy playboys evident as she barely acknowledged them. Brother Chu, Bai Qingye now acquiesced, meek as a quail. Mr. Chu is my good friend. Henceforth, you are to show him respect. Is that understood? Pan Tingting deliberately reprimanded him in front of his companions, clearly intending to instill some awareness in them. Understood, sister. Bai Qingye dare not retort, nodding obediently. The expressions of the other rich heirs shifted to one of discomfort, particularly Wan Yaolong, who sensed the gravity of the situation. Who is she? I had no idea Bai Xiao had a sister. You're unaware? Her name is Pan Tingting, the only daughter of Mr. Bai from the Bai group, and Bai Qingye's cousin. Ah, it's her. Upon realizing her identity, the onlookers fell silent. Bai Xiao, based on what Wan Yaolong just said, does that not imply your sister has poor judgment? Although the others refrained from voicing their thoughts, Yuan Wei eyes was unperturbed, having found a rare opportunity to mock Bai Qingye. He was determined not to let it slip away. However, the other wealthy heirs did not join in, their expressions grave, not daring to smile. After all, they understood that despite Bai Qingye's current quail-like demeanor, he was a man of considerable influence and darkness. Anyone who dared to offend him would surely suffer dire consequences. At that moment, Wan Yaolong wore a pained expression, inwardly lamenting how he had become embroiled in this situation. Could you mighty ones refrain from dragging the innocent into your disputes? Though he had limited interactions with Bai Qingye, he was aware that this individual was not to be trifled with. Indeed, Bai Qingye cast a malevolent glance at Wan Yaolong, causing the latter to shiver involuntarily. Realizing he had now become a target of Bai Qingye's ire, Bai Xiao, even if he is your brother, without an invitation, he must leave. My uncle's birthday banquet is not a place for someone of such humble means. Yuan Wei eyes sneered, adopting an air of authority. Pan Tingting's expression darkened, poised to reprimand the audacious Yuan Wei eyes when Yuan Qian approached and interjected, who lacks an invitation. Yuan Wei eyes observed Yuan Qian approaching and hastily pointed towards Chu Chen, exclaiming, Sister, this impoverished wretch has audaciously come to our uncle's birthday banquet to indulge in the festivities without an invitation. How do you know he lacks an invitation? Yuan Qian retorted coldly. Noticing the shift in Yuan Qian's demeanor, Yuan Wei eyes quickly redirected his accusation towards Wan Yulong, saying, he stated so. Upon hearing this, Wan Yulong felt a surge of elation, as if he had grasped a lifeline. He thought that the Bai family had indeed made a grave mistake, and that associating with the Yuan family might yield some benefit. He hurriedly stepped forward, declaring, Miss Yuan, I personally witnessed this destitute individual being barred by the staff at the entrance due to his lack of an invitation. They even told him to leave. I'm unsure how he managed to infiltrate. Yuan Qian's expression darkened as she inquired, each word deliberate. You claim the staff instructed him to leave? Wan Yulong nodded fervently, asserting, indeed, Miss Yuan, I heard it with my own ears. Thus, this impoverished fellow truly has no invitation, and he himself has acknowledged it. In his fervent attempt to validate his claims, Wan Yulong was oblivious to the peril he was courting. As Yuan Qian's cousin, Yuan Wei eyes understood her well, and it was evident from her expression that she likely knew Chu Chen. Yuan Wei eyes, fetch manager Fang immediately. Yuan Qian commanded coldly. Understood, sister, he replied, promptly transforming into an obedient younger brother as he hurried away. The wealthy heirs around them inhaled sharply, realizing that both Bai Xiao and Yuan Xiao seemed to be wary of their sister. Miss Yuan, Chu Chen interjected to offer a word of reasoning. However, Yuan Qian raised her hand to silence him, stating, Mr. Chu, I assure you that I will provide you with an explanation. Reluctantly, Chu Chen fell silent. Realizing that Yuan Qian was an assertive woman, Wan Yolong's grin abruptly faltered. What was happening? Wasn't Miss Yuan calling for Manager Fang to expel this impoverished individual? Why was she now promising an explanation to him? Though these affluent heirs were indeed indulgent, they were not foolish. They began to sense the growing tension. It appeared that Miss Yuan was acquainted with the so-called impoverished wretch, and it was conceivable that he was indeed a guest she had invited. Realizing this, they instinctively distanced themselves from Wan Yulong, secretly pondering how this man could possibly offend both the Bai and Yuan families simultaneously. Was he seeking his own demise? Isolated and despondent, Wan Yulong found himself at a loss, questioning the true background of Chu Chen, who seemed to have connections with both the daughters of the Bai and Yuan families. Before long, Yuan Wei eyes returned with Manager Fang in tow. Miss Yuan, Manager Fang greeted with a forced smile. Yuan Qian pointed at Wan Yulong, her gaze icy as she stared at Manager Fang. Miss Yuan, This is a misunderstanding. I was preoccupied with urgent matters at the time and was not present. The staff member, lacking discernment, offended Mr. Chu, and I have since dismissed him. Manager Fang was taken aback, glancing at Wan Yulong, who had placed himself in a precarious position. Although Wen Song had not directly told Chu Chen to leave, the implication was similar, and thus he found himself unable to defend Wan Yulong's actions and had to concede his fault. Chapter 35. Depart at once. You are quite something. I have reiterated my instructions twice, yet you were absent. What is it? Do my words hold no weight with you? Yuan Qian's voice was as frigid as ice, clearly seething with rage. Miss Yuan, this is a grave oversight on my part. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Chu. Manager Fang understood that Yuan Qian was already incensed, and he hastily bowed at a 90-degree angle, once again apologizing to Chu Chen. Miss Yuan, Manager Fang has promptly dismissed that staff member and has offered sincere apologies multiple times. I do not wish to pursue this matter any further. Chu Chen was well aware that Yuan Qian was advocating on his behalf, yet the incident was indeed not significantly related to Manager Fang, who had acted swiftly in terminating the employee. There was no need to dwell on it any longer. Since Mr. Chu has interceded for you, I shall let this go as well. You may leave now. Observing that Chu Chen had spoken up for him, Yuan Qian felt it inappropriate to contradict him. Thank you. Miss Yuan, thank you, Mr. Chu. Manager Fang, as if granted a reprieve, expressed his gratitude to both Yuan Qian and Chu Chen before stealing a glance at Wan Yulong for the corner of his eye and hastily exiting the banquet hall. Yuan Wei Eyes, let us now settle your accounts. Once Manager Fang had departed, Yuan Qian's gaze fixed directly upon Yuan Wei Eyes. Sister, this was merely a misunderstanding. It was all due to Wan Yulong instigating trouble. Yuan Wei Eyes, fully aware of his sister's disposition, realized that if he were to shoulder the blame, the consequences would be dire. Thus he hastily shifted the blame onto Wan Yulong. Yet I distinctly heard you say that my esteemed guest is a wretched pauper, utterly unworthy of being present here. Yuan Qian disregarded Wan Yulong, dismissing him with disdain as she focused her attention on Yuan Wei Eyes. Sister, I was wrong. I apologize. Yuan Wei Eyes, cognizant of Yuan Qian's temperament, quickly admitted his fault, refraining from further retorts. You brainless fool, it's no wonder you were led around by the nose. Are you truly apologizing to me? Yuan Qian, seeing Yuan Wei Eyes' lack of progress, did not care for his dignity and publicly reprimanded him. Yuan Wei Eyes immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and approached Chu Chen. Brother Chu, I was in the wrong just now. I sincerely apologize. I am sorry. He bowed deeply, lowering himself to the utmost degree. The surrounding wealthy heirs were taken aback, astonished at how the usually arrogant Yuan Shao had been reduced to a quail. They pondered who exactly this Mr. Chu was, as both the young ladies from the Bai and Yuan families were standing up for him. It is nothing. It was merely a misunderstanding on Wan Shao's part. It is sufficient that we have clarified things now. Chu Chen waved his hand, indicating that he was unconcerned. However, Yuan Wei Eyes immediately comprehended Chu Chen's intent and turned his attention toward the instigator, Wan Yulong. Wan Yulong, this matter arose because of you. Come here and apologize to Brother Chu. Wan Yulong was momentarily taken aback. He was to apologize to Chu Chen? Yet upon seeing the murderous intent in Yuan Wei Eyes' eyes, he could only approach reluctantly. Chu Chen, I am sorry. Do you think you are worthy to address my brother by his name? Yuan Wei Eyes was filled with ire. He understood Yuan Qian's temperament all too well. If he could not placate Chu Chen today, Yuan Qian would undoubtedly make his life a living hell. Wan Yulong was overwhelmed with humiliation, yet he could not afford to offend Yuan Wei Eyes, who could easily ruin him in an instant. Brother Chu, I was in the wrong. I apologize. Please forgive me. Wan Yulong bowed deeply to Chu Chen. Wan Shao, there is no need for such formality. It suffices that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Although Chu Chen spoke thus, he made no move to assist Wan Yulong. Qianna, there you are. I have been looking for you for quite some time. Huang Zhengping approached with a smile, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chu Chen, pondering how the latter found himself in this vicinity. Brother Huang, Wan Yulong straightened his posture upon hearing Huang Zhengping's voice. What is the matter, Yulong? Huang Zhengping, not one to be easily deceived, discerned from Wan Yulong's apology to Chu Chen that something untoward had transpired. Chu Chen, with a disdainful huff, realized that Wan Yulong was indeed acquainted with Huang Zhengping. The familiarity implied a considerable bond. He dared not speak up, for with the Bai and Yuan families now siding with Chu Chen, Huang Zhengping's desire to assist would be rendered futile. Yuan Qian turned to Huang Zhengping, inquiring, Do you know this individual? Huang Zhengping hesitated briefly before nodding. Yes, merely an ordinary friend. Uncertain of the circumstances, he refrained from defending Yuan Yulong. Yuan Wee Eyes. Should you associate with such dubious companions again, I shall break your legs. Yuan Qian suddenly chastised Yuan Wee Eyes. Understood, sister. Yuan Wee Eyes trembled in fear, nodding vigorously, anxious that Yuan Qian might publicly reprimand him again. Yuan Qian was somewhat satisfied with his contrition. Now, please escort this troublemaker out. The birthday banquet is about to commence. Yuan Yulong was taken aback. Troublemaker? Surely, he does not mean me. In the next moment, Yuan Wee Eyes approached. Yuan Yulong, you must leave. You're not welcome here. Young Master Yuan, I have not caused any disturbance. Yuan Yulong hastily protested. The attendees of the banquet were all esteemed individuals. If he were to be expelled, it would not only be a disgrace to him, but would also tarnish the entire Yuan family's reputation, inciting his father's wrath. Leave at once. Yuan Wee Eyes, though meek before Yuan Qian, was unyielding to Yuan Yulong, ready to dispatch him without hesitation. In desperation, Yuan Yulong sought aid from a few affluent peers with whom he had previously been on cordial terms, but they averted their gazes. None were willing to wade into such murky waters. Zhengping also appeared utterly helpless. At that moment, Yuan Yulong felt as though the sky had fallen. Yet he understood that remaining would only exacerbate his humiliation, so he slowly made his way to the exit. Yuan Wee Eyes shadowed Yuan Yulong closely, escorting him to the threshold of the banquet hall, and only sighed in relief once Yuan Yulong had departed. Mr. Chu, may we converse? Yuan Qian's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her previously frosty expression was replaced with a warm smile, captivating many guests. It must be said that Yuan Qian's beauty rivaled that of first-tier celebrities. Very well. Chu Chen nodded, walking alongside Yuan Qian toward the secluded corner of the banquet hall, leaving Zhengping in an awkward predicament. The surrounding guests began to murmur amongst themselves. Rumors had circulated about a potential alliance between the Yuan and Huang families. However, Yuan Qian's indifference towards young Master Huang suggested otherwise. It seemed the Huang family sought to ascend the lofty branches of the Yuan family. Tingjia, who is this Mr. Chu? He appears quite familiar with Miss Yuan. Xiaolan inquired, her curiosity piqued. I am equally intrigued. The dynamics between Miss Fang, Chu Chen, young Master Huang, and Yuan Qian are quite intriguing, Pan Tingting remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Sister, I see a friend. I shall go converse with them. Bai Qingye felt a profound discomfort around Pan Tingting, as if he were being restrained, prompting him to hastily concoct an excuse to depart. If you dare associate with such unsavory friends again, Yuan, Xiaojia warned coldly, her gaze imbued with authority and admonition, I shall break your legs. Understood, sister. I did not know this Yuan Yulong. Bai Qingye quickly distanced himself from any association. Leave. Pan Tingting dismissed him with an impatient wave of her hand. I truly did not anticipate that the invitation would cause you such trouble. Yuan Qian retrieved 2 glasses of red wine from a waiter, offering one to Chu Chen, her eyes expressing a hint of regret. Chapter 36. Did you sneak in? Chu Chen accepted the glass and took a gentle sip, savoring the rich bouquet of the wine. It hardly constitutes trouble, merely a minor incident, he replied casually, seemingly unperturbed by the occurrence. Why didn't you mention it on the phone earlier? Yuan Qian took a small sip of her wine. Chu Chen smiled and explained. By that time, I had already entered. What was the point? Moreover, the manager was quite amiable. There was no need to further complicate matters. As they sipped their wine, they strolled slowly to a corner of the banquet hall. The floor-to-ceiling windows surrounding them offered a breathtaking view of the city's enchanting nightscape. The twinkling lights resembled countless stars, weaving together a vibrant tapestry. Indeed, Chu Chen did not conceal his thoughts, aware that Yuan Qian's keen intellect would surely discern the underlying nuances. No wonder they are so hostile towards you. Zhengping is your university classmate, and it seems you two are not on amicable terms. Yuan Qian recalled how unfriendly Zhengping had been towards Chu Chen at the antique market, even displaying a hint of disdain. Chu Chen chuckled lightly. Miss Yuan must be opposed to the union between our families. How did you know? Yuan Qian paused, momentarily taken aback. Was I that transparent? In front of so many people, I deliberately slighted Zhengping, and now I am engaging in conversation with you for so long. It is to convey to the outside world that my relationship with Zhengping is not so intimate. Hence the rumors of a union may be unfounded. Chu Chen analyzed earnestly. I prefer conversing with intelligent individuals. Yuan Qian had no intention of concealing her thoughts. Zhengping has a girlfriend. Once our family showed interest in a union, he immediately broke up with her, which unsettled me. Miss Yuan, you could easily find shield. I am but a slight figure and cannot contend with Huang Zhengping. Chu Chen replied with a bittersweet smile, realizing that Huang Zhengping must despise him intensely. Too much debt does not weigh one down. Besides, he already harbors animosity towards you, so he would not mind hating you a little more. Yuan Qian teased playfully, winking mischievously. Afterward, they exchanged smiles, yet their laughter held different connotations. Chu Chen's was one of resigned amusement. At that moment, not far away, Huang Zhengping observed Yuan Qian and Chu Chen engaged in animated conversation, a wave of intense jealousy surging within him. He glared fiercely at Chu Chen, as if he could slay him with his gaze alone. Subsequently, tilting his head back, he downed a glass of red wine in a single gulp, attempting to suppress the tumult of anger and jealousy within. Miss Yuan, when we first crossed paths in the antique city, I felt an uncanny familiarity. Have we met before? Chu Chen could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the question that had lingered in his mind, albeit without the right moment to voice it until now. Upon hearing his words, Yuan Qian's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of mystery. Why didn't you inquire about it in the antique city? Chu Chen, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and explained, during our first encounter, I feared you might misconstrue my words as mere flirtation. That is a valid concern, Yuan Qian mused. Nodding contemplatively, she had indeed been approached by numerous suitors, each with an array of reasons, which she found exceedingly tiresome. So, have we truly met before? Chu Chen pressed on, genuinely convinced of her familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint the occasion. Yuan Qian smiled enigmatically. I recall at the tender age of 10, my mother took me to visit a friend. Bored, I wandered off alone. It was then that I encountered a boy of similar age. He led me to climb trees in search of bird nests, to wade into rivers for fish, and to gather wild fruits together. Snotty girl. Before she could finish, Chu Chen blurted out the nickname. Yuan Qian's expression darkened instantly. I had a cold back then. That's why I had a runny nose. Let me take a closer look, Chu Chen said, placing his hands gently on her shoulders, turning her to face him, and gazing intently into her face. It truly is you, snotty girl. At that moment, many in the banquet hall turned their attention towards them, astonished expressions adorning their faces. They had all heard of the alliance between the Yuan and Huang families. Yet this unfamiliar young man was engaging in such ambiguous behavior with Yuan Qian. Could it be that the union had faltered? A segment of the crowd glanced towards the fuming Huang Zhengping, whispering amongst themselves. Please, do not call me snotty girl. Yuan Qian's cheeks flushed under his gaze, and she shyly averted her eyes towards the window. Chu Chen, realizing his indiscretion, quickly withdrew his hands. Yuan Qian smiled brightly. Chu Chen, feeling sheepish, scratched his head, realizing why Aunt Shui had not been particularly amiable. Their family must have been quite alarmed at the time. Did you recognize me during our time in the antique city? Otherwise, would I have shown interest in Huang Zhengping's university classmate? Yuan Qian did not deny it, leading Chu Chen for a stroll along the floor-to-ceiling windows. Noticing many eyes drawn their way, she wished to convey a subtle signal, yet not too overtly. Chu Chen Godin Fulitz Li. It seems so. A pure smile graced Yuan Qian's face, recalling the wildest and happiest day of her childhood. Just as Chu Chen was about to speak again, he caught sight of a familiar figure, none other than Mr. Huang, who had visited the company earlier that day. Please wait for me. With that, Chu Chen swiftly approached Mr. Huang, who was engaged in conversation with others. Hello, Mr. Huang. Huang Lishuan turned, momentarily unable to recognize Chu Chen. Who are you? Mr. Huang. I am Chu Chen from the Creative Advertising Company. I have prepared a new advertising proposal for you. Are you available tomorrow? Chu Chen introduced himself succinctly, directly stating his purpose. He understood that Mr. Huang was engaged in conversation with friends. Meandering words would only provoke disdain. Upon hearing that Chu Chen was from a creative advertising agency, Huang Lishuan's expression darkened. Did you infiltrate here? Uncle Huang, Chu Chen is my good friend, came the voice of Yuan Qian from behind him. Chapter 37, A Long-Term Benefactor. Miss Yuan, greetings. Huang Lishuan's demeanor transformed upon seeing Yuan Qian, his frown replaced by a broad smile. Uncle Huang, if possible, please grant my friend an opportunity, Yuan Qian said with a light laugh. Of course, tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Mr. Chu, bring the proposal to my company. Here is my business card. Someone at the front desk will escort you up. With Yuan Qian's words, Huang Lishuan readily complied, handing the card to Chu Chen. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Chu Chen accepted the card with both hands, a gesture of respect. Thank you, Uncle Huang. Yuan Qian hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Miss Yuan, let me be frank. If Mr. Chu's proposal does not meet my expectations, I will not proceed with it, Huang Lishuan stated. While he was willing to give Chu Chen a chance for Yuan Qian's sake, he would not jeopardize his company's interests. That is only natural. Yuan Qian acknowledged Huang Lishuan's position. The Yuan couple emerged from the Yuan group, and guests flocked towards the evening's protagonists. Uncle Huang, I must excuse myself to see my father. Yuan Qian smiled at Chu Chen before heading toward her father. Mr. Chu, do not be late tomorrow at 10. Huang Lishuan reminded with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Huang. I will be punctual, Chu Chen assured him. Good. Huang Lishuan nodded and turned to join his friends at the center of the banquet hall. Just as Chu Chen prepared to follow, his phone vibrated. Noticing it was a message from Fang Qingyu, he had a sudden inspiration and opened the QQ chat application. Fang Qingyu. Chu Chen, what are you doing now? Why haven't you contacted me these past 2 days? I've caught a cold, and you haven't shown any concern. Chu Chen. I'm at the birthday banquet of President Yuan from the Yuan group with friends. Guess who I saw? Lying in bed. Fang Qingyu paused momentarily after reading Chu Chen's message. She had an inkling of who he was referring to, but still replied with curiosity. Fang Qingyu. Who did you see? Chu Chen, our classmate, Huang Zhengping. After sending the message, Chu Chen raised his phone, directing it towards Yuan Qian and Huang Zhengping. As soon as Yuan Qian walked away, Huang Zhengping approached her, yet she clearly maintained her distance. However, this did not deter Chu Chen. Ever since a certain teacher gained fame for their photography skills years ago, he believed every man should learn photography for those pivotal moments. Now, he found himself utilizing those skills. By changing his angle, he captured a photograph that made their actions appear exceedingly intimate. He then clicked send, accompanying the image with the caption, "Truly a match made in heaven, a perfect pair." As Chu Chen gazed at the message he had sent, a light chuckle escaped his lips. Just moments ago, Yuan Qian had used him as a shield, and now he was reciprocating, restoring the balance. Moreover, this was in service of Yuan Qian. The only way to provoke Fang Qingyu was to instigate her into losing her composure, thereby igniting a conflict with Huang Zhengping. Such a rift would inevitably expose their concealed relationship, thwarting any potential union between the Yuan and Huang families. Indeed, upon viewing the photographs sent by Chu Chen, Fang Qingyu trembled with fury. The phrases "a match made in heaven," "the perfect couple," resonated within her like relentless blows to the chest. She found herself alone in an empty room, while Huang Zhengping reveled in romantic pursuits, a beautiful companion by his side. The stark contrast evoked a profound sense of desolation, stirring within her an overwhelming urge to weep. Chu Chen remarked, "It's surprising how considerate young Master Huang is, serving wine and delicacies, attending to Miss Yuan with such meticulous care, truly the ideal boyfriend." Fang Qingyu's grip on her phone began to shake with indignation at the thought of such attentiveness. Recalling Huang Zhengping's boorishness from that fateful afternoon, tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. In a fit of despair, she hurled her phone aside and buried herself beneath the covers, weeping freely. Having not received a response from Fang Qingyu, Chu Chen tucked his phone away. At that moment, Yuan Zhenxing, the president of the Yuan group, along with his wife, ascended the stage, radiating joy as they delivered speech. The enchanting Yuan Qian stood behind them, captivating the guests, with only Pan Tingting able to rival her allure among those present. Mr. Chu, Pan Tingting appeared at his side, her presence striking. "Thank you for earlier. I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude. On the contrary, it is I who should be thanking you," Chu Chen replied. Pan Tingting raised her glass, clinking it lightly against his before taking a small sip. Chu Chen followed suit, feigning confusion. "Why do you thank me?" For the matter regarding the fire extinguisher. She observed his expression keenly. While words could deceive, expressions were far more revealing. "Didn't you already express your gratitude, treating me to a lavish meal? I still dream of Rumen's exquisite dishes," he said, licking his lips, feigning a longing demeanor. Pan Qingting smiled radiantly. "Mr. Chu, are you always so adept at charming women?" Meanwhile, Yuan Qian, witnessing the engaging exchange between Chu Chen and Pan Tingting, felt an inexplicable discomfort rising within her. Yet she quickly regained her composure. "Truly, I am not trying to flatter you, Miss Pan. Were it not for my financial constraints, I would gladly dine at Rumen for every meal," Chu Chen professed earnestly, which he genuinely meant. The culinary delights at Rumen Restaurant were unparalleled in Tianlin City, and anyone would relish the opportunity to dine there daily, though the prices were indeed prohibitive. "That is simple enough," Pan Tingting replied, retrieving a black gold card from her bag. "With this card, all expenses at Rumen are waived." Chu Chen stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. Pan Tingting's gesture took him aback. Was this the audacity of the wealthy? One could not help but admire such generosity. President Pan, regarding the matter of the fire extinguisher, I am reluctant to accept this card from you. Do you truly believe it is merely about the fire extinguisher? Pan Tingting replied with a half-smile, a hint of irony in her voice. Is there something more? Chu Chen feigned confusion, determined to maintain the facade and not reveal any cracks. For that would lead to complications. Naturally, in the dining industry, fire safety is paramount. Should a fire occur and the extinguisher prove ineffective, the consequences would be dire. You are correct, but granting a long-term dining pass like this feels rather implausible. Chu Chen expressed disbelief. To be honest, if it were merely a reminder about the fire extinguisher, Pan Tingting producing a long-term dining pass indeed seemed far-fetched. Consider the consumption standards at room and restaurant. A single meal easily exceeds 10,000. Even without breakfast, 2 meals a day would amount to 20,000 Huabei dollars, summing to 600,000 a month and 7,200,000 a year, based on the minimum standard. Chapter 38. Are you teaching me how to work? There's nothing implausible about it. Take it. It's yours. Pan Tingting pressed the black gold card into Chu Chen's hand. This card, a unique creation of hers from the previous day, is the sole one of its kind in the world, a VIP among VIPs. Thus far, the highest tier of membership at room and restaurant, the Platinum card, merely offers a 20% discount. However, Chu Chen is deserving. He not only saved himself, but also the entire room and restaurant. Very well then, I cannot refuse such generosity. Seeing that Pan Tingting was so insistent, Chu Chen felt he had no choice but to accept it. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he whispered, President Pan, you aren't smitten with me, are you? Upon hearing this, Pan Tingting burst into laughter, her composure momentarily lost. Guests around them turned to look, silently marveling at who this Chu Chen might be, who had previously engaged in lively conversation with the daughter of the Yuan family, and now shared jovial banter with the daughter of the Bai family. The wealthy heirs felt a profound admiration for Chu Chen. After all, Pan Tingting and Yuan Xian represented the pinnacle of beauty and wealth in Tianlin City. Figures many could only dream of, while countless affluent young men had suffered embarrassment in their presence, desperately pursuing their affections without success. Yet, here was Chu Chen, effortlessly navigating these interactions, a true role model in their eyes, and they resolved to find ways to befriend him and seek his guidance. Realizing her lapse in decorum, Pan Tingting cleared her throat, visibly embarrassed. Chu Chen chose to remain silent, listening to the speech delivered by Yuan Zhengping of the Yuan Group. Yuan Zhengping's address was standard, beginning with a welcome, followed by expressions of gratitude, and then reflections on the hardships of founding the Yuan Group. His monologue, extending for half an hour, punctuated by bursts of enthusiastic applause from the audience. In conclusion, I have a significant announcement to make. After pausing for effect, the room fell silent. Yuan Zhengping's voice rose with enthusiasm. We, the Yuan Group, have successfully secured the Hushi project. The banquet hall erupted in astonished murmurs. Many individuals were taken aback, yet a small fraction remained unperturbed, having evidently been privy to the whispers beforehand. Yuan Xian truly possesses formidable prowess, remarked Pan Tingting. Oh, in what way is she formidable? Inquired Chu Chen, perplexed. I have heard that Yuan Xian managed to secure old Chen Jinzhong's support in just one day, overcoming considerable opposition to assign the Hushi project to the Yuan Group. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Pan Tingting's eyes. One must concede that Yuan Xian executed this brilliantly, even besting the Bai Group. Is the Hushi project lucrative? Chu Chen, recalling his past life, was aware of this project, rumored to involve investments in the hundreds of millions. However, the profitability of this venture is secondary. No fewer than 10 formidable groups vied for the Hushi project, with each possessing considerable strength, including the Bai Group, which does not rank among the top 3. The Yuan Group, even less so. The reason so many large conglomerates aspire to acquire a project worth hundreds of millions is merely to vie for an opportunity to collaborate with the Chen Group. Yet, old Chen Jinzhong defied the odds, entrusting the project to the Yuan Group, revealing a more profound issue, the intricate relationship between old Chen and the Yuan Group. This was also the reason why all the prominent families in Tianlin City were present today. Originally a second-tier entity, the Yuan Group, through the Hushi project, has managed to forge a connection with the Chen Group, successfully elevating itself into the ranks of first-class families, a status that will not be easily disregarded for at least a few years. Pan Tingting patiently elucidated the matter to Chu Chen, offering full disclosure. For he was her savior. I see, nodded Chu Chen, coming to understand that the Hushi project belonged to the Chen Group. Meanwhile, in a corner of the banquet hall. A middle-aged man wore a grim expression. This was Huang, with Huang Zhengping standing beside him. Zhengping, regardless of the means, you must pursue Yuan Qian, he insisted. Rest assured, father, Huang Zhengping promptly assured. Do not be so naive. Judging by Yuan Qian's performance tonight, your chances are slim, Huang retorted, his anger palpable. Father, I do not wish to hear your explanations, Huang interrupted. It had come to his attention that the Yuan group's acquisition of the Hushi project was directly tied to Old Chen's influence, all orchestrated by Yuan Qian alone. Indeed, Old Chen defied the opposition, awarding the Hushi project to the Yuan group. Huang Zhengping comprehended that it was all thanks to that antique vase. Otherwise, Old Chen would not have even met Yuan Qian, for the number of individuals in Huang wishing to meet him surely exceeds 10,000. All eager to forge connections with this business magnate. Yuan Qian is so outstanding, yet you failed to seize the opportunity, all while frolicking with that Fang Qingyu. I truly cannot fathom your thoughts. Huang displayed a look of exasperation. Father, I did not. I have ended things with that woman. Huang Zhengping vehemently defended himself. Huang Hetong's frustration boiled over, angered not by his son's deceit, but by his son's inability to deceive him. Father, you! Huang Zhengping became agitated. For that place was a sanctuary for him and Fang Qingyu. Huang Hetong cast a stern glance at Huang Zhengping. Immediately sever ties with that woman, Fang Qingyu. Now, with the Yuan family having established connections with Elder Chen, they have ascended to the ranks of prominent families in Tianlin City. If you fail to secure Yuan Qian, I shall strip your skin. Huang Zhengping, under the piercing gaze of his father, fell silent, nodding incessantly. Very well, your uncle Yuan has arrived. Let us proceed. Remember to conduct yourself well. Huang Hetong led his son towards the Yuan couple. At that moment, the Yuan couple radiated a vibrant glow. This birthday banquet was the most lively in years, possessing the highest significance, as nearly all the illustrious families of Tianlin City were in attendance. The underlying reason, of course, was the awareness of the Yuan family's newfound association with Elder Chen, which allowed them to successfully join the ranks of the elite families in Tianlin City. Thus, as soon as the Yuan couple descended the stage, they were surrounded by the crowd, who frequently raised their glasses in toast, uttering flattering remarks. Brother Yuan, happy birthday. Huang Hetong lifted his glass. Thank you, Brother Huang. The Yuan couple clinked glasses with Huang Hetong, both taking a sip of red wine. Huang Hetong glanced at Yuan Qian, who stood behind the Yuan couple. Xiao Qian, you are truly capable, single-handedly securing the Hushi project. Uncle Huang, you flatter me. This time it was merely luck. Yuan Qian humbly replied. Brother Yuan, see how Xiao Qian is not only competent, but also modest. Our Zhengping pales in comparison. Huang Hetong feigned a sigh. Brother Huang, Zhengping is not only handsome, but also exceptionally talented. Do not underestimate him. Yuan Jinxing patted Huang Zhengping on the shoulder in encouragement. Uncle Yuan, I aspire to learn from Xiao Qian in the future, Huang Zhengping stated modestly. Why wait for the future? You two young ones should chat and exchange ideas now. Yuan Jinxing suggested, pulling Yuan Qian to stand next to Huang Zhengping. Chinner, let's take a stroll. I have many business matters to discuss with you. Huang Zhengping immediately extended an invitation. Okay. Yuan Qian, not wishing to embarrass her father, nodded and walked alongside Huang Zhengping. Watching the two depart, Huang Hetong let out a sigh of relief. The guests observed this scene, given Yuan Jinxing's demeanor. It seemed that the union of the two families was not merely a one-sided desire from the Huang family. Chinner, you have only recently met Chu Chen and do not know him well. He is exceedingly frivolous, and his character is questionable. It is best not to get too close. Huang Zhengping felt a sense of urgency upon witnessing Yuan Qian engaged in a lively conversation with Chu Chen, their actions appearing intimate. Are you instructing me on how to behave? Yuan Qian retorted, clearly displeased. She despised those who spoke ill of others behind their backs. Not at all. But I noticed that while you were on stage, Chu Chen was engrossed in conversation with Pan Tingting. You must understand that some individuals from the lower echelons enjoy latching onto the influential to achieve social ascension. Enough. I can discern people's characters for myself. Yuan Qian interrupted Huang Zhengping, feeling inexplicably agitated by the thought of Chu Chen conversing fervently with Pan Tingting. It appears you have no business inquiries to address, so I shall converse with my friends for a while. With that, Yuan Qian departed, leaving Chu Chen behind. Huang Zhengping, suppressing his fury, cast a fierce glare towards the distance at Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, young Master Huang, is glaring at you with great intensity. It seems your earlier conversation with Yuan Qian has incited his jealousy, Pan Tingting remarked playfully, her vantage point allowing her to witness Huang Zhengping's menacing gaze. Let him be. Ultimately, I am destined to stand in opposition to Huang Zhengping in this life. Although the confrontation may have come sooner than expected, it is unavoidable. I will not allow Huang Zhengping to wed Yuan Qian. After your departure that evening, Miss Fang summoned young Master Huang to settle her bill. Pan Tingting initially hesitated to disclose this, but circumstances had changed. She did not wish for Chu Chen to remain oblivious. I see, Chu Chen responded calmly, as he had anticipated this development. After all, Fang Qingyu was carrying Huang Zhengping's child, making her request for him to settle the bill entirely understandable. It seems you were already aware, Pan Tingting noted, quickly understanding Chu Chen's composed demeanor. Chu Chen shook his head. I was unaware. I merely do not find it surprising. Sister Ting, a call from President Bai, Xiaolan announced, handing the phone to Pan Tingting. I will take this call in the corner, she said, moving aside with the phone, followed closely by Xiaolan. With a soft sigh, Chu Chen reflected on his intention to meet some prominent individuals at this gathering, only to discover he knew no one and felt too shy to strike up a conversation. Nevertheless, he resolved that his visit had not been in vain. He picked up a plate once more to fill it with delectable food. At that moment, someone approached from behind. Hello, brother. It's you. Chu Chen turned to see a familiar face, the individual who had exposed one Yulong's secrets at the Kilo Western restaurant. Zheng Fei, he introduced, extending his hand. Chu Chen, he replied, shaking hands with him. Brother Chu, you have become our idol. Zheng Fei exclaimed with evident excitement. What idol? Chu Chen responded with confusion. The two leading heiresses of Tianlin City have spoken out in your favor. How can that not make you an idol? Zheng Fei's enthusiasm was palpable. Chu Chen raised his hands in a gesture of dismissal. I am merely a friend to them. Please do not misconstrue our relationship. Besides, we are of similar age. Just call me Chu Chen. That would be quite audacious, Zheng Fei quickly countered. Even young Master Bai and young Master Yuan refer to you as Brother Chu. How could we dare to address you by your name? Are they truly that formidable? You all seem rather intimidated by them. Chu Chen inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the second generation rich have their own circles. Young Master Bai and young Master Yuan are at the pinnacle of Tianlin City's elite wealthy class. To put it plainly, with just a word from them, someone like Wan Yulong could be finished in an instant, Zheng Fei explained to Chu Chen, ultimately resorting to mentioning the unfortunate Wan Yulong as a comparison. I understand now. Chu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Chu, at that moment, Yuan Chen approached. Brother Chu, I will be chatting with my friends now. As soon as Zheng Fei spotted Yuan Chen approaching, he hastily made his escape. Chu Chen, with a playful grin, felt an inexplicable closeness to Yuan Chen ever since he learned of her nickname, Snotty Girl. His demeanor relaxed considerably in her presence, shedding the earlier constraints he felt. Yuan Chen, however, wore a frown. Call me Xiao Qian, not Snotty Girl. That's just dreadful. Very well, Xiao Qian, Chu Chen replied, acknowledging the inappropriateness of the nickname. Do you work at a creative advertising agency? Upon hearing Chu Chen refrain from using her unflattering nickname, Yuan Qian finally smiled. Yes, and I must thank you for your help earlier. Otherwise, Director Huang would never have given me this opportunity. Chu Chen expressed his gratitude, reflecting on the significance of connections. Had it not been for Yuan Qian's assistance, it was likely that Director Huang would have ignored him. There's no need for thanks. Helping you is also in my interest, Yuan Qian muttered, though her voice was so soft amidst the birthday banquet's commotion that Chu Chen failed to catch her words. What did you just say? He inquired. Oh, I meant to say that I ought to thank you instead. Without that vase of yours, our Yuan group wouldn't have secured the Hushi project. Realizing the implications, Yuan Qian's face lit up with a smile. Presently, the entire Tianlin city buzzed with news of the Yuan group's newfound connection with the esteemed Mr. Chen, promising a future of prosperity. Yet, she understood the truth. Such connections were not easily forged. The vase's role merely facilitated the Hushi project, and it was unlikely Mr. Chen would lend further assistance to the Yuan group. Nevertheless, in the coming years, the Yuan group would likely thrive, as long as the public remained uncertain about Mr. Chen's true sentiments toward them, leaving no one bold enough to challenge the Yuan group during this pivotal time. Xiao Qian, Chu Chen suddenly appeared troubled. What's wrong? Yuan Qian noticed his expression and adopted a serious tone. Chu Chen found himself in a predicament, recalling that in his previous life, Yuan Zhenxing had fallen ill and passed away a year later. Just before his demise, Huang Zhengping had married Yuan Qian, likely to ease her father's mind. However, unbeknownst to her, she had married an unworthy man, as Huang Zhengping was already entangled with Fang Qingyu and had assured her that once he secured the Yuan family's fortune, he would cast Yuan Qian aside. Speak up. Why the hesitation? Yuan Qian grew anxious, observing his reluctance. Promise me you won't be upset or angry. Chu Chen quickly issued a cautionary note, mindful that discussing potential illness at her father's birthday banquet could lead to his expulsion. All right. I promise to remain calm no matter what you say. Yuan Qian, increasingly curious about his cryptic remarks, listened intently. Though Mr. Yuan appears radiant, my keen observation reveals signs of serious illness. It is imperative that he undergo a thorough medical examination as soon as possible. The more detailed, the better. Chu Chen could not reveal his identity as a reincarnated individual, so he had to conjure a casual excuse. As for whether Yuan Qian would believe him, he could not concern himself with that. Chapter 40. Are you the young master of Maybach? Upon hearing his words, Yuan Qian was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing in contemplation. If it were anyone else making such a claim in this setting, she would have immediately severed ties. However, Chu Chen's assertion left her momentarily at a loss. The vase in question was indeed riddled with doubts. Chu Chen was merely a freshly graduated university student. Even if he had some exposure to antiques, it would be implausible for him to effortlessly acquire a genuine artifact. Throughout the conversation, he remained unwavering in his conviction that the vase was authentic, even when an antique appraiser declared it a mere imitation. This was evidently contrary to reason, and she subsequently turned her gaze toward him. Are you serious? Absolutely, Chu Chen affirmed with a solemn nod. Very well. I shall accompany my father for a medical examination tomorrow. Seeing Chu Chen's earnest demeanor, Yuan Qian made her decision. Do you trust me? Chu Chen was somewhat surprised, expecting her to probe deeper. Why would T.I.? After all, undergoing a medical checkup entails no loss, she replied with a smile. Though a tinge of worry lingered within her, as it involved her closest kin, and Chu Chen exuded an enigmatic aura. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Chu Chen chuckled lightly. All right. He nodded, watching Yuan Qian's retreating figure, hoping that in this lifetime, Yuan Zhengping would discover his ailment early and receive timely intervention to prevent the tragic fate of the Yuan Corporation from repeating itself. At that moment, Pan Tingting approached to bid farewell to Chu Chen. Since you hardly know anyone here, why not leave together? She promptly invited. Sounds good. As Yuan Qian was still occupied on the phone, Chu Chen took out his device and sent her a text message before departing the banquet hall with Pan Tingting. This action once again heightened Chu Chen's presence, for Pan Tingting's status commanded attention. Although she ran the room and restaurant and often engaged in social activities, she rarely paired off with men, thus attracting considerable interest. The two made their way from the upper floor to the entrance of the Shanga Hotel. Chu Chen noticed at least 100 pairs of eyes surreptitiously observing Pan Tingting. She truly was the pinnacle of beauty and wealth in Tianlin City. Tingjia. At that moment, Xiaolan had already parked a Maybach at the hotel entrance, awaiting them. Wow, a Maybach! Chu Chen approached the luxury vehicle, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement. There's a saying that men, regardless of wealth, have an affinity for cars. Do you recognize this car? Pan Tingting asked, slightly surprised. Of course. It's the world-renowned Maybach. A glimmer sparkled in Chu Chen's eyes. At that time, the Maybach was not yet widely known in Huagua, its number scarce. Many were familiar with the Baolu due to a certain female guest's remarks, but failed to distinguish the Maybach. Only the affluent understood the difference. In the subsequent years, the reputation of Maybach soared, largely attributed to online novels where wealthy characters invariably arrived in a Maybach, symbolizing affluence. Noticing that Chu Chen seemed intrigued by the vehicle, Pan Tingting suggested, never mind, I wouldn't want to delay you. Although Chu Chen yearned to experience the Maybach, he declined, concerned about hindering Pan Tingting's plans. It's not urgent. A few minutes won't matter. Where do you reside? Pan Tingting chuckled softly, in Zhengping community. With her affirmation, Chu Chen felt at ease. Pan Tingting glanced at Xiaolan, evidently unaware of the location of Zhengping community. Tingjia, Mr. Chu, please get in. It's conveniently on our way. Xiaolan had already opened the car door for them. Once Pan Tingting and Chu Chen settled into the vehicle, the Maybach glided forward gracefully. Truly, it was a premier luxury car, with seats that were exceptionally soft and comfortable. Ample interior space, and opulent decor that evoked an indescribable sense of ease. Mr. Chu, how do you find this car? Pan Tingting inquired with genuine interest. It's magnificent, truly deserving of its status as a top-tier luxury vehicle. Please call me Chu Chen, he responded, shifting his seating position to fully appreciate the experience. And he couldn't help but express his admiration. All right then, you may call me Ting Ting. That's what my friends do. She nodded in agreement. Xiaolan, who was driving, paused momentarily, taken aback as she couldn't recall Pan Tingting permitting any male friend to call her Ting Ting. This alteration in address seemed to enhance the rapport between them, prompting a lively conversation that astonished Xiaolon. She had never seen Pan Tingting engage so effortlessly with a male companion. Could it be that the incident with the fire extinguisher had created a favorable impression on her, allowing her to open her heart to Chu Chen? Before long, the Maybach came to a smooth halt at the entrance of Zhengping community. Although onlookers might not recognize the Maybach, its imposing presence was undeniable. A mere glance revealed its substantial worth, drawing numerous curious gazes. Ting Ting, I've arrived. Goodbye, Miss Lan. Chu Chen opened the door and waved farewell to both Pan Tingting and Xiaolon. Goodbye. Pan Tingting reciprocated with a wave. As the Maybach slowly departed, Xiaolon remarked, Tingjia, you and Mr. Chu seem to connect quite well. One might think you are old friends. Really? Yet, conversing with Chu Chen feels remarkably effortless. His gaze is so clear, unlike that of other men, she replied, a subtle smile gracing her face. Observing Pan Tingting through the rearview mirror, Xiaolon thought to herself, oh no, the millennium-old iceberg is about to melt. Meanwhile, after watching the Maybach leave, Chu Chen turned to enter Zhengping community when a familiar sound of high heels echoed behind him. Handsome, it's truly you, and Xia exclaimed, her expression brimming with excitement. Miss, there's no need to be this enthusiastic upon seeing me. It might lead to misunderstandings, he replied with a playful tone. Chu Chen glanced around at the surrounding crowd, where dozens of pairs of eyes were fixed on him, captivated by the luxurious Maybach. And Xia struck at the heart of the matter, and indeed, a flurry of discussions erupted among the onlookers. Is it a Maybach? One asked. What Maybach? Is it even more upscale than a Baolu? Chu Chen shook his head in resignation. In this aging neighborhood, where elderly residents were prevalent, particularly during the summer, despite the availability of air conditioning, they clung to the habit of seeking shade and congregating at the entrance of the community for conversation. The appearance of a world-class luxury vehicle undoubtedly sparked a lively topic of discussion. Are you the heir of the Maybach? And Xia stepped closer, whispering. At that moment, the distance between them was less than 10 centimeters, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Chapter 41. Perhaps we should raise our stakes. What heir of the Maybach? Chu Chen quickly took a step back, aware of the public setting and the many elderly gentlemen and ladies observing them. Such intimacy could easily give rise to further gossip. Honestly, are you a rich second generation who decided to experience life? Or perhaps you have a crush on Zhou Xiaowan and are deliberately concealing your affluent background to pursue her. And Xia immediately donned the persona of a keen detective, her imagination running wild. Have you been watching too many soap operas from the land of kimchi? I am not a rich second generation. Chu Chen rolled his eyes and chose to ignore Xia, turning to enter the community, heading straight for the shared apartment. However, Xia seemed determined to dig deeper, trailing behind him with relentless questions. I've told you already, I'm not a rich second generation. Chu Chen opened the iron gate and entered the room directly. Handsome, don't deny it. Meanwhile, in another room, Zhou Xiaowan listlessly watched a soap opera from the land of kimchi on her computer, feeling drained from a hangover and lacking energy throughout the day. The poor soundproofing of the apartment allowed her to overhear the conversation between Chu Chen and Xia, leading her to ponder, could Chu Chen be a rich second generation? If he were, why would he reside in such an old neighborhood? Yet if he were not, how could he afford a lavish meal costing 150,000 yuan? With a headache, Zhou Xiaowan shut her computer and lay down to sleep. After washing his face with a towel in the bathroom, Chu Chen returned to his room, opened his computer, and continued typing as he still had 10,000 words to complete that day. Meanwhile, at the Zhangge Hotel, Yuan Jinxing was engaged in jovial conversation with a few old friends before being forcibly pulled away by Yuan Qian. What are you doing, child? Yuan Jinxing was clearly in high spirits during the conversation. Yuan Qian whispered. Due to matters concerning the Hushi project, the flattery from everyone clearly pleased Yuan Jinxing, leaving him feeling quite elated. Dad, Yuan Qian said, suddenly irritated. Old Yuan, Chinner, what's the matter? At that moment, Yuan Qian's mother approached. Yuan Qian explained, and her mother glanced at the time. Yuan Jinxing, seemingly unconcerned, replied casually. Yuan Qian's tone left no room for argument. Look at this child. One might mistake me for her son. Yuan Jinxing cast a helpless glance at Yuan Qian's mother. She chuckled softly but gently advised him. Since Chinner has arranged for your physical examination, you should go. It's been nearly 2 years since your last checkup. 2 years without a physical? Yuan Qian was taken aback, her concern deepening. Annual checkups have always been a hassle, and Yuan Jinxing clearly detested them. Without further ado, Yuan Qian seized Yuan Jinxing's hand, eager to leave. Their departure wouldn't be impolite, as the banquet hall was now largely filled with the younger crowd. Why the hurry, child? Let me speak with a few old friends, she remarked. Yuan Zhenping quickly restrained Yuan Qian. All right, I'll give you 10 minutes. Otherwise, I shall go in and drag them out myself. Naturally, Yuan Qian couldn't allow Yuan Zhenping to lose his decorum. Qianer, are you hiding something from your mother? Yuan Qian's mother sensed something amiss. Even if a checkup was necessary, there was no need to rush. Yuan Qian reassured her. Yes. Yuan Qian's mother nodded, feeling that her daughter seemed a bit strange tonight, but dismissed her thoughts. After all, it was her daughter. How could she harbor any ill intentions? Meanwhile, Chu Chen, after typing out 10,000 words, found himself awake at 2 in the morning. He shut down his computer and collapsed into bed, planning to resolve matters with General Huang the next day, print the contract, and finalize the signing process. A night devoid of dreams passed, and he was awakened by his phone's alarm. With a groggy hand, he tossed the phone aside and opened his eyes. When will I ever enjoy the luxury of waking up naturally? After voicing his complaint, he dressed, grabbed his toiletries, and stepped out of his room. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoan was by the shoe cabinet, changing her shoes. After a night of rest, she appeared much more revitalized. Good morning, beautiful. Off to work. Chu Chen greeted her. Yes, just call me Xiaoan from now on, Zhou Xiaoan replied, feeling a bit shy as she noticed Chu Chen's slight awkwardness. Though nothing significant had transpired that night, she vaguely recalled her drunken antics, and the thought of such close proximity made her blush. All right, Xiaoan, you can call me Chu Chen as well. Chu Chen smiled slightly, finding Zhou Xiaoan rather amusing. Okay, I'm off to work then. Goodbye. Zhou Xiaoan nodded, her cheeks flushed, and entered her workplace. Chu Chen glanced at Xia's room, silent, likely still asleep. He then entered the bathroom, freshened up, and left. At the breakfast shop downstairs in the community, he ordered a hearty meal. Young man, why are you eating breakfast alone? Where's your girlfriend? An elderly gentleman nearby inquired. Sir, I don't have a girlfriend, Chu Chen replied, puzzled by the question. The girl you were hugging last night. The elder reminded him. Chu Chen's expression darkened. Despite the poor visibility that evening, he was still a good 10 centimeters away from Xia. Had the elder not noticed? Sir, we were not hugging. It's fine. Hugs are acceptable now. Times have changed, and many young folks are kissing in the streets. The elderly gentleman bestowed upon Chu Chen a knowing glance. With a sigh, Chu Chen acknowledged the man's progressive outlook, hastily finishing his breakfast and placing the money upon the table. Sir, I must take my leave. Farewell. Goodbye, young man, the elder waved as Chu Chen departed. Upon boarding the direct bus to his workplace, he recalled that his choice to reside in this area was largely due to the convenient transportation to his company. Upon arrival, he opened his laptop to review the advertisement proposal he had crafted the previous day. Satisfied with his work, he shut down the computer and stowed away in his bag. Next, he sought out HR representative Xia Huan. In a small company, employees often wear multiple hats, and contracts were typically obtained from Xia. Sister Huan, could you please hand me a contract? I am on my way to have it signed by General Manager Huang. Xiao Chu, such confidence, Xia Huan remarked as she handed over the document. Although she had expressed skepticism the previous day, she still harbored hopes that Chu Chen would secure the contract, as the afternoon tea from Dingji was quite delightful. Ah, Xiao Chu, so self-assured. Are you certain that a proposal conceived in just one day will satisfy General Manager Huang? Wang Sun interjected sarcastically, given that the office space was open. Their exchange was overheard by nearly everyone in the company. If you lack even this minimal confidence, how can you expect to impress General Manager Huang? Chu Chen retorted, unperturbed by Wang Sun's provocations. Unaware of your own limitations, do you truly believe you will even get a chance to meet General Manager Huang? Faced with such public criticism from Chu Chen, Wang Sun found himself at a loss. Being a senior who had joined the company 6 months prior and had a bona fide background in advertising design. Is that so? Perhaps we should raise the stakes a bit. What do you say? Seeing Wang Sun's arrogance, Chu Chen resolved to teach him a lesson. Chapter 42. Even cattle and horses cannot control their own emotions. What sort of method do you have in mind? Wang Sun's face was a mask of disdain. Given that Chu Chen had displayed such ire the day before, he was certain that the man was still agitated. Thus, Chu Chen's bold approach would only serve to incite further disdain, making it unlikely for him to secure the contract, let alone meet General Manager Huang. Let us not wait 3 days. I will have the contract signed today, and you shall treat the entire company to a week of Dingji afternoon tea. If I fail, I shall be the one to treat for a week. What do you say? Chu Chen intended to make Wang Sun pay dearly. Had he not encountered General Manager Huang at the birthday banquet the previous night, he might have needed to exert more effort to achieve this task. However, now it seemed almost certain. All right. At that moment, every employee in the company erupted in joy, applauding in agreement. This wager was far more enticing than Chu Chen's previous one, for regardless of the outcome, they would all enjoy a week of dingy afternoon tea, which was the very definition of a fortunate windfall. At this moment, the once arrogant Wang Sun found himself at a loss for words. With 30 employees in the company, the cost of dingy afternoon tea averaged 100 per person, amounting to 3,000 Hua currency for a single day, given that the company enjoyed a 2-day weekend. This translated to 15,000 Hua currency over the course of a week, equivalent to his entire salary for 2 months. So what do you say? Are you afraid? If you are hesitant, just admit it. Observing Wang Sun's indecision, Chu Chen decided to give him a nudge. Wang Sun, go ahead and agree. Wang Sun, don't be timid. Wang Sun, fear not. Indeed, if he couldn't handle it, Chu Chen had even less hope. At that moment, everyone in the company began to urge Wang Sun on, as they were more fearful of his reluctance to take the gamble. After all, it was a week's worth of dingy afternoon tea at stake. Who says I'm afraid? I accept. In front of so many witnesses, Wang Sun naturally could not back down, and he added with bitterness, if you lose, not only will you treat everyone to a week's worth of dingy afternoon tea, but you will also resign. All right, no problem. Everyone bear witness. Chu Chen smiled with amusement, took the advertising contract, slipped it into his briefcase, and then grabbed his laptop before leaving the company. As everyone watched Chu Chen walk away, they began to murmur quietly. Do you think Chu Chen really has a chance to secure that contract? It seems unlikely. You saw how furious President Huang was yesterday. He probably hasn't calmed down yet. If Chu Chen goes to him now, will he even see him? He'll likely be thrown out. Young people can be like that, full of vigor, yet unaware of their limitations. Listening to the discussions around him, Wang Sun couldn't help but smirk, contemplating how he would mock Chu Chen after he lost. After exiting Hongpong Dasha, Chu Chen hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Pingji Dasha, where President Huang's company was located. Upon arriving on the 26th floor of Pingji Dasha, he found that he had arrived early. Remembering that the stock market had just opened, he settled onto a sofa near the reception, opened his laptop, and connected to the Wi-Fi to check the prices of the 12 stocks he had purchased yesterday. To his delight, the prices were not significantly different from those in his previous life. If all went according to plan, he could sell them off tomorrow, potentially earning over 2 million. Chu Chen was exhilarated, comfortably leaning back on the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling. This feeling of being on a winning streak was truly delightful. Suddenly, a person pushing a cart entered his line of sight, capturing his attention. Yiluan? The person paused, turning slowly with a broad smile. Chu Chen, what brings you here? It's really you, Lunzi. Aren't you in Sichuan with Fang? Chu Chen exclaimed in disbelief, astonished to encounter his college classmate, Yiluan, here. They had shared a dormitory, forging a close bond. Upon hearing Sichuan, Yiluan's face clouded with bitterness. Chu Chen sensed there was more to the story and quickly pulled Yiluan over to sit beside him on the sofa. Yiluan wore a look of melancholy. Let us not even talk about it. College romances are beautiful, but reality is often harsh. Chu Chen found it somewhat difficult to believe that Yiluan and Fang had been in a romantic relationship since their freshman year, a bond that had lasted nearly 4 years. It could be said that during this time, they had been the source of countless affectionate moments that had filled the hearts of those around them. Given that Fang was an only child, Yiluan had also ventured far and wide for love. He nodded, sharing the plight of his beloved, whose parents disdained his modest family background, lamenting his inability to secure a stable job or afford a home in Sichuan, ultimately compelling Fang to end their relationship. To everyone's astonishment, she acquiesced. Chu Chen expressed his disbelief, fully aware of Fang's unwavering devotion to Yiluan, who had often declared that she would marry no one but him. Friends had been eagerly anticipating their wedding, which was scheduled for next month with a high school classmate instead. Yiluan sighed heavily, incredulous that mere months after graduation, their paths had diverged so drastically. The affluent classmate had showered Fang with gifts, luxurious items worth thousands, winning over her parents' favor in an instant. In secret, she had begun staying at her classmate's home, ultimately leading her to propose a breakup with Yiluan. At that moment, Yiluan seemed deflated, like a punctured balloon, slumped on the sofa, visibly crushed by the turn of events. I can't face you all, he lamented, his sorrow palpable. Chu Chen shook his head gently, recalling how inseparable Yiluan and Fang had been, making grand promises of eternal love at the dinner table, inviting everyone to their wedding, blissfully unaware that they would soon part ways. He, why are you just sitting here slacking off instead of helping with the move? A young man, slightly older than Yiluan, approached with an annoyed expression. Long ago, I bumped into a classmate and had a brief chat, Yiluan quickly replied, standing up to mask his sadness with a forced smile. Seeing this, Chu Chen also stood up, reflecting on the irony that even the most resilient individuals could not always control their emotions. Lao Ge merely glanced at Chu Chen before sternly addressing Heluan. If you want to chat, do it after work. This is company time, and the sofa is reserved for clients. Understood, Lao Ge will be more mindful next time. Heluan quickly nodded, acknowledging his fault. Observing Heluan's humility stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Chu Chen. Life had certainly bent this ambitious young man's spirit. You'll be fined 500 from your salary to remind you not to bring just anyone into the office, Lao Ge declared, showing no leniency despite Heluan's apology. Upon hearing about the fine, Heluan momentarily froze, his fists clenching in frustration before gradually relaxing, indicating an internal struggle that ultimately led him to concede. I'm not associated with Heluan, nor am I a person of dubious character. I represent a creative advertising agency and have an appointment with General Manager Huang at 10 o'clock, which is why I am here waiting. Seeing Heluan distressed over his financial deductions, Chu Chen offered an explanation. It turns out he is here for business discussions. Luo Ge cast a disdainful glance at Chu Chen and bluntly stated, "To be frank, General Huang is my uncle. Whether you can successfully negotiate this advertising deal is uncertain, but I can easily sabotage it. Luo Ge, Chu Chen is my university classmate and possesses remarkable abilities. I kindly ask you to speak favorably of him before General Huang." Heluan implored, fearing that Luo Ge might indeed cause trouble. "Be silent. This is not your place to speak," Luo Ge retorted loudly, followed by a cold laugh. "Today, I intend to ruin your friend's affairs. What can you do about it?" Heluan stepped forward, grabbing Luo Ge firmly by the collar. "Luo Ge, you may bully me, but if you dare to disrupt my brother's matters today, I will not let this go. What are you doing? Let go of me." Luo Ge was taken aback by Heluan's sudden aggression. He stood at just under 1.7 meters, while Heluan towered at 1.8 meters, exuding an undeniable air of dominance. Witnessing this, Chu Chen felt a slight sting in his eyes. The bond of brotherhood formed in university is the purest. "You may bully me, but you shall not bully my brother." At that moment, Huang and his assistant, Zhuang He, emerged from the elevator. Zhuang He bore a look of confusion. As Huang Lishuan's assistant, he was well aware of all his appointments, and there should not have been one at this time. "I have an appointment with a young man from the creative advertising agency at 10 o'clock. The time is approaching," Huang Lishuan remarked, glancing at his watch. "Is it Wang Sun?" Zhuang He was even more bewildered, recalling how Huang had berated Wang Sun fiercely just the day before. "No, it is another young man named Chu Chen." Upon hearing Wang Sun's name, Huang Lishuan's brow furrowed involuntarily, clearly still harboring some irritation. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to Zhuang He and instructed, "Mr. Chu Chen, you must treat him as our most esteemed client today. Do not be disrespectful." "Understood." Zhuang He paused momentarily, but quickly complied. Having worked alongside Huang Lishuan for several years, he understood his temperament well. Such specific instructions indicated that Chu Chen was of great importance to him. As the two entered the company, they were taken aback to find Heluan gripping Luo Ge by the collar, while Chu Chen stood nearby. Huang Lishuan's expression darkened immediately. Upon noticing Huang Lishuan's presence, Heluan promptly released Luo Ge. "Uncle, Heluan is trying to attack me, and his university classmate is from an advertising company and is no good either." Once Luo Ge regained his ability to move, he hurriedly approached Huang Lishuan to report the incident. Just as Huang Lishuan was about to erupt in anger, he heard Luo Ge's words and turned to Chu Chen. "Mr. Chu, is Heluan your classmate?" "Indeed, Mr. Huang. Heluan is my dearest college companion, akin to a brother." Chu Chen now merely hopes that Huang Lishuan, out of consideration for Yuan Qian, will not make things difficult for Heluan, especially since he has just experienced a heartbreak. It would be unjust for him to lose his job because of me. "Let us proceed to the conference room." Huang Lishuan nodded and walked directly towards the conference room, with the others closely following. Upon entering, Huang Lishuan took a seat at the head of the table. "Please, take your seats," he urged. Chu Chen, Heluan, and Luo Hao settled down beside him, while Zhuang He entered last, standing behind Huang Lishuan. Soon after, a young lady from the front desk served each person a cup of coffee. Luo Hao appeared somewhat bewildered. Wasn't this meeting supposed to address Heluan's situation? Why were they having coffee? Huang Lishuan took a small sip of his coffee. Heluan stood up and recounted the events in detail, without any embellishment. "Luo Hao, is what Heluan said true?" Huang Lishuan inquired, his expression darkening as he turned toward Luo Hao. "Yes, but uncle." Faced with Huang Lishuan, Luo Hao dared not distort the truth. "In the company, do not refer to me as uncle." Huang Lishuan shot a glare at Luo Hao and continued. "Our company is not so harsh, is it? Should Yi Luan be penalized 500 for merely conversing with a college friend? Luo Hao was rendered speechless by the question. While Huang Lishuan was not overly indulgent with his employees, he was not this cruel. This is the final warning. Should I discover you abusing your authority in the company again, you need not return. Huang Lishuan's irritation with his inept nephew was palpable. Uncle, leave. Huang Lishuan interrupted, and Luo Hao, yearning to explain, found himself cut off, reluctantly exiting the conference room while casting a fierce glare at Yi Luan. Yi Luan, please take a seat. This matter is resolved. As for Luo Hao, I shall reprimand him privately and ensure he no longer troubles you. Huang Lishuan smiled and turned his gaze to Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, shall we commence? Mr. Huang, you may simply call me Xiao Chu. Chu Chen replied gratefully, aware that Huang Lishuan's subsequent words were meant for him, reassuring him that Yi Luan would no longer be subjected to scrutiny. He felt a sense of relief. I shall refer to you as Chu Chen, Huang Lishuan stated, naturally opting not to use Xiao Chu, acknowledging the connection through Yuan Qian, which warranted a degree of respect. Moreover, at last night's banquet, Chu Chen had also made the acquaintance of Pan Ting from the Bai group, and they had departed together, suggesting a significant rapport. Sitting nearby, Yi Luan wore a bewildered expression. He could discern that Huang Lishuan was particularly courteous to Chu Chen. Given that Huang Lishuan was currently in a position of authority, this was somewhat unconventional. Chu Chen opened his laptop, connected the data cable, and projected the images onto the screen. He then opened the advertising proposal crafted yesterday and began to explain it to Huang Lishuan. For a full half hour, Huang Lishuan remained engrossed, attentively focused on the screen as he listened to Chu Chen's presentation, occasionally breaking into a smile. Mr. Huang, this encapsulates the entirety of my advertising proposal, Chu Chen remarked, turning to Huang Lishuan, who responded with a slight smile. Chu Chen, why didn't you present this to me yesterday? This proposal was only initiated after your departure yesterday. Upon seeing the unmistakable smile on Huang Lishuan's face, Chu Chen felt a sense of reassurance. What? You completed this advertising proposal in just one day? Huang Lishuan exclaimed, incredulous. Indeed, Chu Chen nodded. If he were not a reborn individual, familiar with this advertising scheme, not only would a day be insufficient, but even a week would not suffice to produce such a proposal. After all, advertising design requires inspiration. All right, Huang Lishuan sighed with relief and continued, to be frank, I was initially quite conflicted, wondering whether to accept your proposal if it failed to meet my expectations. However, I am now thoroughly satisfied. It perfectly aligns with my vision. Huang Lishuan promptly stood up and extended his hand to Chu Chen. Here, to a pleasant collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Shall we sign the contract now? Chu Chen reciprocated the handshake, realizing this outcome had been anticipated. This proposal had been acknowledged by Huang Lishuan in his previous life, and with Yuan Qian's assistance, success was virtually assured. Absolutely, Huang Lishuan replied with a hearty smile. Mr. Huang, please take a look at the contract. Chu Chen then retrieved a document from his briefcase and handed it to Huang Lishuan. Zhuang, please call in Lawyer Wang. Huang Lishuan took the contract and began reviewing it while instructing Zhuang He. Zhuang promptly exited the conference room. A few minutes later, a person entered the room alongside Zhuang He. Huang Lishuan handed the contract to that individual. Lawyer Wang, please see if there are any modifications needed. If everything is in order, we shall proceed to sign. Understood, Mr. Huang, Lawyer Wang replied as he began perusing the contract. At this moment, Huang Lishuan turned to the visibly anxious Yi Luan. How long have you been at the company, Yi Luan? Mr. Huang, I just started yesterday. I'm still in my probation period. Yi Luan felt a wave of nervousness as he faced the company as CEO. Do not worry. I will have you confirmed right away. From now on, you will coordinate with Chu Chen for the creative side. Huang Lishuan gently patted Yi Luan's shoulder. Yi Luan was taken aback. Wasn't the probation period supposed to last 3 months? Is the boss really this capricious? He then glanced at Chu Chen, realizing this was all due to the relationship with his good friend. Mr. Huang, the contract is flawless, Lawyer Wang announced, having completed his review. Very well. Let us sign it, Huang Lishuan nodded. I'll take care of that, Lawyer Wang said as he exited the conference room with the contract. Mr. Huang, I've only been at the company for 2 days, and now I'm tasked with coordinating the creative agency. Isn't that too soon? Yi Luan pondered, feeling somewhat daunted by the responsibility. Not all. If you have questions, consult Manager Liu. I will also provide guidance afterward. Have confidence and proceed boldly. Huang Lishuan wore a beaming smile, leaving Zhuang He in a state of bewilderment, pondering the significance of Chu Chen that warranted such leniency from a superior. Thank you very much, Mr. Huang. Chu Chen expressed his gratitude, having discerned the situation. No need for thanks. Our company requires the nurturing of new talent. I believe He Luan has great potential, Huang Lishuan remarked, waving his hand. Noticing Chu Chen's intelligence, he smiled even more broadly. With the Yuan Corporation securing the Hushi project and leveraging their connection with Elder Chun, they were poised for a formidable rise. Chu Chen's close ties with Yuan Qian and his familiarity with Pan Tingting made it imperative for him to retain He Luan, creating an additional bridge for communication with Chu Chen, which he believed would yield unforeseen benefits in the future. At that moment, legal advisor Wang entered the conference room, presenting the contract to Huang Lishuan. Mr. Huang, the contract has been duly signed. Excellent, Huang Lishuan replied, glancing over the document before handing it to Chu Chen. Chu Chen, please expedite the production of this advertisement. Our company is in urgent need of it. Chu Chen took the contract and promptly assured Huang Lishuan of his commitment. Very well. I have another meeting to attend, so I won't see you out. Let He Luan accompany you, Huang Lishuan said, checking his watch and rising to shake Chu Chen's hand once more. He then turned to He Luan. After escorting Chu Chen, go directly to Assistant Zhuang. He will assist you with your formal employment procedures. Thank you, Mr. Huang. He Luan felt as though he were in a dream. He had suffered setbacks in romance, but triumphed in his career. After organizing his belongings, Chu Chen and He Luan exited the conference room together. Chu Chen, thank you. He Luan acknowledged, understanding that all of this was due to Chu Chen's influence. We need not speak of thanks. After all, we cohabited for 4 years. I will take responsibility for you, Chu Chen teased. Get lost, He Luan playfully punched at him. Chu Chen swiftly dodged, aware of the considerable strength of the robust man. Now that you're my client, I expect your continued support, Chu Chen jested. All right then, let us have dinner tonight, and I'll provide some fine cigarettes and liquor. He Luan replied without hesitation. Isn't it a bit too brazen to be so demanding? Chu Chen remarked, and they both burst into laughter. He Luan then accompanied Chu Chen to the base of the Pingji Tower before they parted ways, agreeing to have lunch together the next day. Noticing a nearby printing shop, Chu Chen entered, retrieved a USB drive, and requested the owner to print the signing contract for the novel website. After completing his personal information, he found a mailing service to send the contract, as the novel website required the main content to exceed 100,000 words before making a recommendation. There was no urgency. At the pace of 10,000 words a day, it would take several more days. Having completed these tasks, Chu Chen glanced at the time and realized it was nearly noon, likely indicating that He Luan had finished work. He then proceeded toward the Pingji Tower. Upon his arrival, He Luan was attempting to call Chu Chen. Don't call. I'm here, Chu Chen announced. Chu Chen waved his phone and said, Brother, be honest with me. What background do you have? Upon seeing Chu Chen, He Luan hurriedly approached and whispered, What's the situation? After 4 years in university, you should know my background. Chu Chen was at a loss for words in response to He Luan. Then it's strange. Assistant Zhuang just confirmed my position and astonishingly offered me a monthly salary of 10,000. He Luan was still unable to conceal his excitement. In Tianlin City, the salary for fresh graduates typically does not exceed 5,000, yet he had secured a salary of 10,000. Seriously? My monthly salary is barely 5,000. You're getting 10,000? No way. You're treating me to lunch today. Chu Chen was also somewhat astonished, not expecting Huang Lishuan to be so generous. Perhaps poverty had limited his imagination. As for the affluent, a monthly salary of 10,000 was hardly remarkable. Of course. Come on, brother. Let me treat you to a nice meal. He Luan knew that his earning a monthly salary of 10,000 was entirely thanks to Chu Chen, hence he readily agreed. The two found a modest restaurant and ordered 4 dishes and a soup, refraining from alcohol as they had to return to work in the afternoon. They began to eat and chat, having an abundance of topics to discuss after not seeing each other for 2 months, ensuring there were no lulls in the conversation. It was quite a surprise to encounter He Luan. Chu Chen recalled from his previous life that He Luan had also parted ways with Fang, but he only learned of it a year later. However, in this life, he was determined to keep He Luan in Tianlin City and make him his trusted ally. Chapter 45, You're Playing Me. The two continued their meal until nearly 2 o'clock, realizing they had to disperse soon to avoid being late for work. Colleagues' gazes turned toward him in unison. Chu Chen, have you signed yet? Xia Huan trotted over, clearly a foodie, eager for afternoon tea at Dingji, although others remained silent. Their eyes scrutinized Chu Chen, as if trying to see through him. As September approached, the weather in Tianlin City remained oppressively hot. Observing Chu Chen's demeanor, they likely surmised he had not signed yet. Huh. Wang Sun stood up and sauntered over to Chu Chen. How's it going? Huang is difficult to deal with, right? I bet you didn't even get to see him. Chu Chen ignored Wang Sun and walked towards the water dispenser, pouring himself a glass of cool water. Drink up, drink up. You might not get to enjoy the company as water much longer, Huang Sun remarked sarcastically beside him. Soon, others in the company began to whisper among themselves, clearly believing that Chu Chen had indeed failed to secure the deal. Isn't it normal? That manager Huang was furious yesterday. It was obvious he has a terrible temperament. The week's worth of afternoon tea at Dingji would cost nearly 15,000, equivalent to 3 months of Chu Chen's salary. What can I do? I insisted on betting with Huang Sun. Consider it a lesson learned. It was truly overestimating oneself, taking on porcelain work without the proper tools. Huang Sun had no intention of letting him off easily. He approached Chu Chen's side and coldly remarked, "Do not think that silence will allow you to evade this matter. A man must be prepared to accept defeat. Xiaoqing, come here to collect the payment from Chu Chen and arrange afternoon tea for everyone." The young girl who had been chatting with Xie Huan hastily jogged over upon hearing Huang Sun call her. At that moment, Xiao Zhijin and Su Yongming also exited their offices. They had heard about the bet between Chu Chen and Huang Sun, and upon witnessing Huang Sun's aggressive demeanor, it was evident that Chu Chen had lost, although they had not held out much hope. A flicker of disappointment crossed their eyes upon realizing that Chu Chen had failed to secure the contract. "Hurry, Chu Chen," just as Huang Sun was about to take action. Chu Chen calmly retrieved a contract from his briefcase and held it aloft. Upon seeing the document, Huang Sun's expression changed dramatically, a wave of foreboding washing over him. "What is that?" "The contract I secured for Chu Chen this morning." Could it be that Chu Chen had indeed signed the contract successfully? At that moment, the entire office was engulfed in disbelief, their gazes fixated on the contract. Chu Chen had only begun drafting the advertising proposal yesterday. Even a seasoned advertising designer could not possibly finalize a rough proposal in a single day for a major client. Su Zhengming hu not Chu Chen. Snatching the contract to peruse it, a radiant smile blossomed on his face as he rushed to Xiao Zhijin, presenting the contract to him. "It's signed." He really did sign it. Xiao Zhijin, equally astounded, accepted the contract and flipped through a few pages, his features lighting up with joy. At that moment, Huang Sun felt as though the world had spun beneath him, staggering back a few steps to regain his composure, experiencing a sensation akin to plummeting from paradise to the depths of despair. He glared fiercely at Chu Chen and spat. "You deceive me." "And what of it?" Chu Chen, no longer inclined to feign politeness, realized that Huang Sun would owe him a week's worth of afternoon tea, and regardless of his own desires. A rift had already formed between them, rendering any pretense of civility pointless. "You," Huang Sun attempted to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. "Xiaoqing, quickly instruct Huang Sun to fetch the money for afternoon tea. I am rather hungry," Chu Chen said, deliberately rubbing his stomach. Xiaoqing glanced at Huang Sun, who wore a sullen expression, and hesitated to speak. "Do not think that silence will allow you to evade this matter. A man must be prepared to accept defeat." Observing Huang Sun's silence, Chu Chen echoed his earlier words back to him, the same phrase striking Huang Sun like a harsh rebuke. "I do not believe it. You could not possibly have crafted a proposal satisfactory to General Manager Huang in just one day. There must be some trickery involved." "Huang Sun, could this contract possibly be a forgery?" With Chu Chen having landed a significant deal, Xiao Zhijin naturally sided with him. "Director Xiao, Chu Chen has only been here for less than a month and does not even grasp the intricacies of advertising proposals. Do you not find it strange that he could secure this contract?" Huang Sun's words left Xiao Zhijin momentarily taken aback. It was indeed perplexing that Chu Chen could secure such a contract. "Huang Sun, how can you trust this? Speak your mind." Su Yongming discerned Huang Sun's thoughts. "It's simple. I wish to examine that advertising proposal. If it indeed surpasses my own, I shall concede graciously." Huang Sun articulated his perspective, struggling to believe that a proposal crafted by Chu Chen in merely one day could rival his own. Conversely, if that proposal fell short, there would be something amiss about Chu Chen securing this contract. "Chu Chen, what are your thoughts?" Considering that Chu Chen had just landed a significant deal for the company, Su Yongming sought to maintain decorum and inquired accordingly. "No problem at all. Let us all convene in the conference room to witness this together." Allowing Huang Sun to be convinced, Chu Chen replied, subsequently carrying his laptop towards the meeting room, with others trailing behind. Upon entering the conference room, Chu Chen opened his laptop, connected it to the data cable, and projected the screen for all to see. The entire company crowded into the room, their eyes fixated on the display, curious about what kind of proposal Chu Chen could devise in just a day that prompted Mr. Huang to sign the contract so swiftly. Chu Chen unveiled the proposal and began his explanation. As it was a brief overview, he concluded within 10 minutes. "Impossible. You could not have produced such a high-caliber proposal." Wang Sun exclaimed in disbelief, evidently shaken, bluntly stating that Chu Chen's proposal outshone his by several leagues. He had previously boasted of being a graduate in advertising design, while Chu Chen was merely a newcomer without a related background, now receiving a harsh reality check. Even the seasoned advertising designers in the company could not help but give Chu Chen a thumbs up, exclaiming that his creativity was truly exceptional. All right, Wang Sun. A bet is a bet, Xiao Zijin interjected, his eyes filled with admiration for Chu Chen. Within less than a month of employment, he had crafted such an impressive proposal, destined to become a rising star in the advertising realm. Chu Chen, you are remarkable. With Xiao Zijin's endorsement, Wang Sun found himself at a loss for words. Forced to accept defeat, continuing to argue would only lead to further embarrassment. Reluctantly, he produced a bank card and handed it to Xiao Qing. Go order afternoon tea from Dingji. The password is the last 6 digits of my phone number. Understood, Xiao Qing nodded slightly, taking the card and promptly exiting the company, unable to bear the sight of Wang Sun's somewhat pale countenance. Yoming, Xiao Chu, please come to my office. The rest of you may return to your duties, Xiao Zijin declared before turning towards his office, with Su Yongming and Chu Chen following closely behind. Chapter 46, Zhao's Grand Vision. Upon hearing their boss's directive, the staff eagerly returned to work, invigorated by the anticipation of enjoying delectable afternoon tea from Dingji shortly. Only Wang Sun wore a grim expression, glaring fiercely at Chu Chen's retreating figure, silently vowing to himself. After Xiao Zijin entered the office, he promptly took Su Yongming and Chu Chen to the tea table and personally began to brew tea. Little Chu, have you truly completed this advertising proposal in just one day? Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, this advertisement plan is indeed my own work, Chu Chen reassured him, understanding Xiao Zijin's concerns and hastily reiterating that the proposal was flawless. I must say, I never expected your talent for advertising design to be so exceptional, Xiao Zijin remarked as he poured a cup of tea for Chu Chen and presented it to him, feeling a weight lift from his heart upon hearing Chu Chen's confidence. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, Chu Chen expressed his gratitude promptly. With your gift, it is a pity you did not study advertising design professionally, Su Yoming lamented, his face reflecting a similar regret. As a seasoned advertising designer himself, he was astonished that Chu Chen could independently produce such a high-caliber advertising proposal in merely a month. It could only be described as extraordinary talent. Had he graduated from a formal advertising design program, his future would be limitless. Given time, not only would he secure a place in the advertising industry of Tianlin City, but also in Jiangnan Province and even throughout Huagua. In any field, diligence determines your baseline, while talent defines your potential ceiling. Yongming, you must mentor little Chu more, Xiao Zijin urged as he poured another cup of tea for Su Yongming. Certainly, Su Yongming replied, accepting the tea with enthusiasm, as he too recognized exceptional talent. Xiao Zijin knew that the advertising circle in Tianlin City was relatively small, with Chu Chen's remarkable abilities. It wouldn't be long before major advertising firms came to recruit him at high salaries. Thus, he intentionally revealed some information about the companies. Mr. Xiao, are you not the boss? Chu Chen was taken aback, inwardly thinking it was over, fearing that this might be Huang's family business. He had always been puzzled as to why Xiao Zijin followed Huang Zhengping's orders to suppress him, but if the company belonged to the Huang family, it would make sense. Our boss has considerable influence in Tianlin City, but has recently been occupied with family affairs and cannot attend to this place, Xiao Zijin explained. Taking a small sip of tea, after much deliberation, he decided to share a bit of the boss's background to entice Chu Chen to remain steadfastly with the company. How impressive. I wonder who this prominent figure or rich heir from Tianlin City might be. Chu Chen feigned curiosity, intending to subtly probe the identity of the enigmatic boss. If it truly belonged to the Huang family, he would leave immediately. He was currently filled with a desire to confront Huang Zhengping and had no intention of aiding his adversary in earning profits. Our boss is quite discreet and has instructed me not to disclose their identity. Otherwise, with just a slight use of connections, our company would have already soared, Xiao Zijin expressed, clearly harboring some grievances himself. After all, everyone aspired to achieve their ambitions and realize grand visions. Who would want to remain tethered to a mediocre company, even if they held the title of general manager? Is our boss male or female? Chu Chen deliberately feigned curiosity, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. Silence was paramount. Xiao Zijin smiled faintly. Naturally, Chu Chen, not having gleaned any answers, would not relent and continued to extract words from Xiao Zijin. Xiao Zijin, brimming with pride, appeared entirely unperturbed by any doubts regarding his employer's capabilities. At that moment, Chu Chen sighed with relief. It was of no concern to him who the boss was, as long as it was not Huang Zhengping. After all, Huang Zhengping was also an alumnus of Tianlin University, lacking any overseas study experience and not a graduate in advertising design, which likely ruled him out as the owner of this creative advertising firm. Little Chu, you can rest assured and work diligently at the company. Your future is undoubtedly bright. Xiao Zijin laughed heartily, seemingly satisfied by the grand visions he had painted. Understood. I shall strive to do my best. At this juncture, Chu Chen could only echo his sentiments, realizing that Xiao Zijin was rather tight-lipped, rendering it impossible to extract any further useful information. The trio continued their conversation for nearly an hour, predominantly focused on work matters, particularly the coordination of the advertising proposal. Chu Chen conveyed that General Manager Huang hoped to expedite the production of the advertisement, indicating that this matter needed to be initiated promptly, necessitating careful coordination of various aspects. During this time, Xiaohuan brought in 3 servings of Ding Ji afternoon tea, and the 3 engaged in their discussions while enjoying the refreshments before dispersing. Upon encountering Wang's son, whose complexion resembled that of the earth, Chu Chen felt a pang of sympathy and refrained from provoking him further. He opened his computer to check the stock market closing result for the day and discovered that some of the stocks he had purchased were nearing their all-time highs from his past life. He surmised that he could sell them the following day, marveling at the wonders of the stock market. In less than 2 days, the value of his stocks had approached 10 million, translating to nearly 200,000 in profit. Just as he was engrossed in this revelation, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Chun Mengmeng calling, he stepped outside to the staircase before answering. Her melodious voice resonated through the receiver. Mr. Chu, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Miss Chun. I have communicated with the landlord once more. He is willing to reduce the price by an additional 5%. That only amounts to a 10% decrease, which is still half of my expectations. You must persuade the landlord to sell while I am still inclined to buy. There may still be a chance to acquire properties in Lidong and Chamming and take advantage of the impending demolition benefits. Mr. Chu, are you truly not considering a slight increase? To speak candidly, my interest in purchasing a property in Fuyuan community stems from its lucrative rental potential. If the price remains excessively high, it would be unwise. Please continue negotiations with the landlord. I cannot appear overly eager to buy, or else the landlord will not lower the price. Meanwhile, within the confines of Yangyang Real Estate, a middle-aged man sat across from Chen Mengmeng. He was Zhang Zuobin, the manager of this real estate agency. Having kept his phone on speaker, he had listened intently to the conversation between Chu Chen and Chen Mengmeng. Manager, did you hear that? This Mr. Chu is 80% likely a competitor. Before Chen Mengmeng could respond, Tang Xiaoqing could no longer contain her remarks. Chapter 47. A mother's love often spoils her child. Sister Tang, I believe Mr. Chu is not in the same profession. Chen Mengmeng argued with conviction, unwilling to see her client misunderstood. The young girl was captivated by the man's handsome appearance. How could that boy, so unrefined, resemble a wealthy individual? Tang Xiaoqing wore a look of disdain. I concur with Sister Tang. To purchase 4 properties in the Fuyuan community right after graduating from university seems rather preposterous, as if he is merely toying with us. I also find it implausible. A fresh graduate can barely support themselves, let alone invest in real estate. If it were for a matrimonial home, it might be feasible, perhaps draining his parents' finances for a down payment, but to acquire 4 rental properties is utterly absurd. Chen Mengming's colleagues unanimously supported Tang Xiaoqing's viewpoint, voicing their skepticism towards Chu Chen. Very well. As soon as Zhang Zuobin spoke, the room fell silent. Xiao Chen, continue your engagement with this Mr. Chu, but do not expend excessive energy. Store manager, Chen Mengmeng seemed inclined to argue, but Zhang Zuobin raised a hand to interrupt her. This Mr. Chu is quite young. He does not resemble a property speculator. Furthermore, negotiating for 4 properties in the Fuyuan community at once is rather peculiar. The store manager's analysis was indeed sound. Unlike certain novices who often jump to conclusions, how easy is it to encounter affluent clients? Tang Xiaoqing cast a flirtatious glance at manager Zhang, then proceeded to mock Chen Mengmeng. Understood, store manager. Although Chen Mengmeng felt a sense of injustice, she recognized the necessity of refraining from contradicting manager Zhang, lest she face repercussions. Indeed, Xiao Chen focused on other clients and strive to close a deal soon. Zhang Zuobin was satisfied with Chen Mengmeng's attitude and chose not to elaborate further, shifting his gaze to the others. Do any of you have ongoing negotiations? Present them so we may analyze together. Jingquan Garden is the most prestigious villa district in Tianlin City, nestled at the foot of Jingqianshan in the northernmost part of the city. It boasts picturesque surroundings, with only 100 villas in total. Many wealthy individuals in Tianlin City aspire to purchase here, yet find themselves unable. Villas valued at 10 million are now being traded at 30 to 40 million, as they symbolize status. At that moment, within a lavish villa, Xiang Tian sat in the living room, watching the evening news, a habit he had cultivated over many years to glean the latest information and discern future trends. Meanwhile, his wife and daughter, along with their servant, were busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. A young man, yawning as he descended the stairs, instantly masked his languor upon seeing Xiang Tian at home. Noticing his son, Xiang Dong, still half asleep, Xiang Tian furrowed his brow and remarked coolly, "What time is it? You haven't been sleeping all day, have you?" Perceiving his father's displeasure, Xiang Dong quickly protested, "Dad, you can't blame me. You sent me to last night's birthday banquet instead of attending yourself. Those uncles and relatives cornered me, inquiring why you weren't there. As a younger family member, I had to toast them, and before I knew it, I was drunk. Why do you drink so earnestly? It's merely a social obligation. A sip will suffice." He cast a resentful glance at Xiang Dong. "Father, I truly only take a sip. You know quite well the prominence of your reputation in Tianlin City. So many wish to curry favor with you, each one approaching me to convey their regards. Throughout the entire birthday banquet, I must have taken hundreds of sips. Who can endure that? If you don't believe me, you can ask sister." Xiang Dong gestured toward his sister, Xiangyu, who was just bringing out dishes. "Indeed, you only take a sip with those people. But with the young lady from the Wu family and her entourage, you down it all in one go. How did our Xiang family end up with such a fool? Truly a misfortune for the household." Xiangyu scoffed, unrelentingly exposing her brother's shortcomings. "Little you, how can you speak of your brother in such a manner?" A woman resembling a noble matron emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of food, followed by two servants. "Mother, did you not see the way your son clung to Wu Yadong last night? He resembled a fool from a landlord's family, utterly embarrassing our Xiang family." Xiangyu's displeasure was evident. She wanted to assert that her brother would inevitably fall victim to Wu Yadong and her dubious friends. In a past life, after Xiang Tian's unexpected demise, Xiang Dong had taken over the family business, while Wu Yadong conspired with the wealthy second generation, Ling Chong, ensnaring Xiang Dong in a web of infatuation, leading to his untimely death due to an accident, with most of the family's assets falling into Wu Yadong's hands. "Sister, please don't speak ill of Yadong. She is my friend." Upon hearing Xiangyu disparage Wu Yadong, Xiang Dong felt a tinge of discontent. "I believe your sister speaks the truth. In the future, refrain from associating with those dubious friends. The young lady from the Wu family is not to be underestimated. Keep your distance." Xiang Tian regarded his foolish son with a look of exasperation. He had met Wu Yadong. She was not someone Xiang Dong could handle. "Father, I'm serious about Yadong. Although she may not like me now, it does not mean she won't in the future. I will not give up." Faced with his father's admonishment, Xiang Dong defensively expressed his genuine feelings for Wu Yadong. "You foolish brother. Do you not know that Wu Yadong is very close with Ling Chong from the Ling family?" Xiangyu could no longer tolerate the situation and revealed the relationship, hoping her brother would realize the gravity of his delusion. Yadong said they are merely friends. "Sister, don't listen to the gossip," Xiang Dong retorted. Xiang Tian, wanting to reprimand him once more, was interrupted by Xiang Dong's mother. "Lao Xiang, come and eat. Too much maternal kindness breeds wayward sons," Xiang Tian sighed. Rising to his feet, at that moment, the news broadcast announced, at 10:20 a.m. today, a severe rear-end collision occurred 5 kilometers from the Qingshan service area on the Tianpu Expressway towards Puzhou, resulting in 6 fatalities on the spot. And 8 individuals were transported to Puzhou Hospital, with conditions critically concerning. Xiang Tian's body stiffened as he beheld the images of the accident, his complexion draining of color. And he swiftly retrieved his phone to dial Secretary Li's number. "Mr. Xiang, Secretary Li, what was the original departure time for the trip to Puxi?" At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning. Xiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, an involuntary shiver coursing through him, suddenly engulfed by a chilling dread. He frequently traversed the Tianpu Expressway. Departing at 9 o'clock, he would typically arrive at the Qingshan service area, 5 kilometers towards Puzhou, by 10:20. If today's itinerary remained unchanged, would he have perished in that rear-end collision? Xiangzong? Xiangzong? "Oh, it's nothing, Secretary Li, farewell." Xiang Tian, in a daze, hung up the phone and leaned helplessly against the sofa, lost in thought as Chu Chen's words echoed in his mind. Could it be that the young man truly foresaw his impending calamity? Yet, that seemed utterly absurd. "Father, what is wrong?" Xiangyu, noticing her father's unusual demeanor, hurried over to inquire. "It's nothing, let us eat." Xiang Tian slowly rose and walked towards the dining table. At that moment, Chu Chen was humming a tune, strolling along the streets of Tianlin City. Chapter 48. The First Encounter with Huang. Before the end of the workday, Chu Chen deliberately logged onto the local news website of Tianlin City, finding no reports of any incident involving Xiang Tian. It appeared that he had narrowly escaped disaster. However, a significant rear-end collision had indeed occurred 5 kilometers from the Qingshan service area towards Puzhou, resulting in 6 fatalities and 8 severe injuries. In his previous life, the report stated 9 dead and 8 injured, suggesting that 2 others had accompanied Xiang Tian and also evaded misfortune. Upon his rebirth, he had altered Xiang Tian's fate. Yet the catastrophic accident remained unchanged. This implied that in his previous life, the major rear-end collision was not instigated by Xiang Tian and his companions. Thus, even in this life, devoid of Xiang Tian, the accident transpired as scheduled. If the principal factors leading to past events remained unaltered, then similar occurrences would repeat in this life. However, if the primary elements were intervened upon, then the outcomes would shift. For instance, in the case of this significant rear-end collision, had Xiang Tian and his companions been the architects of the disaster, their alteration of the itinerary today would have prevented the incident. This further solidified Chu Chen's earlier resolution to proceed cautiously, while he was aware of many impending events. He remained uncertain of the key factors that catalyzed them. Should he act too aggressively, it could trigger a butterfly effect, altering the course of events. Hence, the most prudent approach before acquiring sufficient strength was to navigate carefully, akin to merely savoring the broth. For example, even if one knew the winning lottery numbers from a previous life, purchasing a ticket in this life would not guarantee a win. Why? Because the lottery center director might not approve. In a previous life, there was a project that was exceedingly profitable, or perhaps a plot of land was on the verge of development. If he merely followed along, things might have been fine. But should he take on the project independently or purchase that piece of land on his own, the prospect of making a profit becomes uncertain. This is due to the myriad factors contributing to the profitability of past projects, as well as the rationale behind the development of certain lands. Many operations remain shrouded in secrecy. Without a specific individual or relationship, a project that could potentially yield profits might very well incur losses. While the undeveloped land could languish in neglect, lost in thought, Chu Chen inadvertently wandered into a dimly lit alley. Just as he intended to turn back, a man emerged from around the corner, sprinting directly towards him. Chu Chen recognized this individual as Huang, one of the 3 major figures of the underground forces in Tianlin City. Unlike the other 2, Huang was known for his loyalty and principled nature, earning a commendable reputation in Tianlin City. Most importantly, he had once aided Chu Chen, albeit with a mere phrase, saving him from a catastrophic fate. Yet now, it appeared that Huang was in trouble. The alley was quite narrow, and Huang swiftly sidestepped Chu Chen, racing forward with urgency. However, as he passed a pile of garbage, an empty box accidentally clung to him. Stop! Almost immediately, 5 men burst from the corner, led by a burly bald man whose fierce demeanor suggested he was no good. The group charged forward, the bald man bellowing, "Get out of the way!" Chu Chen had no choice but to step aside, allowing them to pass. The bald man and his entourage reached the intersection of the alley, glancing around and realizing Huang had vanished. He then turned to Chu Chen, demanding, "Where did that guy run off to?" Chu Chen pointed towards the west. "He ran that way. Let us pursue him." The bald man, trusting Chu Chen's honesty, led his 4 subordinates down the western alley. Once they were out of sight, Chu Chen approached the pile of garbage and whispered, "They've gone." At that moment, Huang removed the empty box and slowly stood up. "Why did you help me?" It was evident they were villains, Chu Chen blurted out. "But I'm not exactly a good person either." "Well, you seem agreeable enough, so I chose to assist you," Huang replied. Chu Chen Juke Sopti, feeling a sense of loyalty towards Huang for having aided him in a previous life, deciding not to betray him now. "Haha, then I thank you." Huang expressed his gratitude and turned to leave, but suddenly his stomach growled audibly. "Haven't you eaten yet? There's a renowned noodle shop nearby. Allow me to treat you." Chu Chen seized the opportunity to forge a connection. "You are quite an interesting person. I believe this is our first meeting." How dan, Tutin Chu Chen, pondering whether they were indeed strangers. The subtleties of human connection are indeed profound. Some individuals may have known each other for decades, yet remain distant, while others can feel an inexplicable camaraderie upon first meeting. Chu Chen could only respond with a vague remark, for he could not divulge that in a past life this person had aided him, nor could he reveal that he foresaw this individual becoming one of the 3 powerhouses in Tianlin City in the near future, an existence that would be unattainable for ordinary folks. Thus, he sought to befriend him while he was still in humble circumstances. His words held an intriguing philosophical undertone. Hao Ran chuckled lightly. Enough with the delay, let's go. With that, Chu Chen turned in the opposite direction, knowing that if they crossed paths later, it would not bode well for him. Observing this, Hao Ran hurriedly followed suit. In a short while, the duo arrived at the Fuji restaurant, a venerable establishment with a history of 30 years. The familiar facade and the sight of the well-known staff stirred a wave of nostalgia within Chu Chen. In his previous life, he often frequented Fuji, typically ordering a bowl of noodles accompanied by 2 fried buns, hesitant to indulge in additional toppings due to their steep prices. However, times had changed. He was now financially comfortable. As they approached the ordering area, Chu Chen impulsively selected 9 different toppings, including oysters, pig kidneys, and squid, leaving the staff momentarily stunned. Behind him, Hao Ran couldn't help but murmur, "You certainly have a hearty appetite." Chu Chen offered an awkward smile, recognizing this as a form of indulgent spending. He then shifted aside to allow Hao Ran to take his turn. "Order as you wish, no need to hold back." "Then I shan't be polite," Hao Ran replied, having only had breakfast that day and now feeling quite ravenous. "Don't be formal. I can't treat you to a lavish feast, but feel free to choose anything here." Chu Chen waved his hand generously. Subsequently, Hao Ran wasted no time and ordered a hearty selection, also opting for 9 toppings along with an additional serving of fried buns. Once they finished placing their orders, they found an empty table to sit at. "I'm Hao Ran. May I ask your name?" "Chu Chen. You seem fresh out of university, am I right?" "Indeed, I graduated just 2 months ago." "You're older than me, so I'll call you Brother Chu Chen." "That works." Before long, the staff brought forth 2 bowls of noodles and a serving of fried buns. "Brother Hao, let us eat," said Chu Chen, and he began to dig in. Hao Ran, who was nearly famished, wasted no time and started devouring his meal with fervor. After a few minutes, feeling somewhat satiated, Hao Ran inquired, "Aren't you curious why those people are pursuing me?" Chapter 49. While the new rejoice, the old lament. "This has nothing to do with me, does it?" Chu Chen savored a large oyster, his expression radiating sheer contentment, truly a man's delight. Hao Ran found Chu Chen quite intriguing. "Aren't you afraid of attracting trouble?" "If I were afraid, I wouldn't have offered my assistance, nor would I have treated you to this meal." Chu Chen nonchalantly relished another oyster, understanding well that in a world devoid of shades of gray, one cannot rise to greatness. In his previous life, Huang Zhengping wielded immense power in Tianlin City. It is hard to believe he could have achieved such stature without the backing of underground forces. "You do not appear to be a recent graduate of merely 2 months." Hao Ran gazed at the person before him, Chu Chen, with astonishment. A college graduate, having just entered society 2 months prior, could hardly exhibit such composure. Typically, individuals like him would prefer to steer clear. "Ah, is it that my face is etched with stories?" Chu Chen chuckled, and soon both were enveloped in laughter. In this delightful atmosphere, 2 bowls of noodle soup and a serving of fried buns were consumed with great relish. Noticing that Hao Ran's hand was scraped and his clothing torn, Chu Chen retrieved 2,000 yuan from his wallet and handed it over. Fortunately, mobile payment had not yet become the norm, and he still possessed cash. "Do you pity me?" Hao Ran chuckled softly, though a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. "No. This money is a loan. It must be repaid." Chu Chen pressed the money into Hao Ran's hand. "Very well. I shall return double." Hao Ran was not one to feign modesty. Chu Chen pulled out his phone. "What is your mobile number? Are you afraid I might abscond without repaying?" Hao Ran teased. "You've guessed correctly. Hurry up." Chu Chen quipped back. After Hao Ran provided his number, Chu Chen promptly dialed it. "If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call me. However, I must clarify that I am merely a recent graduate. I cannot shoulder any substantial burdens." Hao Ran was amused by Chu Chen's jest, but soon adopted a serious tone. "Thank you." Chu Chen rose to settle the bill, waved goodbye to Hao Ran, and hailed a taxi headed for Zhengping community. He had not anticipated such an unexpected boon this evening, meeting the currently downcast Hao Ran and establishing a connection. This added a measure of assurance to their future endeavors against the Huang family. Although the Huang family was presently a second-tier clan in Tianlin City, they were poised for rapid ascension within the next few years, likely due to factors unknown to Chu Chen. Even though Yuan Qian's marriage to Huang Zhengping granted him access to the Yuan family's resources, it was insufficient for swift elevation, as the Yuan family had failed to secure the Hushi project and lacked connections with Elder Chen. While somewhat stronger than the Huang family, they remained a second-tier entity, incapable of propelling the Huang family to prominence. Thus, there must be other factors at play, perhaps even the Huang family's affiliation with a significant figure, which unsettled Chu Chen. Before long, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Zhengping community. Chu Chen paid the fare and stepped into the complex. There stood the elderly gentleman he had encountered earlier at the breakfast shop, engaged in casual conversation with several elderly ladies. Chu Chen, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "I just saw your girlfriend dressed beautifully as she left. I assumed you were off to a date." As the old man uttered these words, he seemed to realize his blunder and quickly covered his mouth. "Sir, she's truly not my girlfriend." Chu Chen offered a wry smile and headed straight to his shared apartment, pondering that in Xia, as a pharmaceutical representative, would undoubtedly have her share of social obligations, perhaps even dining with Director He that evening. Upon opening the iron door, the melodious strains of a renowned domestic pop duo resonated within Zhou Xiaojuan's room. The soaring vocals instantly transported one to verdant pastures. Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly so fitting? Hadn't Xia indeed dined with Director He? He scoffed, realizing that the elderly gentleman at the door had indeed permitted him entry. Yet, even if Xia were dining with Director He, what concern was it of his? He powered on his computer and began to type, as he had yet to upload the 10,000 words he had written today. For him, devoid of connections or a robust background, lucrative projects remained out of reach. Though the stock market, according to the strategies from his past life, could potentially yield several times the investment within a few months, or even net a fortune in mere days, he knew that pursuing such avenues would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of regulatory authorities. Fortunately, he still had time. If the Man restaurant had not exploded in this lifetime, the Bai Group would still stand tall in Tianlin City. And if Xiang Tian had not unexpectedly passed away, the Xiang Group would not have fallen into decline. Should Yuan Zhenxing's ailment have been diagnosed sooner, it could have been managed, allowing him to live a few more years. Consequently, Yuan Qian would not have wed Huang Zhengping, thus denying the Huang family access to the Yuan resources. The Huang family would not rise to prominence as easily as in his previous life, for the pie of Tianlin City was finite. With these influential figures present, the Huang family would inevitably face constraints. Hence, it was prudent to adopt a steady approach in the early stages, avoiding haste that could lead to catastrophic failure. He then logged onto the novel website and diligently resumed his writing, the rhythmic clattering of the keyboard filling the room. Meanwhile, Fang Qingyu, seething with anger, arrived at Mingyang community. Since last night, her messages to Huang Zhengping had gone unanswered, and he had not picked up her calls today. After finishing dinner, she rushed over to confront him, demanding to understand his intentions. As she fumbled for her keys to unlock the door, she was taken aback to discover that the locks had been changed. A wave of foreboding washed over her, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she frantically pounded on the door. "Huang Zhengping, open up." But after 10 minutes of relentless knocking, silence greeted her. No one answered from within. Exhausted, Fang Qingyu sank to the ground, covering her face as she wept. She had not anticipated Huang Zhengping's ruthlessness, nor his decisive actions. Changing the locks was a clear indication he sought to sever all ties. Did he truly feel nothing for the 4 years they had shared? Her thoughts then drifted to the intimate photograph Chu Chen had sent the previous night. It was entirely possible that Huang Zhengping and Yuan Qian were now basking in each other's affection. A profound sense of sorrow enveloped her, akin to witnessing the joy of newcomers while lamenting the loss of old love. Unable to contain her frustration, Fang Qingyu retrieved her phone once more and dialed Huang Zhengping's number. But again, there was no answer. She then opened the Penguin Chat application and sent a message. "Fang Qingyu, Huang Zhengping, I am currently at Mingyang community. You need to come here immediately, or I will go find Yuan Qian and tell her that I am pregnant with your child." After clicking send, Fang Qingyu hung up within a minute. Huang Zhengping attempted to call several times, but Fang Qingyu unhesitatingly ended each call. Shortly thereafter, she received a message from Huang Zhengping. "I'll be waiting at the entrance of Mingyang community. I will arrive in 10 minutes. Fang Qingyu replied, "All right." Chapter 50. No man would ever favor the color green. 10 minutes later, Huang Zhengping's Baolu came to a steady halt at the entrance of Mingyang community. Once Fang Qingyu entered the vehicle, it slowly drove away. Upon entering the car, Fang Qingyu immediately began to interrogate him. "You, please stop causing a scene. I'm extremely busy today." Huang Zhengping feared that Fang Qingyu might seek out Yuan Qian, so he resorted to evasive excuses. "Are you busy with Yuan Qian? Enjoying the moonlit nights together?" Having seen that intimate photo, Fang Qingyu no longer believed Huang Zhengping's fabrications. "You're insane. I'm not with Yuan Qian at all." When Fang Qingyu mentioned Yuan Qian, Huang Zhengping felt a surge of anger. At the banquet last night, Yuan Qian had continuously given him the cold shoulder, even leaving without saying goodbye, which caused him to lose face among his wealthy peers. Consequently, he endured a scolding from his father, Huang Hetong. who issued a stern order forbidding any further contact with Fang Qingyu, even arranging for the locks of the Mingyang community apartment to be changed. Fang Qingyu smirked inwardly. She had seen the intimate photo with Yuan Qian and was astonished that Huang Zhengping still dared to argue. However, she did not wish to confront him just yet, so she refrained from mentioning the photo. Yuan Qian secured the Hushi project through her own efforts, establishing connections with Chun Jianzhong and the Chun family, which swiftly elevated the Yuan family into the ranks of first-class families in Tianlin City. Her father insisted that she must capture Yuan Qian at all costs, wishing to sever any ties between Fang Qingyu and himself. To placate Fang Qingyu, Huang Zhengping felt compelled to reveal the truth. Indeed, Yuan Qian is countless times stronger than I am, and my family is rather ordinary, incomparable to the Yuan family. Your father's decision is not erroneous. Fang Qingyu gently shook her head in self-deprecation, but soon erupted in a fit of despair. But does he not know that I carry the blood of your Huang family? You please calm down. Observing Fang Qingyu's heightened emotions, Huang Zhengping quickly pulled over and embraced her, attempting to console her. I love you, but I cannot go against my father's wishes at this moment, or he will bestow everything of the Huang family upon my brother, leaving us with nothing. But are you asking me to endure such humiliation? Fang Qingyu wept, her face buried in her hands. In a previous life, after Chu Chen took over, Huang Zhengping and Fang Qingyu lived in harmony, secretly meeting behind Chu Chen's back, their feelings deepening rather than waning. Meanwhile, Yuan Qian, deceived by Huang Zhengping, began to alter her attitude towards him. Observing this, Huang Hetong turned a blind eye to the relationship between Huang Zhengping and Fang Qingyu, choosing not to intervene. Jade, my union with Yuan Qian is merely a familial arrangement. I harbor no affection for her. Once I have seized control of the Huang group, and subsequently absorbed the Yuan group, I shall promptly cast Yuan Qian aside and proudly welcome you into my life, along with our children. As Huang Zhengping's emotions deepened, he tenderly caressed Fang Qingyu's abdomen. Zhengping, is what you say truly genuine? Fang Qingyu was aware that she could no longer place her trust in Huang Zhengping, yet the sweetness of his words stirred her heart, and she found herself wavering. Most crucially, she lacked the confidence to confront him, and should Huang Zhengping truly find himself destitute, her own future would be jeopardized. Of course, I cannot entirely blame my father. The Huang group is indeed facing challenges and desperately requires the Yuan family's assistance. If news of our failed union were to leak, the Huang group would plunge into irreparable ruin. Huang Zhengping bore a look of helplessness. Zhengping, I am sorry. I was overly emotional just now. Fang Qingyu willingly embraced Huang Zhengping. Jade, you must trust me. All I do is for our future. Huang Zhengping gently lifted Fang Qingyu from his embrace and used a tissue to dry her tears. Have you managed to deal with that useless Chu Chen these past few days? Fang Qingyu felt troubled. If they did not swiftly handle Chu Chen, Jade, that fool must be playing hard to get. He has pursued you for 4 years and has likely fallen for you deeply. How could he simply change his affections? The memory of Yuan Qian's intimate gestures with Chu Chen from the previous night ignited Huang Zhengping's jealousy. Furthermore, since Chu Chen's arrival, Yuan Qian's attitude towards him had drastically shifted, growing considerably colder. If Fang Qingyu could eliminate Chu Chen as an obstacle, their relationship would flourish. It must be a game of desire. I never expected that fool to have learned this tactic after graduation. How disgusting. Fang Qingyu could not help but comment. There is nothing surprising about it. Chu Chen is from the lower echelons and possesses many cunning tricks, Huang Zhengping replied disdainfully, privately vowing to keep Chu Chen firmly beneath his heel, ensuring he would never rise again. What should I do then? Fang Qingyu feigned indecision. Though she had a plan in mind, to invite Chu Chen out and willingly sacrifice her allure, knowing he would undoubtedly take the bait. Yet, she refrained from voicing this in Huang Zhengping's presence, fearing his disdain. That is simple. Invite that fool out, sacrifice a bit of your charm, and he won't be able to resist falling into your embrace. Huang Zhengping suggested casually. Fang Qingyu paused, realizing this was indeed the only solution. Yet Huang Zhengping's nonchalant delivery left her feeling uneasy. A normal man would hardly wish for his beloved woman to entice another man, especially one who carries his child. Zhengping, if I were to sacrifice my allure to seduce Chu Chen, would you look down upon me? Huang Zhengping enveloped Fang Qingyu in his embrace, yet his expression darkened. For he could not help but care. However, he had no choice. If he failed to unite with Yuan Qian, he might end up with nothing. Rest assured, I have a plan to deal with that worthless fool. I shall not allow him to gain even the slightest advantage, Fang Qingyu declared with fervor. Yet deep within, She felt uncertain. In recent days, Chu Chen had indeed been acting unusually, making him difficult to handle. If all else failed, she would have to sacrifice a bit of her allure, though she was determined that Huang Zhengping must never know, for no man would appreciate a woman adorned in green. I have faith in you. Tomorrow, I will transfer 100,000 to your bank account. Rent an apartment for us to meet in the future, Huang Zhengping said, gently lifting Fang Qingyu and gazing at her with deep affection. Understood, Fang Qingyu replied obediently, a smile finally gracing her face. Huang Zhengping sighed in relief, thinking he had finally secured their position. Meanwhile, Chu Chen, still typing away, was sneezing profusely, wondering if someone was cursing him. Having already written 6,000 words, he thought he might be able to retire early that night. At that moment, his phone rang from the table, displaying an unfamiliar number. "Are you Chu Chen?" came a woman's voice from the other end, amidst a cacophony of noise, indicating she was in a lively venue. "Yes," Chu Chen replied, furrowing his brow, puzzled by the stranger. "And Xia is in room 806 at Qingyu Entertainment. Hurry, or she will be in danger." The caller spoke hastily before abruptly terminating the call. Chu Chen stared in astonishment at the beeping phone. He was well aware of Qingyu Entertainment, one of the most upscale venues in Tianlin City, where expenses for a single evening could be substantial. However, time was of the essence. He swiftly shut down his computer and dashed out of the shared apartment, hailing a taxi at the entrance of the community, directing it straight to Qingyu Entertainment. Before long, the taxi came to a gradual stop. Chu Chen paid the fare and exited, the opulent Qingyu Entertainment looming before him. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback by its lavishness, truly befitting of its reputation as Tianlin City's most renowned den of indulgence. However, he did not linger. He made a beeline for room 806. Pushing the door open without hesitation, for the threat to Xia's safety left no room for hesitation. The raucous music and flashing lights overwhelmed him. As he stepped into a suite spanning over 100 square meters, filled with nearly 20 individuals, both men and women, swaying to the rhythm as if possessed by a frenzied spirit. In one corner, Xia was being force-fed drinks by a man. "Zheng Xiao, I truly cannot drink anymore," Xia pleaded, teetering on the brink of inebriation. "Xia, do not ruin my mood. If you serve me well tonight, I shall have Director Fang sign the contract tomorrow. What do you say?" Zheng Xiao clearly had no intention of letting her off easily. Pouring liquor directly into Xia's mouth, his lecherous eyes incessantly appraising her, accompanied by a laughter that was far from dignified. "Zheng Xiao, I truly cannot drink anymore. I am on the verge of intoxication." With the last remnants of her clarity, Xia resisted Zheng Xiao's advances, fully aware that succumbing to drunkenness now would lead to dire consequences. Although she aspired to succeed in her business endeavors, she had no intention of bartering her body as currency. "What does it matter if I get drunk? I will take good care of you," Zheng Xiao retorted, disregarding Xia's pleas and relentlessly bringing the wine glass to her lips. She could drink no more. Chu Chen seized the wine glass from Zheng Xiao's hand. "And who might you be?" Zheng Xiao, incensed by the interruption of his plans, glared at the newcomer. Chu Chen set the glass down on the table. "Chu Chen, you have finally arrived." In that moment, Xia threw herself into Chu Chen's embrace, tears glistening in her eyes, before she succumbed to her inebriation. Recognizing that they could not linger in such a precarious situation, Chu Chen promptly lifted Xia, intending to depart. "Wait," Zheng Xiao, noticing Xia willingly seeking refuge in Chu Chen's arms, realized that the latter was indeed a friend of hers. Yet, the thought of losing his prize filled him with resentment. At this juncture, the revelers, stirred by Zheng Xiao's voice, turned their attention toward Chu Chen and Xia. Ignoring Zheng Xiao entirely, Chu Chen was determined to extricate himself from this den of iniquity. In a fit of rage, he silenced the music in the private room and seized the microphone, proclaiming, "Have I granted you permission to leave? I do not require your consent to take my friend away." Chu Chen stood resolute, unafraid of Zheng Xiao. The latter appraised Chu Chen with a mocking smile. "Young man, some matters are best left untouched. And Xia is also my friend. I can take care of her tonight without your concern." With the music silenced, a palpable tension enveloped the room, and all present heard Zheng Xiao's words. Many wore bemused expressions as they gradually encircled Chu Chen and Xia. "If I intend to take Xia away today, what will you do about it?" Chu Chen positioned Xia near a table where a bottle of red wine stood, ready to defend her should Zheng Xiao decide to act aggressively. Sensing that the surrounding individuals were likely spoiled rich youths, he knew that a decisive and fierce response could intimidate them, providing a chance for escape. If they overwhelmed him, no amount of strength would suffice to fend them off. Then let us see if my brothers will agree. Zheng Xiao advanced toward Chu Chen slowly, flanked by a group of 10 or so, utterly unperturbed by Chu Chen's presence. Just then, a man entered the room, his arm around a young woman. "He Xiao, you are incorrigible, always picking on me," the young woman complained playfully. "My dear, who could resist your charms? What man could possibly hold back?" He Chi responded, his hands roaming. "He Xiao, not again," the young woman exclaimed, playfully swatting his hands away. Her coy resistance only fueled He Chi's desire, and he pulled her closer. "Come to my place tonight, only if you promise not to bully me again," she replied with a flirtatious smile, prompting He Chi to laugh heartily. "Hey, He Xiao, what is going on with them?" As the young woman entered the private room, she immediately sensed something amiss. The music had abruptly ceased. Upon closer inspection, she noticed everyone gathered in a corner. What could possibly be happening? He Chi furrowed his brow as well. "Brother He, this fool dares to steal my woman," Zheng Xiao exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Chu Chen. He Chi, clearly uninterested in such trivial matters, was about to turn back to the young woman beside him when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Chu Chen. He paused momentarily, then promptly released the young woman's waist and strode over to Chu Chen, a smile swiftly replacing his earlier demeanor. "Brother Chu, what brings you here?" Chu Chen frowned, recognizing the individual before him as a wealthy second-generation heir who had been trailing by Qingyu the previous night. "It's you," he remarked. "I am He Chi." The young man hastily introduced himself. At this juncture, Zheng Xiao appeared bewildered. "Brother He, do you know this person?" He Chi barked. "Zheng Juanhao, come over and apologize to Brother Chu immediately." Zheng Juanhao, taken aback, thought to himself that perhaps He Chi had indulged a bit too much in drink. Yet he dared not voice his doubts. "Move aside. What are you all doing crowding around Brother Chu? Scatter, all of you." He Chi promptly dispersed the group of unruly young men surrounding Chu Chen. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances at He Chi. Their curiosity about Chu Chen's identity piqued. Logically, given He Chi's status, only signs from prominent families, such as the Bai or Yuan clans, would warrant such respect. Yet Chu Chen was an unfamiliar face, clearly not from those esteemed circles. Brother He, Zheng Juanhao, was clearly reluctant to apologize to Chu Chen in front of so many. "Fool, do you not realize I was trying to save you?" He Chi, now incensed by Zheng Juanhao's disobedience, retorted. Even Bai Qingyu addresses him as brother. "How dare you impede Brother Chu?" Zheng Juanhao was left dumbfounded. Was this person truly of such significant standing? Realizing that he lingered in a state of shock, He Chi raised his voice. "Let me be clear. Today, Wan Yulong was beaten by Bai Xiao precisely because he offended Brother Chu." With that, He Chi pulled out his phone, opened a chat application, and displayed a photo for Zheng Juanhao to see. The image revealed Wan Yulong, utterly battered and resembling a swine. This revelation rendered Zheng Juanhao completely speechless. He hurriedly approached Chu Chen. "Brother Chu, I apologize. I was blind to your worth and offended you." While saying this, Zheng Juanhao slapped himself several times, lowering his posture considerably. He understood that, despite their shared title as second-generation heirs, he and Bai Qingyu did not belong to the same echelon. Bai Qingyu reigned as a minor tyrant within Tianlin City's elite circle, unafraid to confront anyone save for a select few scions of the most prestigious families. In contrast, he and Wan Yulong were of the same rank, and if Bai Qingyu could so ruthlessly beat Wan Yulong, he would not hesitate to act similarly towards him. Chapter 52. Still dare to deceive me? Chu Chen disregarded Zheng Juanhao and instead expressed interest in the photograph on He Chi's phone. "Just call me Xiao He, and take a look." He Chi handed over the phone. Chu Chen accepted it, and the sight of Wan Yulong's bruised and battered face appeared before him. It was indeed quite a pitiful sight. For some inexplicable reason, seeing this photo filled him with a sense of satisfaction. In his previous life, Wan Yulong had caused him no small amount of harm. "Brother Chu," He Chi remarked, "Bai Xiao has warned Wan Yulong that if he dares to provoke you again, he will flay him alive. I suppose this lad will be too frightened to cross your path in the future." Zheng Juanhao, overhearing He Chi's words, trembled in fear and hurriedly approached Chu Chen, slapping his own face. "Brother Chu, please forgive me. I was blinded by desire and dared to harbor improper thoughts about Missin. I assure you I will never do so again." Chu Chen returned the phone to He Chi, then embraced and Xia as they exited the room. He pondered whether it was Pan Tingting who had sent Bai Qingyu to warn Wan Yulong, and he hadn't expected her cousin to be so ruthless. However, it aligned perfectly with his intentions. "Goodbye, Brother Chu," He Chi waved as Chu Chen left the private room. Finally breathing a sigh of relief, as he settled comfortably onto the sofa. Brother He, what should I do now? Zheng Juanhao approached He Qi with a woeful expression. He Qi shot him a glare. Pray for your own fortune. Do you not know by Xiao's temper? If he truly wishes to punish you, I cannot intercede. Upon exiting Jin Zun Entertainment, a taxi approached from distance. Chu Chen swiftly helped Xia into the back seat before joining her himself. Just as he was about to speak, the driver interjected, "Are we heading to the hotel or Zhengping community?" Chu Chen focused and replied, "What a coincidence, driver." Coincidence? At this hour, only these entertainment venues are bustling. I come here every night to pick up passengers, and as soon as you walked out, I spotted you, the driver remarked, glancing at the inebriated Xia with a smile of envy. Another ordinary friend, I presume? Driver, we truly are just ordinary friends, Chu Chen hastily clarified, sensing the driver's misinterpretation. I know, young man, I've been around, the driver responded knowingly. To Jintang community, please. Chu Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated. He found it unjust that he had been unfairly labeled a rogue. If he could truly do something, it would be one thing, but alas. He was merely playing the role of a laborer. All right, we shall set off. The taxi slowly pulled away from Jin Zun Entertainment. Young man, your drinking capacity is quite impressive. Driver, how did you discern my drinking prowess? Chu Chen was bewildered. How could one even gauge such a thing? To get one person drunk might be luck, but to intoxicate two, now that was a testament to genuine skill. The driver couldn't help but give Chu Chen a thumbs up. It's not me who got her drunk. Encountering such a loquacious driver left Chu Chen speechless. The young lady drank herself into a stupor. She must surely have affections for you. The driver quickly connected the dots. Is that so? Chu Chen Guidi Pu Dao. Haven't you heard? In the presence of a man she admires, a woman may deliberately indulge in intoxication. Providing him with an opportunity, the driver analyzed earnestly. It wasn't entirely her own doing. What? There's a third party involved? This story just became intriguing. Upon hearing such a remark from Chu Chen, the driver's interest was piqued. With a sigh of resignation, Chu Chen leaned back in the rear seat, feigning sleep. Observing this, the driver had no choice but to fall silent. Young man, we've arrived at Jintang community. The taxi came to a gentle halt. Thank you, driver, Chu Chen said as he opened his eyes, paid the fare, and then lifted Fang Xia out of the vehicle. You seem to have quite a number of friends. Perhaps I should leave you my number in case you need my assistance, the driver suggested, handing over a business card. No need, driver. In my lifetime, this is only the second time I've encountered such a situation, and both times with you, Chu Chen replied, carrying Fang Xia toward the community. It's no wonder that in those television dramas, when a leading man carries the leading lady in a princess embrace, they are often depicted with a string attached. It truly is rather heavy. Fortunately, Chu Chen was of considerable stature. Otherwise, he would struggle to lift the nearly 170-centimeter tall Xia. Perhaps due to the vigorous movement, Xia suddenly experienced a bout of dry heaving. Seeing this, Chu Chen sensed impending trouble and quickly set her down. Xia then proceeded to vomit profusely by the roadside. Chu Chen stood by, waiting until she had finished, and hurriedly offered her a tissue. Knowing the character of those individuals, you still dared to go? Xia slumped against the wall. Do you think I want to go? She retorted. If this deal goes through, I could earn a commission of 50,000. You would risk so much for 50,000. Chu Chen sighed. While 50,000 is no small sum, tonight's endeavor was undoubtedly perilous. Had he arrived, even a moment later, Xia might have faced dire consequences. How can you understand my struggles? I come from the mountains. My father is a gambler who squandered our family's savings. My mother is ill and needs constant medication. And my younger brother is still in middle school. I alone bear the responsibility of supporting this family. Do you have any idea how significant that 50,000 is to me? As she spoke, Xia began to weep. Within a couple of minutes, she had drifted off to sleep again. A gambling father, ailing mother, a young brother, the shattered Xia. Chu Chen sighed softly, lifting Xia once more and making his way to their shared apartment. Upon opening the iron gate, he noticed that the light in Zhou Xiaowan's room was off, suggesting she was likely asleep. He proceeded directly to Xia's room, intending to drop her onto the bed. However, recalling her gambling father, sick mother, and young brother, he couldn't bring himself to be so callous and gently laid her down instead. Then he walked to the adjacent room and knocked on Zhou Xiaowan's door. A few seconds later, the light flickered on, and Zhou Xiaowan opened the door, inquiring, "Is there something you need at this late hour?" Xia is drunk. Could you help her change clothes? Chu Chen gestured towards Xia's room. Zhou Xiaowan, recalling her own drunken escapade from a few days prior, shyly stuck out her tongue before entering Xia's room. After Chu Chen finished a shower, he noticed that the light in Xia's room was still on, indicating that Zhou Xiaowan was still occupied. However, he refrained from entering, fearing that he might inadvertently witness something inappropriate, especially since he still had 4,000 words left to write. He turned on his computer and resumed his writing. Lu Jiaomoun Villa was an upscale community in Tianlin City, second only to Jingquan Garden, home to numerous affluent residents. It featured both a villa area and high-rise buildings, with the Huang family residing in a luxurious 3-story villa. After Huang Zhengping and Fang Qingyu shared an intimate moment, he drove his Baolu into Lu Jiaomoun Villa, gradually parking in the garage of his home. Whistling, he opened the door and entered the living room. Suddenly, the lights in the living room flickered on, startling Huang Zhengping. Upon regaining his composure, he spotted Huang Hetong seated on the sofa. "Dad, you're still awake at this late hour?" Huang Zhengping managed a nervous smile. Huang Hetong's expression was somewhat grim. "I had to step out due to a friend's urgent matter. I'm quite tired now and will head upstairs to sleep," Huang Zhengping said, sensing his father's displeasure and contemplating a hasty retreat. "Do you dare deceive me?" Huang Hetong exclaimed, rising abruptly from the table. "Don't think I'm unaware. You've been out gallivanting with that Fang Qingyu again." Chapter 53. When you succeed, good people surround you. "Dad, faced with his father's furious demeanor, Huang Zhengping faltered. Though he wished to refute the accusation, he lacked the courage to continue deceiving his father. "At this hour, do you still disregard my words? Can you truly not discern which is more important, the future of our family or a woman?" Huang Hetong's anger flared, clearly disappointed in Huang Zhengping. "Dad, I understand," Huang Zhengping hastily retorted, asserting that if it weren't for Fang Qingyu using their child as leverage, he would never have met her. "If you understand, then why did you go to see that woman? In terms of looks, intellect, and background, how does she compare to Yuan Qian? Even a fool wouldn't know whom to choose," Huang Hetong said, stepping closer to Huang Zhengping and pointing at his head, hoping to rouse his son from his foolishness. "Dad, I know," Huang Zhengping replied, his expression one of helplessness. Did he not comprehend the situation? Yet Fang Qingyu had him cornered, leaving him with no viable options. "Are you hiding something from me?" Huang Hetong, seasoned in the business world for decades, could not be easily deceived. He immediately sensed from Huang Zhengping's demeanor that something was amiss. "No," Huang Zhengping insisted, fully aware that he could not disclose Fang Qingyu's pregnancy, as it would undoubtedly infuriate Huang Hetong. "Speak up." Huang Hetong felt a wave of foreboding. He could not believe that Huang Zhengping could confuse the future of their family with a woman, especially at such a critical time, and suspected that Fang Qingyu had leverage over his son. Seeing his father's growing ire, Huang Zhengping realized he could no longer keep the truth hidden. "Fang Qingyu is pregnant with my child and is blackmailing me. If I do not meet her, she will go find Yuan Qian. You ungrateful son." Huang Hetong raised his hand and struck Huang Zhengping sharply across the face. Blood rushed to his head, leaving him with a dizzying sensation. He staggered back, collapsing onto the sofa. "Father, are you all right?" Huang Zhengping, momentarily taken aback by the blow, disregarded the pain and immediately lunged toward the sofa. "You wretched son, the Huang family is doomed this time." Huang Hetong took a deep breath, pressing his left hand against his heart, clearly agitated. "Father, I can handle this, do not worry," Huang Zhengping hastily assured him. "If you could handle it, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Enraged, Huang Hetong kicked Huang Zhengping to the ground and, seemingly unsatisfied, stood up to deliver 2 more kicks. "Father, I have already pacified Fang Qingyu. She will find someone to take over. This matter will pass." Huang Zhengping quickly proposed to mitigate the blows. "You want our grandson to call someone else, father?" Huang Hetong's anger flared at this suggestion. "Father, this is the only solution available now." Seizing the opportunity, Huang Zhengping hurriedly got to his feet, maintaining a safe distance from Huang Hetong, wishing to avoid further kicks. "There's a more secure approach." Huang Hetong's face revealed a glint of ruthlessness. "Father, I mentioned it before, but Fang Qingyu adamantly refuses, insisting on giving birth to this child. I dare not bring it up again, fearing that pressing too hard would lead to disastrous consequences." Huang Zhengping understood his father's implication. If Fang Qingyu were willing, the situation would not be so complicated. "Are you certain this child is yours?" After decades of navigating the business world, Huang Hetong understood that Fang Qingyu intended to ensnare Huang Zhengping for life with this child. "I am certain." Huang Zhengping nodded helplessly. "Who do you plan to have take over?" Huang Hetong realized it was too late for discussions, and he could only assist Huang Zhengping in damage control. At this critical moment, they could not jeopardize the alliance between the Huang and Yuan families. A useless man who had pursued Fang Qingyu for 4 years was easily manageable. Huang Zhengping, Overwhelmed, prioritized calming his father. Are you confident the other party will agree to take over? Huang Hetong reiterated. For this was crucial to the Huang family's future and not to be taken lightly. Rest assured, father, as long as Fang Qingyu is willing, the other party will not escape her grasp. Huang Zhengping vowed earnestly. I warn you, if you fail to secure Yuan Qian, you will be completely out of the picture. Your brother will take charge of the Huang family, and you shall receive not a single penny. Huang Hetong glared fiercely at Huang Zhengping, who had already collapsed in fear. He understood his father's resolve. He would undoubtedly follow through with his threats. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, Chu Chen finally completed his 10,000-word manuscript and uploaded it to the novel website. Feeling the arduous nature of being an online author, he was utterly exhausted. He closed the computer and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to sleep. A night devoid of dreams. An insistent alarm clock shattered the silence, prompting Chu Chen to reluctantly open his eyes. Today heralded a bountiful harvest. The 12 stocks he had acquired 3 days prior were ready for sale, 8 of which could be liquidated today, while the remaining 4 would ascend to their peak value by the following day. This thought ignited a fervor within him. Though his body was merely 25 years of age, his soul bore the weight of 35. For a man of 35, the pursuit of wealth was paramount. Rising from his slumber, Chu Chen gathered his toiletries and exited his room, only to find the bathroom door firmly shut. Those who had shared living quarters understood that such situations were unavoidable, and he resigned himself to waiting on the sofa in the living room. In less than 2 minutes, the door creaked open, and Zhou Xiaowan emerged, yawning and evidently fatigued from a restless night. Xiaowan, you must have had a tough night. Chu Chen greeted her. It was nothing. Anxia took care of me while I was drunk, Zhou Xiaowan replied with a light chuckle. Her initial embarrassment fading as she came to terms with Anxia, having seen her in a vulnerable state. Is she feeling better now? Chu Chen inquired, gesturing toward Anxia's room. I just checked. She is sleeping soundly and probably won't wake up anytime soon, Zhou Xiaowan whispered, mindful of the torment of a hangover. That's reassuring. She likely won't stir before noon. Chu Chen nodded, proceeding to the bathroom. After completing his morning routine and changing his attire, he departed for work. Upon arriving at the office, colleagues greeted him warmly, engaging in pleasantries and even making small talk. This was largely due to the signing of a lucrative contract with General Huang and the successful advertisement proposal he had presented the previous day, which had showcased his capabilities. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be long before he received a promotion and a raise. Hence, they were eager to cultivate a good rapport with him. It was no wonder a famous actor once remarked that success attracts a host of admirers. He settled at his desk and began his work, mindful to avoid any disruptions to the ongoing production. Shortly thereafter, his phone buzzed. The caller ID revealed it was Yuan Qian. Chu Chen had an inkling of what the call entailed and quickly answered. Chu Chen, I'm at the entrance of Hongpeng building. You need to come down immediately. Yuan Qian's voice trembled with emotion. Understood, he replied without hesitation, requesting leave from Su Yoming before hurrying downstairs. As Chu Chen stepped out of Hongpeng building, his gaze immediately fell upon Yuan Qian's vehicle. Her eyes were slightly red, a clear indication that she had been crying, and an unsettling premonition washed over him. Had Yuan Zhenxing's illness been diagnosed too late? That would be dire. Get in. Yuan Qian smiled faintly upon seeing him, taking his seat in the passenger side. Chu Chen, filled with concern, asked, Xiao Qian, what's the matter? You seem upset. Chu Chen, since you were able to discern my father's condition, you must have a way to save him, right? Yuan Qian grasped his arm desperately, as if clinging to a lifeline. Xiao Qian, about that regarding the ailment afflicting Yuan Zhenxing, Chu Chen found himself utterly helpless. He possessed no medical knowledge, relying solely on the information gleaned from his past life. Chu Chen, if you can save my father, I will agree to any condition, Yuan Qian implored, tears shimmering in her eyes. With a gentle sigh, Chu Chen understood why. In his previous life, Yuan Qian had wed Huang Zhengping. Were he to express a desire for Yuan Qian to be his girlfriend now, she would likely acquiesce. Xiao Qian, I apologize. My knowledge from the old physician is merely superficial, and I fear I may be of no assistance. You should heed the doctor's advice, he said. Yuan Qian nodded, fully aware that if Chu Chen had a solution, he would not stand idly by. The early detection of the illness offered a glimmer of hope. If treated abroad, perhaps it could be managed. We must arrange for overseas treatment without delay. This condition cannot afford to be postponed. Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yuan Zhenxing's illness could be contained, Yuan Qian would not marry Huang Zhengping, and the Huang family's rise would be delayed. Seeing that Chu Chen had no further options, Yuan Qian resolved to seek treatment abroad. I shall not delay you any longer, he said, hastily exiting the vehicle. Thank you so much, Chu Chen. Yuan Qian expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that without his timely advice, she would never have taken her father for a checkup. If symptoms had emerged months later, it would have been too late. Hurry along. Once Mr. Yuan's condition is under control, you can express your gratitude properly. Stop crying, or you'll truly become a mess, Chu Chen teased, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Yes, Yuan Qian replied earnestly, nodding as she started the car and drove off into the distance. The stock market had opened, and soon enough, he could begin to liquidate his 8 stocks. Although aware of the peak prices, he knew he could not sell at the highest point. Earning slightly less was preferable to being trapped in a poor investment. Meanwhile, outside the Yangyang real estate agency, a luxurious car came to a halt. From it emerged a stout man, approximately 160 centimeters tall and weighing nearly 200 pounds, adorned with a gold chain as thick as a thumb. Accompanying him was a young woman clad in a tank top and a miniskirt, teetering on high heels. While not exceptionally beautiful, she possessed a certain charm that captured the attention of several men. "Fatty, what brings you here on such a sweltering day?" the young woman inquired, wiping the perspiration from her brow with a tissue. Yeah, my dear, I have some matters to attend to. Then I shall take you shopping," Jean Fei replied, his hand playfully squeezing her waist. Upon hearing about the impending shopping trip, Fanya giggled and planted a kiss on Jean Fei's cheek. "You treat me the best, Fatty. My little enchantress, if I do not treat you well, who else could I possibly favor?" Jean Fei seized the opportunity to be a bit more forward. "Fatty, please." "Not here. There are so many people watching," Fanya shyly protested. Yeah, you are simply irresistible. I cannot help myself," Jean Fei chuckled, his face jiggling as his eyes narrowed into slits. As the two individuals entered the Yangyang real estate agency, Chen Mingming, who was diligently searching for property information on behalf of a client, promptly greeted Jean Fei with a radiant smile. "Mr. Jean, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Chen Mingming, Jean Fei's expression darkened instantly. He sank into a chair that seemed on the verge of collapse. "Xiao Chen, what does your client mean by this? Is there any genuine intention to purchase?" Beside Jean Fei, Fanya seemed indifferent to the unfolding drama, engrossed in her mobile device. Chen Mingming hurriedly poured 2 glasses of water and placed them before Jean Fei and Fanya. "Mr. Jean, my client is genuinely interested. If you lower the price by 20% from the original, he will come to negotiate. Is there anyone who bargains like that? That's below market value," Jean Fei retorted, his displeasure evident as he fixed his gaze on Chen Mingming. "Xiao Chen, speak honestly. Does this client even exist? Or is your agency attempting to pressure me into lowering my price?" Taken aback, Chen Mingming replied, "Mr. Jean, why would you think that? Don't think I'm oblivious to the tricks of your agency, claiming someone wishes to buy my house just to negotiate the price down," Jean Fei expressed his annoyance. "Mr. Jean, greetings. I am the manager, Zhang Zwabin. This client is indeed real." Zhang Zwabin, overseeing the modest 30 square meter space of the Yangyang agency, had overheard the exchange and felt compelled to intervene upon hearing Jean Fei's doubts regarding the authenticity of their client. The potential damage to the reputation of the Yangyang brand necessitated his involvement. "You assert it's real, yet I remain unconvinced." Jean Fei shot a glance at Zhang Zwabin, showing no signs of yielding due to the latter's managerial position. "I have met the prospective buyer for your property. He is a recent university graduate." At this moment, Tang Xiaoqing, seizing the opportunity to stoke the flames, seemed to support Chen Mingming. However, the phrase recent university graduate sent Jean Fei into a furious outburst. He slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. "Xiao Chen, are you mocking me? A recent graduate purchasing 4 properties in one go? Mr. Jean, that..." Chen Mingming faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. The total value of the 4 properties exceeded 3 million, and she too harbored doubts, as Chu Chen's attire hardly suggested he could effortlessly procure such an amount. "I am now gravely questioning your professional competence. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, your agency may find itself unable to operate." Witnessing the look of uncertainty on Chen Mingming's face, Jean Fei's anger intensified, feeling as though he had been toyed with over the past few days. "Xiao Chen, promptly call your client and inform him that the landlord is at our office," urging him to come for negotiations. Zhang Zwabin, no longer hoping to secure the deal, merely wished to alleviate Jean Fei's misunderstanding and prevent the situation from escalating, as any negative repercussions could lead to disciplinary actions against him. "Understood. I will call the client immediately." Chen Mingming retrieved her phone and dialed Chu Chen's number. At that moment, Chu Chen had just liquidated all 8 of his stocks, reaping a profit exceeding 1 million, feeling quite pleased with himself. At this moment, the phone rang, revealing that the caller was Chun Ming, and he promptly answered. Chapter 55. Xiao Chun, is your client sane? The voice from the other end was Chun Ming's. Hello, Mr. Zhu. Hello, Miss Chun. The landlord has arrived at our office. Would it be convenient for you to come over? Have the prices been negotiated? Not yet, but the landlord suspects that we, as the agency, are fabricating clients to pressure him on the price. Could you come and discuss it with him? He suspects I am involved. As I've stated before, once the price is settled, we can sign immediately. Otherwise, I have no time to engage in prolonged discussions. Please hold on. Chun Ming approached Jean Fei. Mr. Jean, my client has stated that he will sign immediately if you reduce the price by 20%. If we cannot agree on the price, he won't come. A fresh graduate dares to speak to me like this. I must have a word with him. Jean Fei snatched the phone. Hello, come over. We need to talk. Chu Chen frowned. Jean Fei's tone was rather displeasing. I already informed Miss Chun. Once the price is settled, we can sign immediately. Otherwise, I have no time for back and forth. Which young master are you? Hearing Chu Chen's calm tone, Jean Fei began to wonder if he were from a wealthy family or a second-generation rich kid. However, even if he were to invest, it would be implausible to purchase a property in Fuyuan community, which had been rumored for years to be undergoing demolition without any action taken. I am not from any prominent family. I am merely an ordinary recent graduate. If you are unwilling to lower the price, I will hang up. Chu Chen did not wish to argue. Although he had sold those 8 stocks, he intended to acquire a few more. Upon realizing that the other party was not a scion of a prestigious family, Jean Fei glanced at Chun Ming, increasingly suspecting that Chu Chen was merely a decoy, possibly arranged by Chun Ming herself. Fine, I agree to a 20% reduction. Come over to sign. Are you certain you agree to a 20% reduction? Chu Chen confirmed once more. I am certain. Come over to sign. Jean Fei sneered, confident that Chu Chen would not dare to show up. How could an ordinary recent graduate possibly produce 3 million in cash to buy a house? It seemed absurd. All right, wait for me. I will arrive in half an hour. Chu Chen hung up, closed his computer, and took a brief leave from Su Yongming, heading straight to Yangyang Real Estate Center. Ever since he secured that deal with General Huang, he had become a favored figure in the boss's eyes, and such minor leave requests were easily granted. Upon hearing the beeping sound of the call disconnecting, Jean Fei was momentarily taken aback. He truly dared to come. However, upon reflection, he thought the other party was merely putting on a show. He decided to wait half an hour and see how this inexperienced young man would handle the situation. Jean Fei handed the phone back to Chun Ming. Xiao Chun, the other party will arrive in half an hour. Tang Xiaoqing wore a perplexed expression, unable to fathom that Chu Chen would indeed dare to come. Could it be that he truly had 3 million to purchase a house? The thought inevitably led her to cast a jealous glance at Chun Ming, as the commission from such a substantial sale would be considerable. Chun Ming, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. She had been dreading that Chu Chen would not show up, for then she would be unable to clear her name, no matter how deeply she submerged herself in the Yellow River. Xiao Chun, please quickly prepare 2 cups of tea for Mr. Jean and this young lady, she instructed. At that moment, Manager Zhang transitioned from shock to joy. The happiness arrived so unexpectedly. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Chun Ming hastily went to brew the tea. Half an hour later, Chu Chen arrived at Yangyang Real Estate Agency by taxi. Mr. Chu has arrived, someone announced. Chun Ming's face lit up with joy upon seeing Chu Chen step out of the cab. However, Jean Fei furrowed his brow. How could someone capable of spending 3 million on a house, not on a car? Zhang Zuobin, having been a manager for over a decade, felt uncertain about Chu Chen's appearance. He prided himself on his ability to read people. As soon as Chu Chen entered, he smiled at Chun Ming. Miss Chun, it is a pleasure to see you again. At that moment, Fanya, who had been engrossed in a game, looked up in surprise. Chu Chen, she exclaimed. Chu Chen, equally astonished, noticed the youthful woman in the corner, dressed provocatively and heavily made up. Her transformation in just 2 months since graduation was quite striking. Darling, do you know this person? Jean Fei inquired, pointing at Chu Chen. He is my university classmate, Chu Chen, Fanya replied, followed by a dismissive smile. Chu Chen is just a penniless fellow. During those 4 years, he couldn't even afford decent gifts to pursue girls, let alone have the funds to buy your 4 houses. Upon hearing this, Jean Fei concluded that Chu Chen was merely a pawn brought in by Chun Ming and immediately began to lose his temper. Xiao Chun, you brought such a pauper to fool me. Mr. Jean, that is not the case, Chun Ming hurriedly explained, though her words seemed feeble. Chu Chen like the Fang. It's been just 2 months, and you've changed quite a bit. So, have you come here to sell houses with your uncle today? Chu Chen. Fang sensed the implication in his words, but couldn't find a retort. Indeed, Jean Fei was old enough to be her father. Young man, how do you speak like that? Jean Fei seethed with anger. With your stature, I can only imagine how exhausting it must be for you every night. Chu Chen assessed the nearly 200-pound Jean Fei and shook his head in disbelief. Chu Chen, shut your mouth. At that moment, Fang appeared somewhat flustered, while Jean Fei wore a dark expression. Mr. Chu, are you not here to sign a contract today? This pauper has no money to buy a house. Why waste our time? Fang, having had her facade exposed, immediately began to retaliate. So it turns out a penniless person is masquerading as a wealthy buyer, probably trying to deceive Xiao Chun, this young lady. Tang Xiaoqing chimed in sarcastically from the side. So, you have no intention of selling, correct? Chu Chen ignored Fang and Tang Xiaoqing, directing his attention to Jean Fei. Why aren't you selling? But are you certain you have the funds to purchase? If you sign a contract and are unable to pay, you will incur penalties for breach of contract. Jean Fei smirked slyly, intent on finding a way to teach Chu Chen a lesson based on his recent remarks. Do not underestimate me. Even if you possess merely 4 sets, I could effortlessly acquire 10 or 8. Chu Chen Vito Sapi. Laughter erupted among the crowd, yet before anyone could respond, Fang was already laughing uncontrollably. After spending 4 financially strained years in university, to now claim that he could easily purchase 10 or 8 sets. Was he out of his mind? At that moment, Zhang Zuobin quickly pulled Chen Mingming aside and, pointing to his head, quietly remarked, "Is your client sane?" "Manager, Mr. Chu is perfectly fine. I have shown him the properties." Chen Mingming replied, utterly speechless. "I think you are the one losing your mind. Chu Chen, a fresh graduate, dares to assert he can easily buy 10 sets? And Fang is his classmate. Does she not comprehend his financial situation?" Before Zhang Zuobin could speak, Tang Xiaoqing chimed in, mocking Chen Mingming. "What a coincidence. I happen to have 10 sets available. I plan to keep the remaining 6 for a year or 2. Since you are so capable, why not buy them all at once?" Jean Fei observed Chu Chen with intrigue, his intent unmistakable. Do keep pretending. Chapter 56. A closer look will leave you astounded. Chu Chen's eyes widened with excitement upon hearing. "Do you truly have 10 sets? Are the other 6 also at this 20 discount?" Jean Fei, who had anticipated a laugh at Chu Chen's expense, was suddenly taken aback, sensing something amiss, and turned to Fang. "Fat brother, do not be swayed by his empty words. After 4 years of university, surely I know him well. Chu Chen is merely a pauper, struggling to make ends meet. Yet he wishes to buy 10 properties. Let him keep boasting." Fang mercilessly derided him. Upon hearing Fang's unwavering conviction, Jean Fei sneered, "Kid, even at an 80 discount, these 10 properties in Fuyuan community would still amount to nearly 8 million. Do you have the money? Do not concern yourself with my finances. I now question the existence of those 10 properties. If it is merely talk, I could claim that all the properties in Tianlin City belong to me." Chu Chen replied, settling comfortably into a chair with a dismissive air. "Chu Chen, stop acting like a big shot. With your financial status, you cannot afford even 1 set. Fang seethed, infuriated by his arrogance. "Fang, perhaps you should ask your father to fetch the property deeds." "Anyone can talk," Chu Chen retorted coldly, not even glancing at her. "Fat brother, let us teach him a lesson today and see how he continues to pretend," Fang purred to Jean Fei. Jean Fei's expression darkened. To him, Chu Chen's demeanor was a blatant provocation. "Little Chen, what if I bring the 10 property deeds and he refuses to sign? I do not wish to be made a fool of again." Chen Mingming also found herself in a dilemma, looking at manager Zhang Zuobin, who wore a beaming smile. This unexpected opportunity was too sudden. 10 properties, nearly 8 million in sales. "Mr. Jean, these properties are not cabbages that can be bought on a whim. In the past month, we have encountered numerous failed negotiations. If I present the property deed and he refuses to sign, he must compensate me with 100,000. Jean Fei clearly did not heed Zhang Zuobin's words. Zhang was at a loss for words, glancing at Chu Chen. As this was his first encounter with such a situation, being required to pay 10,000 for merely presenting a property deed without a signature. "Am I a fool? You bring the deed to create a ruckus, and if the signing fails, I am expected to compensate you 100,000. What nonsense is this?" Chu Chen stood up and walked toward the exit. "Chu Chen, are you trying to slip away?" Fang stepped forward to block the doorway, determined to strip away Chu Chen's hypocritical facade today and capture it on camera, ensuring he would be unable to hold his head high among his classmates afterward. "Fang, it was your father who was unreasonable first. Chu Chen halted his steps. Chu Chen, this is my boyfriend. Fanya immediately seethed with anger. Chu Chen's repeated reference to your father filled her with inexplicable fury. Chu Chen feigned surprise, scrutinizing Jean Tang once more. Fanya, you truly have no standards. Kid, just wait. I'm going to fetch the property deed, and today, I will make you see clearly. Jean Fei was on the verge of exploding with rage, wishing to hurl the property deed at Chu Chen's face to see if he truly could afford it. Xiao Chun, accompany Mr. Jean to the headquarters and bring him directly there. Mr. Chu and I will head to the headquarters now. Observing the unfolding drama, Zhang Zuobin hastily organized the arrangements, as this represented nearly 8 million in potential sales. Understood, manager. Chen Mingming approached Jean Fei, warning, you better not run away, or I will scour the entire Tianlin city to find you. After delivering his threat, Jean Fei stormed out of the store, seething with frustration, preparing to confront Chu Chen with the property deed and witness how he would respond. Chu Chen, let us see how you manage to extricate yourself from this situation. Fanya shot an icy glare at Chu Chen before following Jean Fei, with Chen Mingming closely behind. Mr. Chu, shall we also set off for the headquarters? Zhang Zuobin inquired with a smile as Jean Fei departed in his luxurious car. All right, Chu Chen replied, nodding as he walked toward the store entrance. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoqing was filled with confusion. She presumed Chu Chen would find an excuse to leave, yet his straightforward agreement to head to the headquarters for the signing was perplexing. Could it be that Chu Chen genuinely had the means to purchase 10 properties? This seemed improbable. Initially, he mentioned buying 4, and now he could afford 10? It left her with a surreal feeling. Are wealthy individuals truly this understated? Someone who can casually produce 8 million wears clothing that costs less than 100? Xiao Qing, you manage the store while I accompany Mr. Chu to the headquarters. Zhang Zuobin instructed Tang Xiaoqing before hastily following Chu Chen out. He needed to ensure the other party arrived at the headquarters. Otherwise, Jean Fei would undoubtedly cause a scene at the corporate office. When Chu Chen saw manager Zhang waving to him from atop an electric scooter, he was taken aback. Manager Zhang, is your headquarters far? Not far, just ahead. It will take a few minutes by scooter. Zhang Zuobin offered him a helmet. I think I will walk instead. Chu Chen declined the helmet, as he had previously worked at this establishment and was aware that the headquarters of Yangyang Real Estate was merely a 10-minute walk away. Very well then. Zhang Zuobin awkwardly exited the vehicle and began to escort Chu Chen towards the company headquarters. Shortly thereafter, the staff at Yangyang brought Chu Chen into a signing room and served him a cup of coffee, just as his phone rang. Noticing that the caller was in Xia, he pressed the answer button. On the other end, and Xia's voice, still heavy with sleep, reached his ears. Upon hearing her voice, Chu Chen realized that Xia must have indulged too much the previous night, and he thought to tease her a bit. Fortunately, I arrived just in time last night. You were dragged into a room by Zheng Xiao. You're talking nonsense. You're clearly being dishonest. I only passed out after you arrived. Zheng Xiao was still pressuring me to drink, and Xia huffed, her annoyance palpable. Chu Chen, taken aback by her keen awareness, could not help but admire her perceptiveness. After all, she was in sales and not easily deceived. You already knew, yet still asked. But next time something like this happens, don't call me. I can't handle those spoiled rich kids. I apologize. I know Zheng Xiao is formidable, but you are the heir of a Maybach. So I imagined you had some backing, which is why I dare to call you, she replied. Well, I'm not really a Maybach heir. I'm just an ordinary college graduate. All right then, but after leaving Jinzhu Entertainment, I truly lost my memory. Did I say anything inappropriate? Oh, you said quite a bit. Constantly expressing your affection for me, leaning against me, and lamenting your loneliness and emptiness. Oh, I remember now. I confessed to you, and you agreed, promising to treat me well for life, to love only me, to never part ways through thick and thin. Isn't that right, my dear? Chu Chen was momentarily stunned. So, you were waiting for me here. Is this a roundabout confession? Ha, little brother, you're still too inexperienced to play with an older sister. Came in Xia's boisterous laughter from the other end. Truly insane, Chu Chen thought as he ended the call. At that moment, Jean Fei and Fan entered the signing room, followed by Zhang Zuobin and Chen Mingming, along with the staff responsible for the signing at Yangyang. Jean Fei and Fan took seats opposite Chu Chen, and with a dismissive air, Jean Fei tossed a stack of property titles onto the table. Kid, take a good look. This will surely frighten you. Looking at the stack of red property certificates, Chu Chen chuckled lightly. What is so frightening about 10 property certificates? Chu Chen, how come I never noticed you were such a good pretender back in school? If you're too scared to sign the contract, I'll post these in the class group, and you'll never be able to hold your head high again. Fanya, noticing Chu Chen's calm demeanor, infuriated her. especially since Jean Fei had clearly been much colder towards her lately, undoubtedly influenced by Chu Chen's words. All right then, let me introduce you to your new boyfriend. Chu Chen gazed at the portly Jean Fei, who stood at 160 centimeters tall and weighed nearly 200 Jean, alongside Fanya, resembling a real-life rendition of Beauty and the Beast. Chu Chen's words left Fanya momentarily speechless. If her classmates were to discover that she had resorted to such a hefty individual for financial gain, they would surely concoct tales about her. Although Jean Fei was indeed overweight, he was not foolish. He could read Fanya's expression and discern her thoughts. However, he was indifferent to her concerns, as their arrangement was mutually beneficial. As long as Fanya catered to his needs, nothing else mattered. Fat brother, it's not like that, Fanya quickly clarified, sensing her benefactor's displeasure. I understand. Darling, don't be upset. He won't be able to maintain this facade for long. Jean Fei reassured her before turning his attention back to Chu Chen. Enough with the banter. These 10 property deeds are right here. Let's discuss the matter at hand. As he spoke, Chu Chen perused the property deeds. Kid, these 10 properties have a total area of over 1,000 square meters, valued nearly at 8 million. Are you certain you can handle this? Jean Fei sneered. In total, these 10 properties cover 1,076 square meters, priced at 32 million, correct? Chu Chen calculated on his phone and then glanced at Chen Mingming. Hello everyone, I'm the signing officer, Zheng Suhua, and I will be overseeing this transaction. A woman in professional attire approached with a smile. Chu Chen nodded. Let us begin. Certainly, Zheng Suhua replied, picking up the property documents for inspection before preparing to put them away. Wait, I feel this price is a bit low, Jean Fei said nervously, looking at the composed Chu Chen, now uncertain. What do you mean? This was the agreed-upon price. If you wish to back out, the transaction will be terminated. Chu Chen furrowed his brow, stating, originally, we discussed 4 properties. Now, these 6 cannot be sold at an 80 discount. Jean Fei felt a pang of regret. He had merely intended to intimidate Chu Chen and now found himself in a precarious situation. Had it been just 4 properties, he could have accepted a slight loss. But with 10, he would have to sell far below market value, which was distressing. Fat brother, don't worry. He would dare sign. It's all just a ruse, Fanya whispered from the side. Being close friends with Fang Qingyu, she was well aware of Chu Chen's financial situation. He was nothing but a penniless fellow who couldn't even afford a decent gift. Are you sure? This kid doesn't seem to be pretending. Jean Fei started to sense something amiss. If Chu Chen truly dared to sign, he would incur a loss of at least 600,000, and that was considering he had originally listed the properties at a high price. Should Chu Chen negotiate a 20 reduction, he would be at a loss of over 1 million. Fat brother, let me be honest with you. Chu Chen pursued a girl in college and couldn't even buy a decent gift. You really think that just 2 months post-graduation, he could afford to buy a house worth over 7 million? That's preposterous. Fanya recounted Chu Chen's embarrassing moments in college, eager to witness his humiliation. So, it is, you have heard, right? 2 months ago, I was utterly broke, and now how can I afford to purchase a house for over 7 million? Jean Fei cast a cold glance at Zhang Zuobin and Zheng Suhua. Mr. Jean, do you mean? Zheng Suhua inquired. Verification of funds. I suspect this young man does not possess such wealth and is merely toying with me, Jean Fei replied, crossing his legs and awaiting the spectacle of Chu Chen's embarrassment. Mr. Jean, we can stipulate a penalty clause in the contract. Once signed, if the transaction cannot be completed due to Mr. Chu's issues, a penalty will be incurred. Zheng Suhua explained with a smile. That once he do, how much can the penalty amount to? Jean Fei immediately expressed his reluctance, ultimately feeling that he was incurring a loss on this sale. Chu Chen chuckled softly. Are you all right? Verification of funds? With this brick and concrete house attracting interest, you should be laughing. There are over 100 units for sale in the Fuyuan community. As long as I have the funds, I need not worry about acquiring one. Your 10 units will just rot in your hands. Fat brother, Silence. Fanya attempted to rebuke Chu Chen, but was interrupted by Jean Fei. If it weren't for this woman being a nuisance, he wouldn't have had to include the other 6 units in the deal. And now he found himself at a loss of several hundred thousand. He urgently needed the funds. Fanya, reprimanded by Jean Fei, felt wronged, but dared not express her anger towards the benefactor, instead casting a resentful glare at Chu Chen. I can sell you those 6 units at a 10% discount, Jean Fei said, his face darkened, ultimately conceding. He realized he had misjudged the situation. Having come this far, if Chu Chen truly lacked the funds, he would have found an excuse to leave long ago. I will sell all 10 units together at 7,000 per square meter. Otherwise, the transaction is off. I'm not in a rush. Chu Chen's attitude was exceptionally resolute. You lack sincerity. Jean Fei was thoroughly enraged. He had already made concessions, yet Chu Chen was still pushing for more. You should be grateful I am rescuing you. In Tianlin City, there are many wealthier individuals than I, but I doubt you will find another willing to spend over 750,000 on 10 of your brick and concrete units. Chu Chen stood up abruptly, his presence matching that of his adversary. Then why would you want to buy? Are you a fool? Fine Demukt. I recently came into a small fortune, and, lacking investment acumen, I simply wish to purchase 10 units for rental income, and the Fuyuan community is quite suitable, affordable prices and good rental prospects. Chu Chen had already prepared his explanation. Fanya's eyes twinkled as she pulled out her phone and immediately messaged Fang Qingyu. Fanya, do you know if Chu Chen has struck it rich recently? At that moment, Fang Qingyu was engrossed in her phone. Upon seeing her good friend's message, she replied, Yes, he sold an antique a few days ago for 8 million. Have you seen Chu Chen? Fanya gasped. He is now looking to spend over 750,000 to buy 10 units in an old community for rental purposes. Fang Qingyu, upon finishing the message, was visibly agitated. With a total of 8 million, and having already spent over 750,000 on a house, how much could possibly remain? She was scheming on how to deceive Chu Chen into relinquishing that 8 million into her hands. If the money had already been invested in real estate, it would be classified as premarital assets, thus having no bearing on her. She promptly sent a message to Chu Chen. Chu Chen, given the current instability in housing prices, one should avoid purchasing properties in old neighborhoods. Chapter 58. This is a plot in motion. Upon feeling his phone vibrate, Chu Chen looked at the message and chuckled. Fanya, have you spoken to Fang Qingyu? So what if you have 8 million? My brother Fat has far greater wealth. Ever since Fanya learned of Chu Chen's 8 million, she felt a pang of jealousy, thinking how fortunate this seemingly impoverished fellow was. What did you say? He has 8 million? Jean Fei turned to Fanya, incredulous. Wasn't he just a penniless wretch? How did he suddenly acquire 8 million? He sold antiques for 8 million. Fanya replied bitterly. I'm no longer buying. Fang Qingyu knows I intend to purchase a house and is now advising me against buying in such dilapidated neighborhoods. Chu Chen, deliberately flaunting Fang Qingyu's message before Jean Fei and Fanya, prepare to leave. Buy if you want. What's so impressive about having 8 million? Fanya shouted mindlessly. Shut your mouth. You eat my food and drink my drinks, and now you dare to sabotage my affairs. Jean Fei slapped Fanya across the face, his fury igniting. The old neighborhood was already challenging to sell, and here was a woman daring to undermine his opportunities. Fat brother, you hit me. Fanya was momentarily stunned, recalling how just the night before he had offered to break his ribs to make soup for her. Yet now he struck her in front of so many witnesses. Get out. Jean Fei was not one to be swayed by romantic sentiments. When faced with the choice between profit and a woman, he knew where his allegiance lay. Fanya clung to him solely for financial gain, and he was well aware that if he had nothing, she would be the first to flee. Covering her swollen face, Fanya fled the signing room in tears. Jean Fei's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor brightening. Young brother, you really must reconsider. You've heard, I only have 8 million, and I still need to pay their commissions, plus someone is advising me against purchasing in old neighborhoods. Chu Chen feigned a look of distress. How about this, 75? 32 million? If you agree, let them prepare the contract. If not, then it shall be. Young brother, you can't possibly offer nothing at all. Jean Fei's attitude had markedly transformed upon learning of Chu Chen's wealth, now addressing him as a brother. Forget it, Miss Chen. Please help me find a few more properties in the Fuyuan community. I must take my leave. As Chu Chen stood to exit, he heard, I agree. I will sell it to you at 7,000 per square meter. At this moment, Jean Fei felt a surge of anxiety. Chu Chen spoke the truth. It was indeed a rarity to find someone willing to spend over 7.5 million on a property in the Fuyuan community. With the news of impending demolition in the Lidong and Chaman communities, speculative buyers had frantically begun acquiring properties in those areas, leaving Fuyuan community increasingly overlooked. Let us prepare the contract, Chu Chen said as he settled back into his seat. Zhang Suhua took 10 property certificates and went off to prepare the documents. Jean Fei, resigned, sat in silence, smoking his cigarette. After 2 full hours of busy work, the contract was finally signed. When Chu Chen exited the headquarters of Yang Company, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. His stomach grumbled with hunger, and he thought it rather stingy of the agency, having earned over 200,000 in commission. They couldn't even provide a simple lunch. Nevertheless, it was all worthwhile. In his previous life, the compensation price for Fuyuan community was 12,000 Hua coins per square meter. With his 1 0.76 square meters. After deducting all expenses, earning 5 million was certainly feasible. Mr. Chu. At that moment, a voice called from behind. Miss Chen. Chu Chen turned to see Chen Meng jogging toward him. You must be starving. Let me treat you to a meal. All right, enough with the formalities. You can call me Chu Chen, he replied. Then you may call me Meng. The two entered a restaurant, and after ordering their meals, Chu Chen hastily powered on his phone. He had been inundated with messages from Fang Qingyu, all aimed at dissuading him from purchasing the property. Eventually, she had resorted to calling him, and feeling overwhelmed, he had to turn off his phone. Now, upon switching it back on, he was greeted with dozens of messages from Fang Qingyu. Mr. Chu, the house has already been purchased. Thank you for your concern. Upon reading Chu Chen's message, Fang Qingyu nearly fainted. Her 8 million was gone. However, she soon reassured herself, at least she still possessed 10 properties. After marrying Chu Chen, renting those out would yield at least 30,000 a month, barely enough to sustain her. Brother Chu Chen, I merely feared you might be deceived. Since the purchase is complete, it's not a problem. The rental income is still quite considerable. Chu Chen couldn't help but scoff at her swift intentions regarding the rental income. I do not plan to rent. I intend to hold on to it and wait for appreciation. Upon reading his message, Fang Qingyu was infuriated, cursing him as foolish. With the current instability in property prices, new homes might not appreciate either. To think that an older community could see any increase in value was absurd. After taking a deep breath, she consoled herself. Once married, Chu Chen would no longer have a say in the matter. When the time came, how to manage those 10 properties would be entirely at her discretion. All right then, I am quite busy at the moment. Let us arrange something for tonight. Okay, I will await your message, brother. Fang Qingyu gazed at her phone and couldn't help but smirk. As long as I dress beautifully tonight. I cannot believe you won to be swayed. The restaurant was efficient with their service, and soon enough, all the dishes arrived at their table. Chen Meng poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Chu Chen. With a toast, I raise my glass to you, Chu Chen. Thank you. After clinking glasses with Chen Meng, Chu Chen downed the drink in one go, his hunger driving him to indulge in the meal that followed. The two engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere exceptionally harmonious. Chen Meng had her sights set on Chu Chen's rental business involving 10 properties, to which Chu Chen readily acquiesced, and they promptly exchanged contact information. He hurriedly opened his computer to diversify his investments by buying 6 different stocks. As the contract for purchasing the properties had just been signed, with an agreement to transfer funds next week. Thus, Chu Chen aimed to earn a little more in the interim. Once he finished his tasks, he stretched comfortably. Your afternoon tea, Chu Chen, came the voice of Huang. Thank you, Huang, he replied. I'm only a few years older than you. Feel free to call me Xiao Huan or Huan, she said, placing the afternoon tea on his desk. As Chu Chen gazed at the delightful spread, he recalled Wang Sun and noted his absence from his workstation. It was uncertain whether Wang Sun had stepped out or was engaged in business discussions. Over the past few days, Chu Chen's popularity within the company had soared, while Wang Sun had become the subject of ridicule, perhaps too embarrassed to remain in the office at such a time. The afternoon passed swiftly, leading up to the end of the workday when Xia called once more. The mere sight of this unpredictable character caused Chu Chen a headache, yet he knew he had to answer. Are you done with work yet? Xia's sweet voice resonated from the other end of the line. Almost, he replied, but Xia hung up abruptly. Chu Chen stared at his phone, puzzled by her erratic behavior. Nevertheless, he shut down his computer and headed straight to the shared apartment, intending to stand up his roommate, Fang Qingyu, while he continued to write. The dining table was adorned with several bowls of dishes, and Xia, dressed in a breezy camisole, was busy in the kitchen, her perfect form momentarily distracting Chu Chen. Hearing the commotion, Xia turned and smiled, radiating charm. Come on, why are you just standing there? She called out, as she brought a large pot of beef tendon and goji berry soup to the table. Chu Chen gasped in surprise, looking at Xia with curiosity. What does this mean? He inquired. What do you mean? These are all my specialties. Come sit down and give them a try, especially this soup, Xia insisted, pushing him into a chair and serving him a generous bowl of the soup. Try it. I've been simmering it for 2 hours. Today was a bit rushed, so I'll make sure to let it cook longer next time. Next time? Chu Chen pondered as he examined the fragrant soup, which indeed looked appetizing. Setting aside his reservations, he decided to taste it, downing the bowl in quick succession. Is it good? Xia asked eagerly from the side. Quite delicious, he affirmed. Chu Chen wiped his mouth with a napkin. Why don't you try a piece of beef tendon? I'll go fetch a bottle of red wine. Xia swayed gracefully towards the kitchen, her form-fitting spaghetti-strap dress swaying with each step, accentuating her perfect figure, compelling Chu Chen to steal a few more glances. Before long, Xia returned with a bottle of red wine, 2 glasses, and 2 candles, setting them on the dining table before extinguishing all the lights in the room. Xia, it's just dinner. There's no need for all this, Chu Chen thought uneasily, sensing an ominous undertone. This clearly resembled a banquet of hidden intentions. Amidst such an atmosphere, with beauty, fine wine, and a table laden with nourishing dishes, it would be difficult not to falter. This is my first time having a candlelit dinner with a guy, and I must admit, the ambience elevates the experience. Xia mused as she poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to him. Xia, please turn on the lights. My vision isn't the best. And in the dark, everything is a blur, Chu Chen replied, taking the glass of wine. The current situation filled him with trepidation. In his past life, he had erred under the influence of alcohol and suffered at the hands of women. He couldn't afford to fall into the same trap again in this lifetime. He still had scores to settle with Huang, Zhengping, and Fang Qingyu. Is it too dark? Xia blinked her large eyes innocently. Yes. Let us turn on the lights quickly. Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, believing that as long as the atmosphere wasn't overly intimate, he could maintain his composure. However, Xia's next move left him slack-jawed as she placed 2 more candles on the table. Is it brighter now? That's enough. He replied with a bitter smile, hastily diving into the steak. It seemed that Xia was resolutely intent on stirring up trouble, and he needed to finish his meal and make a swift exit. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you, Xia teased, playfully piling oysters, pig kidneys, and beef tendon onto Chu Chen's plate. Although he was aware of Xia's ulterior motives, the oysters were his favorite, and ultimately, his rationality succumbed to temptation as he devoured them. At that moment, his phone vibrated. He pulled it out to discover a selfie from Fang Qingyu, who was also clad in a white spaghetti strap dress, striking a somewhat alluring pose that showcased her voluptuous figure. Chu Chen Gij, do I look pretty in this? Chu Chen paused, momentarily taken aback. Despite his disdain for Fang Qingyu, he couldn't deny her allure. What man wouldn't be captivated? Xia, noticing the change in Chu Chen's expression, quickly leaned closer. What has you so entranced? A friend sent a selfie, he replied, just as he was about to put his phone away, but it was too late. Xia caught sight of the photo, and her expression soured. Anyone can strike a pose. With that, she mimicked Fang Qingyu's pose, attempting to match the allure. As Chu Chen gazed, a wave of blood rushed to his head, prompting him to swiftly turn away. One could not deny that Xia's allure rivaled that of Fang Qingyu, perhaps even surpassing it. For Fang Qingyu had only just stepped out of school, her youthful innocence still apparent. Am I inferior to her? Upon noticing Chu Chen's averted gaze, Xia exclaimed in indignation, as women often harbor a competitive spirit in such matters. No, you are more beautiful. I fear I might lose control, Chu Chen replied, picking up his phone to send a message to Fang Qingyu. Chu Chen, you are stunning. At that moment, Fang Qingyu was utterly bewildered. What did he mean by that? Hadn't they planned to dine together in the evening? It was nearly 7 o'clock, and her stomach rumbled with hunger, yet she dared not show her displeasure towards Chu Chen. At least until he had fully committed, she needed to be accommodating. Fang Qingyu, Brother Chu Chen, I'm hungry. Didn't we agree to have dinner together? After reading her message, Chu Chen couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed Fang Qingyu was still clinging to the hope that he would take responsibility. I was too busy this afternoon and completely forgot about it. Upon reading this, Fang Qingyu's expression froze. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? Just as she was about to unleash her frustration, she recalled the necessity of keeping Chu Chen on her side. It's all right, Brother Chu Chen. Your career is important. We can still go out to eat now. Chu Chen chuckled softly, surprised by Fang Qingyu's newfound patience. He recalled that in a previous life, any slight deviation from her wishes would send her into a fury, especially if he forgot a dinner plan. I've already eaten. You should grab something to eat as well. Don't starve yourself. We can arrange to meet another time. Chu Chen was reluctant to confront Fang Qingyu just yet. If they were to play games, he intended to make her question her very existence. How dare you stand me up, Chu Chen? If you weren't of any use to me, I would not tolerate such behavior. Fang Qingyu seethed in her room, her anger boiling over. After a few moments, she regained her composure, sent a message, and then threw her phone heavily onto the bed. It's fine, Brother Chu Chen. We can arrange to meet another time, but you mustn't stand me up again. After reading Fang Qingyu's message, Chu Chen put his phone away, understanding that her newfound composure was a sign of her desperation. After all, in a month or two, she could no longer hide the child she was expecting, and then the drama would truly unfold. Chu Chen, who is this person? She looks quite appealing, and Xia inquired, a hint of jealousy in her tone, feigning indifference. Oh, just an ordinary friend. Nothing of significance, Chu Chen replied, continuing to relish his steak. And Xia sensed that the woman in the photograph shared a deeper connection with Chu Chen. After all, who would send such enticing selfies if they were merely friends? This thought sparked a sense of urgency within her. Brother Chu Chen, I raise my glass to you. Thank you for securing this order for me. And Xia lifted her glass in gratitude. What order? Chu Chen asked, bewildered. Today, Zheng Xiao called me to sign a contract, and the demand has doubled. This time, I can earn a commission of 100,000. And Xia appeared exceedingly exhilarated. This sum is of paramount importance to her. I'm truly unaware of this. Chu Chen naturally comprehended Zheng Fei's intentions, seemingly frightened by Wan Yolong's unfortunate circumstances. And Xia brought her wine glass closer to Chu Chen, asking, Brother Chu Chen, what exactly is your background? Zheng Xiao seems quite fearful of you, persistently seeking forgiveness and pleading for your mercy. The warm breath from Xia caressed Chu Chen's face, causing an involuntary flush of warmth to envelop him, prompting him to maintain a distance from her. I have no remarkable background. He may have misunderstood. Yet, and Xiao was not inclined to relent, leaning directly against him. Chu Chen, sister no longer wishes to strive. Chapter 60, Star River Art Museum. Just as Chu Chen found himself at a loss, the iron door creaked open, and Zhou Xiaowan entered, switching on the lights. Upon witnessing Xia, clad in a sultry spaghetti-strap dress, leaning against Chu Chen, she was momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere, once thick with ambiguity, was shattered, and she quickly distanced herself from Chu Chen, leaving all three of them momentarily speechless in awkwardness. Shall I step out for a while longer? Zhou Xiaowan was the first to break the silence. I'm full. Thank you for the dinner. He exhaled deeply, faced with Xia's overt advances. He was uncertain about his ability to restrain himself. Xiaowan, have you eaten? If not, let's share a meal. And Xia offered an awkward smile, hastily inviting Zhou Xiaowan to dine with them. Zhou Xiaowan glanced at the dishes on the table, her face instantly flushing. Sister Xia, I've already eaten. Meanwhile, Xia glanced at the spread and realized that throughout the evening, Chu Chen had remained in the room, engrossed in his writing. It wasn't until silence descended upon the kitchen that he emerged to shower, hoping to quell the heat enveloping him. In another room, Xia, having heard Chu Chen's movements, recalled her earlier boldness, causing her cheeks to redden. She was not a lewd woman, having navigated the business world for several years. She had often faced unwanted advances, but had consistently upheld her boundaries. Had it not been for the girl on Chu Chen's phone, which ignited a sense of crisis within her, she would not have acted so audaciously. After being interrupted by Zhou Xiaowan, her spirit was thoroughly deflated, leaving her without the courage to pursue a second encounter. After finishing his shower, Chu Chen returned to his room. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Pan Tingting, with whom he had exchanged numbers at Yuan Jinxing's birthday banquet. Good evening, Tingting. Chu Chen. Why haven't you come to room and restaurant these past couple of days? I've been quite busy. Only now have I found some leisure. Perfect. There's an art exhibition at the Star River Art Museum tomorrow. Let us go together. Is there an exhibition at the Star River Art Museum? I hadn't heard any news. Chu Chen felt a twinge of confusion. The Star River Art Museum is quite renowned in Tianlin City, and typically, any events would be announced in advance. This occasion is not a private art exhibition, but rather a showcase of renowned masterpieces, each valued at a considerable price. An entry is granted solely by invitation. Ah, I see. Then I shall also partake in this experience. Very well, tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Xiaolan and I will meet you at the entrance of the Zhengping community. Excellent. Chu Chen glanced at the clock, noting it was already 10 o'clock. He picked up his phone to request a day off from Su Yongming, then hastened his typing, as he still needed to complete 4,000 words to reach his target of 10,000. At that moment, in the office of Ruan Man Restaurant, Pan Tingting hung up the phone, a faint smile gracing her face. Sister Ting, do you have feeling for Mr. Chu? Xiaolan, observing Pan Tingting's expression, immediately speculated. Not at all. I merely wish to invite Chu Chen to tomorrow's exhibition, where numerous luminaries will gather, allowing him to meet more people and potentially create further opportunities. Pan Tingting hastily clarified. Ever since the fire extinguisher incident, she had been preoccupied with the desire to assist Chu Chen, feeling an unshakable sense of indebtedness. Surely he will attend tomorrow's exhibition as well. If he sees you with Mr. Chu, it may not sit well with him. Xiaolan was aware that Pan Tingting was not the type to be infatuated, but still felt compelled to remind her, considering that Gao Qiji harbored feelings for Pan Tingting. His presence deterred other wealthy heirs in Tianlin City from pursuing her. Although the Gao family's influence was not as formidable as the Bai family's, it was closely matched, placing them among the elite families of Tianlin City, whom no one dared to offend. Nonetheless, Pan Tingting felt no spark with Gao Qiji, maintaining only a platonic friendship. That is not the case. Chu Chen and I are merely friends. Moreover, my relationship with young Master Gao is also one of friendship. It is not for him to dictate my associations, Pan Tingting said as she began to organize her personal belongings. Then I shall go drive. Xiaolon nodded and exited the office. The following day, Chu Chen rose half an hour later than usual. Armed with his toiletries, he made his way to the bathroom, where he found Zhou Xiaowan had already left for work, while Xia was not yet up, likely still indulging in her beauty sleep. After freshening up, Chu Chen descended to enjoy breakfast. Promptly at 9, he stood at the community entrance. Within minutes, Xiaolon arrived in a car, stopping in front of the Zhengping community. Pan Tingting rolled down the window, waving at Chu Chen. Why the change of vehicle today? I expected you to arrive in that Maybach. Chu Chen settled into the back seat beside Pan Tingting. That is my father's vehicle. He is at work today, Pan Tingting explained. Then this must be your regular ride. Chu Chen detected a pleasant fragrance. Pan Tingting nodded slightly. What have you been busy with these past few days? You haven't visited Ruan Man restaurant. She initially intended to express her desire for him to visit her, but reconsidered, fearing it might lead to misunderstandings. I've been occupied with securing a contract for the company and drafting proposals. Chu Chen refrained from disclosing the purchase of 10 properties, as doing so would necessitate an explanation of the funding sources, inevitably leading to the matter of the antique vase. Given Pan Tingting's sharp intellect, she might uncover some clues. I still do not know what your profession is, Pan Tingting inquired with curiosity. I am an advertising designer, Chu Chen replied, producing a business card to hand to her. Prior to signing the contract with General Huang, Chu Chen had no business card. For what internship advertising designer possesses such a card? However, the day after signing the contract, Xia Huan had presented him with an entire box of business cards, marking his transition to a formal advertising designer. Creative advertising company? Pan Tingting had not heard of this establishment, but carefully stowed away the card nonetheless. Before long, Xiaolon deftly parked the car in front of the Xinghe Art Museum. Sister Ting, we have arrived. Pan Tingting and Chu Chen exited the vehicle. Xiaolon, come inside with us, she urged upon noticing Xiaolon engrossed at her phone. Sister Ting, I have no interest in this art exhibition, Xiaolon replied, clearly reluctant to enter. The artwork was beyond her comprehension, and wandering around felt tedious and exhausting. This is different. It's an exhibition of renowned masterpieces, each painting a work of a master. Let us go in and experience it together, Pan Tingting encouraged. Last night's conversation with Xiaolon had served as a reminder that if it were just herself and Chu Chen, it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. She personally did not mind, but she did not wish to burden Chu Chen, an ordinary individual, with any trouble. Thus, she insisted on bringing Xiaolon along, ensuring that the trio would not raise any suspicions. As the three passed through security, Pan Tingting presented the invitation letter, allowing them entry into the museum. Chapter 61. The Importance of Earning Money. Since entry was by invitation only, and given the early hour, the museum was sparsely populated. With only a handful of well-dressed individuals present, Chu Chen casually glanced at a painting of winter plum blossoms on the wall and finally understood the necessity of the invitation. This seemingly ordinary piece was priced at a staggering 100,000 Hua currency, the equivalent of a typical white-collar worker's annual salary. Good day, sir. This winter plum blossom is a masterpiece by the esteemed master Gu Qiuyang. The lines of the plum blossoms are fluid and lifelike, as if one could catch a faint whiff of their delicate fragrance, a staff member elaborated. Hearing the introduction, Chu Chen found the name Gu Qiuyang familiar, though he could not immediately recall where he had encountered it. Suddenly, a news story from his past life flashed through his mind. The renowned landscape painter Gu Qiuyang had tragically fallen into a ravine while painting, succumbing to his injuries shortly thereafter. Chu Chen quickly checked the time on his phone. According to past reports, Gu Qiuyang had just fallen into the ravine and was en route to the hospital. In 3 hours, he would be declared dead. In the ensuing years, the value of his artwork would soar by dozens, if not hundreds of times. In a previous life, a saying circulated widely on the internet. Had one known to purchase more of Master Gu Qiuyang's exquisite works back then, one would now be financially liberated. Out of curiosity, the previous incarnation of Chu Chen took the initiative to search for information about Master Gu Qiuyang. Sir, this painting of plum blossoms in winter is undoubtedly a masterpiece by Master Gu Qiuyang, possessing immense collectible value. If it piques your interest, it must not be overlooked. The attendant, clad in a work uniform, softly advised, mistakenly believing he was entranced by the artwork. The plum blossom painting was indeed remarkable, so lifelike that it seemed real. Chu Chen gazed at the winter plum blossoms, his eyes shimmering with fascination. "You truly appreciate the works of Master Gu Qiuyang," remarked the attendant, taken aback by Chu Chen's enthusiastic response. "This master's landscape paintings are unparalleled. It is said that he traverses renowned mountains and rivers for years to capture the essence of nature." Miss Pan Tingting, evidently knowledgeable about calligraphy and painting, was well acquainted with Master Gu Qiuyang. Meanwhile, Xiao Lan found herself puzzled, perceiving a hint of greed in Chu Chen's eyes, not a genuine affection for the painting, but rather an avarice for wealth. Indeed, Chu Chen had little understanding of art. To him, the winter plum blossoms represented a glittering fortune, destined to appreciate significantly in value within 3 hours. "I'll buy it. How do I pay?" Without hesitation, Chu Chen swiftly acquired the painting. "Sir, please follow me." The attendant promptly guided him. "Miss Tian, wait. Are there any more paintings by Master Gu Qiuyang at this exhibition?" Chu Chen suddenly recalled that the exhibition might feature more than one of Master Gu Qiuyang's works, glancing at the name tag of the attendant to address her. "Yes, there are a total of 6 paintings by Master Gu Qiuyang on display," she replied. "Show me all of them. For some reason, I feel an extraordinary affection for Master Gu Qiuyang's artworks. They utterly captivate me." The gleam in Chu Chen's eyes reflected his insatiable desire for wealth. "Please take down this winter plum blossom. If someone else purchases it, I shall regret it for life." Chu Chen was genuinely anxious that the winter plum blossom would be sold. Currently priced at 100,000 huabi, it would surely be worth at least 3 to 500,000 in just 3 hours. "Sir, you needn't worry. I will promptly inform the staff to collect the painting. After the payment is settled, it will be handed over to you," Miss Tian Longling whispered into her walkie-talkie, then led Chu Chen and the others towards another of the master's works. "Sister Ting, does Chu Chen really understand art?" Xiaolan questioned, trailing behind Pan Tingting. "I find it strange too, but judging by his demeanor, he seems genuinely enamored," Pan Tingting mused, perplexed, initially believing Chu Chen to be completely uninformed about calligraphy and painting. It now appeared he possessed a considerable depth of appreciation. After all, without a certain foundation, one could hardly appreciate the masterpieces of the esteemed master. Suddenly struck by a thought, Chu Chen slowed his pace and approached Pan Tingting. "Tingting, all my money is tied up in the stock market. Could you possibly lend me the money for the painting?" "Of course," Pan Tingting readily replied, as Chu Chen had indirectly saved her life, and she was eager for an opportunity to repay him. "That settles it then." With Pan Tingting's support, Chu Chen felt more confident. He was determined to acquire all of Master Gu Qiuyang's paintings today. "Miss Pan, what a coincidence." Just as Chu Chen and his companions rounded a corner, a sharply dressed young heir called out to them. "Gadasheo, you're here today too," Pan Tingting remarked upon seeing Gao Qiji approach. "Yes, I went to Rumen restaurant yesterday. But unfortunately, you weren't there. Have you been exploited by Mr. Bai again?" Gao Qiji's gaze flickered coldly towards Chu Chen, though it quickly vanished. Nonetheless, Chu Chen noticed everything. It was evident that Gao Qiji harbored feelings for Pan Tingting. He had a vague impression of him, having learned that since the Bai family's downfall, the Gao family had partnered with the Huang family, and both Gao Qiji and Huang Zhengping were recognized as 2 of Tianlin City's top outstanding youths. Pan Tingting paused slightly. Gao Qiji had never joked with her so casually before. Upon seeing Chu Chen, she seemed to understand. It appeared Gao Qiji wanted to appear familiar with her in front of him. However, in a public setting, she found it inappropriate to expose his intentions, especially considering the cooperation between the Gao and Bai families. Given what Gadasheo said, "I will inevitably take over the Bai group, so how could this be considered exploitation?" "Indeed, I misspoke." Gao Qiji quickly apologized, then turned his gaze towards Chu Chen. "I believe I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you before. Which esteemed family do you represent in Tianlin City?" "He is Chu Chen, not from any family, but a good friend of mine," Pan Tingting interjected hastily, emphasizing their friendship. Wary of Gao Qiji's intentions towards Chu Chen, Gao Qiji regarded Chu Chen thoughtfully, clearly understanding the implication in Pan Tingting's words. He promptly extended his hand. "Hello, Brother Chu. I'm Gao Qiji, pleased to meet you." "Hello, Gadasheo. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chu Chen responded politely, shaking Gao Qiji's hand before urging Tian Linling to continue leading the way. After all, making money was paramount, and with a stroke of luck, he could earn several times over. Gao Qiji moved closer to Pan Tingting. "Which master's exquisite work are you so eager to see, Brother Chu?" "The esteemed Master Gu Qiuyang's," he replied. Pan Tingting recognized that Gao Qiji was merely using this as an excuse to engage her in conversation. Otherwise, he could have simply asked Chu Chen directly, as they were no more than 2 meters apart. INT expected Brother Chu to be an art enthusiast as well. Personally, I hold a greater admiration for Master Bao Yubao's works. Although both are masters of landscape painting, Master Bao's creations possess a more magnificent and grandiose quality. In order to impress Pan Tingting, Gao Qiji passionately expounded his unique insights on landscape painting, offering critiques of various masters from Huang, speaking with an air of professionalism. However, Chu Chen, closely trailing behind Tian Linglong, had little interest in such discussions. His mind was solely focused on swiftly acquiring the other 5 paintings. This left Pan Tingting in a difficult position, as she could only engage in perfunctory conversation with Gao Qiji, exchanging words with little enthusiasm. At last, they arrived before Gu Qiuyan's artwork, a magnificent depiction of lofty mountains and flowing water, with waterfalls cascading down between towering peaks. Indeed, it was impressive. Chu Chen's excitement surged as he noticed the price tag of 200,000 Wabik yuan beneath the painting. Although he did not comprehend art, he believed that high-priced pieces were generally of superior quality. After all, those willing to spend such sums were certainly no fools, and the value would likely multiply several times within mere hours. Brother Chu, while this painting of mountains and water is undoubtedly fine, it lacks the grandeur of Master Bao's works. If you truly appreciate this style, I can take you to see Master Bao's pieces. Just ahead, Gao Qiji suggested, his earnest demeanor slightly marred by a flicker of disdain in his eyes, as if he looked down upon Chu Chen's taste. No, I prefer Master Gu's paintings. Chu Chen replied, pointing at the landscape piece. Miss Tian, I would like to acquire this one as well. Certainly, Mr. Chu. Tian Linglong promptly utilized her walkie-talkie to inform the staff. Fortunately, the other 4 paintings by Master Gu were nearby, and Chu Chen managed to secure them all without much delay. Miss Tian, let us proceed to the checkout. Of course, Mr. Chu, this way please. Tian Linglong's excitement was palpable, as if she wished to plant a kiss upon Chu Chen's cheek. The 6 paintings by Master Gu collectively valued over 1 million Wabik yuan, promising her a substantial bonus. Brother Chu, there's a painting by Master Bao Yubao. Why not take a moment to admire it? As they passed by one of Master Bao's landscape paintings, Gao Qiji hastily interjected, eager to showcase his knowledge and belittle Chu Chen's taste. Both Bao Yubao and Gu Qiuyang were renowned masters of landscape painting in Huang, and many often compared their works. In truth, both possessed equal prowess, with each artwork holding its unique charm. However, their fans frequently clashed, much like Gao Qiji, a devotee of Master Bao, who looked down upon Master Gu's creations, harboring a sense of disdain for those who favored them. This painting by Master Bao is also commendable. In an effort to appease Gao Qiji, Chu Chen stepped forward to take a glance and raised his thumb in praise. In truth, he found it difficult to appreciate the works of these masters. Each piece appeared strikingly similar to the inexpensive landscape paintings found on street corners, leaving him perplexed as to why these masters' works commanded prices in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Gao Qiji was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Chu Chen did not criticize or disparage Master Bao's painting. As a devoted fan, this is indeed a customary behavior. Now, what does it imply when one gives a thumbs up? Is their stance so wobbly? Chu Chen's actions have left him utterly flabbergasted. He had prepared countless retorts to counter Chu Chen, yet now he finds himself at a loss for words, feeling a weight pressing heavily upon his chest. Indeed, Mr. Chu, the esteemed master. Miss Tian, please take me to the checkout without delay. Just as Tian Linglong was about to commence her professional introduction, Chu Chen interrupted. Jesting that time is money, and the face of Gao Qiji could only be worth a few fleeting seconds. Although in the previous life, the announcement of Master Gu's demise came over 2 hours later. Who knows what twist fate might have in store this time? Thus, it is imperative to secure these 6 paintings swiftly for peace of mind. Very well, Mr. Chu, Tian Linglong replied, pausing her explanation and dutifully leading the way. Gao Qiji, deprived of his opportunity to shine, wore an expression of displeasure. However, upon noticing Pan Tingting trailing after Chu Chen, he reluctantly followed suit. Tian Linglong guided everyone into a spacious office. Apart from a few staff members handling the cash register, 2 elderly gentlemen were seated nearby, engaged in tea and conversation. Xiao Ting, one of the elders, called, waving upon seeing Pan Tingting enter. Grandpa Yao, you're here as well, Pan Tingting exclaimed, hurrying forward. The elder was none other than Yao Guang. Chairman Ji is an old friend of mine. He is here in Tianlin City for a renowned art exhibition. and I naturally had to show my support. Yao Wenguang gestured for his assistant to bring a chair for Pan Tingting. Pan Tingting, however, did not sit down immediately. Instead, she smiled at Ji Huarong. "Hello, Chairman Ji." Ji Huarong turned to Yao Wenguang, who promptly introduced the two parties. "This is Miss Pan Tingting, the only daughter of Mr. Baihao from Bai Group." "Oh," Ji Huarong responded, rising to extend his hand. "So it is Miss Pan. A pleasure to meet you. Is Mr. Bai not accompanying you today?" Pan Tingting politely returned the handshake. "My father will arrive later. I brought my friends to have a look first." She, of course, would not openly state that her father had little interest in calligraphy and paintings. Upon hearing this, Yao Wenguang turned to glance behind Pan Tingting and immediately spotted Chu Chen. Breaking into a smile, "Young brother, we meet again. You are Xiao Ting's friend?" "Indeed, Mr. Yao. I happen to have some free time today and came along with Tingting to broaden my horizons," Chu Chen replied with a faint smile. He held Yao Wenguang in high regard, appreciating the gentleman's refined demeanor, and crucially, he owed a significant portion of his initial success to this very man. When Chu Chen referred to Tingting, Yao Wenguang was momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing no change in Pan Tingting's expression, he understood the implicit acceptance. Meanwhile, Gao Qiji, standing behind them, felt a surge of jealousy. He dared not call her Tingting, yet Chu Chen had the audacity to do so. And Pan Tingting showed no sign of displeasure. This implied permission, which instilled an acute sense of crisis within him. At that moment, the staff brought 6 paintings by Master Gu Qiuyang, which had caught Chu Chen's eye, into the office. "Mr. Chu, the artworks you selected have arrived," Tian Linglong announced as she approached him. "Which Master S paintings have you purchased, young brother?" Yao Wenguang stood up and walked towards the 6 paintings. Since the last time he witnessed Chu Chen's remarkable find of an antique vase at the antique market, he had been quite impressed, believing him to be a person of great depth, and was naturally curious about the exquisite pieces that had compelled him to make this purchase. "There are 6 landscape paintings by Master Gu Qiuyang," Chu Chen elucidated from the side. "You have a keen eye." Gu Qiuyang is considered one of the foremost masters of landscape painting in the country. Upon hearing that the paintings were by Gu Qiuyang, Yao Wenguang lost his eagerness to see them in person. However, Chu Chen was aware that Yao Wenguang was merely offering polite remarks. Although Gu Qiuyang possessed considerable skill in landscape painting, he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the domestic art scene. One might say he was top tier, but still a notch below the very best. Nevertheless, in 2 hours, all of Master Gu's paintings would become unique pieces, their value nearing that of the top masters. I recall that the exhibition hall displayed only 6 of Master Gu's paintings. "Did you purchase them all, young brother?" Ji Huarong also rose and approached Chu Chen alongside Yao Wenguang. "Yes, President Ji. For some reason, I found myself particularly enamored with Master Gu's works. They are exquisite and lifelike, resonating with a sense of freedom and wildness. In order to avoid revealing any inconsistencies, Chu Chen instantly transformed into a devoted fan of Gu Qiuyang. "You truly are a connoisseur of his work. Everyone says he eschews the city's splendor to endure hardships in the mountains. Yet who can truly understand his carefree and free-spirited attitude toward life?" Ji Huarong expressed with great emotion, astonished that Chu Chen could grasp the feelings that Gu Qiuyang sought to convey through just a few paintings. "I wouldn't go so far as to call myself a connoisseur. I merely feel a slight connection," Chu Chen replied with an awkward smile, secretly thinking that he might have oversold it. "Next time I see Master Gu, I'll ensure he visits Tianlin City. I believe you two could become lifelong friends," Ji Huarong asserted with unwavering conviction. Chu Chen, feeling a sudden chill, anxiously interjected, "President Ji, that won't be necessary. It's quite a distance, and it would be inconvenient for Master Gu." "Not at all. If Master Gu were to learn that a kindred spirit resides in Tianlin City, he would travel any distance to meet you." "President Ji, let us settle the payment first." Chu Chen quickly diverted the topic, growing increasingly anxious about the conversation, lamenting the difficulty of earning money. Very well, very well. By the way, I still have 6 of Master Gu's exquisite works that have yet to be displayed due to limited space," Ji Huarong casually mentioned, noticing Chu Chen's enthusiasm for Gu Qiuyang's paintings. "You have more of Master Gu's paintings?" Chu Chen exclaimed with uncontained joy, his elation evident as he danced with excitement. The others present were momentarily taken aback by his exuberant reaction, realizing that his admiration ran deep. "Indeed, there is, my dear friend. In recent years, my esteemed elder has faced health challenges and maintains high standards for himself, leading to a significant decline in the number of his masterpieces. These 6 pieces are truly my treasure collection. However, since I see that you are a connoisseur of my elder's work, I am willing to part with them at the price of 200,000 each. Chairman Ji, being a businessman at heart, prioritizes profit and will not let emotions sway his decisions. He ensures that every penny is accounted for. Miss Tingting, I genuinely admire the works of Master Gu. As the saying goes, a cherished possession is priceless. Therefore, I will adhere to Chairman Ji's proposed price of 200,000 per piece. Chu Chen, aware that Pan Tingting intended to negotiate on his behalf, hastily interrupted, for he knew that once she invoked personal connections, it would complicate matters for him. Young brother, I assure you that I am not asking for more than 20,000 for this particular piece. Once you behold these 6 artworks, you will recognize them as Master Gu's pride. Chairman Ji understood Pan Tingting's intent. Had it been another, he would have dismissed it entirely. However, the white group's influence in Tianlin City warranted a thorough explanation. Chairman Ji, I fully comprehend your position. Please bring forth the artworks. Chu Chen, uninterested in the insincere pleasantries, urged Chairman Ji to retrieve the paintings with haste. Very well, young brother, please wait a moment. Chairman Ji assumed that Chu Chen was eager to appreciate Gu Qiuyang's works and promptly took a few staff members with him. Standing at the back, Gao Qiji wore a perplexed expression. Could Master Gu's paintings truly evoke such fervor? Observing Chu Chen, he sensed that his enthusiasm was genuine. Chu Chen, are you truly intent on purchasing 12 of Master Gu's artworks? Pan Tingting stepped forward to remind him. While Gu Qiuyang's expertise in landscape painting is unparalleled, 200,000 per piece is indeed a considerable sum. Young brother, to speak plainly, the prices for Chairman Ji's 6 coveted pieces are reasonable. These are Master Gu's celebrated works, rich in collectible value, yet their potential for appreciation is limited. I urge you to contemplate this carefully. Yao Wengu, a businessman himself and acquainted with Chairman Ji, initially refrained from interjecting. However, since Chu Chen was a friend of Pan Tingting, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution as a courtesy to her. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Yao, Chu Chen replied gratefully. He recognized that much of the advice stemmed from his connection with Pan Tingting, yet he appreciated the counsel nonetheless. Young brother, come. Allow me to unfurl them for your viewing. The staff behind him presented the 6 artworks. Yet, Chu Chen's mind was elsewhere. He had little interest in admiring the paintings, especially since he could not comprehend their value. He was eager to settle the payment swiftly to avoid any complications. Chairman Ji was momentarily taken aback before presenting a card. Very well, the total comes to 2,200,000. Mr. Chu, this is our bank account information. Chu Chen accepted the card and handed it to Pan Tingting. Thank you. This transaction left onlookers in a state of bewilderment, particularly Gao Qiji, who was seething with envy. What was the meaning of this? It appeared that he was asking Pan Tingting to cover the costs. Such a comfortable arrangement left him feeling envious. Miss Pan, is this painting one you wish to acquire? Jihua hurriedly inquired. If it were Pan Tingting making the purchase, a discount would be imperative. Otherwise, it would be an affront to his pride. It was indeed purchased by Chu Chen. I merely lent him the funds. Pan Tingting, being astute, recognized that Chu Chen's interruption indicated a desire for her to refrain from utilizing personal favors. She promptly retrieved her phone and transmitted her bank account details. In less than a minute, the sum of 2 million was credited. I instructed my staff to securely store the artwork. Jihua was elated. This was indeed a splendid start, achieving an impressive 2 million in sales. Little did he know, in just over an hour, he would be filled with regret. Shortly thereafter, all formalities were completed, and Chairman Ji presented the invoice and all pertinent documentation to Chu Chen. Young man, everything is ready. You may take these 12 ancient paintings at your convenience. Thank you, Chairman Ji, Chu Chen replied, accepting the invoice and related documents. He turned to Pan Tingting, saying, all right. Pan Tingting nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Then, if you would be so kind, Chairman Ji, please assist me in carrying these 12 paintings to the car. Chu Chen smiled at Ji Huarong. Of course, Ji Huarong promptly arranged for several staff members to carry the 12 exquisite boxes, accompanying Chu Chen and his group as they exited the office. We can continue to browse. There are still many masterpieces from renowned artists here, and I can provide some insights. Gao Qiji eagerly extended the invitation, reluctant to miss an opportunity to be alone with Pan Tingting. Chapter 64. Beautiful women often attract trouble. Pan Tingting glanced at her watch. Very well then. A flicker of disappointment crossed Gao Qiji's eyes, but he had no choice but to watch as Pan Tingting departed with Chu Chen. Young Master Gao, did you find any masterpieces that caught your eye? Once Pan Tingting's group had left, Yao Wengu approached Gao Qiji to engage in conversation. Mr. Yao, I believe Master Bao Boyu's painting of lofty mountains and flowing water is quite remarkable. Unlike Chu Chen, Gao Qingyu was well-versed in art. You have a discerning eye, young Master Gao. That painting by Bao is indeed one of his rare commendable works in recent years, Huang remarked, seizing the opportunity to introduce Gao Qingyu to another potential business prospect. As Chu Chen's group exited the Xinghe Art Museum, Xiaolan opened the trunk, and the staff placed the 12 elegant long boxes inside before taking their leave. Once everything was settled, Xiaolan closed the trunk and slowly drove away from the museum. Sister Ting, where shall we head now? Xiaolan inquired, taking a glance at Chu Chen in the rearview mirror, feeling perplexed, judging by his appearance. He did not seem like a wealthy individual, yet he had just spent over 2 million on 12 paintings, which was quite perplexing. It's already 11. Let's go to room and restaurant. I'll treat you to a meal, Panting Ting suggested, looking at Chu Chen. Sounds great. Just thinking about the delicious food at room and restaurant makes my stomach rumble, he replied. Chu Chen currently revels in a state of elation. Within a mere 2 hours, the value of these 12 paintings is poised to multiply, and with a stroke of fortune, a 3- to 5-fold increase seems entirely plausible. After all, in his previous life, the masterpieces of the ancient masters were auctioned for millions, with several pieces fetching sums exceeding 10 million. It is truly surprising to witness your profound affection for the works of the ancient master. Purchasing a dozen in one breath is quite remarkable. Even Panting Ting finds it hard to comprehend. Logically speaking, even if one were to be enamored, acquiring 2 or 3 would suffice, making the purchase of 12 rather excessive. Do you not perceive the immersive quality of the ancient master's paintings? They evoke a sense of comfort that incites an urge to possess them. Chu Chen laments his lack of extensive reading, feeling at a loss for words, and resorts to the simplest expressions to appease Panting Ting. Mr. Chu, do you truly experience that immersive sensation? Does the winter plum blossom evoke a chill within you? Xiaolan, listening in, feels a chuckle rising within her. If such an effect were genuine, it would be delightful. Hanging it above the bed at night would certainly save on air conditioning costs. Xiaolan, this immersive experience is subjective. Henceforth, you may simply call me Chu Chen, for Mr. Chu feels rather awkward. Chu Chen's heart swells with joy as he contemplates the potential profits from his venture, conservatively speaking. Selling at 3 times the purchase price could yield over 4 million. Upon hearing Chu Chen's musings, Xiaolan glances at Panting Ting in the rearview mirror, who gives a slight nod. Chu Chen, where do you intend to store these paintings? Panting Ting inquires, well aware that Chu Chen resides in the aging Zhengping community, where safety is presumably lacking. Such valuable artworks, worth over 2 million, might not be secure. I had not considered that, admits Chu Chen, who had only intended to make a quick profit, lacking both knowledge of preservation methods and the energy to pursue them. Ah, Chu Chen, your boldness is striking. Purchasing over 2 million in art without a secure storage plan is quite audacious. Were she not driving, Xiaolan would have been inclined to applaud him. Haha, it's a flaw of mine. When I see something I like, I tend to act impulsively. Chu Chen awkwardly scratches his head, unable to confess to them that, as long as he remains unready, all these paintings would sell within a few hours. If you trust me, you may store them at room and restaurant. I can help safeguard them. Panting Ting suggests, seeing the situation unfold. Very well, Chu Chen concedes, then swiftly changes the subject. Does that tall gentleman harbor feelings for you? You noticed. However, I do not have any affection for him. Panting Ting replies with a light laugh. No wonder the tall gentleman's demeanor appeared unfavorable. He seemed to regard me with some hostility. Chu Chen remarks with a hint of resignation. Chu Chen, I must caution you that Gao Qingyu may appear refined on the surface, but he is not one to be trifled with. Xiaolan, who is driving, hesitates for a moment before deciding to issue her warning. Surely not today. Panting Ting and I engaged in no intimate behavior, merely attending an art exhibition together. Surely, that tall gentleman would not hold anything against me? With a soft sigh, Chu Chen reflected on the fact that beautiful women often attract trouble. Huang Zhengping had yet to resolve his issues, and now he had inadvertently offended Gao Qingyu. Xiaolan, please don't frighten me, Panting Ting remarked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Typically accustomed to being on high ground, she was oblivious to the malevolence inherent in human nature. Xiaolan chose not to elaborate further, wary of adding to Panting Ting's concerns. Having already issued a warning to Chu Chen, before long, the vehicle came to a gentle halt in front of room and restaurant. The trio collectively carried in 12 exquisitely crafted long boxes, which they placed in Panting Ting's office. Subsequently, they proceeded to the dining area, where the restaurant staff promptly served 3 glasses of warm water. Feel free to order anything you desire. Do not hesitate, Panting Ting offered, extending the menu to Chu Chen. Then I shall indulge, Chu Chen replied, his stomach grumbling in agreement. He selected a steak, pasta, lobster, and steamed grouper before returning the menu to Pan Tingting. She accepted it and subsequently passed her own menu to Xiaolon, instructing the kitchen to commence preparations and to bring a bottle of red wine. Let us refrain from drinking at midday, Chu Chen quickly interjected, mindful of the important matters that lay ahead. Very well, no wine then, Pan Tingting acquiesced. Understood, Qingyu. Xiaolon responded, taking the menu and heading towards the kitchen. Chu Chen, did you know that Yuan Xian has taken her parents abroad for a vacation? Pan Tingting inquired, sipping her warm water. Is that so? I wasn't aware. Perhaps after securing the Hushi project, she's in high spirits, and a trip abroad seems quite reasonable. Chu Chen Zipli, he refrained from mentioning that Yuan Zhengping was abroad for medical treatment, as the revelation of the Yuan Group's president's ill health would have significant repercussions. Yuan Xian's cleverness lay in her decision to travel openly. Clandestine departures would only invite unwarranted speculation, while a conspicuous trip would mitigate such conjecture. Indeed, Yuan Xian has handled this splendidly. A little relaxation abroad is entirely understandable, Pan Tingting acknowledged, nodding thoughtfully. After all, just the previous night, Yuan Zhengping had celebrated his birthday, radiating vitality, leading no one to suspect his ailments. The two engaged in light conversation for a while, as dishes began to arrive from the kitchen, and Xiaolon returned to sit beside Pan Tingting. I shall begin, Chu Chen declared, eyeing the delectable spread before him with eager anticipation. Please enjoy. Pan Tingting replied with a light chuckle, picking up her utensils to slice into her steak. Just as the trio reveled in their culinary delights, Pan Tingting's phone rang, revealing a call from Yao and Huang. Grandfather Yao, is there something you need? She answered. Xiao Ting, is young brother Chu Chen with you? He inquired. Yes, he is. Where are you at present? At room and restaurant. Please hold on. I will arrive shortly with President Ji. Grandfather Yao, what is going on? Pan Tingting questioned. This matter cannot be adequately conveyed over the phone. We must discuss it in person. With that, he ended the call. Pan Tingting gazed at her phone, puzzled by the abruptness of the conversation. What's the matter, Tingjia? Xiaolon asked from beside her. Uncertain, Grandpa Yao and President Ji are about to arrive. Pan Tingting gazed thoughtfully at Chu Chen. The art exhibition was still ongoing. Shouldn't President Ji be present at the venue? Why have they suddenly come here? Xiaolon wore a perplexed expression. I'm not sure. It seems they are here to see Chu Chen. Pan Tingting nodded in confusion. Haven't the 12 paintings by Chu Chen already been paid for? What would they possibly want from him? Could it be that they are seeking ancient Master Gu's artwork? Suddenly, Xiaolon had a moment of inspiration, believing she had arrived at the answer. Meanwhile, Chu Chen appeared oblivious to their conversation, indulging himself in the delectable food. It was evident that the news of Master Gu Qiuyang's passing had already circulated, despite it not yet hitting the headlines. The circle of Chinese art is rather small, and as a close friend of Master Gu, it was only natural for Ji Huarong to receive the news in advance. Chu Chen, why are you so silent? Pan Tingting found it strange. She had already mentioned that Yao Wenguang and Ji Huarong were coming for him, yet Chu Chen seemed unfazed, showing no curiosity about their visit. Did he already know what it was about? This black pepper-flavored lobster is simply exquisite. Chu Chen, with a mouthful of lobster meat, spoke with a slightly muffled voice. Grandpa Yao and President Ji are coming to see you. They will arrive shortly, so be prepared. Pan Tingting reminded him. Prepare for what? If there's something to discuss, let us just get on with it. I have nothing to fear, he replied, stuffing another piece of lobster into his mouth, a look of pure enjoyment on his face. Tingting, next time, let us order a blue lobster. I've heard it's even more delicious than this one. You truly know how to indulge. Xiaolon couldn't help but tease. Oh, does your restaurant not have blue lobsters? Chu Chen asked in surprise. They require a reservation. I'll arrange for a few to be airlifted in a couple of days, and I'll notify you then. Pan Tingting chuckled lightly. Sister Ting, I'm feeling envious. Xiaolon mumbled with dissatisfaction, aware that Pan Tingting had given Chu Chen a black gold card, meaning those blue lobsters would be complimentary. Sharing is caring. I'll save one for you. Pan Tingting consoled Xiaolon. Though Xiaolon was her assistant, the two shared a sisterly bond, often sharing delightful treats. That is more like it. Xiaolon took a satisfying bite of steak, her smile returning. Tingting, you treat me so well. Is it truly not because you have feelings for me? Chu Chen couldn't resist teasing, although he understood that her kindness was merely an act of gratitude. What do you think? She retorted. I believe it's impossible. Chu Chen shook his head in self-denial, continuing to relish the lobster. How could the daughter of the Bai family have feelings for a commoner like him? Her kindness toward him was purely out of gratitude. Perhaps Pan Tingting was aware that without Chu Chen's timely warning, the room and restaurant might not have survived, and her fate would have been uncertain as well. At least you possess some self-awareness. Xiaolan, observing Chu Chen's ethereal demeanor, could not resist the urge to suppress him. Pan Tingting, with a graceful smile, lowered her head to continue savoring her steak, yet felt an inexplicable sense of desolation, a hollowness within her heart. As the three of them neared the conclusion of their meal, Yao Wenguang hurriedly arrived with Ji Huaran in tow. "Grandfather Yao, what brings such urgency?" Pan Tingting and Chu Chen approached the entrance to greet them. "It's President Ji who seeks to find Brother Chu Chen," in quite a flurry. "Though I am unaware of the matter at hand," Yao Wenguang replied, shaking his head in bewilderment. At that moment, Ji Huaran, standing behind Yao Wenguang, nodded in acknowledgement towards Pan Tingting before making her way to Chu Chen. "Brother, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you," she stated. "Please, President Ji." "Go ahead," Chu Chen replied, fully aware of Ji Waren's intentions, yet feigning ignorance to avoid raising suspicions regarding his previous actions. "Grandfather Yao, President Ji, let us adjourn inside for a discussion. It is quite inconvenient out here," Pan Tingting suggested, leading Yao Wenguang and Ji Huaran to the reception room on the second floor, instructing Xiaolan to prepare 4 cups of tea. Although Ji Huaran appeared composed on the surface, her inner turmoil was palpable, prompting her to speak as soon as they entered the room. "Brother Chu Chen, I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. A dear old friend of mine has expressed a profound admiration for Master Gu's artworks and just called me, wishing to purchase one." Chu Chen nodded thoughtfully in response. "I can understand. However, Master Gu's works are numerous in circulation, so it should not be difficult for your friend to acquire one. Ah, dear brother, you may not be aware that while there are indeed many of Master Gu's pieces in the market, the ones I possess are of exceptional quality, and the last 6, which are his finest works in recent years, are the reason my friend has sought me out. I must implore you to part with one," Ji Huaran explained, her tone laced with urgency. Chu Chen recognized the source of Ji Waren's anxiety. The news of Master Gu Qiuyang's passing would soon spread, unraveling her deception. Yet, for the time being, he had to stall her, feigning difficulty. "But, President Ji, you know how deeply I cherish Master Gu's paintings, and I have yet to even behold those 6 prized pieces. I understand, I truly do, dear brother. This was indeed a hasty request. But my friend is someone I've known for many years, compelling me to make this visit. I find it difficult to part with them," Chu Chen lamented, his expression filled with reluctance. At that moment, both Pan Tingting and Yao Wenguang sensed something amiss. Logically, Ji Waren's old friends would be of an age where sudden admiration for Master Gu's works seemed implausible. If such admiration were genuine, she should have communicated with her friend upon acquiring the artworks, rather than waiting until now, and in such haste. "Brother, could you consider a favor to me?" Ji Huaran pressed, noticing Chu Chen's prolonged silence. "Which piece does your friend desire?" Chu Chen decided to test her resolve. "All of them." Ji Huaran felt a surge of delight upon witnessing Chu Chen relent. Turning swiftly to sell, he anticipated a profit of at least 2 to 3 times the original value. With a few years of careful curation, the paintings could potentially appreciate several-fold, perhaps even reaching 10 times their initial worth. For those 12 pieces were nearly all exquisite works by Gu Qiuyang from recent years, possessing immense collectible value. Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Ji Huaran to have such lofty aspirations. Did he truly consider him a fool? "President Ji, are you implying that I must part with everything?" Ji Huaran gritted his teeth, resolutely deciding to increase his offer. Time was of the essence. Once news of Gu Qiuyang's passing circulated, the value of these artworks would inevitably soar, doubling or tripling without question. Yao Wenguang and Pan Tingting exchanged concerned glances. Both seasoned businessmen who quickly sensed Ji Huaran's unusual eagerness. A merchant's inclination towards profit was unmistakable, if one was willing to concede on price. It indicated the potential for even greater gains. An immediate 30% increase in the offer was significant. While Pan Tingting might still be grappling with the concept, Yao Wenguang, with decades in the antique world, understood all too well that a renowned master's work rarely appreciated by that much in just a few years, unless, of course, a sudden realization struck Yao Wenguang, causing his heart to race. Chapter 66. Integrity in Conduct. At the Xingha Art Museum, Gao Qiji was admiring the works of Bao Yuba with friends, offering praises and light laughter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Although the Gao family could not rival the Bai family, they were nonetheless esteemed in Tianlin City, enjoying a fair share of flattery. Just as the conversation reached a crescendo, his phone rang. It was his father, Gao Liangkai. Father, are you still at the Xinghe Art Museum? Indeed. Fantastic. You must purchase every piece by Master Gu Qiuyang currently at the museum. Why? Gao Qiji was perplexed. Just moments ago, he had been mocking Chu Chen for being a die-hard fan, hastily acquiring 12 of Gu Qiuyang's paintings. Was his father also losing his mind? At least Chu Chen had seen Gu Qiuyang's works. His father had never laid eyes on them, yet was insisting on a complete purchase. One of our significant clients from Kyoto, an avid collector, has heard of Gu Qiuyang's recent passing and is actively seeking his artworks. Upon learning that Ji Huarong, a close friend of Gu Qiuyang, is hosting a distinguished exhibition in Tianlin City, he reached out to me. What? Gu Qiuyang has passed. Gao Qiji was taken aback, his voice rising involuntarily. The exhibition's ambience had been notably tranquil, and now, everyone nearby turned to gaze at him, astonished, unsure of the veracity of the news. They recalled Gao Qiji's earlier jibes about Chu Chen, who had acquired 12 of Gu Qiuyang's paintings. Why are you making such a scene? Hurry and make the purchase. This client is crucial to our group. If you fail to secure this deal, I will hold you accountable. Gao Qiji shivered, acutely aware of his father's anger, while simultaneously recognizing the significance of the client. Yet he dared not conceal the truth and confessed, Father, all of Gu Qiuyang's paintings have been sold. What? Hurry and locate the buyer. It doesn't matter if you have to pay 2 or 3 times the price. The client mentioned that Ji Huarong was a close friend of Gu Qiuyang during his lifetime, and he possesses all of Gu's esteemed works, which hold immense collectible value. Act swiftly. Gao Qiji listened with a bitter expression as the busy tone echoed from the other end of the line. Just prior, he had fervently extolled the merits of Bao Yubao's paintings before Chu Chen, asserting that they surpassed Gu Qiuyang's creations. Now, however, he found himself pleading for artwork, a stinging slap to his pride. Yet, he could not dwell on such thoughts. He hastened to the entrance of the Xinghe Art Museum while dialing Pan Tingting's number. Meanwhile, in the reception room of Rumen Restaurant, Ji Huarong pressed, Well, little brother, you must understand that even if one were to collect this painting for a few years, a 30% increase in value is not guaranteed. Noticing Chu Chen's silence, Ji Huarong urged him on. Just as Chu Chen was about to speak, Ji Huarong's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and hung up, but it rang again, causing Ji Huarong to grow increasingly irritated, ultimately deciding to turn it off. This unusual behavior aroused suspicion in both Yao Wenguang and Pan Tingting. At that moment, Pan Tingting's phone rang, revealing it was Gao Qiji calling. She answered, Young Master Gao. Miss Pan, may I ask if you have Brother Chu's number? Are you looking for Chu Chen? Is there something urgent? Pan Tingting glanced at Chu Chen, wondering why so many were seeking him today. Gao Qiji's voice was tinged with urgency. He is right beside me. Would you like to speak with him? I wish to purchase the Master Gu's painting that Brother Chu possesses. The price is not an issue, even 2 or 3 times the amount. What? You wish to buy Master Gu's painting from Chu Chen, offering double or triple the price. Pan Tingting was momentarily taken aback, needing to confirm the bizarre request. Yes. I am heading to Rumen Restaurant now. Please ensure Brother Chu saves the painting for me. Young Master Gao, hello? Young Master Gao? Pan Tingting soon heard the busy signal on the line. In the reception room, Ji Huarong and Yao Wenguang turned their gazes simultaneously towards Pan Tingting, each lost in their own thoughts. At that moment, Yao Wenguang's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, he recognized it was a friend from Kyoto. Without hesitation, he answered the call. Yet Chu Chen remained remarkably composed as he sipped his coffee. This situation was entirely within his expectations. Although Master Gu Qiuyang was not the most eminent master in Huagua, he was undeniably a distinguished figure in the realm of landscape painting. With the recent passing of Master Gu, all his artworks had become unique treasures. Collectors and affluent individuals with an appreciation for art would undoubtedly seek to acquire 1 or 2 pieces. It is often said that a beloved item is priceless. While an ordinary person may balk at spending hundreds or thousands on a painting, for the wealthy, if they take a liking to something, spending millions seems justifiable. Naturally, Ji Huarong, possessing numerous exquisite works by Gu Qiuyang, would be sought after immediately. Although Yao Wenguang resided in Jiangnan province, his extensive experience in the antiques market surely granted him connections within the art community, making it unsurprising that he would receive news at this time. Pan Tingting wore an expression of disbelief upon hearing that Gao Qiji was willing to pay 2 to 3 times the price for a purchase. It was evident that something was amiss. Chu Chen feigned ignorance, exclaiming, I am equally perplexed. Ji Huarong offered an awkward smile, internally lamenting the precariousness of the situation. It seemed the truth could not remain concealed. Yao Wenguang, with a grim expression, ended the call with his old friend and turned a cold gaze toward Ji Huayong. Old Ji, did you already know of Master Gu's passing? Pan Tingting was momentarily taken aback. Although she suspected something was afoot, she had not anticipated the death of Master Gu. To avoid raising suspicions regarding his prior knowledge, Chu Chen feigned shock. What? Master Gu has passed away? When did this occur? Just an hour ago. Half an hour before that. Old Ji received a call and came rushing here. Yao Wenguang replied, clearly agitated. Given Ji Huayong's earlier illogical behavior, it was apparent he had prior knowledge, revealing a blatant manipulation of Yao for personal gain. This was indeed a significant loss. With the news of Gu Chuyang's death, his works had transformed into rare treasures, their value skyrocketing 2- or 3-fold in an instant. Brother Yao, please listen to me. I too was deceived by that old friend. He promised to pay double the price for the paintings, which is why I hurried here. Ji Huayong had prepared this explanation beforehand. You may say whatever you like, but old Ji, we must conduct ourselves with integrity. Yao Wenguang, being a seasoned veteran, was not easily swayed by Ji Huayong's words. His decades of navigating the antiques world were built on character. Hui Guxuan had always prided itself on honesty, and he had little tolerance for deceitful individuals. Ji Huayong, lacking time to further explain himself to Yao Wenguang, turned to Chu Chen with a smile. Young brother Chu, how about this? I will offer double the price. What do you say? Then you may simply state whether you wish to buy or not, Chu Chen replied. Confirming once more, Chairman Ji, Master Gu has truly. Indeed, Ji Huayong sighed, yet his face betrayed no sorrow. Truly a case of talent being envied by heaven. Chu Chen could not help but shake his head, silently reflecting that Master Gu had chosen his friends poorly. It seemed that Ji Huaran felt no sorrow whatsoever at the passing of the master. However, this was for the best. It alleviated any guilt Chu Chen might have felt for having led Ji Huaran astray. Young brother Chu Chen, let us proceed with the transaction at the price we discussed earlier. Please provide me with your bank account details, and I shall transfer the funds immediately. Ji Huaran was aware that the news of Gu Chuyang's demise had already begun to spread, and it would soon make headlines. Thus, he was determined to act swiftly and complete the transaction. Given the current market conditions, the 12 paintings could easily triple in value, and perhaps even rise higher. Chairman Ji, did you not hear Tingting mention that the tall young master also desires this batch of paintings and is willing to pay 3 times the price? Chu Chen scoffed inwardly, realizing that Ji Huaran truly believed him to be a fool, trying to deceive him shamelessly. Young brother, to demand 3 times the price in less than 2 hours, do you not think your appetite is rather excessive? Ji Waren's expression darkened, his heart aching to the point of suffocation. He regretted having mentioned those 6 prized paintings earlier. Had he kept them to himself, he could have made a considerable profit. Chairman Ji, this is not merely a matter of timing. This is the nature of the market. A 3-fold return is quite reasonable. Chu Chen remained indifferent to Ji Waren's displeasure. For business was inherently competitive. The highest bidder prevails. When he initially purchased the paintings, Ji Huaran had not sold them at a low price. Miss Pan, what do you think? Seeing that Chu Chen was impervious to his arguments, Ji Huaran turned to Pan Tingting for assistance. Chairman Ji, this transaction is between you two. I cannot intervene. Pan Tingting replied with a slight smile, suddenly understanding why Chu Chen had previously refrained from allowing her to negotiate the price, as it would have placed her in a difficult position. Brother Yao. Ultimately, Ji Huaran was left with no choice but to seek help from Yao Wenguang, as his profit margin was too slim to make any real gains. Yao Wenguang let out a cold snort, about to speak when his phone rang, prompting him to step outside to take the call and ignore Ji Huaran further. Tingjia, the tall young master has arrived. At that moment, Xiaolan ushered Gao Qiji into the reception room. Brother Chu Chen, I am willing to purchase Master Gu's paintings at 3 times the price. Gao Qiji, having noticed that Yao Wenguang and Ji Huaran had arrived before him, immediately offered a high price upon entering. This left Xiaolan, who stood behind him, utterly astounded. What was happening? The tall young master was prepared to pay triple for Chu Chen's paintings, worth 2 million. 3 times that amounted to 6 million. My goodness. A profit of 4 million in less than 2 hours. Tall young master, are you truly willing to pay 3 times the price for these paintings? Ji Huaran felt as though his heart was bleeding. This money should have been his. Am I jesting? Gao Qiji was well aware of Ji Waren's intentions in coming here, and as they were now competitors, he naturally offered no cordiality. Tall young master, I fail to comprehend. Were you not infatuated with the works of Master Bao Yuba? Why now invest such a hefty, some in Master Gu's paintings. Chu Chen teased with a smile. Dear Brother Chu, I must confess my earlier superficiality. It is only through this comparison that I have come to realize the unparalleled excellence of Master Gu's artwork. In pursuit of acquiring Gu Qiuyang's paintings, Gao Qiji dared not contradict Chu Chen, and thus he reluctantly acknowledged his own lack of discernment. Chu Chen nodded with a smile, saying, Very well, considering that you, young Master Gao, are also a lover of art, I may part with a piece, albeit at 5 times the original price. Initially, upon hearing Chu Chen's willingness to part with a piece, Gao Qiji's face lit up with joy, but the subsequent revelation of the quintupled price froze his smile. What ist? In a mere span of 2 hours, the price had escalated 5-fold. However, he refrained from expressing his outrage on the spot and cautiously inquired, Brother Chu, you jest, do you not? At 5 times that price, a single painting would cost 1 million. Xiaolan thought Chu Chen had lost his senses. She found it unfathomable when Gao Qiji suggested purchasing at triple the price, and now Chu Chen was demanding 5 times. Meanwhile, Pan Tingting pondered for a few seconds and concluded that Gao Qiji might indeed be inclined to purchase, for his demeanor upon entering clearly indicated an earnest desire for these paintings. Presumably, Chu Chen had discerned this as well, hence his audacious pricing. Young brother Yu. Ji Huarong could scarcely believe his ears. In less than 2 minutes, the price had doubled again, reaching an astonishing 400,000. Ji Huarong hesitated to respond. While he might entertain a tripling of the price, quintupled was utterly prohibitive, leaving no room for profit even after years of collection. Brother Chu, Master Gu's works are available on the market. I am not compelled to purchase solely from you. The quintupled price struck Gao Qiji like a bucket of cold water, thoroughly awakening him to the reality that he would not be a fool. 1 million huabi could procure a masterpiece from a top-tier domestic master. Young Master Gao, you have consistently praised Master Bao's landscape paintings, and it is clear that President Gao lacks a passion for collecting calligraphy and paintings. If I am not mistaken, someone must have urged you to make this purchase, a person of significant importance to you, or else you would not have rushed here. Thus, although 1 million for a painting is not trivial, it could yield greater benefits for your family, no? Witnessing Chu Chen's astute analysis, Gao Qiji found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had underestimated his counterpart. However, the quintupled price remained exorbitant. Chu Chen had acquired 12 paintings for 2,200,000, and at 5 times that, it would amount to an astounding 11 million. A decision he could not dare to make. Brother Chu, please hold on. I must make a phone call. Of course, Chu Chen replied with a smile. Gao Qiji turned and exited the room, his expression darkening. At that moment, Pan Tingting's phone rang. Upon seeing it was her father, Bai Haobua, she answered promptly. Dad? Tingting, are you still at the Xinghe Art Museum? What are you up to? Father, my friend wishes to contact President Ji, but he is currently unreachable. Please go to the Xinghe Art Museum and procure all of Master Gu's works from President Ji. Another request to purchase Master Gu's paintings? What is the matter? Is anyone still urging you to purchase the paintings of Master Gu? I no longer need to visit the Galaxy Art Museum. President Ji is here with me. Then, you should acquire all the paintings by Master Gu that President Ji possesses. The price is negotiable, as my father's friend holds significant influence, and it would be difficult to decline. Father, President Ji currently has no paintings by Master Gu left. They have all been bought by my friend. However, now the asking price is 1 million each. What kind of friend do you have with such exorbitant demands? Surely, the works of a nation's top masters shouldn't be priced at 1 million each. So, shall you buy them or not? Chapter 68. Can wholesale prices and retail prices be the same? What sort of friend is this so accommodating? Is he male or female? Bai Haobua raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of foreboding, akin to watching one's own cabbage being uprooted by a pig. It's a male, just an ordinary friend. Hurry and say how many pieces you want, or else the Gao family will snatch them all up. There's a moment of silence on the other end of the line. 3 pieces. Very well. Pan Tingting hung up the phone and turned to Chu Chen. I want 3 pieces. No problem. You can choose for yourself. Chu Chen naturally would not refuse. Had it not been for Pan Tingting taking him to the Galaxy Art Museum to view the art exhibition, he would have missed this opportunity for profit. All right, old G. Please turn on your phone quickly. Those people cannot reach you and are all calling me instead. It's quite strange. Ever since Gu Qiuyang passed away, so many are seeking to purchase his paintings. Yao Wang complained irritably, as he had been receiving calls non-stop, all seeking President Ji for the purpose of acquiring Gu Qiuyang's works. Brother Yao, what good would turning on the phone do? Young brother Chu Chen is selling each painting for 1 million. Who would be willing to buy? Ji Huarong looked utterly dejected. What? just as Yao Wenguang began to speak. The phone rang again. Is there no end to this? He pulled out his phone again, noticing it was an overseas number, and answered it with curiosity. Grandfather Yao. A voice on the other end belonged to Yuan Qian. Little Qian, have you gone abroad? Yes, I just left yesterday. You're an old friend of President Ji, who is holding an exhibition at the Galaxy Art Museum, RNTU. Are you also looking to purchase Master Gu's paintings? Grandfather Yao, how did you know? To be honest, I have received nearly 10 calls, all inquiring about Master Gu's works. Then please help me find a way. I must have the painting A Glimpse of the Mountains. At this moment, Yao Wenguang glanced at Chu Chen, activated the speakerphone, and intentionally spoke loudly. I can't help you. There's a profiteer who has inflated the price to 1 million per painting. I cannot afford it. Chu Chen, who was sipping coffee, felt a wave of annoyance. He recognized that Yao Wenguang was taking the opportunity to mock him, but he did not care. What mattered was making money. And if that made him a profiteer, so be it. Then Yuan Qian's voice came through. Grandfather Yao, as long as it is the painting A Glimpse of the Mountains, 1 million is not a problem. Upon hearing Yuan Qian's voice, Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't she abroad? Amidst the commotion, one might wonder if it is indeed Elder Chen seeking her out. It is quite possible, considering that Ji Huarong's phone is currently switched off. Consequently, those individuals are left with no choice but to seek assistance from others in Tianlin City to procure the paintings, as they find themselves unable to reach her. Naturally, the Bai Yuan and Gao families, being prominent clans in Tianlin City, hold a certain level of influence and were thus approached first. You ought to inquire with that unscrupulous merchant. He may have raised the price once more. Yao Wenguang was taken aback that Yuan Qian would actually offer 1 million for a painting, and he remarked sarcastically, Do I know the other party? Yuan Qian's tone was laced with confusion. Of course you do. You spent 7 million on one of his vases. Chu Chen? Indeed, it is he. Yao Wenguang had intended to make a few more disparaging remarks, but just then, a beeping sound interrupted him. As he was about to put his phone away, another call came through. Seeing it was an old friend, he had to step out of the meeting room to take the call. Simultaneously, Chu Chen's phone rang as well. It was Yuan Qian. Xiao Qian, he answered. That painting A View of the Mountains. Please make sure to reserve it for me. Elder Chen wishes to collect it. Among Master Gu's many works, he has taken a liking only to this one. Of course, I will keep it for you. Chu Chen Ponde Zdi Li. Although he had not seen all 12 paintings, he had memorized their names. A View of the Mountains was indeed among the 6 exceptional pieces in Ji Huarong's collection. In the reception room of Room and Restaurant, he continued, Is it Pan Tingting's Room and Restaurant? Yes. All right. Shall I transfer the 1 million to the same bank account as before? Yes. Very well. I must cut our conversation short as I am quite busy. Understood. After hanging up, Chu Chen suddenly recalled that Pan Tingting was in her office selecting paintings, so he quickly sent her a message. Tingting, please hold on to A View of the Mountains. I have already sold it. Got it. Zhu Xiong. I would like to acquire 2 of Master Gu's paintings, A Family in the Mountains and Cloudy Mountain Scene. The Gao family had initially intended to acquire all of Gu Qiuyang's works, as they were not overly expensive according to market value. However, with the price now inflated 5-fold, they were reluctant to be taken advantage of. Gao Shao, did you not wish to acquire them all? Chu Chen furrowed his brow, with Pan Tingting wanting 3 pieces and Yuan Qian 1. If the Gao family only desired 2, that left 6 paintings, a rather perplexing predicament, as he had no clientele to source buyers for the paintings. Chu Xiong, this sudden 5-fold increase in price is quite astonishing. The Gao family possesses wealth, but we do not wish to be seen as fools. Gao Qiji spoke candidly, emphasizing that he was neither naive nor frivolous with money. Indeed, I must commend your discerning eye, Gao Shao. Both A Family and the Mountains and Cloudy Mountain Scene are masterpieces by Master Gu. If they were not masterpieces, I would have no interest in them. Gao Qiji replied with a cold smirk. It is well known that every master in the art world produces numerous works. Even the least prolific can have 100 or 200 pieces in circulation. However, only a select few can be deemed masterpieces, and it is these works that tend to appreciate significantly in value over time. He then proceeded to send a message to Pan Tingting. Chu Chen, the paintings of the mountain dwelling and the cloudy mountain are still available, right? Pan Tingting. Yes, I have selected 3 pieces, Summit of Snow Peaks, Autumn Colors in Mountain and Water, and the Mountain Spring. Chu Chen, Etsai, please bring the mountain dwelling and the cloudy mountain along with the other artworks to the reception room. Chu, do retrieve those 2 pieces. I can transfer the funds to you immediately. Gao Qiji, noticing Chu Chen's silence, grew anxious, fearing the other party might pull some trick and hastily urged, "Young Master Gao, the price for each of those two paintings is 1,500,000, totaling 3 million. As soon as Chu Chen's words fell, not only Gao Qingyu was taken aback, but Ji Huarong, who stood beside him, was also astonished. Today, he had learned a harsh lesson from Chu Chen and could hardly believe the depths of shamelessness one could reach. Selling one painting for 1 million was already outrageous, and now they dared to raise the price further. Chu, this is rather excessive. Gao Qingyu could no longer maintain his genteel demeanor. 1 million for a painting was tolerable, but now to increase it to 1,500,000. Did he appear to be a fool? Young Master Gao, you previously stated you wanted all of them, so the price of 1 million was a wholesale rate. Now you only desire 2, and both are masterpieces by the ancient master. Thus it is retail. Should the prices not differ? Chu Chen Vito. In 10 years, the works of the ancient master would be highly sought after. The piece titled A Glimpse of All Mountains would soar to over 10 million. Though he had not closely followed the market for other pieces by this master, he was confident their values would not be low, especially for the few esteemed works. By that time, selling for a few million would undoubtedly pose no issue. Chapter 69. Pan-Tingting can also be deceptive. Gao Qingyu wanted to argue, but found himself momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, he considered that Chu Chen had a point. The crux was that he was determined to acquire these two paintings today, as they had been specifically requested by a client. He would have to comply, even if it meant paying 4 million. Very well, bring out the paintings and provide me with your bank account. I'll transfer 3 million immediately. Upon hearing this, Ji Huarong was left in shock. How could this be possible? At that moment, Pan-Tingting and Xiaolon brought in 8 paintings, including the mountain dwelling and the cloudy mountain, and placed them on the table. Ji Huarong nearly fainted upon seeing that 4 esteemed works were missing. Young Master Gao, here's my bank account. Seeing an opportunity, Chu Chen smiled as he handed over a piece of paper. Chu, you are indeed a master of business, managing to sell a painting worth 400,000 for 3 million. If the opportunity arises, I must seek your guidance on this art of commerce. With Pan-Tingting present, Gao Qingyu resumed his refined demeanor, taking the slip with the bank account and promptly sending a message. At that moment, Xiaolon wore an expression of disbelief. Wasn't the price 1 million per piece? How had it escalated? Pan-Tingting also hesitated slightly, realizing that Chu Chen was quite the money-minded individual. In less than a minute, Chu Chen's phone chimed twice, indicating that transfers from Yuan Qian and Gao Qingyu had arrived, totaling 4 million. Esteemed Gao, please take care of these 2 exquisite paintings. Chu Chen rose to hand 2 beautifully crafted long boxes to Gao Qingyu. Brother Chu, today you have undoubtedly imparted a valuable lesson upon me. My heartfelt gratitude to you. Gao Qingyu accepted the boxes, his expression revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Esteemed Gao, having charged such a substantial fee, I must decline your thanks. Chu Chen discerned Gao Qingyu's displeasure, yet he remained unfazed. Earlier at the Star River Art Museum, the other party had already exhibited hostility, and even if he refrained from exploiting him this time, it was likely that Gao Qingyu would seek to complicate matters for him in the future. With this in mind, what more did he have to be cautious about? Brother Chu, your sense of humor is truly remarkable. I shall take my leave now. Miss Pan, farewell. With a smile, Gao Qingyu bid farewell to both Chu Chen and Pan-Tingting before exiting the reception room, his countenance darkening immediately thereafter. While 3 million was inconsequential to him, the indignation lingered. Chu Chen, you are remarkably audacious to take such advantage of the esteemed Gao. Once Gao Qingyu departed, Xiaolon could not help but give Chu Chen a thumbs up. This is hardly taking advantage of him. Rather, I am assisting him. The individuals interested in these paintings hold significant importance to the Gao family. Spending 3 million to accrue a favor is a tremendous bargain for them. Chu Chen offered a different perspective to Xiaolon regarding the matter. Ro businessman, Gu Qiuyang's paintings are currently not worth that price. 150,000 per piece? Absurd. Yao and Huang, as straightforward as ever, scoffed at the thought of Gao Qingyu spending 3 million on 2 of Gu Qiuyang's works. Mr. Yao, you must broaden your horizons. These are unique pieces. There are still 6 paintings remaining. Today, I shall only charge 5 times the usual price. Should you manage to sell them at a higher rate, the excess profit will be yours. Chu Chen glanced at Ji Huarong, who immediately grasped his intent, hastily powering on her phone. Just as it booted up, a call came in, and she promptly began to persuade the caller with eloquence and enthusiasm. Are you out of your mind? Do you truly believe others are fools? Yao Wenguang glared at Ji Huarong's antics, his frustration mounting, while Ji Huarong, fearing Yao Wenguang might sabotage her efforts, quickly stepped aside. Mr. Yao, While this price may yield no profit for merchants, it is an entirely different matter for affluent collectors. Spending over $1 million on a unique masterpiece is not out of the question. I trust that President Ji has connections in this regard. Chu Chen patiently elucidated to Yao Wang, hoping to encourage him to assist in selling one or two of the paintings. Fearing Ji Huarong might struggle to manage all 6 alone. Our establishment, Huigu Xian, prides itself on integrity. We shall not profit from immoral ventures. Yao Wang flung his sleeve and turned to leave. Grandfather Yao, allow me to see you out. Pan Tingting and Xiao Lan quickly followed Yao Wang out of the reception room. Tingting, as a friend, you must advise Chu Chen. He cannot become blinded by profit, Yao Wang remarked, unable to suppress his admonitions upon seeing Pan Tingting accompany him. Pan Tingting was well aware of Yao Wang's temperament, so she could only respond perfunctorily. Yet she believed that Chu Chen had done nothing wrong. After sending Yao Wang off, Ji Huarong was still on the phone, while Chu Chen calmly sipped his coffee. Chu Chen, provide me with your bank account so I can transfer the money to you. Fan Tingting sat beside Chu Chen. No need for that. I will give you the 3 paintings at the original price, and then return you 160,000. Chu Chen waved his hand to refuse Pan Tingting's transfer. At least you have a conscience. I thought you were genuinely caught up in the allure of money. Xiao Lan couldn't help but comment. How could that be? If it weren't for Tingting taking me to the art exhibition, I wouldn't have had this opportunity to profit, Chu Chen stated sincerely. He was not merely exchanging pleasantries. Had he not visited the Xingha Art Museum that day, he would not have recalled the matter of Gu Qiuyang. After all, too much had occurred in his past life, and many memories had faded into obscurity, even forgotten entirely. Chu Chen, did you already know about Master Gu's affairs? After hesitating for a moment, Pan Tingting finally inquired, sensing something peculiar. If I had known about Master Gu's situation, I would have traveled across the country to collect his artworks. Think of how much money I would have lost. Chu Chen feigned an expression of deep sorrow. Could it truly be merely good luck? Pan Tingting remained skeptical. Isn't it just good fortune? However, I genuinely admire Master Gu's paintings. Regrettably, being financially constrained has led me to ultimately compromise with money. Chu Chen expressed with a face full of regret. You seem far from honest. Xiao Lan made a face at Chu Chen, feeling that something was amiss, but unable to articulate it. If Tingting had not invited Chu Chen to the art exhibition today, he would have never visited the Xingha Art Museum. Thus, it was indeed improbable that he had prior knowledge of Master Gu's affairs. Chu Chen, my young brother, give me your bank account, and I will transfer the money to you immediately. 6 paintings for 5 million, correct? Ji Huarong rushed in with excitement, clearly having successfully negotiated the sale of the 6 paintings. Indeed, President Ji, I must say your business acumen is exceptional. Chu Chen replied with a beaming smile as he handed over his bank account details. You have taught me a valuable lesson today, Chu Chen. You have truly broadened my perspective, Ji Huarong said as he received the account information, feeling a pang of regret as he sent the message. Originally, he could have made a substantial profit today, but instead he found himself working for Chu Chen, earning only a meager profit. Chu Chen's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw that the 5 million had already been credited. President Ji, the money has arrived. You may take the 6 paintings now. Ji Huarong nodded and picked up the 6 long boxes from the table before exiting the reception room. Chu Chen, you need not return that 160,000. Compared to them, I spent only 220,000 on 3 paintings, so I've already profited. Pan Tingting remarked, watching Ji Huarong's departing figure. Really? No need to return it. Chu Chen confirmed once more. If calculated this way, he had made a total profit of 9 million. No need. My father will reimburse me. And I can even make an extra 800,000. Pan Tingting mischievously remarked. All right then. Chu Chen did not anticipate that Pan Tingting would also engage in such antics. Yet he would not hold back with the heiress of the Bai family. To the Bai family, this sum was merely a drop in the ocean, but for him, it represented crucial initial capital. Just as Chu Chen prepared to depart, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he hastily answered, recognizing it as Howard's number. I am Wang Dahu. You're a friend of Howard, correct? Wang Dahu? Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Wang Dahu, known as Tiger Lord, was a significant figure in the underground forces of Tianlin City. Why would he seek him out? What had happened to Howard? Chapter 70. Do you know General Xiang? You know me? I do not, but I have heard your reputation. Only then did Chu Chen realize that Wang Dahu was not yet one of the 3 major powers of the underground in Tianlin City. In his previous life, he had offended Wang Dahu, and had it not been for Howard's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. In his past life, there was animosity between Howard and Wang Dahu. Could it be that the enmity was established at this moment? It was quite possible. He had merely encountered Huang and treated him to a meal without altering any outcomes. Thus, this incident must have transpired in his previous life as well. The distinction in this life was that he had provided his phone number to Huang, which led to his involvement in this matter. You have half an hour to bring 300,000 to the 16th floor of Yongxing Building, Dahu Financial Company. Otherwise, that kid Huang is finished. Did Huang send you to find me? Chu Chen questioned, perplexed. He had only met Huang once. How could such a matter pertain to him? Wang Dahu was not someone to be trifled with. Enough nonsense. You're the only contact in his phone. Arrive within half an hour, and do not play tricks. Wang Dahu's roar resonated through the phone. As Chu Chen attempted to inquire further, the line went dead with a series of beeps. What happened? Pan Ting Ting, who had been listening, sensed something amiss. Nothing. A friend is in trouble, and I must go. Yuan Xian will send someone to collect the painting a view of all mountains. Please hand it to her. Chu Chen replied as he moved toward the door. Do you need my assistance? Pan Ting Ting followed closely behind. No, it's merely a financial matter. Chu Chen waved her off and exited the room and restaurant, making his way on foot to a nearby bank to withdraw 300,000 in cash. Ting Jia. ISNT Chu Chen incredibly lucky? He earned 9 million in less than 3 hours. Xiaolan marveled at Chu Chen's retreating figure. Xiaolan, do you truly believe this is mere luck? Pan Ting Ting remained skeptical. There is something off about it, but Chu Chen does not possess an invitation. If you hadn't brought him into the Xinghe Art Gallery, there would have been no opportunity for profit. Therefore, it seems unlikely that he could have foreseen Master Gu's situation. Perhaps I am overthinking this. After listening to Xiaolan's analysis, within Dahu Financial Company, Wang Dahu was reclining, smoking a cigarette. Several individuals stood nearby, one of whom was the bald man who had pursued Huang that fateful night. Opposite him stood Huang and another young man, both bearing bruises on their faces, clearly having just endured a beating. Huang, I have contacted your friend. If he can bring 300,000 within half an hour, I shall not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, this matter shall remain unresolved today. Wang Dahu spoke slowly. Wang Dahu, I borrowed only 100,000 from you, and it has barely been 2 months. How did it escalate to 300,000? The young man beside Huang exploded with anger upon hearing the sum. Xiao Dachuan, you scoundrel. We agreed on a month for repayment, yet you vanished on me. With such a delay, do you expect me not to charge interest? And you two rascals, you injured several of my brothers. Should there not be compensation for their medical expenses? Wang Dahu's fury erupted as he slammed his hand on the table, glaring menacingly at Xiao Dachuan. Give me another month. I will find a way to repay you, Xiao Dachuan mumbled, though his voice lacked conviction. Should you utter another word, I shall have the bald man attend to you properly. Wang Dahu growled, clearly irked by Xiao Dachuan's presence. The latter fell silent at once. Wang Dahu then smiled slightly. Huang, I actually admire you. You possess great skill and a sharp mind. If you are willing to work with me, I shall waive the 300,000. What do you say? Brother Hu? That would not be appropriate. I am employed under Brother Sheng, Huang replied, seemingly unfazed, casting a cold glance at Wang Dahu. Your only flaw, Huang, is your misguided loyalty. To be frank, I have already spoken with Ah Sheng. If he were willing to settle your debts, you would not be in this predicament. Wang Dahu chuckled softly. There is no need for deception here. You are an astute individual. Consider how much time has elapsed since last night. If Ah Sheng intended to intervene, Huang's expression darkened as he grasped the truth in Wang Dahu's words. A wave of desolation washing over him. He had not anticipated being deemed unworthy of even 300,000. At that moment, a subordinate entered the room. Brother Hu, someone named Chu Chen is looking for you, claiming to come to help Huang repay his debts. Huang, your friend seems quite reliable. Arriving within half an hour as promised, Wang Dahu remarked, glancing at his extravagant watch with a smirk. He then instructed his subordinate to bring Chu Chen in. Huang was momentarily taken aback. He had only met Chu Chen once and never imagined he would come bearing 300,000 to rescue him. The previous night, he hardly appeared affluent. Guided by the subordinate, Chu Chen entered the room, taking in the bruised faces of Huang and Xiao Dachuan, realizing they had suffered greatly. Huang, are you all right? I'm still alive. Thanks to you, Huang replied, his face filled with gratitude upon seeing Chu Chen. Have you brought the money? Wang Dahu regarded Chu Chen with a cold gaze. Yes, exactly 300,000. Chu Chen placed the bag of money on the table. Bald man, go and count it. Wang Dahu ordered. Wang Dahu cast a knowing glance at the bald man beside him, who stepped forward to open the bag and counted the contents. Brother Hu, it's indeed 300,000. Then release him, said Chu Chen, aware of Huang Dahu's notoriously poor character and eager to avoid any unforeseen complications. "Hey, you look somewhat familiar," the bald man remarked, puzzled, as he had focused solely on Howard the previous night in the dimly lit alley, leaving him with a vague impression of Chu Chen. "We haven't met." "You must be mistaken," Chu Chen replied with a calm exterior, though internally he was in a state of panic, silently praying that the bald man would not recognize him. Yet, what one fears often comes to pass. A nearby thug suddenly spoke up, "Brother Bald, this is the guy we encountered in the alley the other night. He misled us. So, it was you, daring to trick us." The bald man approached Chu Chen with a menacing demeanor. "What do you intend to do?" "The money has been returned. Don't push it too far," Howard interjected, stepping protectively in front of Chu Chen. "Howard, you may have returned the money, but your friend played me, and that must be addressed," the bald man retorted, clearly unwilling to let Chu Chen off the hook, especially since he had lost track of Howard that night and had received a slap from Huang Dahu as a consequence. "Brother who? Aren't you going to manage your underlings?" Howard, recognizing the bald man's brutish nature, directed his gaze towards Huang Dahu, seeking support. "Your friend tricked the bald man, and he's upset. If your friend can come up with 30 to 50,000, I assure you the bald man will drop the matter," Huang Dahu noted, having realized that Chu Chen was capable of producing such funds in a short time, indicating that he was not financially constrained. "Brother who, this is against the rules," Howard said, suppressing his anger. Were it not for the numbers on the opposing side, he would not have tolerated Huang Dahu's arrogance. Just then, the earlier thug returned. "Brother who, Xiang Tian and Xiang Zong have arrived and are waiting for you in the reception room." Upon hearing Xiang Tian's name, Chu Chen quickly spoke up. "I would like to meet Xiang Zong." "You know Xiang Zong?" Huang Dahu's expression turned serious. He understood that if Chu Chen was indeed a friend of Xiang Tian, he would be unwise to offend him. "I am a friend of Xiang Zong," Chu Chen affirmed hastily, though uncertainty gnawed at him. He was unsure whether Xiang Tian was aware that he had saved his life. Logically, since Xiang Tian had not traveled to Puxi, he should have heeded his advice. But he was uncertain if he had witnessed the rear-end collision. "You truly know Xiang Zong?" Wan Zhao's Chu Chen, realizing that no family by the name of Chu existed in Tianlin City. Indeed, Chu Chen confirmed once more. "Then call Xiang Zong," Huang Dahu suggested, not one to be easily swayed by mere claims. Xiang Tian was a prominent figure in Tianlin City, known to many, yet true friends were a rarity among the esteemed. "I do not have Xiang Zong's phone number." As soon as Chu Chen's voice fell, the bald men erupted into hearty laughter, while Huang Dahu's expression turned cold, naturally attributing Chu Chen's predicament to his connection with Xiang Tian. The bald men, Howard, and Xiao Dachuan's debts had already been settled, allowing them to depart. But the matter concerning Chu Chen was his to resolve. After uttering these words, Huang Dahu exited the room. He certainly had no intention of introducing Chu Chen to Xiang Tian, having never exchanged even a phone number with him. At best, they had crossed paths in public on 1 or 2 occasions, lacking any real rapport. Moreover, Xiang Tian was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Should he take Chu Chen to him, it could lead to an awkward situation, perhaps even inciting Xiang Tian's ire for causing trouble. Seeing Huang Dahu's disbelief, Chu Chen hurriedly retrieved his phone and sent a message to Pan Tingting, hoping she possessed Xiang Tian's number. "Tingting, do you happen to know Chairman Xiang's phone number? I need it urgently." "Brother, are you truly a friend of Xiang Yi?" Howard inquired anxiously, stepping forward. "Xiang Yi?" Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback by such a colloquial address. "Yes, that S. Xiang Tian, the one whom everyone in Tianlin City respects, regardless of their standing." Howard explained to Chu Chen, his heart sinking further. If he were genuinely a friend of Xiang Tian, he would surely be aware of such nuances. "You still wish to elevate your status with Chairman Xiang? Are you addicted to fabricating lies?" The bald man laughed heartily, having overheard the exchange between Chu Chen and Howard. At that moment, Chu Chen's phone vibrated. Pan Tingting had sent him Xiang Tian's phone number and indicated that she had a good relationship with the Bai family, offering her assistance if needed. He promptly dialed Xiang Tian's number. "Who is this?" Xiang Tian's robust voice came through the receiver. "Chairman Xiang, this is Chu Chen. We met the other day at the Kilo Western restaurant." Chu Chen silently prayed that the other party would remember him. Otherwise, he was in dire straits. "Ah, little brother, it's you. I've been looking for you these past few days. I'm currently at Huang Da's finance company and have encountered some trouble. I kindly ask for your assistance." "You're at Dahu's finance company? Dahu, do you have a little brother named Chu Chen in your company?" "Ah, Xiang Yi. So, Chu Chen is indeed your friend. It's quite the mix-up, mistaking one's own for a stranger. Stop the chatter and take me to him at once." "Right this way, Xiang Yi." Since Chu Chen had activated the speakerphone, the bald man's expression turned somewhat grim. Brother, I didn't expect you to actually know Xiang Yi. Yes, my idol. Please introduce us later. Howard exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Before Chu Chen could respond, the door swung open once more, and Xiang Tian strode in first, greeting his savior with warmth. Little brother, we meet again. Indeed, Chairman Xiang. Thankfully you are here today, otherwise I would be in quite a predicament, Chu Chen remarked, glancing at Wang Dahu and the bald man. Ah, brother Chu Chen, your words suggest that we have been swept away by the flood, failing to recognize our own kin. Wang Dahu hastily returned the bag containing 300,000 to Chu Chen. Naturally, Chu Chen would not feel indebted to Wang Dahu for such a sum. Individuals like him are not worthy of trust. Dahu, since my young brother Chu Chen insists, you should accept it, said Xiang Tian, who perceived Chu Chen's intent. Very well, since you have spoken, I shall accept it, Wang Dahu replied with an awkward smile. Brother Hu, may we take our leave? Chu Chen was eager to vacate this place of disputes. Of course you may leave. You are always welcome to join me for tea in the future. Wang Dahu beamed with delight. At that moment, a middle-aged man swiftly approached Xiang Tian. Yes, Mr. Xiang, he inquired. Why are you leaving so soon? I was hoping to treat you to dinner. Wang Dahu urged him to stay. Dahu, there will be other opportunities. I have matters to discuss with my young brother Chu Chen. Xiang Tian patted Wang Dahu's shoulder and led Chu Chen and the others out of the finance company. Xiang Tian turned to the trio. Mr. Xiang, here is the situation. Hao Ran quickly recounted the events that transpired. I see. Although Wang Dahu was somewhat excessive, repaying debts is a matter of principle. Under whose employ are you? Xiang Tian glanced at Hao Ran. Brother Sheng. A hint of melancholy flickered in Hao Ran's eyes as he mentioned Brother Sheng. He Sheng? Xiang Tian continued after Hao Ran nodded. Isn't he handling this matter? Mr. Xiang. Wang Dahu said he called Brother Sheng, but he's chosen to ignore us, Chao Chen complained, clearly dissatisfied. These two brothers have done plenty for He Sheng, yet he abandons them in times of need. To Chen, Hao Ran shot him a glare. Brother, I believe Wang Dahu has a point. Your loyalty may be a bit misguided. Chao Chen was visibly agitated. Xiang Tian chuckled softly. The reason Brother Sheng remains overshadowed by Dahu is his lack of resolve. Now, you all must be hungry. Let's go dine together. With that, Xiang Tian instructed the driver to head to the Kulai Western restaurant. As Chu Chen gazed out the window, lost in thought, he pondered, could Xiang Tian be the underworld leader of Tianlin City? After all, it was conceivable that following Xiang Tian's untimely demise in a past life, the equilibrium of the underground forces in Tianlin City was disrupted, allowing figures like Wang Dahu and Hao Ran to ascend rapidly. The Yongxing building was not far from the Kulai Western restaurant, and soon they arrived. Xiang Tian led Chu Chen and the others into the establishment, where they settled into a private room. He handed each of them a menu. Feel free to order whatever you desire. Today, I shall treat you. I have already dined at Rumen and am still quite full, Chu Chen remarked, setting the menu aside. I have also eaten. Let them order while we enjoy some red wine. Today, I wish to engage you in meaningful conversation. Xiang Tian instructed the server to bring a bottle of red wine. Chu Chen, of course, could not refuse and simply nodded. Chapter 72. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. To avoid disturbing Hao Ran and Xiao Chen's meal, Xiang Tian and Chu Chen settled into a corner of the sofa. My number was given to you by Panya too, right? Xiang Tian accepted the glass of red wine from the waiter and poured a glass for Chu Chen. It was given by Ting Ting. Chu Chen replied as he took the wine glass. Since Ting Ting has mentioned you, it seems your relationship is quite profound. I fear the Bai family's prize cabbage may be at risk. Noticing how naturally Chu Chen addressed Ting Ting, Xiang Tian teased him. Mr. Xiang, you speak as if we are close. We are merely ordinary friends. Although Chu Chen harbored thoughts of pursuing Pan Ting Ting, he was acutely aware of the disparity between them. For instance, he had just managed to earn nearly 20 million, a sum that would be unattainable for an ordinary person throughout their lifetime. Yet, in the eyes of the Bai family, it was insignificant. Oh, I remember now. That young lady was your girlfriend, right? Xiang Tian suddenly recalled Zhou Xiaowan. We're also just ordinary friends. I am currently single. Chu Chen took a small sip of the red wine. I have watched Panya too grow up since childhood. If you manage to win her heart, it will be a blessing of 10 lifetimes. It turned out that Mr. Xiang had such a close relationship with the Bai family. I've been friends with Bai Hao Bo for decades, but we have grown old. Now it is the era of you young people. As Xiang Tian drank a glass of wine, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. So that's how it is. Chu Chen pondered for a moment. suddenly realizing why the Bai group fell from grace so quickly in his past life. Besides the matter concerning Pan Ting Ting, it was likely related to the incident with Xiang Tian. Otherwise, during the Bai family's hardships, Xiang Tian would surely have lent a helping hand, inadvertently altering the course of Tianlin City as future. In this life, with Xiang Tian's presence, the Bai group would not decline, and the underground forces would remain stable. Thus, the Huang family could not rise so swiftly, nor would Wang Dehu and Hao Ran necessarily have the opportunity to emerge. Young brother, returning to the main topic, do you truly possess the ability to read faces? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiang Tian finally voiced his curiosity. I have a rudimentary understanding. Did I get it right last time? Chu Chen feigned surprise. To be honest, I was initially headed to Pu City, but after hearing your words, I canceled my plans. Guess what? Even someone as seasoned as Xiang Tian now felt a twinge of anxiety. Then I congratulate Mr. Xiang on having avoided a calamity. Young brother, could you possibly assist me once more in reading faces and perhaps offer a piece of advice? Mr. Xiang, my skills are lacking. Moreover, I cannot guarantee accuracy every time. Otherwise, you would not have needed to intervene to save me today. Chu Chen chuckled awkwardly, as he was no expert in face reading and feared that saying too much would lead to errors. Young brother, you seem to be fine now. I believe everything that happened today was within your control. With a natural filter, Xiang Tian, having escaped the calamity, now viewed Chu Chen through a lens of intrigue. Well, Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback. The statement held no flaws. Was it possible that his fortune had improved after his rebirth? Noticing Chu Chen's silence, Xiang Tian offered a slight smile. I understand. The secrets of heaven should not be divulged. Little brother, you have helped me evade a calamity, and I am content. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Xiang. Chu Chen could only chuckle softly, realizing that influential individuals possess an innate talent for conversation. Upon sensing your discomfort, they readily extend a helping hand. Little brother, Xiang Tian began when his phone suddenly rang. After glancing at the screen, he pressed the answer button and activated the speakerphone, placing the device on the table as he reclined comfortably on the sofa. Shally, what is it? Mr. Xiang, I wanted to remind you that there is an important engagement tomorrow that you cannot afford to miss. What engagement? At 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, you are scheduled to attend an official land auction on the 11th floor of Lai Building. I see. Is it the auction for the land on Yuzaki Street in the Eastern District? Yes, along with the adjacent parcels on Yuchuan Street and Fang Street. All right, I will arrive at the group by 9. Please make the necessary arrangements. Understood, Mr. Xiang. Words spoken without intent can resonate profoundly. Currently, Tianlin City is undergoing extensive renovation of its old town, while the Eastern District remains largely untouched. However, just a few months later, the authorities announced ambitious plans for developing the eastern area. In the future, Yuzaki Street, Yuchuan Street, and Fang Street will become the epicenter of this development. In his previous life, the Huang family acquired these 3 plots, laying the foundation for their eventual rise. Mr. Xiang, do not move. What is it? Having just hung up the phone, Xiang Tian froze at Chu Chen's remark. Chu Chen scrutinized Xiang Tian's face, understanding that this time, the Huang family must not acquire these 3 plots. Since he currently lacked the ability to intervene directly, he would have to leverage Xiang Tian's influence. Mr. Xiang, your countenance suggests that good fortune is approaching. If you can seize this opportunity, your career will undoubtedly flourish. Xiang Tian inhaled deeply. Little brother, are you referring to the matter from the call? Indeed, your demeanor changed after you finished the conversation. In his quest for vengeance, Chu Chen resolved to pursue a singular path, yet he bore no ill will towards Xiang Tian. The development of the Eastern District was an inevitable trend that would not be altered merely by Xiang Tian acquiring the land. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tian fell into silence. Currently, the city center was undergoing significant transformation, with all business prospects concentrated in the old town. Although there were murmurs of a push for Eastern District development, thus far, it remained mere rhetoric without any substantial action. The auction of these 3 plots was widely perceived as a trial run by the authorities, leading to skepticism among the public. Initially, Xiang Tian had merely intended to partake for the sake of appearances, but Chu Chen's comment compelled him to reevaluate the situation. In the previous life, it was indeed the case that while everyone's attention was focused on the old town, Huang Hetong took a different path, swiftly acquiring 3 parcels of land in the Eastern District, thus propelling the Huang family forward. Little brother, are you certain? Of course, I harbor no doubts about you. However, while these 3 plots are located in the Eastern District, the price is rather steep. If they turn out to be worthless, even I would struggle to bear the burden. Mr. Xiang, I discerned it from the features, believe it or not. Chu Chen understood that he couldn't elaborate too much. Such matters were more credible, the more enigmatic they became. Understood. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. You have already revealed quite a bit. Mr. Xiang immediately grasped the implication and stood up. He had initially intended merely to join the fray and make an appearance, never contemplating bidding on land. Thus, he was wholly unprepared. Now, even if he wished to participate, it would be quite a challenge to gather sufficient funds on short notice. Should these 3 parcels become a liability, while it would not devastate the Xiang Corporation, it would certainly be a significant burden. Therefore, it was prudent to mitigate the risk. With this thought in mind, Mr. Xiang hastily retrieved his phone and dialed number. Brother Bai, are you at the Bai Corporation? Very well. I shall come to see you immediately. There are matters of importance to discuss. Chapter 73. A sense of crisis looms. After hanging up, Mr. Xiang turned to Chu Chen. Little brother, you helped me evade a grave peril last time, and I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Indeed, there is something I would like to request your assistance with, Mr. Xiang. Chu Chen glanced at the 2 individuals, Huang and Xiao Dachuan, who were devouring their food ravenously. Little brother, your loyalty is commendable. Mr. Xiang, being a seasoned veteran, immediately understood Chu Chen's intent and approached Huang. Are you 2 interested in working with me? Huang and Xiao Dachuan were momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded fervently. They were acutely aware of Mr. Xiang's stature within the underground forces of Tianlin City. Aligning with him promised a prosperous future. Well, you must thank little brother Chu Chen. It is upon his recommendation that I accept you. Come to the Xiang Corporation tomorrow afternoon to find me. Thank you, Mr. Xiang. Huang and Xiao Dachuan were ecstatic. Indeed, Mr. Xiang nodded in satisfaction and turned back to Chu Chen. Little brother, I shall take my leave now. You may order whatever food and drink you desire. Have the waiter arrange it. Very well, Mr. Xiang. Chu Chen rose and approached Mr. Xiang, appearing somewhat hesitant. Regarding my ability to read faces, it would be best if not too many people were made aware. Understood, understood. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Mr. Xiang immediately comprehended, making a gesture to indicate discretion. He then exited the private room and headed straight for the Bai Corporation. Brother Chu Chen, I cannot thank you enough. As soon as Mr. Xiang departed, Huang stepped forward to express his gratitude to Chu Chen. Chu Go, from now on, you shall be my second elder brother. Xiao Dachuan was even more excited than Huang. He understood that he Sheng and Mr. Xiang were not on the same level. It is said that even a prime minister has subordinates of lesser rank. Henceforth, who would dare to bully the 2 brothers in Tianlin City? Too kind, too kind. Chu Chen patted Xiao Dachuan, offering an awkward smile. In truth, his intention for Huang to accompany Xiang Tian was somewhat self-serving. In this lifetime, with no unforeseen events affecting Xiang Tian, the potential rise of Huang in Wang Dahua's cohort remains uncertain. Should Huang fail to ascend, he would never become the spokesperson for Chu Chen's underground empire, thus necessitating the commencement of strategic planning. At this moment, in the presidential office of the Huang Group, Huang Hetong sat behind an opulent desk, his expression exceedingly grim. Father, Yuan Qian's phone was answered by her assistant, who stated that she was unavailable. Huang Zhengping spoke softly. Are they truly traveling abroad? Huang Hetong pondered, as he had never heard Yuan Zhenxing mention such a thing. Could there be some unforeseen circumstance? It seemed so, but their trip abroad was rather abrupt. Huang Zhengping admitted, feeling uncertain. Seems so. Yuan Qian hasn't even informed you. Huang Hetong retorted coldly. No. Huang Zhengping lowered his gaze, unable to meet his father's eyes. Useless. I have provided you with so many advantageous conditions, yet you still cannot secure Yuan Qian. Now, she won't even answer your calls. Huang Hetong scolded vehemently. Father, without Uncle Yuan's financial support, we lack the capability to acquire those 3 plots of land in the Eastern District and must relinquish them. Eager to evade further reprimand, Huang Zhengping hastily shifted the topic. We cannot give up. An official acquaintance has informed me that Tianlin City is likely to heavily develop the Eastern District soon. With an official announcement forthcoming, Huang Hetong glared at his disappointing son. If the opposing party could manage Yuan Qian, and if Yuan Zhenxing were in the country at this moment, a mere meeting could secure the necessary funding. Yet now, with them abroad, our reach is limited. Father, what the opposing party has mentioned is merely speculative. It remains a distant possibility. Currently, the old town of Tianlin is undergoing fervent renovations. I believe it improbable that the Eastern District will see significant development in the near future. Huang Zhengping articulated his analysis earnestly. It is precisely because everyone deems it impossible to develop the Eastern District in the short term that we possess an opportunity. Otherwise, with the Huang family's financial standing, how can we possibly acquire those 3 plots of land? Huang Hetong scoffed, resolved to take the opposite approach. However, we are currently experiencing financial strain and lack the capability to secure those plots. If enough, you may leave. I shall devise a solution myself. Continue to contact Yuan Qian and be more astute. Securing her means the entirety of the Yuan family will ultimately belong to you. Huang Zhengping's words were cut short by Huang Hetong. Understood, father, Huang Zhengping replied as he exited the office. After his son departed, Huang Hetong took out his phone and dialed a number. The headquarters of the Bai Group, located in the northern part of the city, is a 26-story skyscraper. At this moment, Bai Haobo was in his office reviewing documents. The secretary ushered Xiang Tian inside, announcing, President Bai, General Manager Xiang has arrived. Good. Please bring in 2 cups of coffee, Bai Haobo said as he rose to greet Xiang Tian, who settled onto the sofa and teased, Brother Bai, you are still working so hard. It may be time to let Pan take over. Alas, don't mention it. I sent her abroad to study management. And now she has developed a passion for running a Western restaurant. Bai Haobo, upon hearing Xiang Tian mention Pan Tingting, couldn't help but express his grievances. As for the Western restaurant, I must admit that Pan has done remarkably well. Rumen is now the premier Western restaurant in Tianlin City. Xiang Tian also gave a thumbs up. You gentlemen spoil her too much. I wouldn't dare say such things in her presence, lest you become arrogant. Bai Haobo's face beamed with joy, despite his complaints. He couldn't suppress his delight when others praised his daughter. Perhaps this is the essence of fatherhood. I speak the truth. Pan indeed has a knack for this. Xiang Tian had no intention of flattery. Ever since Pan Tingting opened Rumen, his own Western restaurant-esque business has plummeted, but fortunately, he does not rely on it for profit. Otherwise, he would be in dire straits. You were so eager to find me today. What is the matter? After exchanging pleasantries, Xiang Tian inquired about the land auction tomorrow. Do you have any thoughts? Are you referring to those 3 plots in the East District? Yes. The city is currently focused on revitalizing the old district. Although there are rumors of development in the East District, they remain mere slogans with no tangible progress. Bai Haobo analyzed seriously, clearly not optimistic about the East District. I have ideas regarding those 3 plots. Should we consider a partnership? Xiang Tian, being straightforward, directly voiced his thoughts. Brother Xiang, our group is currently concentrated on the old district, while acquiring those 3 plots would not be difficult. If the East District remains undeveloped for too long, those plots would only languish in our hands. Bai Haobo has still harbored some doubts. The real estate market has endured several years of stagnation, and since the old district is still uncertain, the East District is unlikely to develop quickly. Idle land would undoubtedly tie up significant funds, which is not beneficial for the group. That is why we should collaborate. By joining forces, we can share the risks. Even if the plots sit vacant for 3 to 5 years after acquisition, it wouldn't disrupt the group's normal operations. Brother Xiang, to be honest, have you received any news? Bai Haobo, having navigated the business world for decades, sensed something unusual. Let us put it this way. I was advised by a knowledgeable individual and believe it is worth a try. Xiang Tian said mysteriously, You've encountered a sage. When can you introduce me? Bai Haobo teased. It wouldn't be easy for you to meet him. Have Pan arrange it. Their relationship is quite close. Bai Haobo's expression stiffened. Brother Xiang, are you misunderstanding something? How could there be a misunderstanding? Have you seen Pan agree to any young man calling her Tingting? Bai Haobo's face darkened, feeling as though there was a fire in his backyard. The sage you mentioned is a young man. What is his name? He is of similar age to Pan and is called Chu Chen. Bai Haobo immediately took out his phone to dial Pan Tingting's number. Chapter 74. We will go home together. Father, those 3 paintings by the ancient master have already been sent to you. They should be arriving shortly. This is not the time to discuss the artwork. Do you know someone named Chu Chen? Yes, he is my friend. He wouldn't happen to be the one who sold you a painting for $1 million, would he? Indeed, how did you know? What kind of friend is that? Clearly, he is taking advantage of you. How could he be taking advantage of me? I believe that 1 million is not excessive. Those 3 pieces are masterpieces from ancient masters, possessing immense collectible value. Bai Haobo took a deep breath, realizing that his backyard was indeed on fire. He was astonished that Pan Tingting, with her intelligence, thought that Gu Qiuyang's paintings at $1 million each were a bargain. Your friend truly has talent. Now he is persuading you to convince your uncle to purchase 3 plots of land in the East District. Ah, no wonder he asked me for my uncle's number. However, if Chu Chen expresses interest in buying, Dad, you must give it serious consideration. Consider what? Are you suggesting it can be bought? In fact, The 3 plots in the East District being auctioned off are clearly a trial by the officials, in a situation where no one is optimistic. These plots are unlikely to fetch high prices. This presents an opportunity for our buy group to be the first to take the plunge. Earlier, your stance on this matter was one of caution. How is it that now, upon Chu Chen's suggestion, you have made a complete turnaround? At this moment, Bai Haobo felt a sense of discomfort, as if he had been betrayed by his daughter. Dad, I have interacted with Chu Chen a few times. He gives off a rather unique aura that I cannot quite articulate. It's rather mystical. Are you speaking of metaphysics? Dad, perhaps Uncle Xiang also trusts Chu Chen. After all, he has been your friend for decades and would not deceive you. Bai Haobo pondered this, considering that Xiang Tian, as a seasoned veteran in the field, should not easily be swayed by Chu Chen. Whatever the case, meals are for business. The price of the 3 plots in the East District is not low. I must meet this Chu Chen and hear what he has to say. Your room and restaurant is too crowded and noisy for serious discussions. Let us arrange for a private room at 7 this evening. We can finalize this plan for 7 o'clock. Bai Haobo ended the call and took a sip of the coffee that his secretary had just delivered. Brother Bai, does it seem that Miss Pan is also in favor of this matter? Although Xiang Tian did not hear what Pan Tingting said, he could infer from Bai Haobo's words that she was indeed supportive. Brother Xiang, I need to think this through. Having conducted business for decades, Bai Haobo would not act hastily. The auction is tomorrow. When would there be time to ponder? At the very least, I will wait to speak with Chu Chen first. At that moment, Pan Tingting listened to the beeping sound on her phone, lost in thought. She couldn't fathom why it was necessary to invite Chu Chen to their home for dinner. How could she broach the subject? It felt quite awkward. What is wrong, Tingjia? Xiaolan asked curiously. Pan Tingting responded with a sense of helplessness. Ah, does President Bai misunderstand something? Xiaolan also felt perplexed, wondering if this was an introduction to meeting the parents. Chu Chen incited Uncle Xiang to bid for the land in the East District. Uncle Xiang, perceiving the risks involved, sought my father's collaboration instead. The astute Pan Tingting swiftly deduced the truth of the situation. However, it seemed improbable that General Xiang could be so easily swayed by Chu Chen. Xiaolan grew increasingly perplexed. How could Xiang Tian, a seasoned figure in the business realm for decades, fall prey to Chu Chen's persuasion? Conversely, he believed in her. This contradiction confounded her. For such an endeavor was not akin to purchasing a few cabbages. A piece of land could amount to hundreds of millions. What exactly did Chu Chen convey to Uncle Xiang that compelled him to decide on acquiring these 3 parcels of land? Pan Tingting found herself utterly baffled. Tingjia, why not simply ask Chu Chen? Why waste precious brain cells here? Xiao Lan Vimak I Sapata. Indeed, Pan Tingting concurred, promptly dialing Chu Chen's number. At that moment, Chu Chen was at the Kilo restaurant, observing Huang and Xiao Dachuan indulging in a lavish feast. Having just encountered Xiang Tian, they were now relishing the freedom to enjoy a meal, for they had not eaten since the previous night and were utterly famished. Although the cuisine at Kilo restaurant did not quite match that of Roman, it was still a high-end establishment, delectable enough to keep Huang and Xiao Dachuan's appetites insatiable. Just as Chu Chen was about to voice his thoughts, his phone rang. Ting ting. Chu Chen, are you free tonight? Yes. My father invites you to our home for dinner. Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering why Bai Haobo would suddenly extend an invitation, especially considering that he had no significant dealings with President Bai, beyond having sold him 3 paintings at a high price. Why would President Bai invite me to dinner? Did you persuade Uncle Xiang to bid on the 3 parcels of land in the East District? He approached my father for collaboration, but my father is hesitant and wishes to meet you before making a decision. I see. Chu Chen exhaled in relief. As long as it wasn't a parental meeting, he was content. It made sense, given that he had helped Xiang Tian evade a predicament previously, thus earning a degree of trust. However, Bai Haobo was not one to act impulsively. His acumen had been instrumental in the growth of the Bai group. It appeared that he must make a commendable impression tonight, as Bai Haobo would likely not collaborate with Xiang Tian otherwise. Despite the vastness of the Bai group, bidding on 3 parcels of land was no trifling matter. I am curious. How did you manage to persuade Uncle Xiang to bid on those 3 parcels in the East District? I did not persuade him. The East District has a high probability of development, presenting a remarkable opportunity. Where did you acquire such information? I deduced it myself. Pan Tingting's cheeks flushed involuntarily. Fortunately, it was over the phone. Otherwise, she would have felt embarrassed. Her cheeks reddened further, and to avoid allowing Chu Chen to take advantage of her any longer, she promptly ended the call. Seeing Pan Tingting's flushed face, Xiaolan could not suppress her teasing. You little minx, do you dare mock me? Pan Tingting set down her phone and immediately engaged in playful pursuit with Xiaolon. After Chu Chen hung up the phone, he glanced at the clock. Noting that it was barely past 3 o'clock, he promptly decided to change into a more suitable outfit, demonstrating his respect for President Bai. Chapter 75. Who says I am making things difficult for Miss Song? Howren, Dachuan, let us savor our meals slowly. I have some matters to attend to, and shall take my leave first. Chuch. Xiao Dachuan hastily intercepted Chu Chen as he was about to depart. Under Chu Chen's astonished gaze, he sheepishly said, Chuch, could you lend us some money? That Wangahu took all our funds. Chu Chen turned to glance at Howren, who averted his gaze, indicating that even the future overlord of Tianlin City's underground forces valued his pride. Subsequently, Chu Chen retrieved 1,000 from his wallet and handed it to Xiao Dachuan. This is all the cash I have. Will it suffice? Xiao Dachuan gleefully accepted the money. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. After waving goodbye to the two, Chu Chen exited the private room and hailed a taxi at the entrance of the restaurant, instructing the driver to head straight to Wangfu Shopping Mall. This establishment was the pinnacle of luxury in Tianlin City, unrivaled by any other, housing a plethora of renowned domestic and international brands. Though the prices were steep, Chu Chen, possessing nearly 20 million in assets, was unconcerned by such trivial expenses. Before long, the taxi arrived at Wangfu Shopping Mall. After settling the fare, Chu Chen alighted and entered the mall. Despite it being a weekday, the influx of shoppers was considerable. Observing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but reflect that this might be the last flourish of brick-and-mortar stores. At this juncture, e-commerce was still in its infancy. Though it had begun to gain traction, it had yet to reach maturity. Many individuals still preferred shopping for clothes in physical stores. However, this scenario was destined to shift in the coming years. As the economy declined, physical retail would fall into a deep freeze, with everyone gravitating towards online shopping, particularly in the clothing sector, which would soon echo with lamentations. Chu Chen entered the Hermes boutique. Welcome to Hermes, greeted a young lady at the entrance, with a warm and slight bow. It must be said that world-renowned brands possess an undeniable elegance. Both the design and materials starkly contrasted with ordinary garments. However, upon glancing at the price tags, it was evident that such luxury was beyond the reach of the average wage earner, with even a seemingly simple shirt costing over 10,000. Chu Chen? Just as Chu Chen was engrossed in selecting clothing, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he was met with the sight of his former university classmate, Xian Hongying, which caused his expression to darken. She was the closest confidant of Fang Qingyu, and in his past life, he had been thoroughly deceived by Fang Qingyu, with Xian Hongying playing a significant role in the charade, often obfuscating the truth for her. Reflecting on his previous naivety, he realized how gullible he had been to trust Fang Qingyu's every word without question. Xian Hongying. Chu Chen, this Hermes is a world-renowned brand. Each piece is priced at several thousand, if not more. It's certainly not within your means. After the initial surprise from her classmates, Xian Hongying regained her composure, recalling that Chu Chen was a penniless recent graduate who had barely managed to support himself for 2 months. How could he possibly afford an Hermes? Why can't I indulge in my desires? Chu Chen replied coldly. In his previous life, he had been unaware that Xian Hongying had once worked at an Hermes boutique. He remembered her as an insurance agent, a master of persuasion. Fang Qingyu had supported her by purchasing various insurance policies, leading to an annual expense of several tens of thousands, all of which fell on Chu Chen's shoulders. Reflecting on this, he felt a deep resentment. Chu Chen, after 4 years of acquaintance, I am well aware of your circumstances. You barely dare to order extra dishes in the cafeteria, yet you aspire to buy Hermes? If you are here merely to amuse yourself at our expense, I suggest you leave at once, Xian Hongying scoffed. Over the past 2 months, she had encountered numerous customers who, despite their lack of funds, insisted on trying on outfits, some even testing 7 or 8 before making no purchase, leaving her exhausted and overworked. Xian Jia, the young girl who had welcomed Chu Chen at the door, gently tugged at Xian Hongying's sleeve. Xiao Song, we must indeed welcome our guests, but if they are merely here to waste our time, we must learn to refuse them, lest we exhaust ourselves, Xian Hongying retorted, showing no leniency towards Chu Chen. Miss Song, please introduce me. Chu Chen disregarded Xian Hongying's disdain. Mr. Chu, this way please. Song Ju, lacking Xian Hongying's snobbishness, began to attentively assist Chu Chen. The girl doesn't heed my advice. She'll tire herself out, Xian Hongying muttered under her breath, casting a disdainful glance at both Chu Chen and Song Ju before withdrawing her phone to message Fang Qingyu. You, guess who I ran into today? Xian Hongying texted. Who? Fang Qingyu replied. The foolish Chu Chen, who has pursued you for 4 years, has come to the Hermes boutique to buy clothes, looking utterly impoverished, clearly unable to afford anything. Upon reading the message, Qingyu gasped. The garments at Hermes were far from inexpensive. Was Chu Chen intending to squander her money again? She glanced at her abdomen, realizing that she and her daughter would need to survive somehow. Initially, she had planned to play hard to get and ignore Chu Chen for a few days. But it seemed she had to act swiftly, or the little money they had left would soon be squandered by him. Fortunately, her workplace was in close proximity to Huang Mall. She promptly requested a leave of absence, retouched her makeup in the restroom, admired her reflection, and then headed directly to Huang Mall. Stowing her phone in her pocket, she observed the bustling Ju and inwardly cursed her for her naivete. Meanwhile, Ju, laden with several pieces of clothing, followed Chu Chen to the fitting room. After taking the garments, Chu Chen entered the fitting room. Xiao Song, he can't afford those. Don't waste your efforts, Xian Hongying mocked. Xian Jia, once a customer enters our store, they deserve our utmost service. Ju clearly shared her disdain for Xian Hongying's snobbish attitude. Fool, Xian Hongying thought. Xian Hongying whispered softly, then disregarded Ju, engrossed in her phone. The world-renowned brand truly lived up to its reputation. When Chu Chen emerged from the fitting room clad in Hermes, his entire demeanor transformed, elevating him from an ordinary handsome man to a noble gentleman. Mr. Chu, this ensemble suits you splendidly, Ju remarked, her eyes brightening. Standing at 175 centimeters with a well-proportioned physique, he was naturally a perfect model. Coupled with his handsome visage, he was bound to captivate countless young hearts. Xian Hongying was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Chu Chen appeared so dashing in designer wear. However, recalling that he was merely a penniless young man, her expression shifted to one of disdain. What use was handsomeness? She would rather choose someone less attractive but affluent. After trying on 4 outfits, Chu Chen had exhausted Ju, who, despite her small stature, bustled about energetically, her face still radiant with a smile, devoid of any impatience. Chu Chen, please do not burden the young lady any further. Having tried on so many garments and experienced the allure of high fashion, it is best to leave now, Xian Hongying suggested, seemingly assisting Ju. Yet her gaze clearly conveyed, you see, ignoring my advice has led you into this predicament. Who says I am troubling Miss Song? Chu Chen furrowed his brow. Am I not? She retorted. In that case, may I inquire which piece you wish to purchase after trying on so many? Xian Hongying, noticing that Chu Chen was still posturing, felt a twinge of irritation. Chapter 76. Indeed, behind every goddess lies a man who has grown weary of her. Who said I intended to buy just one? Chu Chen replied coldly. Ha! Xian Hongying laughed heartily, realizing that after all that trying on, he intended to buy nothing. Is this merely a game at our expense? I do not wish to buy just one. I will take all 4 sets, Chu Chen declared, gesturing to the 4 outfits he had tried on. Xian Hongying, still laughing, froze in disbelief. Had she misheard? 4 entire outfits at once? That would cost at least several $100,000. Mr. Chu, are you truly saying you want to purchase all 4? Ju seemed unable to believe her ears. To be honest, she had initially held no hope, merely fulfilling her duties. Chu Chen, do not pretend to be affluent in front of me. Those 4 outfits cost a fortune. Can you really afford them? Xian Hongying scoffed, dismissing him as a victim of his own pride. Is a few $100,000 a substantial sum? Just swipe the card, Chu Chen retorted, producing his bank card from his wallet and handing it to Ju. Xian Hongying was momentarily stunned. Was he genuinely going to pay? How could that be possible? Just 2 months after graduation, had Chu Chen struck it rich? This thought left her feeling a sense of unreality. Very well, Mr. Chu, Ju replied, taking the card and proceeding to the counter with the garments. Mr. Chu, after applying the discount, the total comes to 123,000 Huabi. Please enter your PIN. She presented the card reader to Chu Chen. Calmly, he entered his PIN. Standing aside, Xian Hongying suddenly realized that this card must be devoid of funds. Surely, Chu Chen would soon utter those pathetic words about having brought the wrong card and promising to return tomorrow for payment. How repugnant. In just 2 months since leaving campus, he has already mastered such despicable tactics. However, the subsequent sound of a successful transaction from the card machine left her utterly bewildered. How could this be possible? In disbelief, Xian Hongying snatched the receipt from Ju's hands, scrutinizing it repeatedly. Indeed, the transaction was successful. Chu Chen had truly settled the bill. With a performance of over 123,000, the commission alone would yield several thousand, a lucrative achievement slipping through her fingers. How had she misjudged the situation? Xianjia, what are you doing? This still requires Mr. Chu's signature, Song Ju exclaimed, reclaiming the receipt from Huang to present it to Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, please sign here. Certainly, Chu Chen replied, taking the pen, signing, and handing the receipt back to Song Ju. Mr. Chu, here is your bank card, Song Ju said, receiving the receipt and returning the card to Chu Chen. May I leave now? Chu Chen inquired, placing the card into his wallet. Of course, we welcome you to visit again, Song Ju said, handing the neatly packaged clothing to Chu Chen with a slight bow. As Chu Chen accepted the garments, he cast a sidelong glance at the still-dazed Huang and let out a cold chuckle before departing from Ima Sure. At that moment, Fang Qingyu, who had just arrived at the Ima Sure boutique, noticed Chu Chen carrying 4 bags of clothing, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. Clearly, she had arrived too late. What brings you here? Upon seeing Fang Qingyu, Chu Chen's expression darkened, but then he seemed to understand something. Qingyu, what brings you here? Huang, observing Fang Qingyu, who appeared somewhat breathless, felt a twinge of suspicion. After all, Chu Chen had pursued Fang Qingyu for 4 years at school. Yet she had always been indifferent. Now, however, it seemed that Fang Qingyu was more proactive, arriving immediately after Huang mentioned seeing Chu Chen. I had some free time at the company, so I thought I'd drop by to see you. I didn't expect to run into Chu Chen, Fang Qingyu said, grasping Huang's hand, exuding the appearance of close friends. Ah, I see, Huang replied awkwardly, naturally unwilling to expose Fang Qingyu. Chu Chen, are you here to buy clothes today? After reassuring Huang, Fang Qingyu turned to Chu Chen, shyly tucking her hair behind her ear. Her innocent demeanor captivating several passing men. Isn't that a question you already know the answer to? Who comes to Ima Sure without intending to buy clothes? Are you here to look for someone? Chu Chen rolled his eyes, while Huang was once again taken aback. She recalled that just last month, Fang Qingyu had complained about Chu Chen's unrelenting pursuit, likening him to a toad yearning for a swan. They had graduated, yet he still persistently inquired about her well-being and shared tired old jokes, utterly detestable. But now what was she witnessing? Fang Qingyu was flipping her hair, feigning innocence to entice Chu Chen, while he appeared utterly indifferent to her advances. What had transpired so swiftly to cause such a dramatic turnaround? Chu Chen, why you always speak so harshly to others? Do you dislike me? Fang Qingyu immediately felt wronged, her pitiful demeanor evoking sympathy. Stop pretending. Your attitude has completely changed because I possess 8 million. Chu Chen currently wished to sever any ties with Fang Qingyu. As long as she could not find someone to take over, she would inevitably seek Huang Zhengping to take responsibility, which would undoubtedly prevent any union between the Huang and Yuan families. Chu Chen, it is not because of that 8 million, Fang Qingyu hurriedly denied, secretly mocking. Although 8 million is indeed a considerable amount for an ordinary person, it pales in comparison to the Huang family. She had cultivated her persona over 4 years at university solely to win Huang Zhengping's affection. Had it not been for the Huang family's sudden crisis, she would have been able to marry into the Huang family due to her pregnancy, thereby transcending social classes and becoming one of the elite. At this moment, Huang could hardly believe her ears. Chu Chen had 8 million. Despite Fang Qingyu's disdain for the sum, Huang lacked such ambition. Though not as beautiful as Fang Qingyu, she had dated no fewer than 10 boyfriends during her university years, considering herself quite experienced and confident in her understanding of men. She believed winning over the naive Chu Chen would be effortless. Do you think I would believe you? Chu Chen disregarded Fang Qingyu and walked straight out of the Ima's specialty store. What must I do for you to believe me? Shall we find a place to talk properly? In public, Fang Qingyu dared not express overly sentimental sentiments. She, too, valued her pride. However, time was of the essence, and she needed to secure Chu Chen quickly, lest the matter of her child become evident. Thus, despite Chu Chen's cold demeanor, she still approached him. I refuse. I've already stated that I have no interest in you. Please stop your relentless pursuit. Chu Chen replied, deliberately raising his voice in irritation. He understood Fang Qingyu's intentions and was wary of being alone with her. Fang Qingyu, known as the campus beauty of Tianlin University, was undeniably attractive. Few men could withstand the advances of such a captivating woman, not due to a lack of lessons learned from the past, but rather due to innate male instincts. Should anything occur with Fang Qingyu at this juncture, it would disrupt all his plans, and thus, it was imperative to resist. The surrounding shoppers overheard Chu Chen's words, pausing to watch and whisper among themselves about Fang Qingyu. She is so beautiful, yet she loves so humbly. What humility! It's shamelessness. Daring to cling to a man in public. This man truly does not appreciate what he has. He can afford to be so harsh with such a stunning woman. If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I would keep her indoors for 3 days straight. I would make her stay home for a month. Indeed, behind every goddess, there's a man who has grown weary of her. Chapter 77. Blocking the rise of the Huang family. Fang Qingyu was taken aback when Chu Chen boldly expressed such sentiments in a public setting. The hushed whispers of the onlookers only deepened her humiliation, compelling her to leave in a fit of anger. She retrieved her phone and dialed Huang Zhengping's number. Zhengping, could you come out and accompany me? Fang Qingyu fought back tears, feeling utterly disgraced for the first time. Qingyu, I'm currently engrossed in preparations for tomorrow's auction. Huang Zhengping replied, overwhelmed with commitments and unable to meet her. But I need to see you right now, she insisted, retreating to a secluded corner of the shopping mall where her tears flowed freely. Qingyu, please calm down. I truly cannot make it today, Huang Zhengping said, his irritation evident. Yet he endeavored to soothe her. I'm not making a fuss. Do you have any idea how I feel? I was just humiliated in front of everyone by that worthless Chu Chen, who accused me of being clingy. Strangers pointed at me, calling me shameless. What have I done to deserve this? Fang Qingyu's voice broke as she vented her anguish. She struggled to comprehend how her life had spiraled so drastically. Her boyfriend pursuing the daughter of the Yuan family for the sake of his own, while even Chu Chen expressed disdain towards her. Don't get worked up. I'm on my way to see you. Where are you? Huang Zhengping, sensing her distress, set aside his work, contemplating that with Yuan Qian out of the country, it would be acceptable to meet with Fang Qingyu. I've rented an apartment at Building 7, Unit 401 in Guangming Garden. Please come quickly, Zhengping. Fang Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In her previous life, Chu Chen had stepped in to alleviate her concerns with Huang Zhengping, but in this life, without his intervention, she could no longer live in carefree ignorance. She had to face the repercussions of her own foolish actions. All right, I'll be there in half an hour. Huang Zhengping ended the call, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. If Fang Qingyu could not persuade Chu Chen to intervene, he would have to follow his father's directives, as it was imperative to protect the alliance between the Huang and Yuan families. To avoid encountering Fang Qingyu, Chu Chen took a different route. Not long after, his phone vibrated in his pocket, prompting his curiosity. Could it be that Fang Qingyu had the audacity to message him? Had her face grown that thick? However, upon checking, he found it was a friend request from Huang. During their university days, their class had created a QQ group, allowing her to quickly add him. Uncertain of Huang's intentions, he accepted her request. Chu Chen, you look so handsome just now, she messaged, followed by 2 hard-eyed, smiley faces. A smile crept across Chu Chen's lips. After all, Huang was Fang Qingyu's closest confidant. Publicly humiliating Fang Qingyu, she surprisingly did not seek vengeance, but instead praised her own beauty, revealing the nature of their superficial friendship. Chu Chen remarked, is that so? I had no inkling. Huang responded, you possess a remarkable masculine charisma. Today, I have come to see you in a new light. Chu Chen was no longer the naive youth fresh from university. He quickly realized that Huang had begun to harbor intentions upon hearing of his newfound wealth of 8 million. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous, as it would allow Fang Qingyu to experience the true sting of betrayal from her so-called best friend. Chu Chen inquired, aren't you and Fang Qingyu close friends? She was nearly in tears just now, and you offered her no comfort. Huang replied, what comfort does she require? Naturally, young Master Huang will console her. Observing the messages, Chu Chen smirked. The betrayal of these plastic sisters was the most ruthless, as she readily sold out Fang Qingyu. Young Master Huang? Is that Huang Zhengping? Weren't they just broken up? Huang questioned. Broken up? Just a few days ago, Qingyu shared their sweet anecdotes with me. Could her unusual behavior today stem from emotional turmoil, prompting her to seek solace in anyone? Chu Chen shrugged. What does it matter? I'm not interested in her. I find our conversation quite enjoyable. Huang replied, really? I feel the same way. I never expected you to become so articulate after graduation. And you've grown even more handsome, especially in that Hermes outfit. It has me somewhat enchanted. Chu Chen teased, if you're enchanted, you should take action. Huang responded, am I not adding you on QQ? Is that not an action? Chu Chen replied, I have plans tonight. Let's arrange for dinner another day and chat more then. Huang eagerly replied, that sounds wonderful. I'm currently single and free at any time. I await your message. As Chu Chen tucked his phone into his pocket, he shook his head, pondering the significance of wealth to men. The impoverished Chu Chen had once faced disdain from Huang, yet now, with 8 million, he found her remarkably forward, even willing to expose Fang Qingyu's secrets. reflecting on Bai Jie and her relationship with a man old enough to be her father. He could not help but lament the state of the world. Xian Hongying, glancing at her phone, smiled faintly. The situation unfolded as she had anticipated, successfully maneuvering the dynamics. Although Chu Chen seemed a bit foolish, he was still handsome, and most importantly, affluent. At that moment, Song Ju approached Xian Hongying, inquiring, "Sister Xian, that Mr. Chu is your college classmate, correct?" "Indeed, what of it?" Xian Hongying replied warily. Song Ju's cheeks flushed slightly. "Could you give me Mr. Chu's QQ number? If there are any post-purchase issues, I could communicate with him there." Xian Hongying scoffed internally, recognizing Song Ju's naive intentions. It was evident that the girl was smitten with Chu Chen. "No need for that. I just spoke with Chu Chen. If there are any issues with the clothing, you can reach out to me directly." Song Ju was momentarily at a loss for words, while Xian Hongying scoffed internally, thinking to herself that the young girl was trying to play mind games, but she was still too inexperienced. Chu Chen was her prey, although not the most exceptional catch. He was still a decent find. With 800,000, one could live quite comfortably in Tianlin City. After exiting the Wangfu shopping mall, Chu Chen hailed a taxi and returned to the Zhengping community, unaware that just moments before, two women had clashed over him, with Xian Hongying emerging victorious. Upon arriving at the shared apartment, he found that Zhou Xiaowan and Xia were both at work. Noting the late hour, Chu Chen hurriedly took a shower and donned his newly purchased Hermes attire, making his way to the Roman Western restaurant. As Chu Chen sat in the taxi, his mind was abuzz with thoughts on how to persuade Bai Haobo to bid on the 3 plots of land in the East District. For Xiang Tian, he could utilize metaphysics, as he had helped the latter avoid a calamity, thus earning a measure of trust from him. However, Bai Haobo was not easily swayed by such tactics. He would need to present facts and reason to convince him to acquire the land, thereby obstructing the Huang family's rise. Chapter 78, Bai Haobo returns. Before long, the taxi pulled up at the entrance of Roman restaurant. After settling the fare, Chu Chen entered the establishment and unexpectedly encountered Xiao Lan coming toward him. "Chu Chen, you really went all out. That Hermes outfit doesn't come cheap," she remarked. "Of course. I'm meeting President Bai tonight. I must put forth a good impression," he replied, adjusting his collar and striking a handsome pose. "Dressed so formally. Those who know would think you're meeting the parents," Xiao Lan teased, eyeing him up and down. Indeed, the elegance of his Hermes attire lent him the air of a refined gentleman, making him seem quite compatible with Pan Tingting. "Well, who has to say whether it is or isn't a meeting with the parents?" Chu Chen retorted playfully, unable to resist bantering back. "Hey, what is this? Do you actually have feelings for Tingjia?" Xiao Lan inquired with a mischievous smile. "Given that Tingting is the pinnacle of beauty in Tianlin City, I doubt there is a man without aspirations," Chu Chen blurted out, realizing he was merely speaking in jest. After all, Pan Tingting was the daughter of the Bai group, coveted by countless affluent families, far beyond the reach of an ordinary man like him. "Tingjia, you heard that, right? The world is full of crows. You must learn to protect yourself," Xiao Lan exclaimed suddenly. "Xiao Lan, let us go," came a voice from behind. At that moment, Pan Tingting's cheeks flushed slightly. Was this a veiled confession from Chu Chen, or merely a jest? "Understood," Xiao Lan replied, sticking her tongue out playfully before heading to the car. "When did you arrive?" Chu Chen finally realized he had been caught off guard by Xiao Lan's teasing. He turned to see the slightly blushing Pan Tingting and offered an awkward smile. "Let's depart." Pan Tingtian appeared remarkably composed as she strode directly towards the entrance of Roman restaurant. Noticing this, Chu Chen had no choice but to follow closely behind. Upon exiting the restaurant, they found Xiao Lan already waiting in the car. After both Pan Tingtian and Chu Chen settled into their seats, the vehicle slowly departed from Roman restaurant. It was the peak hour for the end of the workday, and the traffic in Tianlin City was somewhat congested. Xiao Lan maneuvered the car through the stop-and-go traffic, creating a tranquil atmosphere inside. Both Pan Tingtian and Chu Chen gazed out at the passing scenery, seeking to mask the awkwardness between them, while Xiao Lan occasionally glanced at the two in the rearview mirror, caught between laughter and restraint, nearly bursting with suppressed amusement. "Xiao Lan, focus on driving," Pan Tingtian finally urged. "Rest assured, Tingtian Jia, I am an experienced driver. Everything is fine," Xiao Lan replied. Barely had she finished speaking when a vehicle abruptly changed lanes ahead. Caught off guard, Xiao Lan swerved sharply, also changing lanes in response. The sudden movement caused Pan Tingtian to lose her balance, landing directly in Chu Chen's embrace. In that moment, Chu Chen was momentarily stunned, savoring the softness enveloping him, and decided to forgive Xiao Lan's earlier mischief. "Tingtian Jia, are you all right?" Xiaolon inquired anxiously, aware of the potential mishap but still focused on the road. I'm fine. Just drive carefully, Pan Tington quickly replied, extricating herself from Chu Chen's arms, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Are you sure you're not hurt? Chu Chen asked with genuine concern. I'm fine, Pan Tington softly shook her head, her face still crimson. Xiaolon, although you are an experienced driver, you must remain focused on the road. Look at what you've caused, Chu Chen chided, though inwardly he felt elated. The sensation was extraordinary. Xiaolon shot Chu Chen a fierce glare, her eyes seemingly conveying, you are taking advantage of the situation, yet she dared not let her attention waver again. Chu Chen, feeling the awkwardness, forced a smile and quickly changed the subject. Tingtian, where are we headed? Jingquan Garden, Pan Tingtian responded, her gaze fixed outside, maintaining an air of calmness, though her restless hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Chu Chen was well aware of Jingquan Garden, a premier affluent district in Tianlin City, comprising 100 luxurious villas, where every resident was either wealthy or of noble lineage, an emblem of status. Presently, the price of a villa stood at around 30 to 40 million. But in 3 to 4 years, as China's real estate prices were projected to soar once more, each villa in Jingquan Garden could reach a staggering valuation of nearly 100 million, garnering headlines across the nation. As expected of Tianlin City's elite neighborhood. Upon entering the gated community, the young and handsome security personnel saluted the vehicle, their demeanor a stark contrast to the guards of ordinary neighborhoods. The car then meandered along a verdant, tree-lined avenue, flanked by opulent villas, before finally stopping in front of a mansion that resembled a palace. Chu Chen was somewhat bewildered. He had never visited the Jingquan Garden before. In his previous life, he had only heard its name, never imagining it to be so grand. The journey from the garden's entrance to Pan Tingting's villa took approximately 10 minutes. The opulence of the villa before him left Chu Chen in awe, featuring a private swimming pool, a tennis court, and even a miniature golf course. The villa was enveloped by lush greenery, providing not only privacy, but also an exquisite aesthetic. Shall we proceed inside? Pan Tingting, having composed herself after a brief adjustment, appeared to have regained her usual demeanor. Anzai, Chu Chen Zetponde. Following closely behind Pan Tingting and Xiaolon, he felt a twinge of nerves at the prospect of meeting Pan Tingting's father, akin to the sensation of meeting one's parents for the first time. As they entered the villa's grand hall, Chu Chen was once again taken aback. The interior's lavishness far exceeded that of the exterior, evoking a sense of inadequacy within him, a country boy feeling out of place. He seriously contemplated whether Bai Haobo had summoned him under some ulterior motive, perhaps to highlight the disparity between him and Pan Tingting, nudging him to retreat in humility. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that the president of the Bai group would hardly engage in such triviality. At that moment, a middle-aged housekeeper, her demeanor warm and inviting, approached them. Perhaps the traffic has caused a delay, she suggested, glancing at the clock in the hall. Pan Tingting pouted in mild annoyance, and the housekeeper turned her gaze to Xiaolon. Xiaolon, please fetch a cup of tea for our guest. Of course, mother, Xiaolon replied, her expression a mixture of reluctance and obedience as she followed the housekeeper into the kitchen. It was a revelation to Chu Chen that Xiaolon was indeed the housekeeper's daughter. Pan Tingting settled comfortably onto the sofa in the living room, while Chu Chen found himself seated opposite her, feeling inexplicably tense. Xiaolon soon returned, carrying 2 cups of tea, one for Pan Tingting and the other for Chu Chen. Just then, a sound echoed from outside as a Maybach glided to a stop at the villa's entrance. Chapter 79. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. Pan Tingting stood and walked towards the door, with Chu Chen trailing behind her. Bai Haobo, with his square jaw and penetrating gaze, stepped out of the vehicle. His sharp eyes quickly scanned Chu Chen, exuding the formidable presence characteristic of a business magnate in Tianlin City. Pan Tingting approached Bai Haobo, linking her arm with his and adopting a tone of sweet affection, a stark contrast to her strong demeanor when outside. Perhaps this was the quintessential behavior of a daughter in her father's presence. At your age, you still act like this? Aren't you afraid of being teased by your friends? Bai Haobo remarked, his eyes filled with paternal affection as he gently ruffled Pan Tingting's hair. The bond between father and daughter was palpably strong, and it was no wonder that the Bai group faltered after Pan Tingting's misfortunes in his past life. The impact on Bai Haobo must have been significant, robbing him of his competitive spirit. Hello, Mr. Bai, Chu Chen greeted, stepping forward. Chu Chen greeted Bai Haobo with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Fortunately, he was no longer the naive youth who had just stepped out of campus. Otherwise, facing this commercial magnate of Tianlin City would have surely caused him immense anxiety. Bai Haobo nodded, his expression impassive as he regarded Chu Chen. The two exchanged glances for several seconds, and upon noticing that Chu Chen remained unflinching, with eyes that did not waver, Bai Haobo finally broke into a smile. It was commendable for a young man to possess such fortitude. Father, your earlier seriousness might have intimidated Chu Chen, remarked Bai Tingting. Your friend is hardly one to be easily frightened. He even dares to hoodwink Uncle Xiang, Bai Haobo teased, genuinely puzzled by the young man's audacity to mislead Xiang Tian. Mr. Bai, I assure you, I did not deceive Mr. Xiang. Quite the opposite. The 3 plots of land in the East District will certainly yield substantial profits for you, Chu Chen asserted, understanding that to persuade Bai Haobo, he must exude confidence rather than any hint of trepidation. Such confidence, I see, Bai Haobo chuckled lightly. If I lack confidence myself, then I would truly be deceiving you. Wouldn't I? Chu Chen replied with a faint smile. Despite Bai Haobo's stature as a commercial titan, he felt no intimidation. As a reborn individual, he believed that, given time, he too could forge a commercial empire even grander than the Bai Group. Interesting. Let us dine first and discuss further afterward. Bai Haobo declared as he and Bai Tingting made their way to the dining area, with Chu Chen following closely behind. By this time, Aunt Wu and the Bai family servants had already laid out the dishes on the table, which included 6 dishes and 2 soups, a rather sumptuous spread. Xiao Chu, please take a seat, Bai Haobo invited, settling himself in the main position. Certainly, Mr. Bai, Chu Chen replied, taking a seat to Bai Haobo's left, while Bai Tingting occupied the right. Aunt Wu and Xiao Lan also took their places, and the servants served bowls of rice before them. Xiao Chu, don't be polite. Go ahead and eat, Bai Haobo encouraged, initiating the meal. Understood, Mr. Bai. Chu Chen, observing this, also began to eat without further hesitation. Perhaps due to the Bai family's upbringing, the table was largely silent, with everyone focused on their meal. This dinner lasted for approximately half an hour. Bai Haobo led Chu Chen to the sofa in the living room, while Bai Tingting, concerned that Chu Chen might struggle to engage with her father, followed closely behind. Aunt Wu, Xiao Lan, and the other servants began to clear the table. Xiao Chu, enlighten us. Why do you believe that acquiring those 3 plots in the East District will lead to immense profits? It's quite simple. Tianlin City will soon embark on a significant development of the East District, causing the value of those 3 plots to soar, Chu Chen responded, dropping a bombshell to capture Bai Haobo's attention. When is soon? Currently, many do not hold a favorable view of the East District. Although the initial bidding price for these 3 plots is low, after several rounds of bidding, the final sale price is expected to exceed the current land prices in the East District. We conservatively estimate it will rise by over 40%. Given the current situation, that price yields little profit. Evidently, Bai Haobo had conducted his own research. After careful analysis, he had previously decided against bidding for the 3 plots. Within 3 to 5 months at the earliest, and at most within half a year, I am confident that news will emerge. Chu Chen recalled that in his previous life, 3 months later, Tianlin City announced a vigorous development plan for the Eastern District, subsequently implementing various supportive policies. The gears of fate for the Eastern District began to turn rapidly, leading to the Huang family's rise through 3 parcels of land in that area. You seem remarkably confident. Do you possess some insider information? A flicker of light flashed in Bai Haobo's eyes. As an ordinary person, how could I possibly access such confidential information? Chu Chen replied with self-deprecation. Then it must be mere speculation. Upon hearing that Chu Chen lacked insider knowledge, the glimmer in Bai Haobo's eyes dimmed. Such a substantial investment could not rely solely on conjecture. It is not mere guessing. It is drawn from an analysis of news over the past year. Chu Chen did not keep him in suspense, revealing his cards. For in the presence of a business magnate like Bai Haobo, playing tricks would lead to swift demise. Please continue, Bai Haobo inquired with keen interest. The main urban area of Tianlin City is congested, with the population nearing saturation. It has been emphasized multiple times that the Eastern District must be developed to alleviate pressure on the main urban area. A year ago, officials from the capital visited Tianlin City, including the Eastern District. I recall that, however, the officials inspected not only the Eastern District, but several other places as well. Bai Haobo was evidently someone who kept a close watch on the news. Thus, he quickly remembered upon Chu Chen's mention. But shortly thereafter, the city began to enhance the infrastructure of the Eastern District. Several main roads were gradually widened, and within a year, no fewer than 10 primary and secondary schools announced the establishment of branches in the Eastern District. Hospitals from the 3 main urban areas also declared the establishment of branches in the Eastern District. The 3 parcels of land up for auction tomorrow lie at the very heart of the Eastern District, and their value will undoubtedly double. As the Eastern District develops, the value of these 3 parcels could multiply by several times. Even if the price increases by only 40%, let alone a full doubling by zone, you will be guaranteed a profit. These insights were not entirely derived from Chu Chen's own analysis. As a reborn individual, it was imperative to leverage information from his past life to the fullest. After Tianlin City officially announced its commitment to developing the Eastern District, various commentators emerged, asserting that signs of this vigorous development had long been evident. The points Chu Chen mentioned were indeed drawn from analyses in an online post from that time. Given the passage of time, he could not possibly recall every detail, but he retained a general understanding. All of this information is derived from news articles by Huang noted. Although he frequently consumed news, he could not have connected the dots so comprehensively to conclude that Tianlin City was intent on robustly developing the Eastern District. Indeed, Chu Chen affirmed, resolutely maintaining that his insights stemmed from news analysis, as diverging into other explanations could easily expose inconsistencies, leading to confusion. Your analysis only suggests that Tianlin City has plans to develop the Eastern District, and this slogan has been proclaimed for several years, as is widely known. Bai Haobo appeared contemplative, clearly unconvinced by Chu Chen's assertions. Bai Zong, after decades in the business realm, you must understand that there is rarely anything with 100% certainty, otherwise the profit margin would be minimal. Chu Cheng has articulated his thoughts thoroughly. If Bai Haobo remains skeptical, there is little more to be done. It is not feasible to divulge. I am a reincarnator, and in 3 months, Tianlin City will announce a vigorous development of the East District, causing the value of those 3 plots of land to double. In 2 to 3 years, the real estate market in Huang will soar, and those 3 plots will appreciate several-fold. Chapter 80, Miss Pan, what a coincidence. Bai Haobo chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing that he had learned a lesson today from a young man. Mr. Bai, I dare not presume. It is my own arrogance, Chu Chen replied, humbled by Bai Haobo's words. Huh, arrogance? If that is deemed arrogance, then during my early days of struggle alongside Brother Xiang, I was far more audacious than you. Bai Haobo reminisced about his days of toil with Xiang Tian, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Father, you truly believe what Chu Chen says? Pan Qingqing inquired, curious, as she recalled that her father was not easily swayed. Do you wish to hear the truth? Bai Haobo glanced at Pan Qingqing. Of course. Would you deceive your own daughter? She feigned annoyance. You are the one I have no control over in this life, Bai Haobo replied with a resigned smile, then turned his gaze to Chu Cheng. Your analysis, while quite reasonable, has yet to convince me entirely. However, one of your statements has awakened me. Father, you are clearly taking a gamble. Pan Qingqing discerned her father's meaning, noting the stark contrast to his usual prudent demeanor. Bai Haobo looked at her, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, but he spoke nonetheless. Qingqing, you have matured, and it is time I reveal the predicament of the Bai Group. You must understand the ruthlessness of the business world. The Bai Group has experienced rapid growth in recent years, yet this has inadvertently encroached upon the interests of many, inciting a fair share of animosity. In an effort to stifle our progress, they have now united against us in a most coordinated manner. I must tread cautiously, making no missteps, lest they converge upon us en masse. Fortunately, with your uncle Xiang as a steadfast ally, the Bai Group has managed to navigate these turbulent waters. Otherwise, your father would have long since faltered. Upon hearing this, Pan Qingqing felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears as she embraced Bai Haobo. In that moment, she comprehended the burdens her father had borne alone to allow her the freedom to pursue her passions. My daughter has grown, Bai Haobo said tenderly, stroking Pan Qingqing's head. Do not worry, your father is still capable of enduring. Turning to Chu Cheng, he expressed his gratitude. Young Chu Cheng, thank you. The Bai Group has felt ensnared by an invisible web, and my usual cautious approach has only tightened its grip. I have long pondered a solution, and tonight you have illuminated my path. By embracing risks, especially when others dismiss the East District, we, the Bai Group, shall strategically position ourselves there. While they aim to suffocate us in the main urban area, I shall seek a new front, seizing the initiative. Chu Chen now found himself in a state of bewilderment. His initial intention was merely to persuade Bai Haobo to agree to bid on the 3 plots of land in the East District to hinder the Huang family's rise. However, the situation had unexpectedly evolved into the Bai Group's full-scale incursion into the East District, a development he had never anticipated. He also came to understand that in his previous life, after the incident at Pan Tingting's restaurant, the identity of Bai Haobua's only daughter had been revealed, resulting in public scrutiny directed towards the Bai group. While he initially believed the Huang family played a significant role, it now appeared there were deeper intricacies at play. It was likely that the major forces in Tianlin City had collaborated in a collective push against them, akin to a scenario where the walls come tumbling down. At that time, Xiang Tian had coincidentally encountered an accident, which led to Bai Haobua losing his most loyal ally. Coupled with his daughter's injuries, he was undoubtedly exhausted, unable to contend with those adversaries. Dad, if, and I stress if, the East District doesn't develop as quickly as anticipated. Pan Tingting observed that Bai Haobua seemed poised to gamble the fate of the Bai group, her heart filled with trepidation. It was not that she doubted Chu Chen, but rather that her father was risking too much, and in the event of a misstep, the Bai group could find itself in an irretrievable predicament. Tingting, the business realm is a battlefield devoid of gunpowder. The Bai group is already ensnared. Within a year, decline is inevitable. When the walls fall, the downfall will not be far behind. Therefore, while we still possess the capacity to retaliate, why not take a grand gamble? Bai Haobua declared, seizing his phone to dial Xiang Tian's number. Brother Xiang, are you at home? Good. Wait for me. I shall be there shortly. We have pressing matters to discuss. After ending the call, Bai Haobua turned to Pan Tingting. Father, must you be in such a hurry? Pan Tingting gazed at Bai Haobua in astonishment, as if he had suddenly shed 10 years, losing some of his solemnity but gaining a spark of spirited enthusiasm. I have been bottling up my frustrations for years. This time, I intend to execute a splendid comeback. The news that the Bai and Xiang families will not be participating has likely spread. If what little Chu deduces holds true, perhaps this is an opportunity for the Bai group to ascend to greater heights. Little Chu, you play a bit longer. We shall converse further when we have time. With that, Bai Haobua summoned the driver and set off towards Xiang Tian's residence. Your father truly acts with remarkable decisiveness, Chu Chen remarked, observing the direction in which Bai Haobua had departed. He offered an awkward smile. They had ventured into uncharted territory. In his previous life, the Bai group had only entered the East District 3 months after Tianlin City announced its vigorous development of the area. In this life, with the Bai and Xiang groups establishing their presence ahead of time, this maneuver would undoubtedly stir the winds of change in Tianlin City. He wondered if it would affect the city's plans for robust development in the East District. Now, uncertainty gnawed at Chu Chen. Should he inadvertently lead Bai Haobua and Xiang Tian to ruin, he was certain Pan Tingting would harbor a deep-seated resentment towards him. Alas, my father has suddenly become so spirited, I find it difficult to adjust. Pan Tingting couldn't help but sigh, realizing she had previously paid too little attention to her father's concerns, remaining oblivious to the dire straits faced by the Bai group. Shall we take a leisurely stroll together? Perhaps to aid digestion? Chu Chen felt a twinge of awkwardness as he observed the two seated, while also harboring a curiosity about the affluent district of Tianlin City. Certainly, Pan Tingting nodded, leading Chu Chen towards the exit. Tingjie, where are you going? Xiaolan inquired as she noticed Pan Tingting and Chu Chen making their way outside. I'm going for a walk with Chu Chen. Oh, Xiaolan replied, unable to voice any further objections. The pair exited the Bai family villa. Although the evening air in Tianlin City was still somewhat warm, the proximity of Jingquan Garden to Jingquan Mountain provided a refreshing breeze, making it exceedingly comfortable. As they ambled along the tree-lined avenue, their laughter and banter resembled that of a couple in love. Jingquan Garden truly lived up to its reputation as Tianlin City's premier affluent area, with luxury cars passing by in abundance. Just as Chu Chen was reflecting on this, a lavish vehicle came to a halt not far from them, and a man of similar age to Chu Chen emerged, striding towards them. Miss Pan, what a coincidence. Good evening, Jiang Sanshao. Good evening. I was just dining at Roman restaurant, and they mentioned you weren't there. I was pondering why this tireless woman was absent, only to discover you had a guest at home. Might you introduce us? Jiang Sanshao's gaze turned soft as he looked at Chu Chen, emanating an air of refinement. This is my friend, Chu Chen, Pan Tingting introduced, then turned to Chu Chen. This is Jiang Jiaoyang, known as Jiang Sanshao, from the capital. Greetings, Chu Xiong. Jiang Jiaoyang extended his hand graciously. Good evening, Jiang Sanshao. Observing the man's distinguished demeanor, Chu Chen surmised that he must indeed belong to a prominent family from the capital, as anyone residing in Jingquan Garden would undoubtedly possess considerable wealth. Miss Pan, I recall there are no families by the surname of Chu in Tianlin City, Jiang Jiaoyang remarked with a hint of confusion, suddenly recalling something. Could he be from the Chu family in the capital? Chu Chen is not affiliated with any family. He is a dear friend of mine, Pan Tingting clarified, aware of Jiang Jiaoyang's misunderstanding. Oh, upon learning that Chu Chen was merely an ordinary individual, a flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Jiaoyang's eyes, though he quickly masked it. Miss Pan, I heard you visited the Xingha Art Museum today for an exhibition. I intended to run into you there, but when I arrived, they informed me you had already departed. Indeed, an unexpected matter arose. Did you gain any insights? Jiang Jiaoyang inquired with a light chuckle. None. Pan Tingting gently shook her head. However, I did acquire a masterpiece worth 2 million, which is in my car. Would you care to join me at my home to appreciate it? Jiang Jiaoyang suggested, a hint of pride in his tone. May I ask which master's work you so generously invested in? Jiang San Shao. Pan Tingting expressed curiosity, as that price approached that of antique paintings. It is a work by Master Gu Qiuyang, titled High Mountains and Flowing Water. As Jiang Jiaoyang's words escaped his lips, Pan Tingting and Chu Chen were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the stature of Ji Huaran had truly been elevated, as that exquisite painting of mountains and flowing water could fetch a staggering 2 million. You must have seen the news, right? Today, Master Gu sadly passed away, and his works have become rare treasures. There is a fervent rush to acquire his paintings. Were it not for my acquaintance with President Ji, I would have been unable to procure this masterpiece, Jiang Jiaoyang boasted to Pan Tingting. Is it truly possible for Master Gu's paintings to be worth such a sum? Pan Tingting inquired hesitantly, overwhelmed by the madness of the world. Chu Chen had purchased the piece from Ji Huaran for a mere 200,000, and within less than 2 hours, it was resold to Jiang Jiaoyang for 2 million. Surely, such a plot would be deemed implausible, even in fiction. How shall I put it? Since Miss Pan has asked, I shall speak candidly. The artworks of renowned masters are merely a means of social interaction for us. My father isn't particularly fond of painting, yet he has amassed over 100 masterpieces from both domestic and international artists, many of which are unique. He regularly invites friends to appreciate them, thereby fostering relationships. To put it plainly, it's about integrating into that circle and expanding one's network. Jiang Jiaoyang clearly harbored feelings for Pan Tingting, hence his candidness. Then why didn't you purchase Master Gu's work in advance, Jiang San Shao? That would have saved you a considerable amount, Pan Tingting remarked, aware of the surging prices for unique pieces, yet astonished by the outrageous escalation. Within a day, the price had soared 7 or 8 times. Purchase in advance. Jiang Jiaoyang gently shook his head. With so many masters, both domestic and foreign, if we were to stockpile their works, our collection room would be inadequate. That is the domain of President Ji. Ah, I see, I have truly gained insight, Pan Tingting mused. Just as Jiang Jiaoyang was about to elaborate further, his phone rang. Upon checking, he turned to Pan Tingting. Miss Pan, it's my father's call. We'll resume our conversation another time. Very well, Jiang San Shao. Alas, perhaps my perspective is too narrow, Chu Chen muttered to himself, observing Jiang Jiaoyang's departing figure. Haha, Pan Tingting chuckled lightly. Would you like me to cover the price difference to soothe your wounded spirit? That won't be necessary. I'm already content with a profit of 900,000. As for how much Ji Huaran makes, that is his own skill. Truly, poverty does limit imagination. Chu Chen trudged forward, lost in his thoughts. As Jiang Jiaoyang's car passed by Chu Chen, his gaze was rife with disdain and hostility, yet transformed into a warm demeanor as he approached Pan Tingting. Ah, another master of disguise, Chu Chen mused. Was Jiang San Shao a visitor or a friend? Initially indifferent to Jiang Jiaoyang, Chu Chen now felt compelled to discern his background, realizing the necessity of caution in the future. The Zhang family had acquired the 56th villa in the capital, but it was primarily Jiang San Shao who resided there. The Zhang family held various businesses in Jiangnan province and its vicinity, now managed by Jiang San Shao. Pan Tingting pointed towards a villa not far away. Isn't that the premier affluent district of Tianlin City? Chu Chen inquired with a hint of perplexity. Must the elite of Tianlin City solely comprise its local residents? Pan Tingting chuckled lightly before continuing. When the Golden Spring Garden launched its sales, each villa was priced at over 10 million. At that time, such a sum could have purchased a dozen apartments in the city, which resulted in lackluster sales, leaving half of the villas unsold. Fortunately, the developers of Golden Spring were quite adept, promoting the remaining villas throughout the province and even the nation, ultimately selling out. As the reputation of Golden Spring Garden grew, several wealthy individuals from outside the region sought to procure properties at exorbitant prices. Local tycoons, enticed by the prospect of doubling their investments, sold their villas. leading to the current reality where less than 30% of the residents in Golden Spring are true Tianlin elites. Which affluent families currently reside here? Chu Chen couldn't help but ask, realizing that his previous life as an ordinary person had left him with scant knowledge. He had naively believed that the wealthiest 100 individuals of Tianlin City all resided in Golden Spring Garden. Pan Tingting pondered for a few seconds and replied, "The families I'm aware of include Uncle Xiang's family, the Gao family, the Yuan family, the Mo family, and the Pang family." She listed nearly 20 families in one breath. Is the Huang family not living here? Chu Chen questioned. No, Pan Tingting shook her head. If only I could acquire a few villas, Chu Chen mused, greed gleaming in his eyes as he surveyed the neighboring villas, currently priced at over 30 million each. In 3 years, they could soar close to 100 million. Imagine living here for 3 years and profiting over 60 million. It would be utterly delightful. Stop dreaming. Even if you have the money, you won't be able to buy here now. Those who intended to sell did so long ago. And no one here is short on cash. Pan Tingting doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Disheartened, Chu Chen glanced at his phone, realizing they had unwittingly wandered for nearly an hour. All right, I'll call Xiaolan over, Pan Tingting said, pulling out her phone to dial. Within minutes, Xiaolan arrived, pulling up beside them in a car. After Chu Chen and Pan Tingting got in, they slowly drove towards the exit. You're truly a workaholic, Chu Chen teased. My focus must now shift to the buy group. I cannot allow my father to shoulder everything alone, Pan Tingting replied, her tone somewhat somber. Chu Chen sighed softly, unsure of how to comfort her. Perhaps silence was the best remedy at that moment. As the vehicle glided out of the Golden Spring Garden gates, Chu Chen inadvertently caught sight of a man halting a luxury car, rushing to the window with heightened emotions, seemingly explaining something while gesturing animatedly. Upon closer inspection, Chu Chen gasped at him. Do you know that person? Pan Tingting clearly noticed the scene as well. Xiaolan, quick, stop the car. Chu Chen urgently instructed. Chapter 82. However, I have a condition. His name is Ma Lekeng, a fellow graduate of Tianlin University and my senior. Xiaolan promptly parked the car by the roadside. Chu Chen immediately alighted and approached Ma Lekeng. Mr. Mo, our voice-to-text software has immense potential. Please give me a chance to showcase it to you. Ma Lekeng was ardently promoting his software, while Mo Juanda, seated in the luxury vehicle, exhibited signs of impatience. I've already mentioned my lack of interest in the software and my refusal to consider investment. Why do you persist in obstructing me? Drive on. Mo Juanda rolled up the car window, and the vehicle smoothly drove into Zhengping Garden. Mr. Mo, grant me an opportunity. If you listen to my complete presentation, you will surely change your mind. Ma Lekeng was evidently unwilling to concede, but was ultimately halted by the security at the entrance. Chu Chen sighed softly. What Mo Juanda was unaware of was the fortune he was missing out on. In a previous life, Ma Lekeng had emerged from humble beginnings with a voice-to-text software, swiftly exiting Tianlin City and subsequently rising to become a prominent business magnate in Huang. Conversely, Mo Juanda faced the brink of bankruptcy due to several investment failures. Had he invested in Ma Lekeng's company back then, he would have effortlessly amassed billions without lifting a finger. Hello, Senior Ma. Chu Chen greeted the panting Ma Lekeng with a smile. Who are you? Ma Lekeng glanced at Chu Chen, bewildered. Senior Ma, I am Chu Chen, also from Tianlin University. When I was a freshman, you were a senior, the president of the student council, and quite the figure on campus. Everyone knew you. Chu Chen promptly invoked his status as a junior to bridge the gap between them. In a previous life, after achieving success, Ma Lekeng had generously donated to Tianlin University and earned a stellar reputation in the business world, having come from a technical background and disdaining the deceitful tactics often employed in commerce. Oh, it's you, Junior Chu. Ma Lekeng appeared somewhat flustered, quickly adjusting his somewhat disheveled attire and hairstyle to preserve the dignity of his senior status. I just heard you mention a voice-to-text software. I wonder what it is? Chu Chen, aiming to alleviate Ma Lekeng's discomfort, promptly steered the conversation back on track. Indeed, upon mentioning the voice-to-text software, Ma Lekeng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Zuni Ochu, this is a new software I developed that converts speech into text. How remarkable. Please elaborate. Chu Chen feigned astonishment. This voice-to-text software is based on. Once delving into his area of expertise, Ma Lekeng radiated confidence and eloquently elaborated. Although there were some technical terms that Chu Chen did not comprehend, it did not hinder his engagement, as he occasionally nodded, affirmed, and displayed expressions of awe, conveying a keen interest in the software. Sister Ting, does Chu Chen truly understand this? Xiaolan, standing nearby, could not contain her curiosity, as she had never even heard of such technical jargon. Chu Chen is becoming increasingly enigmatic to me. Pan Tingting gazed at Chu Chen, lost in contemplation. From the initial incident involving the fire extinguisher to Master Gu's artwork, and then the audacious bidding for the 3 plots of land in the Eastern District, tonight had culminated in her father's decision to fully engage in that area. This was evidently not an achievement attainable by an ordinary individual. Yet what exceptional abilities did he possess? Tingjia, you mustn't fall for Chu Chen, Xiaolan remarked, observing the dreamy look in Pan Tingting's eyes with concern. What nonsense are you spouting? Pan Tingting's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. How could she possibly develop feelings for Chu Chen? Isn't that the case? The heroines in dramas often become enamored with a male leads out of curiosity. Xiaolan replied, blinking her large eyes innocently. Those soap operas from the pickled vegetable nation should be watched less, Pan Tingting retorted, at a loss for words. Dramas are one thing, but reality is another. How can they possibly be the same? Who was it that wiped away half a pack of tissues last night while watching? Xiaolan, clearly unconvinced, recalled that Pan Tingting had been the one to cry the most during their soap opera viewing. Pan Tingting shot her a glare. Had it not been for the fear of disturbing Chu Chen, she would have given that girl a lesson. This was becoming increasingly outrageous. Xiaolan, wary of inciting Pan Tingting's wrath, playfully stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Senior Ma, I am quite intrigued by your software. How much investment would be required? Chu Chen, noticing that Ma Leking had been speaking for a good half hour without any sign of stopping, hastily redirected the conversation. As he observed Xiaolan growing increasingly impatient. Chu Xuedi, are you implying you wish to invest in me? Ma Leking was taken aback, the suddenness of the proposition leaving him astonished. Of course, I find your software exceedingly interesting and believe it holds great potential. Chu Chen immediately employed his acting prowess, offering Ma Leking ample affirmation. Tingjia, is Chu Chen really this impulsive? He has decided to invest, after just a brief discussion. Xiaolan's expression was one of disbelief. Yet she found herself in deep contemplation. Chu Xuedi, do you genuinely believe my software has great promise? After facing numerous setbacks, Ma Leking felt an inexplicable joy upon receiving Chu Chen's endorsement, seeing him as a kindred spirit. Absolutely, I am eager to experience it, Chu Chen asserted sincerely, not merely to appease Ma Leking. The act of typing had become exceedingly tiresome. He now required 3 to 4 hours daily to compose 10,000 words for his novel, a burden he could no longer bear. Take this USB drive. You can install it directly on your computer, Ma Leking said, retrieving a USB drive from his backpack and handing it to Chu Chen. Very well, I genuinely wish to try it out, Chu Chen replied, accepting the USB without hesitation. Senior, let us now discuss the investment details. Seeing Chu Chen accept the USB drive, Ma Leking felt a great sense of satisfaction, indicating that Chu Chen was not merely speaking idly, but was truly interested in the software. Xuedi, I currently require 10 million in research and development funds. 10 million? Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Developing software is indeed a costly endeavor. Junior, I can offer you 40% of the shares. Ma Leking was aware that this 10 million was no trifling sum, and thus he promptly expressed his sincerity. No, I only require 20%. Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively. 20%? But 5 million is insufficient. Ma Leking appeared somewhat troubled. Software development is exceedingly expensive, and every fraction counts. What I mean is that the 10 million investment remains unchanged. However, I only wish for 20% of the shares, Chu Chen reiterated. Junior, what do you mean by that? Ma Leking's face displayed disbelief. It was the first time he had encountered someone asking for fewer shares. Senior, please do not misunderstand. If I were to take 40% of your shares, you would effectively be working for me. What motivation would you have to develop the software then? Thus, I only require 20%, but I do have a condition. Chu Chen appeared slightly hesitant. Please, go ahead, Junior. Ma Leking's expression turned serious. He sensed that this was not a straightforward matter. If this junior could forego shares, the conditions would undoubtedly be quite stringent. Money from investors is not easily acquired. Chapter 83. Brother Bai, you are playing a rather ambitious game. The 10 million will be disbursed in 3 installments. 3 million for the first, 3 million for the second, and 4 million for the third. Is this condition what you were referring to? Chu Chen inquired. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Leking hurriedly sought confirmation. He was prepared to accept any stringent conditions from Chu Chen, for bringing this software to fruition was of utmost importance. Everything else was secondary. Indeed. However, rest assured, Senior, it will not be delayed for long. Tomorrow, upon signing the contract, I will transfer 3 million to you immediately, and I will settle the remaining 2 installments within a month. Does that work for you? Chu Chen tentatively asked. Although he currently possessed nearly 20 million in funds, he needed to generate more capital. If he disbursed 10 million to Ma Leking and subsequently paid over 7 million for housing next week, he would be left with little. Of course, that is entirely acceptable. I understand. It is indeed challenging to produce such a sum all at once. Ma Leking breathed a sigh of relief. He could fully accept this arrangement. Given that perfecting the software would take at least a few months, receiving the funds within a month would not hinder the development process. Then it is settled. My phone number is, prepare the contract and notify me. Chu Chen felt relieved as Ma Leking agreed to the installment plan. All right, here is my business card. Ma Leking noted Chu Chen's phone number and promptly handed over his own card. Impressive, remarked Pan Tingting quietly from the side. Her eyes filled with admiration for Chu Chen. It's over. Tingjie cannot escape this. Xiaolan observed Pan Tingting's entranced gaze and felt an ominous foreboding. She had never witnessed such a look directed at a man before. This was a sign of impending infatuation. See you tomorrow, senior. See you tomorrow, junior. Chu Chen received the business card and placed it in his pocket, then waved goodbye to Ma Leking as Xiaolan drove away slowly. Chu Chen, you're truly generous. A 10 million investment for merely 20% of the shares? This is quite unlike your usual greedy demeanor, Xiaolan remarked, unable to suppress her curiosity. As a successful businessman, a touch of greed is not inherently flawed. However, one must not sacrifice the substantial for the trivial. If I were to acquire 40% of the shares, my senior would lack the motivation to develop the software, Chu Chen chuckled lightly. Human nature is such that no one wishes to toil endlessly for the benefit of another. But your senior proposed this himself, Xiaolan countered, believing it to be a matter of mutual consent. Why overthink it? He is currently short on funds and in desperate need of further development. It is akin to a starving individual. When you offer him food, he will agree to any conditions. However, once he is satiated and regains his composure, he will weigh the pros and cons. I seek profit, but I do not wish for both parties to suffer. Chu Chen chuckled again, acknowledging that while Ma Leching's character is commendable, it does not imply he is naive. Should he acquire 40% of the shares, once the benefits become substantial, other thoughts are likely to arise. Rather than engage in a mutually destructive conflict, it is wiser to foster a harmonious financial relationship. After all, generating billions in profit should not pose a problem in due time. Are you so certain your senior will succeed? What if the software garners mediocre feedback, or worse, becomes a bottomless pit? When you wish to exit and transfer your shares, the distinction between 40 and 20% will be significant. Pan Tingting posed a critical question. I too enjoy a gamble. Chu Chen responded evasively, unable to disclose to Pan Tingting that his senior software would debut successfully in a few months, receiving rave reviews and earning its first pot of gold. In the following years, it would soar to remarkable heights in the business world of Huang, becoming a prominent tycoon. Pan Tingting suddenly bemused Chu Chen, as she had expected a thorough analysis of why Ma Leking could succeed. What do you mean by enjoying a gamble? Has your father influenced you? By the way, Tingting, I'm not very familiar with contracts. Do you have a legal professional on your side who can accompany me to review the contract tomorrow? Although Chu Chen trusted Ma Leching's character, he believed it prudent to have a specialist examine the contract. Certainly, I will arrange for the most qualified legal expert from the buy group to accompany you. Pan Tingting replied, promptly retrieving her phone and dialing a number. Yuan Legal, this is Pan Tingting. Please note a number. This is my good friend Chu Chen's mobile number. He will contact you tomorrow regarding an investment contract. Understood, thank you. After hanging up, Pan Tingting retrieved Yuan's contact number and presented it to Chu Chen. This is Yuan's mobile number. Please take note and call him directly tomorrow. All right, I truly appreciate it. Chu Chen hastily jotted down the number, assured by the expertise of the buy group's legal team. Sister Ting, isn't Miss Yang our most proficient legal counsel? She is not only beautiful, but also exceptionally skilled. Xiaolan remarked with a hint of doubt. Upon hearing this, Pan Tingting cleared her throat softly. Who did you hear that from? Focus on driving. You nearly had an accident earlier, yet you failed to learn from it. That was during rush hour when traffic was congested. Now the roads are virtually empty. You're merely afraid that Chu Chen will be seduced by Attorney Yang, Xiaolan whispered, instantly discerning Pan Tingting's thoughts. What are you mumbling about, you little rascal? Speak up. Though Xiaolan's voice was barely above a whisper, Pan Tingting still caught her words. Sister Ting, I need to concentrate on driving now. Please don't distract me. Xiaolan promptly fell silent. Pan Tingting's cheeks flushed slightly, while Chu Chen pretended not to hear, enjoying the scenery outside the window. The atmosphere inside the car became quite awkward, but fortunately, they soon arrived at the Zhengping community. After watching the car drive away, Chu Chen eagerly opened his laptop, inserted a USB drive, and clicked to install the voice-to-text software. He then donned his headphones and began dictating his novel. An hour later, Chu Chen gazed contentedly at the text transcribed by the software. Overall, it was satisfactory, though he noted that the speaking pace should not be too rapid. And standard Mandarin was essential. Otherwise, misspellings would arise, and local dialects would not be recognized. Faced with numerous typographical errors, he had no choice but to make manual corrections. Half an hour later, Chu Chen uploaded the revised 10,000 words to the novel website, exhaling a sigh of relief. Although he had earned nearly 20 million within less than a week of his rebirth, most of it came from selling antique vases and paintings by esteemed masters. Such opportunities would be rare in the future, so he could not afford to abandon writing novel for profit. If he could achieve great success with a single book, the income would also be considerable. Now, with the assistance of the software, what once required 3 to 4 hours of labor was completed in just an hour and a half, leaving him with ample time. Meanwhile, in Villa 33 of the Jingquan Garden, Bai Haobo spoke with spirited confidence, while Xiang Tian sat beside him, smoking in silence with a pained expression. "Brother Bai, your strategy seems quite ambitious," he remarked. "Ambitious?" Bai Haobo paused, looking at Xiang Tian with confusion. "I merely sought to share the risk with you. Yet after your discussion with our young brother Chu Chen, it appears you are gambling your entire fortune." Xiang Tian appeared somewhat resigned. With their combined financial resources, even if they purchased 3 plots of land in the Eastern District, it would be manageable, even if the development of the Eastern District in Tianlin City did not progress swiftly. However, now the other party was proposing a full-scale advance into the Eastern District. For over 3 hours, he spoke eloquently, and with each word, his unease deepened. It became apparent that the Bai and Xiang families were now inextricably linked to the Eastern District. Should Tianlin City declare a vigorous development initiative for this area and introduce supportive policies, both the Bai and Xiang families would take off in unison. However, if this matter were to drag on for several years, it would undoubtedly plunge both conglomerates into the abyss. "Brother Xiang, we have been cornered. Despite my numerous attempts over the years, I have failed to break the deadlock, and the situation has only worsened. If we do not retaliate soon, I fear we may never have another chance." Bai Haobo sighed in resignation. Under normal circumstances, who would gamble their entire fortune? If I still held dominion over the underground forces of Tianlin City, no fool would dare to provoke us. At the mention of this issue, Xiang Tian felt a surge of anger. While he excelled in violence, the deceptions of the business world were not his forte. "I am genuinely pleased that you managed to extricate yourself, brother. After decades of camaraderie, I do not wish to see you embroiled in constant conflict. I have already lost Yalan. I cannot bear to lose you as well." A flicker of pain crossed Bai Haobo's eyes. "Brother Bai, I suspect that the matter concerning sister-in-law was no mere accident." Xiang Tian had always harbored doubts regarding the events of that year. Indeed, it was not an accident. "I have been conducting covert investigations over the years and uncovered some leads last year, but they were abruptly cut off. However, I suspect that the person responsible is among those who are currently opposing us." Bai Haobo took a deep breath to calm himself. One cannot think clearly in a state of anger. "Thus, you intend to take a grand gamble this time, to shatter their blockade and lead to their eventual disintegration, thereby uncovering the truth of that year." Xiang Tian suddenly understood Bai Haobo's intentions. "Yes, I refuse to believe that they have achieved perfection in their machinations. It is only because we are at a disadvantage that they have banded together for warmth. If we rise again and strike back with force, they will inevitably collapse. And someone, motivated by self-interest, may reveal the truth of those past events." After years of abstaining from smoking, Bai Haobo lit a cigarette. He recognized that this might be his final opportunity. If he did not take this gamble, the Bai family would be gradually worn down, leading to their inevitable decline, and he might spend his life unaware of who had harmed his wife. "I understand. In the next few days, I will seek out President Chen. Your plans will require significant funding, and he is our only option." Xiang Tian seemed to have made a momentous decision as he extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. "Do we truly need such vast sums? Will President Chen assist us? He has distanced himself from us in recent years," Bai Haobo queried, perplexed. Knowing Xiang Tian was well aware that Chen had once been part of his network. "Brother Bai, after ruling the underground forces of Tianlin City for so many years, do you think I have not retained a few trump cards? I took the initiative to visit, and regardless of old Chen's reluctance, he had no choice but to comply. For years, Sang Biao has harbored dreams of completely dominating the underworld of Tianlin City, yet he dares not act against me. he fears me. By go. I am aware that you too have your hidden cards. This time, let us brothers unleash our pent-up frustrations and stir the very foundations of Tianlin City, showing them that we may have aged, but we are far from defeated. Xiang Tian felt a surge of youthful vigor, as if shedding a decade of age. All right. We are legitimate businessmen. You need to temper your grandiose ambitions, Bai Haobo chuckled, patting Xiang Tian on the shoulder. However, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Xiang, if we fail this time, we will have nothing left. What is there to fear? When we first arrived in Tianlin City, we were clad in tattered clothes, carrying shabby sacks, utterly destitute. Let us then stir the winds and clouds of Tianlin City, reminding them that we are merely aging, not extinguished. Bai Haobo too was done with restraint. After years of enduring humiliation, he was ready to engage in a decisive battle, accepting that victory and defeat are part of fate. Today, let us celebrate. We shall share a drink. Xiang Tian moved to the liquor cabinet, pouring 2 glasses, and handed one to Bai Haobo. The 1982 law fight is quite precious. I rarely indulge. Look at your stingy demeanor. Next time at my place, you can enjoy the 1972 Daikan as much as you like, Bai Haobo jested. But you are indeed generous, Bai Go. Obtaining the 1972 Daikan is no easy feat, Xiang Tian replied, somewhat astonished. Everyone has their connections. Securing a few bottles of Daikan should not be a problem. Bai Haobo began to boast. All right, my connections certainly surpass yours. Xiang Tian raised his glass, gently clinking it with Bai Haobo's before downing the contents in one go. Meanwhile, in room 401 of Building 7 at Bright Garden, Fang Qingyu gazed longingly at Huang Zhengping, who was dressing. This won't do. Tomorrow there's a crucial auction for our Huang group, and I must accompany my father. Huang Zhengping leaned in and planted a kiss on Fang Qingyu. She draped in a delicate lace nightgown, rose from the bed, and embraced him gently. But I want you to stay with me. Huang Zhengping frowned, chastising himself for his inability to resist the allure of her warmth. Fang Qingyu's dependence on him was becoming burdensome, and he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. It's about Yuan Xian again, Fang Qingyu lamented. Her family is wealthy and powerful, while I am just an ordinary person. Even if I were to bear your child, it would have to remain a secret, and I'd have to rely on Chu Chen to take responsibility. Trust me, I love you. Once our Huang group navigates through this crisis, I will find a way to divorce Yuan Xian and marry you. All right? Huang Zhengping, noticing Fang Qingyu's rising agitation, quickly sought to soothe her. But now, it seems Chu Chen has transformed into a different person. If we wish to seek his assistance, it appears impossible. Originally brimming with confidence, Fang Qingyu, after enduring several setbacks, finally came to grasp the stark reality. I have a plan that can help you win over Chu Chen. Huang Zhengping hesitated for a brief moment before ultimately making a decision. What plan? Fang Qingyu inquired with great curiosity. Chapter 85. An unexpected call from heaven. Tomorrow evening, feign an illness and summon Chu Chen here. At that time, you shall don this lacy nightgown. That fool will surely be unable to resist. Once the deed is done, he will have no choice but to take responsibility. Huang Zhengping's face broke into a triumphant smile. He could not fathom how Chu Chen could possibly withstand the allure of someone as enchanting as Fang Qingyu. No, Zhengping, I am your woman. How could you suggest such a thing? Fang Qingyu found herself momentarily flustered and struggled to articulate her thoughts. Truth be told, she had contemplated such an action, but it was imperative that Huang Zhengping remained oblivious to her intentions. Thus, her reaction was so vehement when the idea escaped his lips, she had to maintain her facade. For otherwise, even if Huang Zhengping were to marry her, a seed of doubt would linger in his heart. Qingyu, I am at my wit's end. In 2 or 3 months, your condition will be undeniable, and when the news spreads, we will be ruined. Huang Zhengping was consumed with thoughts of swiftly distancing himself from his precarious situation. Why push for Chu Chen to take responsibility? Ever since that day in the antique market, Yuan Xian's attitude towards him had shifted dramatically, though he found it unbelievable. His instincts suggested that it was somehow linked to Chu Chen. Therefore, if Fang Qingyu could successfully ensnare Chu Chen, all of his troubles would vanish. But Zhengping, I have never intended for Chu Chen to benefit. I belong solely to you. Fang Qingyu understood the male psyche all too well, under any circumstance. Men despise the notion of being cuckolded. Thus, she resolved to maintain her stance before Huang Zhengping, even if she were later compelled to betray him. She would do so in secrecy. Huang Zhengping was taken aback, thinking to himself, you plan to have Chu Chen take responsibility, yet you expect nothing to transpire? How can he believe that? Am I to be made a fool in front of you? However, these thoughts remained unspoken as he continued to soothe her. I understand. I do not wish for that fool to take advantage of you. Yet, you still haven't managed to secure Chu Chen. I am becoming anxious. Some matters cannot afford to wait. Huang Zhengping cast a glance at Fang Qingyu's abdomen. Zhengping, it isn't necessary to rely solely on Chu Chen. With my beauty, finding someone else to take responsibility wouldn't be a challenge. Fang Qingyu was infuriated by the repeated humiliations she had suffered at the hands of Chu Chen. As the belle of Tianlin University, did she truly lack suitors? Why subject herself to such indignity? No way. Huang Zhengping vehemently opposed the idea. The memory of Yuan Qian and Chu Chen's intimacy at Yuan Jinxing's birthday party flooded him with a wave of intense unease. Thus, it was imperative that Fang Qingyu secure Chu Chen to eliminate this stumbling block. Why not? Upon witnessing Huang Zhengping's fervent excitement, Fang Qingyu felt a wave of surprise wash over her. She could not comprehend why it had to be Chu Chen, realizing his reaction had been overly intense, which aroused Fang Qingyu's suspicion. Huang Zhengping quickly devised an explanation. Qingyu, after all, Chu Chen has been our classmate for 4 years. We know him well. He has pursued you for 4 years, making him quite manageable. If you were to seek someone more intelligent or with a difficult temperament, it would be you and your child who suffer in the long run. Zhengping, you are indeed right. Chu Chen is the most fitting choice. His consistent pursuit over 4 years suggests he would not easily change. I shall contemplate further strategies. Fang Qingyu responded thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Over these 4 years, Chu Chen had been exceedingly responsive to her needs, readily appearing at her call and departing at her whim, which indeed made him quite easy to handle. In such a brief span, finding someone new would leave her in the dark about their character, should they prove to be more astute or challenging than Chu Chen. It would complicate her future interactions with Huang Zhengping. As the moment passed, Huang Zhengping exhaled in relief. Very well, take care on your journey. Once Huang Zhengping entered the elevator, Fang Qingyu reluctantly closed the door, leaning against it as she murmured to herself. Must I truly resort to Zhengping's methods to win over Chu Chen? The morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating the room as Chu Chen gradually opened his eyes. Thanks to the assistance of voice-detect software, he had finally managed to retire early the previous night, and he awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he hurried downstairs to enjoy breakfast before heading directly to the office. As for Ma Leking, he anticipated a phone call regarding the contract preparations, allowing him to attend at the appropriate time, since securing the substantial $1 million deal with General Huang. Xiao Zijin and Su Yongming had shown him great favor. Should he need to leave for any reason, they would not create difficulties as long as he provided prior notice. Upon arriving at the office and clocking in, he swiftly immersed himself in his tasks. At 9:30, when the stock market opened, he promptly accessed his trading software to sell off the stocks he should have disposed of the previous day. Although he incurred a slight loss, it was unavoidable. Had it been possible, as in his previous life, to trade stocks conveniently via mobile, it would have been far simpler. Chu Chen had considered enlisting a stockbroker to manage his trades, but the thought of his secret dissuaded him from that notion. Subsequently, he used the funds in his trading account to purchase 6 different stocks, refraining from heavily investing in any single one. He remained uncertain about the power of the main stakeholders. Should he inadvertently acquire too many shares, it could confuse the market dynamics, jeopardizing the potential for price elevation. Furthermore, if he were to invest heavily, selling off his holdings later would prove challenging. After completing his tasks, it was already past 10 o'clock. He presumed that the land auction should be nearing its conclusion. He hoped that Bai Haobua and his associates would successfully acquire the 3 parcels of land in the Eastern District so that his daring assistance would not be in vain. If, 3 months hence, Tianlin City announced vigorous development plans for the Eastern District, accompanied by supportive policies, Bai Haobua's keen intellect would inevitably lead him to harbor suspicions about his involvement. He would then need to devise a strategy to counteract that. However, he had no choice but to take this risk, for allowing the Huang family to rise unchecked was not an option. One must understand that the velocity of personal wealth accumulation can never rival that of a conglomerate. In a year or two, his assets might soar to hundreds of millions. Yet the Huang group could leverage this favorable momentum to amass tens or even hundreds of billions. In such a scenario, he would still be perceived as mere vermin in their eyes, and should Huang Zhengping decide to target him, it would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist. Just as in his past life, it would require no direct intervention from Huang Zhengping. Sending a minor player like Wan Yulong would suffice to keep him firmly beneath the surface. Thus, in this lifetime, if he wished to exact revenge. He needed to rapidly enhance his own power, while simultaneously enlisting external forces to suppress the Huang group and thwart its swift ascent. As Chu Chen pondered these matters, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing it was a call from Xiang Tian, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He was uncertain whether they had successfully secured the 3 parcels of land. Should these lands fall once more into the Huang family's grasp, it would signify that his path to vengeance would be fraught with difficulty. Chapter 86. I understand. Men always value their pride. Xiang, it's Chu Chen. To be honest, how confident are you that Tianlin City will vigorously develop the Eastern District? Xiang Tian deliberately lowered his voice. Well, Chu Chen appeared somewhat troubled. How should I put this? Never mind, I shouldn't pry. Some things are best kept secret. It's just that Baiji's approach this time was too audacious. We acquired those 3 parcels at a price 60 above the market rate. Do you grasp the implications of that? Regardless of how we utilize this land, it seems nearly impossible for us to turn a profit. Xiang Tian continued to express his grievances. It's happening, he then whispered. Chu Chen, we'll talk later. Goodbye. All right, Xiang. As Chu Chen heard the beeping sound on his phone, he exhaled deeply. Although Baiji's acquisition of the land at such an exorbitant price seemed somewhat outrageous, it would not be long before the value of those parcels would at least triple, and their worth would only increase further in 2 to 3 years. Therefore, not only would they avoid losses, but they would also reap substantial rewards. Before Chu Chen could place his phone back in his pocket, it rang again. This time it was Ma Leking. Senior, I've finalized the contract. You can come over to sign it now. My company's address is on the business card. All right, Senior. I will be there shortly. After finishing the call, Chu Chen promptly dialed the number of Lawyer Yuan. Hello, Mr. Chu. Greetings, Lawyer Yuan. Do you have a moment to spare? Indeed. I have postponed all my appointments for the day, eagerly awaiting your call. Where are you, Mr. Chu? Our group has a vehicle available to pick you up. I am waiting in front of Ding GT Restaurant beside Hongpeng Building. Very well, Mr. Chu. We shall depart immediately. After hanging up, Chu Chen requested leave from Su Yongming and exited the company, arriving at the entrance of Ding GT Restaurant to wait. It was not long before Lawyer Yuan and his team arrived. Chu Chen relayed the address of Ma Leching's company to the driver, and the vehicle began to move slowly. Ma Leching's company was located in the Eastern District, which appeared to be facing economic challenges, as it was the least developed area in Tianlin City, bordering on desolation. However, the low rental costs made it an attractive option for young entrepreneurs like Ma Leking in the early stages of their ventures. Upon arriving at Ma Leching's company, Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback, for it was nothing more than a factory. Had it not been for the sign that read Leking Technology Company, he might have thought the driver had gone astray. Junior, you've arrived. As soon as the vehicle came to a stop, Ma Leking emerged from the factory, evidently waiting for Chu Chen, the financial benefactor. Senior, your conditions seem quite challenging, Chu Chen remarked with a hint of sympathy. The company is just starting out. We must economize, Ma Leking replied awkwardly, quickly inviting Chu Chen and Lawyer Yuan inside. As Chu Chen surveyed the factory, he noted its considerable size, partitioned into several areas. Ma Leking led them to a conference room where someone was already organizing contracts. Lawyer Jean, my investor has arrived. Yes, here are 2 copies. Please sign promptly as I am pressed for time. Lawyer Jean replied impatiently, not lifting his head as he handed the contract to Ma Leking before returning to his paperwork. Chu Chen inferred that Ma Leching's company, being in its infancy, likely lacked a dedicated legal advisor, and it was no wonder that Lawyer Jean exhibited such a demeanor. All right, we will expedite this, Ma Leking said with a forced smile as he accepted the contract and handed it to Chu Chen. Junior, this is the contract. Please take a look. At this moment, Lawyer Yuan, standing behind Chu Chen, furrowed his brow. Xiao Jin, is this your usual work ethic? Lawyer Jean looked up, slightly startled, then hurried over with an ingratiating expression. Senior Yuan, what a surprise to see you here. Why should it be surprising? Lawyer Yuan replied, his face devoid of emotion. You are the exclusive legal advisor for the Bai Group. Is Mr. Ma's company being funded by the Bai Group? Lawyer Jin's face lit up with understanding. Meanwhile, Ma Leking stood beside them, equally astonished, for in all of Tianlin City, who did not know the Bai Group. How could this junior be associated with them when his surname was clearly Chu? Upon observing the expressions of Mr. Jin and Mr. Ma, Yuan, the legal advisor, immediately discerned their misunderstanding and promptly clarified. Mr. Chu is a dear friend of our esteemed Bai family's heiress. Hence I am here to ensure the contract's integrity. Oh, I see. Please, Mr. Yuan, take a seat. Mr. Jin eagerly invited Yuan to sit down. He was merely a lesser-known legal advisor in Tianlin City, while Yuan was a distinguished figure in the legal sphere. Naturally, He dared not offend Yuan, for a mere expression of discontent from him could darken his future prospects. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Yuan. Mr. Chu graciously presented the contract. It's my duty, Yuan replied with a smile as he accepted the document and began to examine it meticulously. No legal professional is devoid of acumen. Last night, Pan Tingting had already informed him over the phone that Mr. Chu was a close friend of hers, thus he could not afford to be negligent. Junior, that enchanting beauty at the entrance of the Jinqiu garden last night was indeed the heiress of the Bai family, correct? Mr. Ma suddenly realized and leaned closer to Mr. Chu, whispering. Indeed, it was her. Mr. Chu nodded. Impressive, Junior, Mr. Ma exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up, his demeanor light-hearted. I was initially uncertain. What if 10 million wasn't sufficient? Now, I feel completely reassured. Senior, what do you mean by that? Mr. Chu sensed an unsettling undertone. Is 10 million not enough? And what do you mean by completely reassured? It's quite evident. I assent it. The heiress of the Bai family is your good friend. Is funding still a concern? Mr. Ma beamed, emphasizing the term good friend. I was puzzled as to how you could possess 10 million merely 2 months after graduation. Senior, you seem to have misunderstood. My relationship with the Bai heiress is purely platonic. There's nothing more to it, Mr. Chu insisted, growing increasingly perplexed by the implications. What do you mean by having 10 million just after graduation? Mr. Ma's expression suggested he understood everything. No, Senior, that 10 million is entirely my hard-earned money, Mr. Chu Vito Isapda, who said that a technical expert only excels in technology. Their imagination can be quite vivid too. Mr. Ma scrutinized Mr. Chu from head to toe. Junior, while this work may be taxing, it holds immense potential. Noticing Mr. Ma's expression, Mr. Chu felt a sense of helplessness. He truly was not relying on anyone. You simply don't believe me, do you? I believe you. I believe you. I trust everything you say. Mr. Ma quickly donned a serious expression. Mr. Chu, the contract poses no issues, Yuan announced, having finished reviewing it. Then let us proceed with the signing. Mr. Chu intended to offer further clarification, but ultimately refrained, as Mr. Ma's expression seemed to convey, I understand. Men must maintain their dignity. Meanwhile, within an upscale private club in Tianlin City, 8 individuals with formidable presences convened in an opulent private room. Among them were Huang Hotong and Mo Jianda. And the middle-aged man at the head of the table slowly began to speak. Apart from Zhengping, everyone has arrived. Let us commence. What are your thoughts on Bai Haobua's unusual behavior this time? Chapter 87. Is it possible that the authorities aim to develop the East District? What other opinions could there be? Pure madness, indeed. The East District is impoverished and desolate. Although the Bai and Xiang families wield considerable influence, they cannot uplift it, merely creating larger ripples in an already shallow pool. Mo Jianda wore a look of disdain. In his view, Bai Haobua had lost his senses, and this was not the proper way to squander money. If it were Xiang Tian acting in such a manner, it might be deemed lunacy. But Bai Haobua is neither impulsive nor insane. Wu Jiming of the Wu Group expressed a differing perspective. Brother Wu, could it be that we have pressed Bai Haobua too hard in recent years, causing him to lose his composure? Perhaps he has decided to abandon all restraint. Mo Jianda remained steadfast in his beliefs, struggling to comprehend what potential the desolate East District could possibly hold. Jianda, you underestimate Bai Haobua. If he were so easily rattled, the Bai Group would not have remained a formidable presence in Tianlin City for so long. The speaker was Gao Yucai of the Gao Group, who is also the father of Gao Qiji. Currently, he had some minor collaborations with Bai Haobua, primarily to gain entry into the Bai Group for future strategic alignment. Indeed, I concur with Brother Yucai's assessment. He is the most knowledgeable among us regarding Bai Haobua. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Song? Ding Chunqiu of the Ding Group turned to the esteemed Song Yongli on the main seat. Song Yongli nodded, clearly in agreement with Ding Chunqiu's statement. One cannot blame Brother Song. Our informants within the Bai and Xiang groups have relayed that they would not participate in the bidding for the East District. Who could have anticipated that Bai Haobua would take such decisive action today? Noticing the guilt on Song Yongli's face, Ding Chunqiu quickly spoke up on his behalf and then turned to Ling Yuanzheng. By the way, Brother Ling was also present at the time. Why didn't TU intervene? Do you even hear yourself? Ling Yuanzheng had long been displeased with Ding Chunqiu's sycophancy. What did he mean? Was he blaming him for not stopping Bai Haobua? Brother Ling, what do you imply? Although Ding Chunqiu's influence was minimal, he felt emboldened under Song Yongli's protection and was undeterred by Ling Yuanzheng. It seems you have become accustomed to targeting Bai Haobua these past few years. Whatever he does, you are compelled to follow suit. You expect me to intervene? Should I acquire these 3 plots of land at a price exceeding the market rate by 70%? Are you foolish, or do you think I am? Ling Yuanzhong, seeing Ding Chuanxiu daring to retort, immediately countered. Among those present, he harbored no fear except for Song Yongli and Sang Biao. Brother Song, observe him. I merely made a comment, and he has become agitated. Realizing he could not outwit Ling Yuanzhong, Ding Chunqiu sought refuge in Song Yongli. Brother Ling, let us not be so heated. Brother Ding spoke impulsively, without malice. On the surface, Song Yongli attempted to mediate, but in reality, he was shielding Ding Chunqiu. Wu Jimin, concerned that Ling Yuanzhong might act impulsively, attempted to mediate the discord with Song Yongli. Bai Haobu's actions were indeed peculiar, yet one cannot solely blame Yuanzhong. I dare say that among those present, with the exception of Brother Song, none would dare to invest such an exorbitant sum to acquire those 3 parcels of land in the East District, which are already priced 60% above market value. Engaging in such an endeavor would likely result in losses, and the financial burden would be insurmountable for anyone. Huang Hutong, who had remained silent, could not help but sigh upon hearing Wu Jimin's words. He had initially set his sights on securing the 3 plots in the East District, but unexpectedly found himself in competition with Bai Haobu. He had continued to bid against the latter until the prices soared to 60% above market value, at which point he hesitated to proceed further. Given that Yuan Zhengping was not in the country, he was unable to communicate with him. Without explicit support from the Yuan group, acquiring the land at such inflated prices would subject him to immense pressure and the potential for financial collapse. Thus, he reluctantly chose to withdraw. After all, even his friend could not guarantee the development of the East District, only suggesting a strong possibility. He could not afford to take such a gamble, as it might jeopardize the entire Huang group. Hudong, why are you so quiet? I heard you were actively bidding against Bai Haobu. What caused you to withdraw? Song Yongli inquired, glancing towards Huang Hutong in the corner. Brother Song, I was merely trying to create some disruption for Bai Haobu, Huang Hutong replied, refraining from revealing his connections with officials. As this was a card, he preferred to keep close to his chest. Disruption? I heard you were closely following Bai Haobu's bids. Song Yongli remarked, clearly skeptical of Huang Hetong's claim of mere mischief. This was evidently a serious endeavor. Yet the Huang group scale could not compete with that of the Bai group, forcing him to concede. Brother Song, perhaps after years of targeting Bai Haobu alongside you, I momentarily lost my focus. When Bai Haobu's bid exceeded the market price by 60%, I regained my senses and feared that should I continue to raise my bid, there was a chance Bai Haobu might withdraw. Given my limited capacity, I could not sustain such a commitment, Huang Hutong self-deprecatingly admitted, acknowledging that he was indeed the smallest player in the room. Typically, when Yuan Zhengping was present, there was a certain decorum, and others would spare Huang Hutong from undue pressure. However, in the absence of old Yuan, he did not dare to act recklessly. Ding Chuanxiu's experience served as a cautionary tale. Being rebuffed was a fruitless endeavor. The assembly chuckled derisively at Huang Hutong's audacity to compete with Bai Haobu for those 3 plots, viewing it as a rather absurd notion. Only Song Yongli regarded Huang Hutong with a knowing gaze, recognizing him as a shrewd individual. His actions could not merely be attributed to a fleeting impulse. But Huang Hutong's reluctance to disclose his motivations rendered further inquiry inappropriate. Since the situation has unfolded, let us strategize on how to contend with Bai Haobu, suggested Song Yongli. Mo Juanda could not help but find amusement in the proceedings. Bai Haobu leapt into the vast pit of the Eastern District on his own. What more could we do but follow suit? This time, Mo Laudi spoke with reason. Over the past few years, in our efforts to counter Bai Haobu, our group had allocated the majority of its funds to the main urban area, leaving us ill-equipped to contend with him in the Eastern District. Ling Yuanzhong promptly articulated his perspective. Engaging Bai Haobu in the main urban area still held potential benefits, whereas the Eastern District was merely a bottomless pit. Following Bai Haobu into it would lead to an inevitable dead end. Indeed, Yuanzhong's reasoning resonated with Junda. If Bai Haobu wished to be the pioneer, let him be. At this juncture, Gao Yucai and Wu Jiming readily concurred, for they were not foolish. Bai Haobu's recent acquisitions of 3 parcels of land in the Eastern District at exorbitant prices undoubtedly strained his finances, compelling a contraction of investments in the main urban area. This presented an opportune moment for them to expand their gains without the need to confront the opponent directly in the Eastern District. Ding Chunqiu and Huang Hutong refrained from voicing their opinions. The former was a staunch ally of Song Yongli, hesitant to undermine him, while the latter simply lacked the capacity to engage. Song Yongli, with a sullen expression, surveyed the disarray before him, feeling helpless. Although the Song group held the largest presence here, it could not command unanimous support. In truth, Everyone had gathered for mutual benefit. Was there a possibility that the authorities aimed to develop the Eastern District? Song Yongli finally articulated the conjecture simmering in his mind, for it was the only explanation that could account for Bai Haobua's peculiar actions. Brother Song, are you jesting? I can unequivocally state that this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mo Juanda regarded Song Yongli with a half-smile. Had anyone else made such a claim, he would have likely burst into laughter. Juanda, why are you so certain it's impossible? Although Song Yongli maintained a calm facade, he felt a growing irritation within. What was Mo Juanda implying? Was his conjecture truly so laughable? Brother Song, let us be candid. Who among us has a few acquaintances in the government? While there were rumors of development in the Eastern District, there are currently no plans whatsoever for such a venture in Tianlin City. Montak Yunda, seemingly oblivious to Song Yongli's discontent, continued to boast, placing undue emphasis on the phrase a few acquaintances in the government, as if to flaunt his connections. Ling Yuanzheng and the others remained silent, yet their expressions spoke volumes. As Mo Juanda had stated, who didn't he have a few connections in the government? Naturally, their information aligned with Mo Juanda's. Otherwise, they would have acted long ago, leaving no opportunity for Bai Haobua. Brother Song, Ling Yuanzheng organized his thoughts before continuing. What if it is the case that Bai Haobua felt the pressure too intensely in the old district and, not wishing to be gradually worn down by us, decided to carve out a new path by preemptively establishing a foothold in the Eastern District? There was merit to this possibility, and Song Yongli nodded thoughtfully. Then Bai Haobua's cleverness may ultimately lead to his downfall. This gamble is destined for failure. Ding Chunxiu let out a casual, cold laugh. Noticing the attention of the others upon him, he proceeded to explain. To be candid, the information I possess aligns with that of Junda, and my connections within official circles are quite substantial. If the authorities intend to develop the Eastern District, he would undoubtedly receive the news in advance. Thus, it follows that not only can we not thwart Bai Haobua, but we must also facilitate his demise more swiftly. Mo Juanda erupted into hearty laughter. Wu Jiming and Gao Yucai remained silent. Although they had received similar news, a sense of unease lingered within them. Could it be that Bai Haobua was truly cornered? Only Huang Hetong understood that Bai Haobua might not necessarily falter, and that it was indeed possible the authorities would genuinely pursue development in the Eastern District. However, as a lesser voice, he refrained from speaking up, fearing backlash. Since you all have expressed such sentiments, let us observe the situation regarding Bai Haobua. But one must be cautious of Xiang Tian, who is in league with Bai Haobua. If a solution can be found, it must be enacted preemptively. Song Yongli sighed softly. He was not naive and recognized that each individual was eager to seize a share of the profits from the Bai family group's interests in the old city. In the face of such interests, words seemed utterly impotent. Upon hearing Song Yongli's remarks, the crowd turned their gazes toward the corner where Sang Biao lingered. Why are you all looking at me? If anyone wishes to confront Xiang Tian, they should do so themselves. Sang Biao chuckled lightly, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. The others were momentarily taken aback. While they could contend with Bai Haobua, they were acutely aware of Xiang Tian's formidable reputation. They then turned their attention back to Song Yongli, for Sang Biao was known for his volatile temper and ruthless methods, sparing no one but Song Yongli himself. Thus they dared not make a fool of themselves. Understanding their unspoken thoughts, Song Yongli coughed lightly and said, Sang Biao, aside from you, who dares to challenge Xiang Tian? With Song Yongli initiating the dialogue, Sang Biao lowered his facade. Brother Song, you understand that it is precisely due to that old rascal Xiang Tian's presence that I have yet to fully dominate the underground forces of Tianlin City. I dream of eliminating him, but the time is not ripe. Xiang Tian has retreated for so long. Are you still afraid of him? Mo Juanda's nature led him to speak out inadvertently. Though his voice was but a whisper, it reached every ear in the room. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao's expression darkened. He granted Song Yongli respect, but others were not so forgiving. You know nothing. Even a rotten ship has 3,000 nails. Although Xiang Tian may seem like a brute, do not underestimate this old fellow. He possesses many hidden cards. Initially, I dismissed him, but after suffering a few setbacks, I learned to tread carefully. Now, I can only proceed gradually. If I force him into a corner, the outcome could be uncertain, and I am not willing to take that risk. The crowd was astonished. They understood that despite Xiang Tian's attempts to cleanse his reputation in recent years, his influence within the underworld remained significant. They were taken aback to realize that he could stand toe-to-toe with Sang Biao, who seemed rather apprehensive in his presence. Given Sang Biao's typically arrogant demeanor, It was unusual for him to show any sign of weakness, leading them to suspect that the notion of an even contest might be exaggerated. Song Yongli's expression also darkened. He initially believed that if they could not deal with Bai Haobo for the time being, eliminating Xiang Tian would suffice, as it would at least remove a loyal ally of Bai Haobo. However, it now appeared that this plan was also doomed to failure. If you truly wish to confront Xiang Tian, I might have a suggestion worth considering, Sang Biao remarked with a cold snort, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. What suggestion? Song Yongli's eyes brightened at the prospect, for removing Xiang Tian would effectively disarm Bai Haobo, akin to extracting the fangs from a tiger, rendering it far easier to handle. This requires Mr. Wu's assistance, Sang Biao said, revealing a cunning expression as he turned to Wu Zhiming. Me? How could I possibly possess such capability? Wu Zhiming shook his head vehemently, haunted by memories of Xiang Tian's formidable reign in Tianlin City. He understood all too well that even an aging tiger retains a measure of ferocity, one that he dared not provoke. Mr. Wu, Xiang Tian's son has been fervently pursuing your daughter. I believe we could leverage that to our advantage, Sang Biao suggested. Over the years, he had sought opportunities to eliminate Xiang Tian and had conducted a thorough investigation into his family. Do you think Xiang Tian is oblivious? Such trivial schemes would hardly escape his notice. I refuse to risk my daughter's safety and my own downfall. Wu Zhiming firmly rejected the idea. He was not foolish enough to consider targeting Xiang Tian's family, knowing full well that such actions would incite the wrath of a man who, although seemingly amiable now, had once been far more ruthless than even Sang Biao, albeit without the latter's unscrupulous methods. Mr. Wu, there is no need for such fear of Xiang Tian. After all, we are here to support you, Sang Biao insisted, unwilling to relent. Having battled Xiang Tian in the shadows for years, he had discerned that Xiang Tian's greatest vulnerability lay in his foolish son, Xiang Dong. If Wu Zhiming were willing to cooperate, Sang Biao felt confident in his ability to confront Xiang Tian. Sang Biao, do not even entertain such thoughts, Wu Zhiming replied darkly, fully aware of Sang Biao's ulterior motives. He had no intention of sacrificing his daughter for the greater good or inviting calamity upon the Wu family. Noticing that Sang Biao still clung to hope, Wu Zhiming turned to Song Yongli. Brother Song, should this matter be raised again, I shall withdraw. Chapter 89. Is Pan Tingting employing her charms on me? Alas, my young brother Wu, do not be so agitated. Sang Biao is simply overly eager and has not considered the ramifications. Upon witnessing Wu Zhiming's unwavering stance, Song Yongli promptly sought to pacify the situation. A glance at Sang Biao revealed a mutual understanding, as the latter discreetly silenced himself, though his countenance remained decidedly sullen, clearly displeased. Very well, let us temporarily set aside matters concerning the Eastern District and turn our attention to strategizing how to thwart Bai Haobo and Xiang Tian in the Old City, Song Yongli declared. The moment his words fell, the eyes of the assembled company sparkled with anticipation. For now, they were discussing tangible interests. After concluding the contract, Chu Chen swiftly transferred 3 million huabi into Ma Lecheng's corporate account. Following a warm invitation from Ma Lecheng, Chu Chen, along with legal advisors Yuan and Jin, and a core team of 10 from Ma Lecheng's company, proceeded to lunch. Ever since learning of Chu Chen's connection with the heiress of the Bai family, Ma Lecheng's demeanor had become exceedingly cordial, extending far beyond mere alumni camaraderie. One might say he was eager to forge a fraternal bond with Chu Chen. Meanwhile, legal advisor Jin diligently attended to legal advisor Yuan throughout the meal, which was thoroughly enjoyable. After dining, Chu Chen and legal advisor Yuan departed directly by car. As Ma Lecheng watched the vehicle fade into the distance, legal advisor Jin ventured, Mr. Ma, how about I become your company's dedicated legal advisor? Unfortunately, our company lacks the funds to hire a dedicated legal counsel, Ma Lecheng replied, somewhat awkwardly, as the company was still in its nascent stages and funds needed to be allocated judiciously. No need for compensation. My services would be pro bono, legal advisor Jin countered, shedding his earlier arrogance and adopting a tone of obsequiousness. He had evidently misconstrued the nature of Chu Chen's relationship with the Bai heiress, and the opportunity to engage with legal advisor Yuan was enticing. If relations were nurtured, his prospects within the legal community of Tianlin City could flourish, making it worthwhile to offer his services without charge. Very well then, Ma Lecheng conceded, sensing the gravity of legal advisor Jin's proposition, and recognizing the value in free legal counsel. Let us formalize this in writing. Legal advisor Yuan, I truly appreciate your assistance this time, Chu Chen expressed. Now alone with legal advisor Yuan, Mr. Chu, there is no need for such formality. You are a good friend of Miss Pan. You are one of us. I may require your support in the future as well, legal advisor Yuan replied, leaving Chu Chen momentarily taken aback. It appeared that legal advisor Yuan had also misunderstood the situation. Isn't it customary for legal advisors to be meticulous? Is there evidence to support such claims? Chu Chen answered, I assure you, my relationship with Miss Pan is strictly platonic. Just then, legal advisor Yuan's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly answered, Hello, Miss Pan. Yes, I have completed the arrangements, and I will follow up on the subsequent procedures. Not at all. It was no trouble. Very well. He then activated the speakerphone and handed it to Chu Chen, allowing the voice of Pan Tingting to resonate through the air. Chu Chen, Tingting, he replied. Are you free now? Would you accompany me to Wangfu Mall for a stroll? Of course. I have no plans this afternoon. Chu Chen, mindful of his obligations to Pan Tingting and the ongoing contract, was eager not to appear neglectful. All right. I will depart from room and restaurant and meet you at the mall's entrance. Sound good. Suddenly, Pan Tingting hung up the phone. Chu Chen glanced at Yuan's expression, realizing that the situation had become utterly unclear. Upon arriving at the entrance of Wangfu Shopping Mall, Chu Chen immediately spotted Pan Tingting's vehicle parked by the roadside. Xiao Lang. He greeted the driver. However, she turned away huffily, seemingly ignoring him altogether. What's wrong with Xiaolan? Chu Chen wondered, utterly perplexed, as he believed he had done nothing to offend her. Don't mind her. She's just chatty usually, but now her voice is hoarse. Pan Tingting explained as she stepped out of the car. Ah, I see. Xiaolan, perhaps you should get some watermelon frost lozenges. They work wonders. Chu Chen suggested with concern. To his surprise, Xiaolan shot him a fierce glare, scoffed, and sped away. Did I say something wrong? Why is she upset? Chu Chen was left utterly baffled. Let us go, Pan Tingting said as she walked straight into the mall, with Chu Chen following closely behind. It must be said that Pan Tingting truly embodied the pinnacle of beauty in Tianlin City, effortlessly attracting the attention of numerous men and becoming the most radiant presence in the entire mall. Are you aware that my father has paid a handsome sum to acquire those 3 plots of land in the Eastern District? Pan Tingting asked casually, though her peripheral gaze was keenly observing Chu Chen's facial expressions, indicating her concern for his response. Yes, Mr. Xiang informed me immediately, Chu Chen replied. Comprehending Pan Tingting's motive for inviting him out, she was probing for insight. He acquired them at a price 60 above market value. Chu Chen, what do you think are the odds that the authorities will develop the Eastern District? Clearly, Pan Tingting was feeling some apprehension. She understood that her father was resolute in his ambitions for the Eastern District, and he was currently in a meeting with several key figures from the Bai Group, likely strategizing for a significant venture. If the government remained inactive, the Bai Group and the Xiang Group could face substantial losses. If you trust my judgment, perhaps we should wait a few months, Chu Chen suggested. In truth, he too felt uncertain. He was unsure how such significant maneuvers by the Bai and Xiang groups might affect essential variables. Logically, the authorities' plans for the Eastern District wouldn't be swayed by the decisions of 1 or 2 conglomerates. Pan Tingting paused, fixing her gaze on Chu Chen. She recognized that her father's decision to fully enter the Eastern District was based on careful consideration, and Chu Chen was merely a catalyst in this grand scheme. Therefore, regardless of his confidence, her father would likely proceed with this gamble. I believe in you. Come, let's go buy some clothes, she declared. All right, he agreed, and they proceeded to a Chanel boutique. A stunning woman in her 30s greeted them as they entered. Welcome, Miss Pan. Hello, Manager Shun. You mentioned new styles had arrived. Let's see them, Pan Tingting replied. Of course, Manager Shun said, immediately signaling 2 attendants to fetch the garments. Within moments, the trio reappeared, each holding a set of clothes. Pan Tingting took the outfits into the fitting room, and shortly after, she emerged in a new ensemble. Chu Chen, what do you think of this outfit? It is truly beautiful. Chu Chen's eyes sparkled. As Ma Leking had remarked, she was as stunning as a celestial being. Besides her exceptional beauty, Pan Tingting possessed an exquisite grace, a cultivated elegance that far surpassed that of Fang Qingyu and her ilk, an intrinsic quality that could not be feigned. Pan Tingting then changed into several more ensembles, each one causing Chu Chen to marvel as though she had stepped out from a painting. Who could possibly resist such allure? Was Pan Tingting employing her charms upon herself? At that moment, a luxurious vehicle came to a halt before a bank in Tianlin City. A solitary figure alighted and made her way into the bank building, heading straight for the president's office. Chapter 90, A Call from Fang Qingyu. This woman was truly formidable when it came to shopping. She seemed invigorated, unable to pause. From 2 in the afternoon until 6, for a full 4 hours. Pan Tingting had not taken a moment's respite. She visited every luxury brand boutique, trying on dozens of outfits, leaving Chu Chen feeling as though he had attended a fashion show, while his hands were laden with more than 10 bags of clothing. Chu Chen, what do you think of this dress? Pan Tingting selected a pink gown that exuded a refreshing aura. Beautiful. Chu Chen finally grasped the essence of natural beauty. Whether mature and flamboyant or pure and innocent, Pan Tingting could effortlessly embody them all. Then I'll take this one. Pan Tingting instructed the attendant before heading off to change. Chu Chen gazed at the array of luxurious bags in the distance, a frown etched on his face. He had finally witnessed the lifestyle of the affluent, endless shopping. Throughout the afternoon, Pan Tingting had never inquired about prices. If it suited her, she simply purchased it. After exiting the exclusive store, Pan Tingting placed a hand on her stomach, acknowledging her hunger after such a lengthy shopping spree. Chu Chen, burdened with numerous bags, let out a sigh of relief. The ordeal was finally over. Pan Tingting casually remarked. But I could not help but pause for a moment when Chu Chen seemed momentarily taken aback. Just yesterday at noon, he had mentioned a craving for the giant blue lobster, and today, Pan Tingting had arranged for it to be air-freighted. What did this imply? Was she truly so considerate of him? What? You don't want to eat? Pan Tingting furrowed her brow at Chu Chen's silence. No, it's just that I'm a loss for words, he exclaimed, astonished. You arranged for it so quickly after our conversation yesterday. Tingting, do you truly not have feelings for me? You're overthinking it. Pan Tingting shot him a glance and quickened her pace, her cheeks slightly flushed, though due to the angle. Chu Chen remained oblivious. Tingting, wait for me. Chu Chen clumsily trailed behind her, burdened by the multitude of bags. At this moment, the scene was fortuitously witnessed by Xian Hongying, who, despite being a woman herself, was captivated by Pan Tingting's exquisite beauty. It was no wonder that Fang Qingyu's fervent advances had failed to stir the heart of Chu Chen. This woman, both in beauty and demeanor, effortlessly eclipsed Fang Qingyu. With such a celestial companion, it was indeed unlikely for him to be swayed by Fang Qingyu. A sense of inexplicable disappointment welled up within Xian Hongying. Just yesterday, she had harbored dreams of winning over Chu Chen and indulging in a life of luxury and opulence. Yet now it seemed nearly impossible, especially as she recognized the considerable gap between herself and Fang Qingyu, let alone this seemingly flawless woman before her. She then took out her phone to capture a photo of Chu Chen and Pan Tingting, intending to send it to Fang Qingyu. However, just as she finished taking the picture, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was a friend and hurriedly answered, "Stop urging me. I just got off work. I'll be there shortly, so please wait for me." With that, she tucked her phone away and dashed toward the entrance of the mall, having entirely forgotten about sending the photo. As Pan Tingting and Chu Chen exited the Wangfu Mall, Xiaolan's car was already waiting at the door. "Xiaolan, please open the trunk," Chu Chen said, waving the dozen or so bags of clothing in his hands. The trunk opened automatically, and after placing all the items inside, he joined Pan Tingting in the back seat of the car. Xiaolan slowly started the vehicle, heading toward Rumen Restaurant. "Xiaolan, I heard from Tingting that your voice was hoarse. Is it any better now?" Chu Chen inquired as he settled into the car. Xiaolan did not respond, focusing intently on driving. Indeed, during rush hour, she needed to concentrate to avoid a repeat of last night's incident. Noticing Xiaolan's silence, Chu Chen awkwardly smiled, attempting to salvage the situation. "Please, don't be upset." Xiaolan shot him an exasperated look through the rearview mirror. "Oh, it seems Xiaolan's voice is just fine," Chu Chen remarked, surprised, looking at Pan Tingting. What s with Xiaolan's demeanor towards Chu Chen? Pan Tingting chuckled lightly. "Tingjia, you told me not to speak carelessly in front of Chu Chen. I'm unsure of what I can say, so I've chosen to say nothing at all," Xiaolan replied, her face filled with grievance. Chu Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How had he become involved in this? "You little rascal, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Pan Tingting also appeared embarrassed, as she realized that her casual comments had led to Xiaolan's deliberate retaliation. "I wouldn't dare," Xiaolan huffed, clearly still miffed. "Seeing you so upset must mean you have no appetite. Those 3 giant blue lobsters are perfect. Chu Chen and I can each have 1.5. Pan Tingting smiled playfully, amused by Xiaolan's inability to distinguish between the minor and major issues at hand. "Tingjia, I was wrong." Xiaolan brightened at the mention of the giant lobsters. "Now do you understand what to say and what not to say?" Pan Tingting laughed gently. "Yes, I understand." The azure vehicle sped towards the Rumen Restaurant, with Xiaolan pressing the accelerator. Chu Chen couldn't help but shake his head, inwardly lamenting the fickleness of a foodie's allegiance. A single grand blue dragon had effortlessly resolved the matter. Shortly thereafter, the car came to a halt in front of the restaurant. The trio disembarked and made their way inside. It was dinner time, and the establishment was already bustling with patrons. "What flavor does that grand blue dragon prefer?" Chu Chen inquired. "Black pepper," came the response. Chu Chen found himself salivating at the thought. "Very well. I shall have someone lead you to a private room while I arrange for the kitchen. The dishes will be ready shortly." With that, Pan Tingting summoned a server to escort Chu Chen to the private room, while she and Xiao Lan headed towards the kitchen. Following the server, Chu Chen entered a modestly sized private room, which was ample for their small party. Once the server departed, Chu Chen settled into the soft leather chair, massaging his legs, which were still sore from walking for 4 hours. Just as he began to find comfort in the gentle kneading, his phone rang. To his dismay, the caller was Fang Qingyu. He frowned, pondering the audacity of this woman to reach out. Had yesterday's conversation not been sufficiently harsh, or had her nerve simply thickened? After a brief moment of hesitation, he answered, curious about her intentions. "Chu Chen, is that you?" Fang Qingyu's feeble voice came through the line. "What's wrong?" he asked, furrowing his brow. "I'm at Building 7, apartment 401 in Guangming Garden, and I'm feeling quite unwell. Could you possibly come and take me to the hospital?" Chapter 91. In truth, Chu Chen already has a girlfriend. Sure, just as Chu Chen began to respond, the phone signal abruptly cut off, leaving him bewildered by the sudden disconnection. Guangming Garden? He muttered to himself. Fang Qingyu was a local from Tianlin City, residing with her parents in Jejia Garden. What could have compelled her to venture to Guangming Garden? Could this be the clandestine rendezvous with Huang Zhengping? It seemed highly plausible. Clearly, Fang Qingyu was quite desperate, willing to risk exposure to ensure he would take the bait. However, he had no intention of complying. In his past life, Fang Qingyu had concocted schemes to intoxicate herself, fabricating scenarios to create the illusion of intimacy, which illustrated her utter lack of scruples. Yet, he was also concerned for her safety. It wasn't that he wished her demise, but rather that her end should not come so swiftly. He still needed her to deal with Huang Zhengping. Consequently, he sent a message to her close friend, Xian Hongying. At that moment, the server entered with the appetizers, followed closely by Pan Tingting and Xiao Lan. Seeing them approach, Chu Chen promptly tucked his phone away. Meanwhile, in Guangming Garden, Fang Qingyu, having turned off her phone, tossed it onto the sofa. She changed into a lace nightgown and stood before the mirror, admiring her exquisite features and graceful form, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. However, upon spotting the steak and several bottles of red wine on the table, her expression darkened, and she muttered to herself, "If tonight I cannot intoxicate Chu Chen, I shall have to concede to that useless fool." At this moment, in the office of the president of the Huang Group, Huang Hetong wore a sullen expression as the landline on his desk emitted a series of busy signals. For 3 days now, he had attempted to contact Yuan Jinxing, yet it was still his secretary who answered. This was indeed quite unusual. One might excuse a lack of availability during the day due to travel, but what of the evening? Was he still indulging in leisure? Just as Huang Hetong pondered this, a knock sounded at the office door. "Enter," he commanded. Huang Zhengping stepped inside. "Father, did you summon me? Have you managed to reach Yuan Qian?" Huang Hetong inquired coldly. Observing his father's grim demeanor, Huang Zhengping sensed something was amiss, very amiss. Huang Hetong rose from his seat, muttering to himself. "Father, are you implying that Uncle Yuan? That's impossible." He was in high spirits at the birthday banquet, full of life. Huang Zhengping immediately grasped the implication, his face a mask of disbelief. "How dare you question me?" Huang Hetong, incensed by his son's foolishness, seized the document from his desk and hurled it at Huang Zhengping. "If you could secure Yuan Qian, will we be left speculating here?" What is that?" Huang Zhengping tried to speak, but was cut off by Huang Hetong. "If you could win over Yuan Qian, even if the 3 plots in the East District were priced at 70 or 80% above market value, I would not relinquish them. Old Yuan has always favored Yuan Qian. Should you become the prospective son-in-law of the Yuan family, he would undoubtedly support the Huang Group wholeheartedly. In time, the entire Yuan Group could be yours. Yet, here you are, this foolish waste." "Father, I understand," Huang Zhengping began, but before he could finish, Huang Hetong struck him across the face, rendering him momentarily dazed. "Father, why would you do that? Let me tell you, if something were to happen to old Yuan and Yuan Qian takes charge of the Yuan Group, we would be finished." Huang Hetong admonished loudly. He had shared decades of camaraderie with Yuan Jinxing, but Yuan Qian would not be swayed by such sentiments. Huang Zhengping covered his cheek, momentarily at a loss for words. He understood his father was correct. If Yuan Qian were to take the helm, the bond between the Yuan and Huang groups would no longer be as intimate as before. Having studied abroad for several years, Yuan Qian had adopted a Western management style that disregarded old loyalties, especially those of previous generations. What is the current status between you and Yuan Qian? If something were to happen to old Yuan, would you be able to communicate with her? Huang Hetong, seasoned from years in the business world, posed the most critical question. Huang Zhengping felt a sense of dread, lowering his head, unable to meet his father's gaze. You wretch! Huang Hetong erupted in fury, kicking Huang Zhengping to the ground. Years of experience in the business world had sharpened his insight, and from his son's expression, he felt a chilling sense of foreboding. Just as Huang Zhengping rose from the ground, he witnessed his father, Huang Hetong, clutching his chest and staggering, as if he might collapse at any moment. Rushing forward, he supported his father, exclaiming, "Father, what is the matter? How could I have given birth to such a fool as you?" Abandoning Yuan Qian for the entanglement with that Fang Qingyu, Huang Hetong seemed to age a decade in an instant. The loss of the 3 plots of land in the East District, coupled with potential upheaval in the Yuan family group, overwhelmed him, causing him to faint immediately. Someone quickly, take my father to the hospital. Huang Zhengping panicked upon seeing his father lose consciousness, repeatedly shouting toward the door. Meanwhile, Fang Qingyu sat quietly on the sofa in Guangming Garden, awaiting Chu Chen's arrival, confident that he would come promptly. Just then, the doorbell rang. A disdainful smile crept across Fang Qingyu's face. He had indeed arrived. With her unwavering confidence in her allure, she neglected to check the peephole and opened the door, striking an alluring pose that caught Chu Chen off guard. Yuqing, what are you doing? Xian Hongying, witnessing the scene, widened her eyes in disbelief, covering her mouth with her hand. Hongying, what are you doing here? Fang Qingyu had not anticipated Xian Hongying's arrival. She had only rented this place 2 days prior, known only to Huang Zhengping and Chu Chen, whom she had just informed. Chu Chen said you were feeling unwell, so I came to check on you. I tried calling your phone, but it was off, so I decided to come. As someone with experience, Xian Hongying quickly understood Fang Qingyu's intentions upon seeing her sheer nightgown, realizing that the seemingly innocent girl was quite adept at playing games. Come in, Fang Qingyu said, knowing that Chu Chen would not be coming that evening, and welcomed Xian Hongying inside. Upon entering, Xian Hongying noticed the steak, red wine, and candles on the table, leaving her puzzled. Just recently, Fang Qingyu had been with young Master Huang. How was she now so forward with Chu Chen, dressed in a sheer nightgown and preparing a candlelit dinner? What man could resist such temptation? To prevent her friend from becoming further entangled, Xian Hongying resolved to disclose everything she had witnessed that afternoon. Yuqing, actually, Chu Chen has a girlfriend. What? Fang Qingyu's face reflected disbelief. Just last week, he had sent her jokes and inquired about her well-being, yet he now had a girlfriend. Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes this afternoon at Wangfu Mall, and his girlfriend is more beautiful than you. Xian Hongying hesitated, fearing it might upset Fang Qingyu. More beautiful than me? Do tell, Fang Qingyu urged, sensing Xian Hongying's hesitation. More beautiful than you. Xian Hongying finally relented. Impossible. That good-for-nothing Chu Chen could never find a girlfriend more beautiful than me. It is absolutely inconceivable. Fang Qingyu appeared exceedingly agitated. Some women are like this. When surrounded by sycophants and backups, they barely spare a glance, wearing an expression of disdain. Yet, when these admirers find a girlfriend, they become infuriated, unable to accept that their devoted admirer has suddenly ceased their affections. I have witnessed this firsthand. Xian Hongying promptly took out her phone, showing Fang Qingyu the photo she had secretly taken that afternoon. Pan Tingting. How could this be? How could Pan Tingting possibly be interested in that worthless Chu Chen? Fang Qingyu felt on the verge of collapse. A woman whom even Huang Zhengping must look up to certainly has considerable stature. Even if Chu Chen genuinely had a girlfriend, if she were of lesser quality, Fang Qingyu would not be so enraged. However, Pan Tingting indeed overshadowed her in every regard, even surpassing Yuan Qian. This was something she cannot accept. Their behavior is so intimate. How could they not be a couple? You must face reality. Besides, you are not lacking admirers. Xian Hongying, sensing that Fang Qingyu was significantly affected, secretly relished the moment. Throughout their 4 years in university, she and Fang Qingyu had always been close friends, often compared by others due to their frequent appearances together, with Fang Qingyu consistently stealing the spotlight while Xian Hongying faded into the background. Some of Fang Qingyu's admirers pretended to pursue her merely to get closer to Fang Qingyu, which had caused her considerable annoyance. Even more infuriating was that those men had taken advantage of her. Seizing the opportunity, She exaggerated the situation to provoke Fang Qingyu further. You're talking nonsense. That's impossible. Pan Tingting could never like Chu Chen. Fang Qingyu screamed in despair. Despite Xian Hongying's assertions, she remained unconvinced. You, don't be so agitated. It's just a man. Is it really worth it? Xian Hongying looked at the almost frantic Fang Qingyu with a twinge of fear. Fang Qingyu took a deep breath, attempting to regain her composure. Xian Hongying felt a surge of conflicting emotions. While she relished Fang Qingyu's distress, her agitation also sparked a sense of concern. Get out! Before Xian Hongying could utter another word, Fang Qingyu pushed her outside and slammed the door shut. She then leaned against the security door, sliding down to the floor, cradling her head in her hands and sobbing quietly. You call me if you need anything, Xian Hongying called from outside before turning to leave. Her heart filled with conflicting emotions. She felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing Fang Qingyu's pain, but also a twinge of guilt, wondering if she was being too cruel. However, recalling the past 4 years of being overshadowed by Fang Qingyu and the misfortune of being taken advantage of by those scoundrels, her guilt dissipated entirely. Exhausted from crying, Fang Qingyu picked up her phone and dialed Huang, Zhengping's number. At this moment, only he could soothe her inner turmoil, but after a few rings, he surprisingly hung up on her. Fang Qingyu furrowed her brow but dismissed her concerns, reasoning that the other party might be in a meeting or preoccupied with matters that rendered them unable to answer the phone. After all, they had shared tender moments the previous night. She then opened the QQ messaging app and sent a message to Huang Zhengping. At that moment, Huang Zhengping, who was in the hospital room accompanying his father, glared at his phone with a face full of anger. His father's condition had partially stemmed from Fang Qingyu. Had she not persistently entangled herself in their lives, he would not have repeatedly provoked his father's ire. Just as he was about to block Fang Qingyu's number, a message from her appeared on the QQ app. Fang Qingyu. Zhengping, Chu Chen didn't he come tonight? He has a girlfriend now. Huang Zhengping glanced at his father, who was peacefully asleep. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he stepped out of the hospital room and into the corridor. Huang Zhengping, who is it? Fang Qingyu, the owner of room and restaurant, Pan Tingting. Huang Zhengping, how did you find out that Chu Chen's new girlfriend is Pan Tingting? Fang Qingyu, this afternoon. Hongying saw them together. She said they were acting intimately, shopping for clothes, and even took a photo secretly. Huang Zhengping. Did she capture them in a compromising manner? Huang Zhengping suddenly became intrigued. If indeed there was evidence, it could inadvertently be shown to Wu Qian, alleviating his worries about any connection between Yuan Qian and Chu Chen. Fang Qingyu. Not quite. Hongying only took one photo showing Pan Tingting walking ahead, while Chu Chen followed behind carrying several bags of clothes. Huang Zhengping. Is that proof they are a couple? Do you even know who Pan Tingting is? After reading the message, Huang Zhengping felt a wave of exasperation. Fang Qingyu. Isn't she the owner of room and restaurant? Huang Zhengping. Pan Tingting is the only daughter of Bai Haobua, the president of the Bai Group. She represents the pinnacle of wealth in Tianlin City. Numerous affluent heirs would line up for her attention. Do you truly believe she would take an interest in a good-for-nothing like Chu Chen? At that moment, Fang Qingyu, having read the message, was left dumbfounded. In Tianlin City, no one was unaware of the Bai Group. She realized that Pan Tingting came from significant lineage, but she never imagined she was the daughter of the Bai Group, a status even more illustrious than Yuan Qian's. Fang Qingyu. If that's the case, it indeed seems improbable for Pan Tingting to fancy Chu Chen. I understand now. It's once again Chu Chen's relentless pursuit. He had pursued me in precisely the same manner. In that photograph, Chu Chen was clearly bearing the burden of labor. Fang Qingyu suddenly grasped the situation. It must be thus. Huang Zhengping, need I say more? For him to serve as Pan Tingting's laborer is a stroke of fortune that many affluent heirs in Tianlin City would envy. Upon reading this, Fang Qingyu felt considerably better. Fang Qingyu, Zhengping, please accompany me tonight. I am at Guangming Garden. Huang Zhengping, does Chu Chen know this place as well? Fang Qingyu, yes. I feigned illness tonight in hopes of luring him over to intoxicate him. But unexpectedly, he saw through my ruse and instead called Hongying over. Huang Zhengping, then this location is compromised. I cannot go there, especially since my father is hospitalized, and I remain here with him. Fang Qingyu, is Mr. Huang all right? Should I visit him at the hospital? Huang Zhengping, upon reading the message, was taken aback, silently reflecting that if Fang Qingyu were to come, his father would likely be infuriated beyond measure. Huang Zhengping, please don't come. He is still angry with both of us. I must go in and keep an eye on him. Fang Qingyu. Zhengping, do take care of yourself as well. After waiting for a while, Fang Qingyu put away her phone. At this moment, in Jingquan Garden, a Land Rover parked in front of the Bai family villa. Xiang Tian stepped out and proceeded directly into the villa. Chapter 93. Yuan Jinxing returns the call. Xiang, you have arrived. Aunt Wu immediately came out to greet him. Brother Bai's home, right? Xiang Tian smiled, as he was quite the frequent visitor at the Bai family's villa, thus familiar with Aunt Wu. Mr. Bai instructed me to take you to the study. After saying this, Aunt Wu led Xiang Tian toward the study. At that moment, Bai Haobo was intently reviewing a project proposal when a knock sounded at the door. Come in, he called. Aunt Wu opened the door. Mr. Bai, Mr. Xiang has arrived. Ah, Brother Xiang, please sit over here. Seeing Xiang Tian enter, Bai Haobo rose and walked to the wine cabinet, pouring 2 glasses of 1972 Daikan, and handed one to Xiang Tian. Aunt Wu gently closed the door and returned to her tasks. 1972 Daikan. This glass must be quite expensive. Xiang Tian accepted the glass, took a sip, and couldn't help but praise, this flavor is exquisite. It truly deserves the title of the finest among wines. Bai Haobo gestured towards several bottles of 1972 Daikan on the shelf. Then I shall not hold back. Xiang Tian laughed heartily. This project proposal was just completed this afternoon. Take a look. Bai Haobo handed the proposal from the desk to Xiang Tian. You completed the proposal so quickly? Xiang Tian was somewhat surprised by Bai Haobo's speed. The news of our acquisition of 3 plots in the Eastern District has already spread throughout Tianlin City. I believe, until there is an official announcement regarding the development of the Eastern District, they will not take any substantial action. Therefore, we must seize this opportunity before they react. At this moment, Bai Haobo was brimming with confidence. After years of pondering solutions, he had finally found one, and naturally, he was determined to give it his all. The success or failure hinged on this single endeavor. Although it involved an element of risk, such as the nature of any venture, nothing is ever guaranteed. I can handle errands, but this is quite overwhelming. Xiang Tian shook his head, acknowledging that this was not his forte. All right then, how did your afternoon meeting with President Chen go? Bai Haobo took a sip of the red wine. Although a proposal was ready, without funds, nothing could be set in motion. I can accomplish anything I set out to do. Old Chen agreed, but we need to prepare some materials and follow a process. The funds should arrive by next week at the earliest. Xiang Tian patted his chest, indicating that this was merely a trivial matter. How much was approved? Bai felt a sense of unease, knowing that all plans would need to be adjusted according to the available funds. Of course, it was all approved. I personally went to see him. Does old Chen dare to shortchange me? With a light chuckle towards the heavens. One muses that if a crucial moment arises and the trump card cannot be played, it hardly merits the title. How splendid! Bai Haobo's face brimmed with joy as he could hardly contain himself from sharing a small toast with Xiang Tian. With the influx of capital, he felt liberated to take bold actions. Should we perhaps reduce our investments in the old city or withdraw some projects to concentrate all our funds in the Eastern District? Xiang Tian inquired, aware that while the funds allocated by Lao Chun were considerable, the Eastern District also demanded substantial resources, making widespread expansion a formidable challenge. We cannot withdraw from the old city. We must continue existing projects while moderately scaling back on new investments. Otherwise, even if we secure the Eastern District, we will not hold a decisive advantage. Bai Haobo pondered thoughtfully. Yet, the funds from Lao Chun cannot sustain operations on both fronts, Xiang Tian expressed. His concern regarding financial stability evident. A disruption in the funding chain could lead to dire consequences. Do I lack connections? Bai Haobo retorted, having already secured agreements for 30 billion in funding within 10 days, with additional sums anticipated sufficient to support their impending endeavors. He cast a knowing glance at Xiang Tian, as if to convey, I am no idle bystander. Brother Bai, are we truly wagering our fortunes this time? Xiang Tian grasped the gravity of procuring such a large sum of money, knowing Bai Haobo must bear substantial sacrifices. Indeed, this time we shall reveal all our cards. A single battle will determine our fate. If victorious, no one in Tianlin City will be able to rival us. Conversely, should we falter, we shall be irrevocably out of the game. Bai Haobo declared as he drained his glass of red wine. Rest assured, I can bear the loss. However, I intend to eliminate Sang Biao in this round. I was blind to have elevated him, leaving myself with a lingering threat, Bai Haobo lamented. Xiang Tian felt a wave of frustration. Sang Biao had once shown him utmost respect, yet shortly after ascending, he turned to sabotage Xiang Tian. Had it not been for a few hidden cards, his grave would be overgrown with grass. I indeed miscalculated. My desire was merely to see you rehabilitated and living a stable life. Little did I know that losing the support of the underworld would render us so vulnerable, forcing us into a corner. Bai Haobo reflected, regretting his earlier decision to reinstate Xiang Tian into a legitimate life. Over the years, he learned a harsh truth. Many situations do not allow for a graceful exit. Others will not relent, much like their own circumstances, where they sought peace for their families but found themselves persistently pursued by those wishing to usurp their position. Nevertheless, we are growing older. If we can indeed eliminate Sang Biao, we must consider who to elevate in his stead, Bai Haobo mused. Xiang Tian sighed softly, wishing he could reclaim a decade of youth. Do you have a candidate in mind? Bai Haobo asked, astonished, recognizing that Xiang Tian would not voice such intentions without a prospective successor. Yes, a friend of young Chu Chen, named Huang. He previously served under Shang. I had him investigated, and both his character and capabilities are commendable. He bears a resemblance to my younger self and possesses the potential for cultivation, Xiang Tian remarked, a glimmer of admiration illuminating his countenance as he spoke of Huang. One must observe carefully this time. Bai Haobo reminded over the years. Had it not been for Sang Biao secretly assisting those individuals, it would have been impossible to corner them to such an extent. The significance of underground forces is thus self-evident. Naturally, I would not stumble in the same place twice. Xiang Tian spoke, draining his cup of wine, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. At this moment, in the hospital ward, Huang Hetong slowly opened his eyes. Father, you're awake. This is truly wonderful. Huang Zhengping exclaimed, hastily pressing the button beside the bed. Mr. Huang, what is it? Came a nurse's voice. Please inform Director Zhang. Just tell him my father has regained consciousness. Certainly, Mr. Huang, please hold on. Currently, Huang Hetong appeared somewhat weak. Yet he remained concerned about the fate of the Huang group. No, Huang Zhengping replied helplessly, shaking his head. Alas, Huang Hetong sighed softly, gradually closing his eyes. At that moment, the ward door swung open, and a middle-aged doctor entered, accompanied by two young physicians, who conducted a brief examination on Huang Hetong. Young Master Huang, the doctor addressed Huang Zhengping. Your father fainted from anger, but he is now stable. He will need to be observed in the hospital for 2 or 3 days. And if there are no issues, he can be discharged. Thank you, Director Zhang, Huang Zhengping said, escorting the doctor out. Just then, Huang Hetong's phone rang at the bedside, and Huang Zhengping leaned over to check, noticing it was an overseas number. Father, it's an overseas call. Could it be Uncle Yuan? Huang Hetong's eyes widened suddenly, and he quickly replied, Answer it, put on speaker. All right. Huang Zhengping hurriedly pressed the answer button and activated the speaker. Brother Huang, you were looking for me, right? Indeed. The voice of Yuan Jinxing came through the receiver. Has there been any news regarding Huang Zhengping in these 3 days? Brother Yuan, you left for abroad so hastily, and I haven't heard from you for 3 days. I am quite worried. Huang Hetong's voice sounded even weaker than before, a clear indication that something was amiss. Brother Huang, your voice doesn't sound right. What's wrong? Alas, I've grown old. I suddenly fainted in the office this afternoon and am now in the hospital. How are you? Is everything all right? I'm waiting for the test results. Honestly, at my age, there's not much to fear. It's just that I'm troubled about Zhengping's marriage. Brother Huang, you worry too much. Hasn't Zhengping just graduated from university? What's the rush? He's not young anymore. We were already marrying and having children at his age. Brother Huang, don't overthink. Just rest well. Your health is of utmost importance. To be frank, I've had my own health issues as well. I've been undergoing tests for 3 days, and it has been quite exhausting. I've only just found some time to relax. Brother Yuan, it's not serious, is it? Huang Hetong's tone was filled with concern. Chu Chen, you lack experience. Don't you? A sudden shock coursed through Huang Hetong. The worst fears he had harbored had indeed materialized. There's no helping it. After all, my body has been uncooperative. Elder Yuan, what is your perspective on Bai Haobo's acquisition of 3 plots of land in the East District at a high price? At noon, Brother Song called us together for a discussion. Oh, this matter was brought to my attention by Chu Chen. What did they say? Brother Song and the others believe we should not concern ourselves with Bai Haobo for the time being. Given the financial strain on the Bai group, we should unite our efforts to push them out of the old city. This is indeed a sound strategy. Currently, there is no official indication that the East District will be developed. Bai Haobo is essentially gambling, with little chance of success. If we manage to expel them from the old city, any prolonged inactivity in the East District will inevitably lead to their downfall. You speak wisely, Elder Yuan. Huang Hetong can only echo this sentiment. Well then, Brother Huang, I shall take my leave to rest. Do take care of your health, and we shall converse again when time permits. Very well, Elder Yuan. Take care of yourself as well. The phone then emitted a busy signal. It is clear. The Yuan family will soon be under the stewardship of Yuan Qian. You must look after yourself. Huang Hutong sighed softly, gradually closing his eyes. I understand. Huang Zhengping gazed out the window, contemplating how to rid himself of the burdensome presence of Fang Qingyu. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hospital room in America. Father, your foremost priority now is to rest well, Yuan Qian expressed with dissatisfaction. I have known your Uncle Huang for decades. A few more words won't hurt. Besides, haven't the doctors stated that it can be managed? Yuan Jinxing replied nonchalantly. Old Yuan, I am extremely worried. How can you maintain such an attitude? Before Yuan Qian could respond, her mother could no longer remain silent. For the past 3 days, she had been unable to eat or sleep properly, having silently wept several times. You needn't fret. Didn't the doctor say there would be no issues for the next 20 years? Seeing his wife's troubled expression, Yuan Jinxing hastily reassured her. The doctor has stated that you must take medication for life, with follow-up checkups every 3 to 6 months to adjust the dosage. Furthermore, you cannot overexert yourself. Do you still think everything is fine? Yuan Qian's mother, growing increasingly incensed at Yuan Jinxing's flippant demeanor, raised her voice. Mother, please lower your voice. You might startle father. Yuan Qian interjected. Indeed, my daughter is quite thoughtful. I cannot handle being frightened. Yuan Jinxing smiled proudly at his wife, then turned to Yuan Qian. Qianer, what are your true feelings for Zhengping? Father, I am still quite young. You wouldn't be pushing me towards marriage, would you? Yuan Qian replied coldly, regretting her earlier interjection on behalf of her father, wishing instead that her mother had continued. You heard what your Uncle Huang said, though he did not state it outright. His meaning was clear. I also hope to see you find a good home soon. Yuan Jinxing understood that Yuan Qian was not keen on this topic. Yet as a longtime friend of Huang Hetong, he naturally wished to facilitate a union between the two. In truth, Zhengping is a fine young man. He is handsome and courteous, quite likable to us. You two would make a suitable match. When it comes to Yuan Qian's marriage, her mother also expressed her opinion. She hopes that Yuan Qian can find a good match, and evidently, Huang Zhengping is a commendable choice. At least he is well acquainted and from an appropriate background. Yuan Qian felt a throbbing headache. Now both her parents were aligned, insisting that she consider marriage. Father, you are unwell, and with so many responsibilities at the Yuan group. I hardly have the time to contemplate such matters. The father, Yuan Jinxing, had not been in a hurry regarding this issue, but now that he was ill, the doctor advised him to rest adequately and not overexert himself. He felt reluctant to burden his daughter with the weight of the entire corporation alone. Thus he intended to find her a capable partner. Father, I will think about it, but you need not worry about the company's affairs. I can manage. Besides, if I encounter any difficulties, I can always consult you. Can I? Seeing her daughter's compliance, Yuan Jinxing nodded in satisfaction. However, I wish to stay a couple more days. Yuan Qian still harbored concerns for her father. Xiao Qian, listen to your father. Communication is effortless nowadays with mobile phones. You can even video call. The Yuan group is your father's lifetime of hard work. If anything were to go awry, he would be unable to rest easy. Her mother advised from the side, well aware of her husband's nature. Realizing her mother was right, Yuan Qian had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, I will be obedient. Remember, if any issues arise, feel free to call me. I would feel quite unaccustomed if I suddenly found myself idle. Yuan Jinxing reassured, feeling more at ease with his daughter's understanding. As time passed, Yuan Qian's mother noticed it was getting late and urged her daughter to leave. Nodding, Yuan Qian exited the hospital room. Miss Yuan, young Master Huang, just called again. The assistant at the door greeted her as she emerged. After dismissing the assistant, Yuan Qian took out her phone and opened a messaging app. She accessed the account of a private investigator. Has there been any development with Huang Zhengping in the past 3 days? She inquired. The private investigator replied, yes, there's been. Yesterday, at 4:20 p.m., Huang Zhengping drove to Building 401 of Guangming Garden to secretly meet a woman named Fang Qingyu. They stayed in the apartment for 2 hours and left for dinner at 7. Following this, the investigator sent over a dozen photographs of Huang Zhengping dining with Fang Qingyu. Both of them displaying radiant smiles and engaging in affectionate gestures, even feeding each other. Understood. Continue to follow Huang Zhengping and inform me of any developments, Yuan Qian instructed. Certainly, the investigator responded. Yuan Qian put away her phone and gazed coldly out the window, contemplating the scenery. It seemed that Huang Zhengping was quite experienced in his infidelity, knowing to draw the curtains tightly. At this moment, having indulged in a sumptuous meal, Chu Chen exited the Ruan Man restaurant. Initially, Pan Tingting suggested that Xiao Lan should drive him home. However, Chu Chen promptly expressed that Jintang community was not far from here. and a leisurely stroll would aid in digestion. Seeing this, Pan Tingting ceased her insistence. As Chu Chen wandered the streets alone, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Though the duration was brief, a plethora of events had transpired. From the outset, he had rescued Pan Tingting and Xiang Tian, directly altering the fates of the Bai and Xiang families. He successfully invested in Ma Liqing's company, and today, he had caused the Huang family to miss out on 3 plots of land in the Eastern District. He pondered his future, contemplating the path he should embark upon and the remnants of knowledge from his past life that could be harnessed to expedite his rise. Just as Chu Chen was lost in contemplation, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out to discover a message from editor Xiao Qi. Editor Xiao Qi. Stardust Emperor, are you there? Chu Chen. Editor Xiao Qi. Your work above the 9 heavens has exploded in popularity. Chu Chen. Editor Xiao Qi. Today, I secured a recommendation spot for you. To my surprise, it has taken off. The data is exceptionally promising. Chu Chen, what now? Chu Chen was hardly surprised that Above the 9 Heavens would become a sensation. In a decade, the traditional fantasy genre had almost become a taboo among web authors, with only a select few daring to venture into it. Yet, amid such an environment, Above the 9 Heavens had managed to rise triumphantly, captivating countless readers and rallying them to proclaim that traditional fantasy was not dead. Its resilience was evident. Editor Xiao Qi, your book is a hit. Aren't you the least bit excited? Chu Chen, I am excited. My hands are trembling. What next? Editor Xiao Qi, stop trembling. It's late. Why haven't you updated yet? Realizing that this was a nudge for an update, Chu Chen responded, Understood, I'll update shortly. Editor Xiao Qi, in the coming days, increase your updates. With this wave of recommendations, there is a significant chance to achieve legendary status with your book, and financial freedom will be within reach. Chu Chen, Anzai. I'll strive to do so. He cast a sidelong glance at the editor, who seemed to be indulging in grand illusions, as if he were a novice in web literature. The notion of achieving legendary status with a single book was far-fetched, yet he quickened his pace towards Zhengping community, secretly aspiring for that very dream. As Chu Chen arrived at the entrance of Zhengping community, he witnessed Zhou Xiaojun forcefully shaking off a man's arm, her expression somewhat fierce. He had never seen Zhou Xiaojun display such demeanor. Stop being so willful, Qingyu? The man retorted, clearly agitated. I shall be willful, and you have no say in the matter, Zhou Xiaojun boldly replied, unfazed by his ire. Chu Chen, bowing his head, intended to bypass Zhou Xiaojun, not being one to seek the limelight, especially as the man appeared intimidating. Ironically, as fate would have it, Zhou Xiaojun jogged towards him, linking her arm with his and resting her shoulder against him, exuding an intimacy that was unmistakable. Indeed, Chu Chen chuckled awkwardly, as he now felt the man's murderous gaze fixated upon him. Indeed, the man pointed at Chu Chen and exclaimed in anger, Who is he? He is my friend. We share a house. Does it concern you? Zhou Xiaojun replied with a smug expression. You live together? The man evidently did not believe Zhou Xiaojun's words and cast a cold glance at Chu Chen. Taking a deep breath, Chu Chen felt it was a troublesome situation. Yet, given Zhou Xiaojun's bold assertion, he would seem somewhat ungrateful if he did not intervene. Yes, we reside in the same house. You. The man seized Chu Chen abruptly. What are you doing? Zhou Xiaojun hastily swatted the man's hand away, her voice fierce. If you dare to lay a finger on Chu Chen today, you will bear the consequences. The man was taken aback for an instant, then glared at Chu Chen with malice. If I find out you are bullying her, I will make you regret it. With that, he turned and left. At this moment, Chu Chen was bewildered. He had expected a more confrontational response, perhaps a warning to stay away from Zhou Xiaojun, or a taunt questioning how a mere pauper like him could ever deserve her, or even a fight to see who would win her affection. Thank you, Chu Chen. Zhou Xiaojun sighed in relief once the man departed. Chu Chen turned and headed towards their shared residence. Upon entering the apartment, Zhou Xiaojun changed her shoes and thanked Chu Chen once more. To her surprise, he followed closely behind, clearly intending to enter her room. Chu Chen, do you need something? No, I'm simply concerned that man might return to check on things. If I'm not in your room, wouldn't he that expose us? Chu Chen replied with utmost seriousness. Zhou Xiaojun's face darkened at his response, and she quickly shut the door. Outside, Chu Chen chuckled softly to himself, thinking, let us see if you dare to use me as a shield again. I'm not merely at your disposal. He promptly turned on his computer, logging onto the novel website, where he found numerous messages from readers expressing their admiration. He then activated a voice-to-text software and entered a writing state. Indeed, he had been captivated by the novel that had brought him fame. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaojuan's cheeks flushed as she leaned against the door, clutching her heart, reminiscing about Chu Chen's words, a sweet smile gracing her lips. An hour and a half later, Chu Chen uploaded 10,000 words to the novel website. Having spent the entire day running around, and after accompanying Pan Ting for 4 hours of shopping in the afternoon, he felt quite fatigued. Therefore, he decided to retire for the night, knowing he had no work the following day and could continue writing then. The following day, when Chu Chen awoke, it was already 10 in the morning. As it was the weekend, he had not set an alarm. After completing his morning routine and consuming a packet of instant noodles, he turned on his computer and resumed his writing. Time flew by swiftly as he immersed himself in his work, and before he knew it, it was 4 in the afternoon. Suddenly, he was jolted from his creative trance by the sound of a text message. Upon glancing at his phone, he was taken aback. His bank account had received a transfer of 2 million. In disbelief, he checked the information multiple times, ultimately confirming the astonishing amount. What on earth was happening? Just then, Yuan Qian's call came through. Did you transfer this? What does it mean? Chu Chen exclaimed, astonished. Did Yuan Qian consider this some excessive? Why would she transfer him 2 million without reason? It was me, she replied. Now, let us go out for a meal. Yuan Qian, my dining expenses are not that high. How could a simple meal warrant 2 million? He responded, bewildered. Think about it. That 2 million is the final payment from Master Gu's painting, A Glimpse of All Mountains. Final payment? Wasn't it 1 million? Elder Chun, of that stature, was not short of funds but was cautious about debts of gratitude. After receiving the artwork, he had given me 3 million. This amount was neither excessive nor insufficient. I've been too busy these past few days to transfer it to you, but I finally had the time today. Then doesn't that mean your efforts were in vain? You received no money and no goodwill in return? Not at all. Although Elder Chun has given 3 million, he does not owe our Yuan family anything on the surface. However, he will certainly remember this favor in his heart. As long as it's not a matter of principle, he will not treat our family unfairly in the future. No wonder everyone seeks to befriend influential figures. Dealing with them is so straightforward. A little generosity can go a long way. Chu Chen felt a swell of joy. He was in dire need of funds. And now 2 million had just entered his account. All right, where are you located? I will come and pick you up. At the Zhengping community. I will arrive at the entrance of Zhengping community in half an hour. Okay. After hanging up, Chu Chen gazed at the densely packed text in his document and let out a long sigh. He had spent over 5 hours writing today, utilizing voice-to-text software to produce a total of 30,000 words. He promptly uploaded 20,000 words to the novel website, reserving the remaining 10,000 as backup material. After 8 days of diligent writing, his work, Above the Nine Heavens, had reached a substantial 100,000 words. With these tasks completed, and noticing that time was slipping away, Chu Chen changed into a set of elegant Emma attire and descended the stairs. Before long, Yuan Qian's vehicle arrived, and he took his seat in the back. How is President Yuan's health? The doctor said it was fortunate that we discovered the issue early. Currently, it can be managed with medication. Chu Chen, I truly appreciate your help. Yuan Qian was still shaken. Had they discovered it a few months later, it would have been too late, and they would have been left to await his demise. In truth, Chu Chen had effectively saved her father's life. No need for thanks. My skills are not exceptional. It was merely a fortunate coincidence that I noticed the anomaly, and it also required your willingness to trust me. Chu Chen hamba zima. To be honest, if Yuan Qian does not believe him, then Yuan Zhenxing will still be unable to escape the fate of his past life. Changing the subject, he inquired, by the way, where shall we dine? Not wishing to dwell on this topic, which felt akin to a gratitude gathering, his motivations were not entirely selfless. He aimed to prevent the union between the Yuan and Huang families. I shall take you to the most exquisite restaurant in Tianlin City, the Reborn French restaurant. Yuan Qian said with a light laugh. Chu Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. Dining at Reborn meant encountering Pan Ting. Even if they did not meet, she would undoubtedly find out afterward. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Yuan Qian noticed his discomfort. No, not at all. Chu Chen gently shook his head, for he spotted the Reborn restaurant just ahead. His relationship with Pan Ting was merely that of good friends. There was no need to avoid her, as if he were a thief, which would only draw more suspicion. I must tell you, Reborn is considered the finest French restaurant in Tianlin City, and the culinary delights within are truly exceptional. I believe you will be thoroughly satisfied tonight, Yuan Qian added, a glint of mischief flashing across her face. In truth, she had ulterior motives for inviting Chu Chen to Reborn. She needed to leverage his presence once more, though she felt a twinge of guilt, for there were no other candidates. Delighted, absolutely delighted, Chu Chen replied awkwardly, offering a perfunctory acknowledgement. Soon enough, Yuan Qian's car came to a gentle halt at the entrance of Rumen, where the female driver exited to open the door for Yuan Qian. While Chu Chen alighted from the vehicle on his own, the two entered the restaurant side by side, although it was not yet peak dining hours. Several patrons were already present, and Yuan Qian chose the most conspicuous table available. "Sir, miss, please feel free to order," the waiter said, presenting two menus to Yuan Qian and Chu Chen. The waiter's gaze lingered on Chu Chen for a few seconds, curiosity evident on their face. Despite Chu Chen's relatively infrequent visits to Rumen, he had always been accompanied by Pan Tingting, leading the staff to gossip about their relationship, with some daring to speculate that he was her boyfriend. Yet now, seeing him dining with Yuan Qian sparked their intrigue, prompting several staff members to sneak glances at him before quickly averting their eyes. "Chu Chen, please don't hold back. Order whatever you like," Yuan Qian encouraged, selecting a few dishes before handing the menu to the waiter. Chu Chen also chose a few items casually. The attention from the waitstaff made him feel quite uncomfortable. He wanted to ask, "Why are you so curious? Shouldn't you be focusing on your work? Be careful not to end up unable to afford even a 79 yuan eyebrow pencil." "Very well, please hold on for a moment," the waiter replied before retreating with the menu. "I had no idea your charm was so potent. Those waitstaff were stealing glances at you," Yuan Qian teased once the waiter had moved away. "They were not looking at me. They were clearly captivated by your beauty. Truly impressive. You have an appeal that transcends genders." Chu Chen naturally refrained from elucidating his acquaintance with Pan Tingting, knowing that such an explanation would only serve to complicate matters further. "If this were my first visit to the Rumen restaurant, I might have believed you." Yet, Yuan Qian was evidently not so easily deceived. Having dined at Rumen no less than 10 times, she recognized that the waitstaff had never behaved in such a manner before. Thus the issue undoubtedly lay with Chu Chen. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Yuan family, Yuan Qian? And who was that man by her side? Surely not young Master Huang. Indeed, it was not. Rumor had it that the Yuan family was on the cusp of a marriage alliance with the Huang family. So what could this signify? Seeing Yuan Qian dining with a stranger? Could it be that young Master Huang and Yuan Qian had experienced a romantic rupture? What rupture? As far as I recall, neither of them has ever acknowledged a romantic relationship, and that betrothal was merely a rumor spread by the Huang family. It seemed that was indeed the case. "Xiao Qian, I believe in such circumstances, a modest appearance fee should be collected, lest I find myself at a disadvantage," one observer remarked, their voices drifting into the ears of the two. They were gesturing towards Chu Chen. "And how much do you intend to charge?" Yuan Qian inquired with a smile that danced on the edge of amusement. "That would depend on young Master Huang's level of displeasure," Chu Chen pondered thoughtfully. "In that case, I shall soon ascertain the appropriate fee," Yuan Qian mused, pouring herself a glass of water and taking a sip. "What do you mean by that?" Chu Chen asked, a look of confusion etched across his face. "Do you truly believe that no one would inform Huang Zhengping of the situation? Given his temperament, he is certain to make an appearance," Yuan Qian replied with an air of confidence. "Xiao Qian, are you trying to stir up trouble?" Chapter 97. Pan Tingting had made her appearance solely for Chu Chen's sake. Stir up trouble? Not quite. I merely seek to seize this opportunity to convey certain messages to the outside world, to quell unfounded rumors. Yuan Qian maintained her composure, as if everything were well within her control. "But you cannot implicate me in this. I am but a mere individual and dare not contend with young Master Huang of the Huang group," Chu Chen stated, though he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Huang Zhengping. Now was not the time to confront him directly. As an ordinary person, he stood no chance of victory. "I cannot continue this charade with anyone else, so I must reluctantly ask for your cooperation." Yuan Qian expressed her own frustration, revealing that she truly had no other options. "Isn't this a trap?" Chu Chen et Galim, hastily rising to make his escape. He had returned to seek vengeance, not to court death. In his previous life, impulsivity had led him to storm into a room unprepared, falling victim to the treachery of Huang Zhengping and Fang Qingyu. Had he been armed with a knife or another weapon, the outcome would have been drastically different. Thus, in this life, he could not afford to act rashly. Confronting Huang Zhengping at this early stage would yield no favorable outcome. It may already be too late. "Our pictures might have reached Huang Zhengping's phone by now," Yuan Qian remarked nonchalantly, leaving Chu Chen feeling as though he had been struck by lightning, immobilized in shock. "There's a saying, if one cannot resist, one must choose to endure." Yuan Qian poured herself another glass of water, feeling parched despite the lack of time to sip her drink. "How peculiar it feels to hear such words come from your lips," she noted. He understood that Yuan Qian was correct. Even if he managed to escape now, Huang Zhengping would inevitably learn about tonight's events and come to settle the score with him. Rather than running away, it would be far better to confront the situation with composure. After all, if he performed well, there could be an additional reward. Yuan Qian winked at Chu Chen. A sensation akin to being hunted by a ravenous wolf washed over him, causing an involuntary shiver. Despite the restaurant's air conditioning being set to a comfortable level, he still felt a chill. How could such an astute and intimidating woman have been so easily deceived by Huang Zhengping in her previous life? It seemed that the demise of Yuan Jinqing had profoundly impacted her, or perhaps she was simply lost in the throes of infatuation. With even a modicum of intelligence, she would undoubtedly be able to outmaneuver Huang Zhengping. At that moment, Xiaolan hurried into Pan Tingting's office. Since it was not yet the peak dinner hour, Pan Tingting was not overseeing the kitchen, but rather lounging in her office. Sister Ting, Chu Chen has arrived. So what if he has? Why the urgency? Show him in, Pan Tingting replied, her attention glued to a melodrama from Korea, as she popped a snack in her mouth. The isn't here for you. He came with Yuan Qian. Observing Pan Tingting's overly romantic demeanor, Xiaolan couldn't help but chuckle. Pan Tingting furrowed her brow. She turned off the Korean soap opera and looked at Xiaolan. I find it curious, too. Yuan Qian chose the most conspicuous table. Most of the diners have noticed them and are buzzing with speculation. Xiaolan shared the same bewilderment, pondering how Yuan Qian and Chu Chen had become entangled in such a conspicuous manner. What was her intention? What scheme was Yuan Qian concocting? Do you think Yuan Qian might have feelings for Chu Chen? Xiaolan seized the opportunity to tease Pan Tingting. Why use might? Who else besides Yuan Qian could possibly like Chu Chen? Pan Tingting shot a half-smiling glance at Xiaolan, her expression suggesting, "You little rascal. You're not quite adept at this game." A slip of the tongue, Xiaolan chuckled awkwardly, quickly redirecting the conversation. Sister Ting, shouldn't we step outside to see? You mentioned that Yuan Qian is quite fearsome. Would you be concerned for Chu Chen? Let us go. I'm curious to uncover Yuan Qian's true intentions. Pan Tingting replied, rising to leave her office. Given her insight into Yuan Qian, she knew that the latter would not invite Chu Chen to dinner without a significant motive. Even if she did, it wouldn't create such a stir. The patrons of the restaurant were primarily wealthy second-generation individuals or affluent people, and it was certain that some of Huang Zhengping's associates were among them. Huang Zhengping must have already received word. And to say that he has no interest in Chu Chen, according to your usual character, you wouldn't typically involve yourself in such matters. Noticing Pan Tingting's slip, Xiaolan triumphantly muttered under her breath. What are you mumbling about? Pan Tingting turned to glare at Xiaolan. I was merely saying I would guide you. Xiaolan quickly replied, scampering ahead to lead the way for Pan Tingting. Outside the restaurant, the dishes ordered by Yuan Qian and Chu Chen began to arrive one after another, starting with the appetizers. Chu Chen, try this. It tastes delightful, Yuan Qian said, transferring some of her salad onto Chu Chen's plate. The surrounding diners were taken aback by Yuan Qian's gesture. While it may not provide conclusive evidence, it certainly hinted at a deeper relationship, at least suggesting they had elevated to the status of good friends. Xiao Qian, are you perhaps overacting? Chu Chen discreetly reminded Yuan Qian, overhearing the murmurs of the other patrons. Rest assured, I know my limits, Yuan Qian replied playfully with a smile. Is that what you call knowing your limits? I am genuinely curious to see what you would be like without any restraint, Chu Chen thought to himself, realizing that Yuan Qian was as unpredictable as in Xia. Yuan Qian sighed, you're so busy, yet you still find time for theatrics. Truly a master of time management. Chu Chen shot her a sideways glance, reflecting on the difficulty of earning money. What he thought was a windfall of 2 million turned out to be merely a bait set by Yuan Qian, leaving him feeling rather at a disadvantage. As the saying goes, money does not come easily. There was no choice. Some matters needed to be addressed sooner rather than later to avoid future complications. Yuan Qian's expression grew serious. If it weren't for her concern over her father's potential distress, she would have simply presented the photos to her parents, eliminating the need for all this drama. Today's performance aimed not only to convey a message to the outside world, but also to deter Huang Zhengping from further entanglements, which would ultimately benefit both parties. With a smile, Pan Tingting approached Yuan Qian. The surrounding guests momentarily set aside their meals, captivated by the sight of the two prominent beauties of Tianlin City. Although the Yuan family could not compare to the Bai family in terms of stature, both women possessed their own unique allure, making them equally stunning. Miss Pan, I assume you did not come here tonight to see me, Yuan Qian remarked, somewhat surprised as she glanced at Chu Chen. She had dined at Ruan Man restaurant no less than 10 times, yet had never witnessed Pan Tingting make an effort to greet her. Connecting the unusual behavior of the waitstaff and recalling Chu Chen's expression when he mentioned dining at Ruan, the answer became evident. Pan Tingting had come seeking Chu Chen. Chapter 98. Good friends? One might mistake you for his girlfriend. Pan Tingting replied smoothly. What? Miss Yuan, you do not expect me to stand here and converse with you, do you? Pan Tingting was not the least bit surprised that Yuan Qian had deduced her presence was for Chu Chen. Tianlin City was small, and the business world even smaller. As the daughters of two major conglomerates, they had crossed paths before and thus had a mutual understanding. Please have a seat, Yuan Qian said, not daring to treat Pan Tingting with any disrespect, especially on her turf. How do you find the dishes tonight? Do they suit your tastes? Pan Tingting naturally settled beside Chu Chen, leaving the diners present utterly astounded. Logically, she ought to have taken her place next to Yuan Qian. Although the Four Directions restaurant is spacious, proximity can still lead to unintended physical contact, which is rather inconvenient unless they share a familiarity. Yuan Qian cast a profound glance at Chu Chen, realizing she had underestimated him. Judging by Pan Tingting's ease, their relationship must be quite significant. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for someone of her standing to sit so casually beside a man. Does anyone know who that gentleman is? I haven't seen him before, but I know most of the young masters from notable families in Tianlin City. Perhaps he is not from Tianlin. Could he be a second-generation wealthy heir from the imperial capital or Magic City? It's possible. Anyone who can sit alongside Yuan Qian cannot be an ordinary person. The gourmet offerings of room and restaurant are undeniably exquisite. Yuan Qian then turned to Chu Chen. Chu Chen, should I introduce you to Miss Pan? No need, no need. Tingting and I are good friends, Chu Chen replied, naturally not concealing their friendship. Tingting? Yuan Qian glanced at Pan Tingting, noticing her expression was perfectly at ease. Clearly unperturbed by Chu Chen's familiarity, she looked at Chu Chen in astonishment. While she had suspected a close relationship, she had not anticipated such intimacy. In Tianlin City, Pan Tingting had yet to allow any man to address her in such a way. With a light laugh, she remarked, Chu Chen, you are quite remarkable. Among your peers in Tianlin City, I fear only you can call Miss Pan Tingting. Is it truly that exaggerated? Chu Chen chuckled awkwardly, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Miss Yuan, if you wish, you may also call me Tingting. I wouldn't mind, Pan Tingting nonchalantly stated. Yuan Qian glanced around. It was now the peak dinner hour, and the restaurant was bustling with patrons. Her words carried an underlying message, subtly urging Pan Tingting to depart, as Zhengping could arrive at any moment, and she wished to prevent any disruption to her plans. Miss Pan, why didn't you come with young Master Huang today? Pan Tingting clearly had no intention of leaving and instead inquired about Zhengping. Yuan Qian furrowed her brow, as this was a matter of her personal affairs. Generally, Pan Tingting was not someone lacking in boundaries. Her sudden deviation was perplexing. Could it be, for Chu Chen? That seemed improbable. One was the daughter of the Bai group, while Chu Chen was merely an ordinary university graduate. By all accounts, their paths should not cross. Yet, she refrained from steering the conversation towards Zhengping and instead stated, I brought Chu Chen here to savor the culinary delights of Tianlin City's premier Western restaurant tonight, but it appears I was mistaken. Given the rapport between Chu Chen and Miss Pan, he must be a regular here. Indeed, it seems you're overly sentimental. The room and restaurant is a place where Chu Chen can come and go at will, indulging in whatever he desires. I have bestowed upon him an ultra VIP black card, granting him complimentary access to all expenses here. Miss Pan Tingting shows no regard for Yuan Qian, whose brow furrows deeper, sensing the rising tension. Miss Pan, have you perhaps misunderstood something? At this moment, the surrounding patrons, observing the palpable friction between Yuan Qian and Pan Tingting, are filled with curiosity. Could these two affluent beauties truly be vying for the attention of a man? One whispers, nonsense. Those two are the pinnacle of wealth and beauty in Tianlin City. Indeed, have you ever seen Miss Pan vying for a man's affection? Yet, the atmosphere seems quite off. Miss Yuan appears somewhat frosty. I am not mistaken. Have you brought Chu Chen here for a meal today? Pan Tingting's gaze intensifies, her presence suddenly commanding. Chu Chen, standing nearby, is momentarily taken aback. Having assumed Pan Tingting embodied a sweet demeanor. However, her current stance reveals a more formidable nature. And what do you believe I brought Chu Chen here for? Yuan Qian retorts with a question of her own. Pan Tingting, observing the murmurs of the onlookers, coldly responds, We are all seasoned foxes here. What tales are you weaving? There are at least 3 friends of young Master Huang among us tonight, and you have chosen such a conspicuous table, deliberately behaving intimately with Chu Chen. Isn't your intention quite transparent? I merely wish to share a meal with Chu Chen. You are overthinking it, Yuan Qian replies, eager to disengage from Pan Tingting. As she anticipates Huang Zhengping's arrival and fears any delays might hinder her purpose. Am I overthinking? It is simply that young Master Huang has other women, and you wish to avoid an alliance while using Chu Chen to convey certain messages to the outside world, attempting to dispel rumors of a union. But have you considered that this places Chu Chen in the path of Huang Zhengping's wrath? Is that truly appropriate? Pan Tingting, seeing Yuan Qian persist in her pretense, decides to be forthright. Huang Zhengping was seen with Fang Qingyu last Friday night, indicating that they are secretly involved. Your intentions tonight likely revolve around leveraging Chu Chen to undermine the potential alliance between the Yuan and Huang families. Perhaps you even plan to stage a performance when Huang Zhengping arrives, hoping to deter him. However, I fail to understand why you do not simply expose the truth about his other woman, thus resolving the matter directly. Is it not exhausting to orchestrate such elaborate schemes? Yuan Qian's expression stiffens upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Chu Chen stands in a daze, having initially regarded Yuan Qian as formidable, yet now finds Pan Tingting's display equally impressive, if not more so, subtly overshadowing Yuan Qian's presence. It becomes apparent that these heiresses are no trifles. Perhaps his own experiences have been rather limited. This does not concern you, does it? Yuan Qian was reluctant to engage in a deep discussion on the matter with Pan Tingting. The rumors surrounding Huang Zhengping's involvement with women could lead to an avalanche of gossip if leaked. With her father currently unwell and the Yuan group facing tumultuous times, she felt indifferent towards the manipulation of others. However, Chu Chen was different. He was a dear friend. Indeed, seated nearby, Chu Chen found the conversation quite engrossing. Yuan Qian retorted without hesitation. A good friend? One might mistakenly think he is your boyfriend. Chapter 99. Is it too much to expect a little more trust among people? This statement left Pan Tingting at a loss, and she dared not respond. It seemed that Yuan Qian held the upper hand in this exchange. I'm also good friends with Chu Chen. How could I ever harm him? Yuan Qian maintained her composure. She spoke no falsehood. She merely utilized Chu Chen, but did not intend to harm him. Noticing that Pan Tingting appeared to be no match for Yuan Qian, Chu Chen interjected to spare her further embarrassment. Tingting, it's fine. I understand what Yuan Qian is up to. I have some free time, and thought I might join the fun. Very well then, as the guests are increasing, I must attend to my duties, Pan Tingting replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she felt momentarily bested by Yuan Qian's words. To avoid further awkwardness, she chose to withdraw from the contentious scene. Once Pan Tingting had distanced herself, Yuan Qian leisurely remarked, I realize I underestimated you. What is it about you that has captivated the renowned Ice Queen of the Bai family? Xiao Qian, you misinterpret. Tingting and I are simply good friends. Devoid of any romantic involvement, Chu Chen hastily denied, aware that Pan Tingting's kindness was likely rooted in gratitude rather than affection. The notion of any romantic feelings seemed implausible, given their vastly different worlds and the significant disparity in their social standings. Women's intuition is remarkably accurate. I assure you, Pan Tingting has developed feelings for you. Perhaps she is yet unaware of it. Yuan Qian insisted with a serious demeanor. I have already stated that it is impossible. We are merely friends, Chu Chen replied, his expression one of exasperation. How could he possibly elucidate the situation without recounting the incident with a fire extinguisher? Honestly, do you have any feelings for Pan Tingting? Don't say you're uninterested. No man could remain indifferent to her. Yuan Qian leaned in closer, whispering, glancing discreetly at Pan Tingting in the distance. At that moment, Pan Tingting, observing the closeness between Yuan Qian and Chu Chen, gritted her teeth in frustration, seething with discontent. Meanwhile, the patrons of the restaurant exchanged whispers, puzzled by the recent turn of events. Pan Tingting had left in a huff, while Yuan Qian and Chu Chen appeared quite intimate. Among them were a few affluent second-generation heirs who discreetly retrieved their smartphones to capture a few more photos of Yuan Qian and Chu Chen, sending them to Huang Zhengping. Sister Ting, it seems that Yuan Qian is intentionally trying to provoke you. Let's not fall for her tricks. Indeed, the observer sees clearly while the participant is often confused. Noticing Pan Tingting's sullen demeanor, Xiaolon hurriedly approached to offer her counsel. I'm aware, of course. Pan Tingting was fully cognizant of Yuan Qian's stratagem, and promptly retreated to the kitchen with Xiaolon, preferring to avoid the situation altogether. Enough, enough. Now that Tingting has gone to the kitchen, can you please let me be? Chu Chen sighed lightly, pondering whether all affluent young ladies relish such intrigues. It is rather tiresome. It is rare to witness Pan Tingting in such an awkward state. Yuan Qian wore a face of utter disinterest. Do you derive satisfaction from this? I perceive that Tingting is hardly your rival. Perhaps you should take a break and prepare to deal with Huang Zhengping instead. Chu Chen appeared at a loss for words. The fact that you can utter such a statement suggests your unfamiliarity with Pan Tingting. You have not known her for long, have you? Yuan Qian was not being modest. Having interacted with Pan Tingting on numerous occasions, she was well aware of her true capabilities. Indeed, it has not been long. We met just last Friday evening, merely 8 days ago, to be precise. Chu Chen cut a piece of steak and placed it in his mouth. What? Yuan Qian exclaimed in astonishment. You have only known her for 8 days, and Pan Tingting stands up for you? Xiao Qian. Friendship cannot be measured by the passage of time. Although we have only known each other for 8 days, it does not hinder us from cultivating a profound bond. Chu Chen retorted. Is it love, then? Yuan Qian shot him a glance of disbelief. Look, here we go again. Ignoring Yuan Qian, Chu Chen continued to relish his meal. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Yuan Qian whispered, Chu Chen, do you truly possess a complimentary black card? Indeed, Tingting is quite generous. Chu Chen replied without hesitation. You consider her generous? Are you aware that the top-tier platinum card at Roman Restaurant only offers a 20% discount? And yet, you assert that she harbors no feelings for you. It is as if she is on the verge of declaring her intent to support you financially. Well, regarding that, since you have a black card, you shall treat us to dinner tonight, Yuan Qian stated with an undeniable tone. Xiao Qian, do not dig a pit for me to fall into. Besides, today is about your matters. It would be inappropriate for me to pay. Chu Chen was not easily deceived. Yuan Qian had a multitude of ulterior motives. After their recent altercation with Pan Tingting, if he were to present the black card for payment, would that not be colluding against Pan Tingting? At worst, you use the black card to settle the bill, and afterward, I will transfer you the amount. This way, you would still profit, Yuan Qian suggested, her eyes glinting as she shifted tactics. That will not do. This would merely disadvantage Tingting. Though I have a fondness for money, I still adhere to my principles. However, if you are willing to double your offer, I might consider bending my principles, she added. A glimmer of cunning crossed Chu Chen's face. That will not suffice. At that point, you two would combine efforts to divide the money, conspiring against me. Yuan Qian promptly refused, unwilling to be the fool in this scenario. Is it too much to ask for a little trust between people? With a sense of resignation, Chu Chen admitted that he indeed harbored such thoughts. In that scenario, Pan Tingting would not suffer any losses, and he would profit as well. As for Yuan Qian, he bore no psychological burden in deceiving her, for it was she who had first deceived him that very evening. The mere thought of eventually confronting Huang Zhengping filled him with trepidation. Trust? Yuan Qian scoffed. My father and Huang Hetong have been friends for decades, trusting one another all these years. Yet, the Huang family has consistently taken advantage of our Yuan family. When the Huang group's financial situation faltered, they audaciously sought to remedy their woes through a matrimonial alliance, hoping the Yuan family would fill their financial void. Regarding those 3 parcels of land in the Eastern District, Huang Hetong even approached my father to discuss loan arrangements. Fortunately, we had traveled abroad this time. Otherwise, given my father's temperament, he might have provided them with financial support once more. Does your father not see this? Chu Chen couldn't help but interject. Yuan Jinxing built his fortune from scratch. He is no fool. He is a man of deep loyalty, always thinking that after decades of friendship, there is no need to quibble over such matters. Yuan Qian shook her head, clearly disapproving of her father's approach. Moreover, Huang Zhengping was no better. He eagerly took the opportunity to clandestinely meet my college classmate, Fang Qingyu, while I was abroad. You know her, don't you? Of course, Chu Chen replied nonchalantly as he savored his steak. You exhibit no emotional response? Yuan Qian asked, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Why should I? Chu Chen was taken aback. You pursued Fang Qingyu for 4 years in college, and I heard you were quite humble in your endeavors. Always at her beck and call, Yuan Qian remarked with a half-smile. At that moment, Huang Zhengping approached their table, a broad smile adorning his face as he gazed at Yuan Qian.